Liu Hao traverses into the world of Dragon Ball, acquiring the body and memories of Raditz, devoid of any system or external aid. In this perilous realm, witness how Raditz alters the fate of a mere pawn. Chapter 1. Arrival on Earth. My head aches terribly. Where am I? Why is my hair so long? And why am I so robust? Liu Hao slowly extends his hand to touch what resembles a control panel before him, while surveying his surroundings. At first glance, Liu Hao perceives something akin to a glass dome, surrounded by structures composed of an unknown material, possibly metal. The space is circular and exceedingly confined, barely allowing movement of limbs, let alone standing upright. Liu Hao realizes he must be aboard a spacecraft. Through the window, he observes celestial bodies radiating light, while the surrounding cosmos remains eerily silent, as if all stars are in a state of stasis. Only the ship he occupies is hurtling through the void. Gazing out the window in confusion, Liu Hao murmurs, "Where is this? How did I awaken on this spacecraft? What is happening in this universe?" He recalls that not long ago, he had just graduated from university and, on a leisurely day, had gathered with friends to play basketball. Exhausted, he sat on a bench to rest, only to suddenly black out and find himself here, unaware of how he arrived. Wasn't I playing basketball on the court? How did I end up here? Where exactly is this? Suddenly, a flood of foreign memories inundates Liu Hao's mind, filled with images of slaughter, cries, and the battles of Saiyan, causing him excruciating pain. After a brief respite, the headache subsides, and the memories integrate into his consciousness, clarifying his current predicament. He discovers he is Raditz, a minor antagonist, who meets his demise at the hands of Bika. Though Liu Hao had watched Dragon Ball long ago, the details have faded with time. Now, he finds himself with no choice but to proceed cautiously, step by step. At that moment, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice emanates from the control panel ahead. "In 1 hour, we shall arrive on Earth, landing in the X-153 region. Please prepare accordingly." Having fully absorbed Ratitz's memories, Liu Hao comprehends the circumstances leading to his presence aboard the spacecraft. In his recollections, he recalls encountering troubles on a relatively appealing planet with Vegeta and Naba. Vegeta had summoned Raditz to seek assistance from his brother. As Liu Hao reflects on the reason for his journey aboard the spacecraft, an influx of memories floods his mind. Among them is a particularly vivid memory of Vegeta berating him. Useless Raditz. Don't you have a brother? Go find him for help. If you can't handle it, you know what that means. Naba, sitting beside him, grinned and remarked, "I believe we can manage without waiting for Raditz to fetch his worthless brother." The memory fragment abruptly ends, leaving him to ponder Vegeta's words. Even if you're to locate Kakaloa, the outcome would likely be unfavorable. Liu Hao understands that remaining near Vegeta is perilous and could lead to his demise at any moment. Conversely, arriving on Earth presents numerous opportunities for growth, where he need not heed Vegeta's commands. An hour passes in the blink of an eye, and as Liu Hao approaches the solar system, he spots a dazzling blue planet, Earth. Soon, the spacecraft breaches the atmosphere, commencing its descent, plummeting through the air. Through the window, Liu Hao gazes at the Earth of the Dragon Ball universe, which appears entirely distinct from the Earth he previously knew. In this realm, there are no continents or oceans. Instead, unfamiliar landforms dominate the landscape. Meanwhile, on Earth, its inhabitants experience a period of tranquility, having vanquished all past tyrants and ambitious villains. The Z-Warriors, victorious over formidable foes, have long since basked in the atmosphere of peace, neglecting their training. On this day, in a sunlit corner of Earth, the weather is splendid. An unidentified object streaks across the sky, shining like a meteor. Boom! The mechanical voice echoes coldly. "Warning, warning! The spacecraft is rapidly descending towards the designated area." As the ship continues its swift descent, a sharp sound pierces the air. The circular craft plummets from the heights, resulting in a colossal impact that creates a vast crater. As it lands, a cloud of dust billows up, and those within several miles feel the ground tremble violently. Nearby, a farmer wearing a straw hat and overalls, satisfied with his labor's yield, prepares to take a sip of water and rest before continuing his work. Startled by the tremendous noise, he looks skyward, witnessing the trail of a meteor and a plume of smoke rising in the distance. The farmer hurriedly returns home to retrieve his double-barreled shotgun. Upon reaching the crash site, he discovers the circular spacecraft. Inside, Raditz operates the machinery, preparing to exit. The cold, emotionless voice of the system resonates again. "Arrival on Earth confirmed. The spacecraft has landed safely at the designated location, with no damage sustained. Within the confines of the spacecraft, RATZ wished to avoid excessive interaction with ordinary Earthlings to prevent unnecessary complications. Following his memories, he set a fixed mode for the spacecraft and prepared to conceal it, lest the inhabitants of Earth trace its descent and seize it, causing unforeseen troubles. RATZ slowly rose, opened the hatch, and stepped outside, inhaling deeply the air of Earth. Is this the Earth from Dragon Ball? After such a long journey in the spacecraft, my limbs are becoming stiff. Finally, I've arrived, and the air is truly delightful. As RATZ stood nearby, marveling at the beauty of Earth, he noticed a middle-aged man, resembling a farmer, cautiously approaching with a double-barreled shotgun, appearing quite anxious. Who are you? Are you an alien? Raise your hands. Don't come any closer, or I'll shoot. RATZ looked at the chubby farmer wearing a straw hat and dressed in rustic attire, unable to suppress a smile. So, the inevitable has come to pass. RATZ pondered that he could likely withstand a few bullets or even missiles without issue. He vaguely recalled that the detector had surveillance capabilities. Having just arrived on Earth and being unable to control his energy, he found it challenging to locate his target. Without the use of the detector, he would be as blind as a bat. RATZ pressed a button on the power level detector beside his eye and gazed at the farmer ahead. Beep, 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 power level 5. Remembering his iconic phrase from his past life, he mockingly declared, a power level of only 5? Pathetic. The cramped interior of the spacecraft had prevented him from attempting any offensive maneuvers, but now that he had disembarked, RATZ decided to test whether he could unleash the energy wave he recalled. Gathering energy within him as his memories instructed, he felt a yellow energy coalesce at the edges of his palm, gradually forming into a luminous energy sphere. With a gentle aim, RATZ tossed the energy wave outward, which immediately shot forth from his hand. Boom! The sound echoed like cannon fire, creating a small crater nearly 2 meters deep in the distance. The farmer, witnessing RATZ unleash something strange from his palm, was gripped by fear as he instinctively pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were fired in rapid succession towards RATZ. Observing the incoming bullets, he found their speed to be painfully slow. With casual ease, he reached out and caught several bullets, crushing them effortlessly as if they were mere tofu. This is too powerful. The bullets are so slow they crush like tofu. At just a power level of 1500, I feel I could easily overpower even Superman. He then attempted a few larger energy spheres requiring concentration, launching them into the distance, which resulted in a massive explosion that created a crater over 10 meters wide. Next, Liu Hao recalled the combat technique from RATZ's memories. The Saiyan techniques in RATZ's recollection were lamentably scarce, consisting predominantly of energy waves or close-quarters combat, showcasing an exceedingly primitive fighting style. Meanwhile, the farmer, witnessing bullets easily crushed, marveled at how RATZ could effortlessly unleash a barrage of energy waves and create such large craters. To the farmer, RATZ appeared monstrous. Terrified, the farmer trembled uncontrollably. His pants dampened as he clutched his head and pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I have children." Observing the farmer's abject fear and being a reincarnated Earthling himself, Liu Hao felt no inclination to harm the weak. Although RATZ's memories had subtly influenced his demeanor, the essence of his original Earthling character held the predominant sway. I'm a warrior from another realm. I mean no harm, so please do not be alarmed. Satisfy your curiosity. Should you see someone like me descend again, stay at home and do not wander about. The farmer quickly responded to RATZ, Yes, I will no longer be curious. With that, he hurriedly scrambled away, rolling and crawling in his haste. Subsequently, RATZ activated the detector to explore the surroundings. 139, 169, 177, 190, 206, 322, 344. These must be the power levels of the Z warriors. RATZ understood that they could control their energy, and their power levels would increase through combat. Additionally, with the Senza beans from Karen Tower, they could restore their fighting capabilities. Resolute in his decision, he opted to delay meeting them, preferring to encounter Suin Wukong at a later time. According to his memories, the power level of Master Karen should be close to 200. RATZ identified a suitable target and leaped into the air, soaring directly towards it. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Temple, the Supreme Kai had already sensed a powerful and malevolent energy arriving on Earth. Elsewhere, in the desert, Pika also felt a chaotic and sinister energy. The strength of this energy was unlike anything Pika had ever encountered. Just sensing it left him drenched in sweat, immobilized by its overwhelming presence. Is this Saiyan Wukong's energy? No, it's not like his. Who could it be to possess such might? Simultaneously, Saiyan Wukong, accompanied by Wu Fan and several other Z warriors, was gathered at the Kame house on an island. Suddenly, Saiyan Wukong sensed something and was momentarily stunned, but soon a glimmer of excitement flickered across his face. This isn't P-Kiss energy, yet it is astonishingly powerful. Chapter 2 Raditz, relying on his muscle memory, stumbled through the air, nearly plummeting to the ground on several occasions. However, through gradual exploration, he eventually grasped the art of flight. As he soared through the skies, he beheld the wondrous world of Dragon Ball, and the cool breeze that brushed against him evoked a profound sense of awe. How exhilarating it was to fly. He pondered whether the physique of a Saiyan would allow him to traverse the cosmos with unparalleled freedom. After flying for a while, Raditz caught sight of the magnificent Karen Tower, adorned with exquisite totem carvings, soaring high into the clouds, its pinnacle hidden from view. He contemplated attempting a direct ascent from beneath the tower as a form of trial. Just as he was about to descend, he noticed a throng of people below, seemingly caught in a tumult, and he approached to investigate. To his astonishment, he witnessed a group of masked individuals wielding rifles and knives, dressed in Western cowboy attire, threatening two individuals. Raditz scrutinized the pair, feeling a sense of familiarity as if he had seen them in an anime. After a moment of contemplation, he recognized that the taller one must be Bulma, while the youth was likely UPA. Realizing they were characters from the Dragon Ball universe, Raditz felt compelled to intervene in their perilous situation. Descending swiftly, Raditz positioned himself between the two parties. The sudden appearance of Raditz left the gathered crowd in shock. Yet the larger group of bandits, unwilling to let their prize escape, mustered their courage to confront him. Listen, kid, no matter where you came from, you'd best leave before you get yourself into trouble. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Raditz deduced that Bulma and UPA were being accosted by robbers. Meanwhile, UPA and Bulma cautiously braced themselves against the bandits. We don't have any money. If you want something, take our lives instead, UPA exclaimed, immediately assuming a fighting stance. Bulma, her expression grave, brandished a spear in defiance. Observing their plight, Raditz resolved firmly, no brigands, regardless of the world they hailed from, deserved mercy. Thieves who plundered and pillaged must be dealt with decisively. This band of miscreants had undoubtedly caused untold suffering and despair, and they would not be forgiven. With a swift motion, Raditz sprang into action, stirring up a cloud of dust beneath him. The bandits, utterly unaware, were astonished by his sudden disappearance. In an instant, Raditz positioned himself behind the leader of the bandits, conjuring a small energy sphere in his hand, which he directed at the apparent ringleader. The energy sphere pierced through the bandit's body, blood erupting forth as he collapsed, oblivious to his impending doom. Raditz then unleashed a barrage of energy waves at the remaining bandits. The sounds of explosive impacts echoed through the air. One by one, the remaining robbers were obliterated before they even had the chance to flee, their low combat prowess rendering them utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Although it was Raditz's first experience of taking a life, he felt neither disgust nor discomfort. Perhaps it was the memories of Raditz that rendered Liu Hao entirely devoid of emotion, even experiencing a hint of exhilaration. After dispatching the bandits, Raditz reflected that this was somewhat divergent from the narratives found in comics. These robbers were not supposed to exist. Whether this deviation stemmed from Liu Hao's rebirth, resulting in alterations to this world, or if it was indeed the authentic realm of Dragon Ball, remained uncertain. Witnessing Raditz effortlessly eliminate several bandits, Bra instinctively shielded UPA behind her. The sudden appearance of this figure, moving like a specter, left her on edge, especially as the robbers fell, with gaping holes in their chests. Uncertain whether Raditz was benevolent or malevolent, Bra maintained her grip on her weapon, cautiously guarding against him. Noticing their tension, Raditz approached Bra and UPA, reassuring them, "Do not be afraid. I am Raditz, a warrior from another realm. I have come here to ascend the Kirin Tower and meet Master Kirin." Bra exhaled in relief, lowering her guard and retracting her spear to address Raditz. "Thank you, kind sir, for assisting us. Master Kirin resides atop the tower, but it is quite high, and the trials are arduous. I advise you to reconsider." UPA, sensing no malice from Raditz, eagerly chimed in. "Is it the cat-faced sage? I've seen him. He is so lazy, always napping up there. He cannot be roused unless he descends himself. Otherwise, it is nearly impossible to see him. Raditz couldn't help but smile at UPA's sincerity. For the former owner of this body, nothing else had ever brought joy except for slaughter and combat. He turned to Bra, saying, "It is but a trivial matter. I shall ascend this tower today, regardless of its difficulty." He then turned to UPA with a grin. "This tower is nothing. Those who cannot ascend are simply too weak." With that, Raditz leapt lightly, soaring several dozen meters into the air, and then rapidly ascended, leaving Bra and UPA unable to see him any longer. After a considerable time of flying at his maximum speed, Raditz began to feel the thinning air as he approached the circular pinnacle of the tower. Meanwhile, atop the tower, Master Corinne and Yajirobe were indulging in a feast, having already dozed off. Suddenly, Corinne was jolted awake by an overwhelming energy approaching him. Although he had been forewarned by the Supreme Kai about a powerful unknown presence on Earth, he had not anticipated that this individual would come directly to him. Corinne stood, gazing into the sky. What a formidable energy. It carries a hint of malevolence. This could spell trouble. At that moment, a sound of leaping echoed, and Raditz had arrived at the pinnacle, standing before Master Corinne. The sudden appearance of Raditz startled Master Corinne, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. The presence of this individual exuded an overwhelming aura. Observing Raditz, Master Corinne mused to himself, astonished by his rapid arrival. It seemed this person's strength might surpass that of Goku and Piccolo. Meanwhile, Yajirobe, awakened by the commotion, tumbled off his chair. Upon noticing the perspiration on Master Corinne's brow, he understood that the newcomer was not benevolent. Silently, he concealed himself nearby, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Raditz addressed Master Corinne, stating, "I am Raditz. I come not with malice, but to undertake the trial." Due to the faint hint of malevolence in Raditz's aura, Master Corinne initially hesitated to allow him to participate in the trial. However, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "I am the god of heaven. This person's soul feels distinct from that of an ordinary individual. Observe his actions, for he does not seem malicious. Allow him to train." Reassured by the divine message, Master Corinne relaxed. Observing the change in Master Corinne's expression, Yajirobe also eased his tension, choosing to recline and rest once more. Noticing Raditz's desire to accept the trial, Master Corinne produced a floating orb in the air. To proceed with the trial, one must first master the energy within oneself. Raditz closed his eyes and grasped the hovering orb, thereby completing the initial phase of the trial. Subsequently, he blindfolded himself, while the orb soared into the air, spinning rapidly around him. Despite his efforts, Raditz struggled to seize it. Seeing Raditz's futile attempts, Master Corinne offered guidance. Every being and object in this world possesses energy, and this orb contains a small amount of it. By attuning your heart to the energy, you'll be able to sense it. After a brief interlude, Raditz absorbed Master Corinne's words, realizing that he should not rely on brute force, but rather on a gentle, mindful approach. Suddenly, he sensed something remarkable entering a wondrous state. He discovered that he emanated a brilliant light, while a faint glimmer danced around his heart. Nearby, two more substantial energies pulsed, presumably those of Master Corinne and Yajirobe. In the distance, he perceived several powerful energies, albeit hazily. Could this be the essence of energy? The formidable auras in the distance likely belonged to Piccolo and Goku. However, Raditz was reluctant to encounter them prematurely. With a combat power of merely 1,500, he feared an impulsive confrontation could lead to conflict, potentially spiraling into chaos akin to that of a comic. In any case, Raditz wished to avoid being pierced through the heart by a Kamehameha. With this thought, he hurriedly focused on his energy, attempting to draw it back within. Gradually, he witnessed his overflowing energy being absorbed back into his body. Beside him, Master Karen observed as Raditz swiftly mastered his energy, nodding in approval. Such remarkable talent. In the distance, Goku and Piccolo sensed this energy, which suddenly vanished, leaving them both in a state of perplexity. At that moment, Raditz, now adept at harnessing his energy, extended his hand towards the luminous point that danced within his heart and grasped the small orb with ease. Witnessing Raditz successfully seize the orb, Master Karen remarked, "Your ability to master energy so quickly and capture this orb is unparalleled. You're the fastest learner I have ever encountered. With continued practice, your range of energy perception will expand, allowing you to sense any object." Chapter 3. The Super Divine Water. After pacing thoughtfully for a few moments, Master Karen addressed Raditz. "I have nothing more to teach you, save for one final item. the super divine water. However, it can only be obtained through a challenge. Are you willing to attempt it? Upon hearing about the super divine water, Raditz was taken aback. He recalled that it could unleash his potential, although it came with unknown side effects. After much inner turmoil, he resolved to drink the super divine water, convinced that it would enhance his combat prowess, a necessity for survival in this world. Yet, he pondered, how could he mitigate the side effects? The only solution he could conceive was the Dragon Balls, which should offer a way to eliminate the adverse effects of the super divine water. He also contemplated staying on Earth until the Dragon Balls could restore him, allowing him to make repeated wishes and live without worry. Raditz then turned directly to Master Karen, declaring, how can I obtain the super divine water? I am willing to face the trial. Surprised by Raditz's willingness to accept the challenge, one that only Goku had previously succeeded in, Master Karen cautioned, prepare yourself. With a flourish of his staff, an extraordinary sight unfolded. A door materialized out of thin air. Master Karen gently opened the door, and a beam of light emanated from within, shrouded in mystery. He addressed Raditz solemnly, enter through this trial door. If you can navigate the challenges within, you shall acquire the super divine water. However, be warned, the trials are fraught with peril, and while they will not claim your life, they are exceedingly dangerous. Consider your decision carefully. Since arriving in this world, Raditz's sole purpose had been to survive and grow stronger, engaging in battles with various characters from the Dragon Ball universe. If he could not even secure a vial of super divine water, he might as well await his demise at the hands of Vegeta or Frieza. Without hesitation, Raditz stepped through the trial door, which then vanished from sight. As Raditz disappeared into the tower to face his trial, Yajirobe approached with a mischievous grin, addressing Master Karen with a sly smile. Hello, Raccoon. I am quite famished. Do bestow upon me a few more magical beans to savor. Master Karen shook his head, observing the magical beans devoured by Yajirobe, and let out a sigh. He initially believed that Yajirobe would only be a temporary resident atop the tower, yet he had remained far longer than anticipated, showing no inclination to depart. You glutton. Who are you calling Raccoon? I am Master Karen. These are the last 2 jars of magical beans. Conserve them, or they will be gone, leaving nothing for me. With that, he retrieved a few beans from the jar and handed them to Yajirobe. After Yajirobe consumed them, Master Karen chose to disregard him, instead pulling out a mirror to observe the trial's circumstances. In the mirror, Raditz had just stepped through the threshold of the trial. The moment he entered, Master Karen sensed a significant increase in the strength of the monsters within the trial and murmured to himself, these creatures are formidable. This individual's power is truly terrifying. If the monsters are this strong, this trial will not be simple. Overcoming it will be quite a challenge. Meanwhile, Raditz had already crossed into the trial's realm. A flash of light enveloped him, transporting him to a valley. As he stepped in, Raditz felt as though he had entered an entirely different world. The sky was bright, yet devoid of the sun or moon, and the surroundings felt remarkably confined. Just as Raditz attempted to take flight, he discovered an enigmatic force suppressing him, as if countless weights bore down upon him, rendering flight impossible. After several fruitless attempts to ascend, he realized that while his power was intact, he could only unleash energy blasts. The trial proved to be quite severe, as flight was prohibited. Fortunately, his combat prowess remained. With no other option, he began to traverse the terrain on foot. Sensing the energy in the vicinity yielded no results, it was as though nothing existed. Thus, Raditz continued his journey on foot, and after a while, he arrived at a valley where he soon conjured several monsters. A dozen creatures with serpentine bodies and human faces, their eyes glowing red and tongues flickering, obstructed his path. Scanning them with his detector revealed their combat power to be several hundred points. A formidable force by Earth's standards. Recalling his combat techniques, Raditz unleashed a series of energy blasts, swiftly eliminating several monsters before charging forward. With a swift motion, he grasped a monster's arm, and before it could react, he tore it asunder. Raditz moved with relentless ferocity, his strikes severing limbs and sending blood and flesh flying in all directions. He leaped into the air, his hands coming together as a yellow energy wave converged within his palms. The energy sphere expanded, and the reading on his detector surged from a mere 10 to 500, then 900, 1200, and ultimately 1500. With a resounding explosion, the remaining monsters were scattered, leaving a massive crater in the ground, devoid of even a trace of their existence. All the monsters were eradicated, yet the deeper I ventured, the stronger they seemed to become, with combat powers soaring to 200, 300, and even 500. As the creatures multiplied, Raditz gradually began to feel the strain. A sudden thought struck him. Wait, I distinctly recall from the manga that when Son Goku faced trials, he encountered none of such formidable foes. Had he met these, he would have perished long ago. Despite his growing doubts, Raditz pressed on, only to find the valley becoming increasingly dark and oppressive, with the air turning frigid. A chill began to rise from within, prompting Raditz to shiver involuntarily. Continuing forward, he spotted a glimmer of light ahead, which seemed to signal the destination. Raditz hurried towards it, only to discover that the radiant glow emanated from within a cave. Dazzling to behold. Upon entering the cave, he found a stone pedestal upon which rested a circular vial containing a vibrant blue liquid, the source of the luminous brilliance. This must be the super divine water, he thought, as he approached and reached out to touch the vial. Suddenly, a black mist erupted from his body, swiftly coalescing into a figure that bore an ominous grin and spoke, "I've awaited your arrival. Let us engage in battle. Surrender your body to me. Who are you?" The scanner emitted a sound, beeping as it registered, beep beep beep, combat power 1500. Raditz was astonished to discover that this being possessed a combat power equal to his own. As he turned to face the stranger, he barely caught a glimpse of the figure's face before a yellow energy wave was hurled at him. Raditz reacted swiftly, leaping aside to evade the attack. But the energy struck the super divine water, shattering it into pieces. Damn it, the super divine water I fought so hard to obtain. As Raditz finally discerned the figure's face, he was taken aback to find that it resembled his own, albeit clad in a light blue garb rather than battle attire. Exudinga sinistioha. In Korin Tower, Master Korin observed the two Raditz figures through a mirror, reflecting on the situation. Indeed, this adversary possesses formidable strength. The trial absorbs dark thoughts, manifesting an entity with identical combat power. Only by defeating oneself can one acquire the super divine water. Master Korin resolved that should Raditz fail to conquer his own dark reflection, he would seal this space permanently, preventing any escape. Raditz, gazing at the doppelganger before him, contemplatait d'initiative dialogue. However, before he could utter a word, the malevolent version of Raditz charged forward, launching a punch aimed directly at him. Caught off guard by the aggressive advance of his dark counterpart, Raditz found the speed of the incoming punches accelerating, the fists magnifying before his very eyes. Bang! In a swift and overwhelming maneuver, Raditz was propelled into the air, crashing to the ground and creating a deep crater. With a pained cry, he uttered a groan. At that moment, the malevolent Raditz remarked, "I expected you to be formidable. Is that all you've got? Hand over your body, and I shall eliminate all those outside for you." Such delusions. Despite being matched by an opponent of equal battle power, the assault inflicted considerable damage upon Raditz. Hearing the sinister Raditz's words stirred something within him. Perhaps it was the dormant warrior blood of the Saiyan lineage awakening. For Raditz felt an insatiable urge to tear apart this evil version of himself. Gazing at his nefarious counterpart, he felt no fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Slowly, Raditz rose to confront his foe. Humph! How presumptuous of you to think yourself strong. With that, he charged at the wicked Raditz, their fists colliding with ferocious intensity. A shockwave erupted from the impact of their blows. The two exchanged rapid punches, each strike landing with increasing speed and volume, engaging in a fierce exchange of hundreds of blows. Suddenly, Raditz transformed his fist into an open palm. Seizing the other Raditz's fist, with a powerful tug and a swift kick, he delivered a crushing blow to the malevolent Raditz's abdomen. The wicked Raditz was sent flying, and in that instant, he retaliated with an energy sphere aimed at Raditz. In a heartbeat, both were hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground, each sustaining significant injuries. They quickly regained their footing, Raditz on the right and the other on the left, both letting out a simultaneous roar. Aya! Each concentrated their energy into their hands, channeling all their strength until the glow intensified. They unleashed energy spheres towards one another, the two forces colliding violently in midair, neither able to gain the upper hand. Faced with an equally matched opponent, Raditz summoned all his might, veins bulging on his forehead, determined to settle the score with the malevolent Raditz. At that moment, the readings on Raditz's scouter began to fluctuate. 1510, 1520, 1530, 1600. During the battle, Raditz had surpassed his limits, his power level soaring to 1600. He felt a surge of strength coursing through him and unleashed his full potential. The sky erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, radiating blinding light. The force akin to the very fabric of reality tearing apart. The space around them trembled violently, and the other Raditz dissipated into a cloud of darkness. In that instant, Raditz expended every last ounce of his energy and collapsed, unconscious. Chapter 4. The Encounter with the Warrior. The light flickered as the trial gate reappeared, ejecting the gravely injured and unconscious Raditz, along with a vial of super divine water. At this moment, Jackalope, reclining on a sun lounger, was startled by the sudden emergence of Raditz, exclaiming, "Lynx, is this person gravely injured? Why must your trial be so arduous? Is he dead now? Fatty, kindly close your mouth. Failure in the trial does not equate to death." His ejection from the door signifies that he has successfully completed the challenge. "Apart from Goku, I have yet to witness anyone else succeed," replied the sage, Master Karen, who then approached Raditz and offered him a magic bean from a jar. Before long, a remarkable phenomenon occurred. Raditz's injuries miraculously healed. As he gradually regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he inquired of Master Karen, "Did I not faint during the trial? How is it that there appeared a person identical to me within?" With a smile, Master Karen explained, "Upon passing the trial, one is automatically returned to Karen Tower. The figure resembling you in the trial represents your malevolent counterpart. Only by conquering this evil aspect can you partake of the super divine water." Evil aspect? Raditz immediately sensed the energy within him and discovered it had transformed from a trace of malevolence to a tranquil and soothing state. He then expressed his gratitude to Master Karen, saying, "Thank you for the magic bean." Raditz activated his scouter, which beeped with a reading of 3,000 combat power. Astonished, he mused, "My combat power has surged from 1,500 to 3,000. Could this be attributed to the Saiyan physiology?" At that moment, Master Karen interjected, "I almost forgot to mention, the super divine water is toxic and places a significant strain on the body. Unless you can acquire the Dragon Balls to wish away the toxicity, you won't survive for long." Raditz internally lamented the predicament, too exhilarated by his newfound strength to remember to deactivate the scouter. Now, both Vegeta and Frieza would be alerted to his power. He realized he must continue to grow stronger to confront these formidable foes. All that was left was to find the Dragon Balls, which required a Dragon Ball detector. He needed to seek out Bulma. Consequently, Raditz removed the scouter and switched it to the off position. He considered that the scouter might prove useful in the future, so it would be prudent to keep it for Bulma to modify later. Observing Jackalope joyfully consuming the magic beans, he thought such a precious resource should not be squandered. Thus, Raditz requested some magic beans from Master Karen, advising him, "Please refrain from giving Jackalope these beans as mere snacks. They may serve a greater purpose in the future." Seeing Raditz's good intentions and noting his successful completion of the trial, Master Karen nodded in agreement with Raditz's counsel and provided him with additional magic beans. After expressing his gratitude to Master Karen, Raditz soared down from Karen Tower and ventured into the city. A few days later, through inquiries and explorations, Raditz had gathered the location of Bulma's residence. To obtain the Dragon Balls, Bulma's Dragon Radar was indispensable. Raditz arrived at an opulent mansion sprawling over thousands of square feet. Its grandeur surpassed any abode he had encountered in his previous life, a testament to the wealth of the Brief family. Without hesitation, Raditz soared into Bulma's home, where he beheld a young lady, slender and striking, leisurely sipping her afternoon tea. "This must be Bulma," he mused. Raditz approached her directly, and the young woman, unaware of his presence, was startled when he spoke. "Greetings, Mississippi. I am Raditz. Might you be Bulma?" Startled by the voice, Bulma turned swiftly, her expression tense as she scrutinized Raditz. "Who are you, and how do you know my name? What business do you have in my home?" Raditz presented her with the battle power detector. "Miss Bulma, your reputation is well known throughout this city. I possess a unique piece of technology capable of detecting a person's battle power and location, and I seek your assistance." He proceeded to explain the operation of the detector. Curiously, Bulma accepted the device and activated it. Beeps echoed as it registered readings. Battle Power 3, Battle Power 5, Battle Power 10. The detector displayed battle powers and locations from all directions, fascinating Bulma, who began to manipulate the device like a child enthralled by a new toy. "Mr. Raditz, this device is truly remarkable. How may I assist you?" "Miss Bulma, I require your expertise to modify this detector. It appears to have been tampered with, and I need your help to disable the surveillance. Additionally, might I borrow the Dragon Radar for a few days?" Upon hearing this, Bulma's mind began to race with thoughts of her own. The technology contained within the detector was of unprecedented value, far beyond anything found on Earth. She was reluctant to part with it easily. After a moment of contemplation, Bulma acquiesced to Raditz's requests, albeit with the condition that the detector would remain with her for further examination, while she agreed to lend him the Dragon radar. She retreated to her home to retrieve the radar, subsequently handing it to Raditz and arranging a time for him to return for the modified detector. With the Dragon radar in hand, Raditz ascended into the sky, embarking on a quest to locate the Dragon Balls. In merely half a day, he successfully collected all but the 4-star ball. The radar indicated that the 4-star ball was situated at Kame House, which Raditz recalled was where Gohan resided. Although he was not yet ready to face Goku and his companions, he had no choice but to proceed toward the 4-star ball's location. Before long, he found himself hovering above Kame House, where he spotted a child at play. That must be Gohan, he thought, recognizing him from the illustrations in the manga. Gohan donned a green attire, topped with a hat that prominently displayed the 4-star Dragon Ball. At that moment, he was engaged in playful antics with a large sea turtle. Raditz, sensing the energy, realized that aside from the turtle hermit, all the warriors were indoors. Concealing his energy, Raditz went unnoticed by anyone. Nearby, a bald figure clad in beach shorts and a tank top, presumably the turtle hermit, was leering at a yellow book with a mischievous grin. Raditz descended before Gohan, who gazed at the unexpected visitor with wide, curious eyes. "Who are you?" he inquired. Inside the house, Goku, Yamcha, Tenkaichi Krillin, and the turtle hermit heard Gohan's voice and rushed outside, wondering who had arrived. The thrill of encountering Goku and the warriors in the real world brought a flicker of joy to Raditz. Their appearances and attire were reminiscent of those in the comics. Goku approached Gohan with a serious expression, positioning himself protectively behind him. "Who are you, and what do you want here?" Raditz offered a slight smile. "Kakarot, have you forgotten? I am your brother, Raditz. We are Saiyans." "Saiyan? Kakarot? My name is Goku, and I was raised by my grandfather. How could I possibly be a Saiyan?" Goku's face betrayed skepticism, unwilling to accept Raditz's claims. The warriors were taken aback, having long suspected that Goku was not of earthly origin. Observing the resemblance between Raditz and Goku, along with the tail coiled around his waist, they began to believe the revelation. Noticing Goku's disbelief, Raditz spoke slowly. "Kakarot, Frieza is the tyrant of the universe. We Saiyans were subjugated by him, exterminating the native inhabitants of planets, which were then sold at a premium to those in need. Fearing our latent potential, Frieza annihilated our planet and murdered our parents. You must awaken to the truth. You were sent to Earth as a child, destined to transform into a mighty ape under the full moon, with tenfold strength, to eradicate the Earthlings and sell the planet for a handsome price. Is he really our uncle? Is what he said true?" Gohan turned to Goku for clarification upon hearing Raditz's words. The turtle hermit seemed to recall events from Goku's childhood, realizing why Goku transformed into a giant ape at night. It was fortunate that Goku had suffered amnesia from a childhood accident, sparing him from his violent nature. The turtle hermit approached Goku, recounting how he had found him as a child. Goku's expression turned perplexed. Could it be true that he was a Saiyan, not an Earthling? Was his purpose to annihilate the people of Earth? "No, I'm an Earthling. I cherish this planet and fight for its inhabitants." Goku's steadfast attitude mirrored that of the comics, and Raditz, wishing only to fight alongside Goku rather than against him, found himself intrigued. "Kakarot, it appears you have misunderstood my intentions. I am not here to rouse you for the purpose of slaughter, but rather to revitalize our Saiyan lineage and seek vengeance against Frieza." Upon hearing Raditz's words, Goku clutched his head as fragments of memories began to resurface from the depths of his mind. He faintly recalled a time in his childhood aboard a spaceship, where a woman, along with a figure resembling himself, exchanged a few words before the vessel departed. As these disjointed memories coalesced, Goku's expression hardened, and he inquired, "Is Frieza truly that formidable?" "Indeed, he is immensely powerful, beyond your current comprehension. Allow me to demonstrate my strength, Kakarot." With Goku's belief seemingly solidified, Raditz ceased to conceal his energy and unleashed his full power. Raditz's energy surged dramatically, his battle power skyrocketing to an astonishing 3,000 points. The overwhelming force of his aura sent nearby trees swaying violently. This level of power dwarfed Goku's, leaving onlookers drenched in sweat, astonished that Goku could possess such strength. Even when combining the energies of Piccolo and Goku, they paled in comparison to Raditz. "With my current battle power, I cannot withstand even a mere finger from Frieza." Goku, taken aback by the magnitude of Frieza's strength, felt a surge of excitement. The realization that such formidable beings existed reignited a long-dormant desire within him to grow stronger. If what you say is true, I shall seek revenge for our parents. Kakarot, shall we not put it to the test? Sensing Goku's newfound determination, Raditz was eager to spar, wishing to illustrate the vast gulf between their powers. Goku, invigorated by Raditz's might, was eager to gauge just how far apart they truly were. Huh! Raditz bellowed, accelerating instantly, and, in the blink of an eye, appeared before Goku, fists clenched and energy surging from his punches. Goku, caught off guard, felt his pupils dilate as Raditz's terrifying aura engulfed him. With a colossal strike aimed at Goku's abdomen, he was sent flying, the impact nearly puncturing him. The watching warriors fell silent, incredulous that their strongest, Goku, had been effortlessly hurled away by a single blow. Raditz's speed was overwhelming. Goku had no opportunity to react. Slowly rising from the ground, Goku appeared to be in considerable pain. Raditz, that was truly painful. It exhilarated me. Meanwhile, Piccolo had reached the skies above the Kame house, observing the clash between Raditz and Goku in silence. As he watched for a moment, he became increasingly astonished by Raditz's declarations. Raditz, having noticed Piccolo's arrival, turned his gaze towards him. Ah, the Namekian has arrived as well. Come join us. Piccolo, hearing the words the Namekian, pondered the implications. Reflecting on the fragmented memories of my childhood, I cannot help but wonder if I might also be an extraterrestrial. In a sudden flurry, Goku and Piccolo sprang into action, swiftly launching a series of punches at Raditz. Although Raditz absorbed several blows, with a deft maneuver, he captured both of them by the wrists. Despite their desperate attempts to break free, he effortlessly hurled them to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. Chapter 5, The Clash. Raditz afforded them no respite. Dashing forward with remarkable speed, Piccolo scarcely had the chance to rise before Raditz seized him, tossing him into the sky. Following this, a barrage of energy blasts rained down upon Piccolo. Boom, boom, boom. Unable to evade, he plummeted into the sea after being struck. Meanwhile, Goku rose, shedding his burdens and unleashing a tremendous aura. His speed and strength visibly intensified as he charged back into the fray. Now, Goku could barely keep pace with Raditz. Yet he was able to discern Raditz's punches clearly, engaging in a fierce exchange of hundreds of strikes. Nevertheless, Goku understood that Raditz was not exerting his full power. At this moment, Piccolo emerged from the ocean, his gaze filled with fury as he fixed his eyes on Raditz. He shed his weights, preparing to unleash a secret technique he had developed to confront Goku. Placing one hand upon his forehead, he concentrated, beads of sweat cascading down his brow. Piccolo was channeling all his energy into this single strike. Raditz, engrossed in his battle with Goku, sensed the surging power emanating from Piccolo behind him and realized the gravity of the situation. As Piccolo completed his energy gathering, a wicked smile spread across his face. With a mighty shout, he unleashed a special beam cannon. A powerful spiral of energy surged forth, radiating a blinding light as it hurtled towards the combatants. Goku, sensing this formidable energy, was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Piccolo had mastered such a devastating technique during their time apart. It seemed he had grown complacent. Raditz understood that warriors could elevate their combat prowess amidst battle, and Piccolo's strike was nearing a power level of approximately 1500. In his recollections, Raditz had perished to this very attack, making him acutely aware of the impending threat. Raditz summoned his full strength, launching a punch that sent Goku flying, while simultaneously gathering a tremendous energy wave in one hand. With blinding speed, he released it. The two energy forces collided midair. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted, sending shock waves through the atmosphere. Raditz had taken note of this unexpected turn of events. How could this be? Exhausted and panting, Piccolo found himself drained after executing the technique. Unable to muster another, Raditz resolved to eliminate Piccolo first, swiftly closing in on him while he was still fatigued. Raditz unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon Piccolo, leaving him utterly defenseless. With a swift motion, Raditz seized Piccolo and hurled him in front of the Kame house. There's no need for further conflict. Do you now comprehend the disparity in our strengths? Raditz descended slowly from the air to the ground. Observing that Raditz had ceased his assault, Piccolo also relaxed his combat stance. Raditz addressed Piccolo and Goku, stating, "My battle power stands at 3,000, while Frieza's is a staggering 530,000. He possesses the capability to annihilate this entire universe, with no one escaping his wrath." Piccolo, Goku, and the other warriors were left in stunned disbelief. grappling with the sheer magnitude of Frisia's power. One energy wave could potentially obliterate us all. Is there truly someone so overwhelmingly powerful? Raditz continued. How is it possible that you, with such strength, cannot contend with this Frisia? He elaborated, the Saiyans are not limited to just you and me, Kakarot. There are two others, Vegeta and Nappa. Should they discover my absence, they will come searching for me on Earth, and both possess far greater power than I do. Raditz approached Piccolo, saying, you are a Namekian, and all Namekians share your appearance. As far as I know, due to ecological issues, the Namekian planet was destroyed. The Namekians have since rebuilt on other worlds, but Frisia has set his sights on your kind, along with two malevolent Saiyans. Would it not be prudent to temporarily join forces? Are there other Saiyans aside from us? Piccolo pondered. Perhaps we should unite, given the strength of our adversary. Does that not invigorate you? Goku remarked to Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo was beset by conflicting emotions, and even the Supreme Kai, observing from above, wore an expression of astonishment upon learning of his extraterrestrial origins. Piccolo's demeanor shifted, caught between rage and contemplation, before he addressed the group. I am a descendant of the Demon Clan. What connection do I have with the Namekians? However, I will not tolerate Frisia's interference with my quest for dominance. After you eliminate Frisia, I shall continue my reign over this world. You shall all await my return. With that, he erupted in fury and soared away. Raditz recognized that Piccolo, having undergone a transformation post the World Martial Arts Tournament, was not as malevolent as he once was. He was intrigued by his own heritage and wished to explore it, though he was reluctant to express such sentiments. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai silently observed all that transpired from his temple, his face betraying no emotion, leaving one to wonder whether he felt joy or sorrow. Concurrently, Vegeta and Nappa were engaged in a relentless campaign to eradicate extraterrestrial life forms. After numerous intense battles, they succeeded in vanquishing the planet's formidable indigenous creatures. To their surprise, they discovered the flesh of the alien beings to be exceptionally delectable and chose to roast and consume them. As they gathered around the campfire, savoring the alien barbecue, they listened to the recording left by Raditz before his scouter was deactivated. What is this fool planning? He actually turned off the scouter. The last reading indicated a battle power of 3,000. Does he truly believe such power is sufficient, perhaps contemplating treachery against us? With that, he took a hearty bite of the alien meat, replenishing his strength. Vegeta, do not let your temper flare. He is but a worthless being, slightly superior to those we cultivate. There's no need to dwell on it. Once we have fulfilled our obligations to Frisia, we shall deal with him. A malevolent smile crept across Vegeta's face. I'm not angry. Rather, I am exhilarated. Did you not observe the footage of Raditz? Even this trash can harness energy and enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, with the Dragon Balls granting wishes, such a valuable asset indeed. Nappa's expression shifted slightly as he grasped the implication. Indeed, if even a weakling like Raditz can grow stronger, what of us? Vegeta gazed into the flickering flames, a spark of unquenchable resentment igniting within him. The embers of vengeance for the obliteration of planet Vegeta by Frisia had never extinguished in his heart. It was clear that both Vegeta and Nappa were acutely aware that their homeworld had fallen to Frisia's wrath. Aside from himself, Nappa, Raditz, and Kakarot, all others had perished at Frisia's hands. Vegeta had remained under Frisia's command solely for the day when his own strength would surpass that of Frisia, when he would ultimately exact his revenge. Let us not squander time. We shall journey to Earth at once. Nappa scratched his head, pondering, what shall become of this planet? It could fetch a handsome price. Vegeta, infuriated by Nappa's foolishness, retorted, fool. Would it not be far better to wish for eternal life with the Dragon Balls? Do you wish to remain forever under Frisia's dominion? Have you forgotten the enmity between the Saiyans and Frisia? Nappa regarded Vegeta, seemingly recalling the distant memory of planet Vegeta's destruction and the humiliation he often endured from Frisia subordinates. It was a disgrace for a warrior, and thus he chose to remain silent. The two promptly boarded their spacecraft, setting course for Earth as marked by Raditz's earlier coordinates. The journey would span a year, during which they could not forego sustenance, opting instead for a hibernation mode to conserve energy. With a thunderous roar, the circular spacecraft ignited and soared into the sky, resembling two shooting stars as it sped towards Earth. Meanwhile, the remaining indigenous inhabitants of the planet breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing that their enemies had finally departed. On Earth, Raditz, along with Goku and other warriors, returned to Master Roshi's abode. He meticulously conveyed the formidable nature of Frisia's army and elucidated the existence of two immensely powerful and malevolent Saiyans, one named Vegeta and the other Nappa. He warned the warriors that these two possessed strength far exceeding their own, and shared the knowledge that Frisia was aware of the Dragon Balls through their reconnaissance. A wave of concern swept through the group as they exchanged apprehensive glances. After all, Raditz spoke of threats they had never before encountered. This impending crisis appeared far more terrifying than the previous menace posed by Demon King Piccolo, instilling a profound sense of fear and helplessness among the warriors. Observing the trepidation in his comrades, Goku steadied his resolve and looked to them with unwavering determination. Regardless of the strength of our adversaries or the challenges we face, we have persevered. All that matters is that we become stronger. Upon hearing Goku's declaration, Tien, Krillin, and Yamcha readily concurred. However, for Kaiatsu, Yulong Puar, and the mysteriously absent launch, it was wise to keep them out of this turmoil. Although Kaiatsu, Yulong, and Puar expressed a desire to join the battle, they were ultimately persuaded to return home and await the resolution of this crisis. Meanwhile, the others, resolute in their determination to protect their homeland, cast aside their fears and anxieties, eagerly yearning to commence their training. Yet, concerning the sudden arrival of the alien Raditz, a flicker of doubt lingered among those who were not Goku. Seizing a moment alone with Goku, Tien inquired, "Do you truly believe what Raditz claims?" Goku replied, "I can sense his energy. I trust what he says." Tien responded, "I hope you're not being overly naive and placing your faith in someone unworthy. Some matters require time for comprehension, and with Goku's gradual elucidation, trust in Raditz may eventually blossom." Meanwhile, Raditz lay in a deep crater, gazing at the boundless sky, his eyes slowly closing, surrendering to relaxation. Since arriving in the Dragon Ball world, his existence had been consumed by battles and travel, leaving little time to quietly appreciate this extraordinary Earth. Now that he had engaged with the warriors and resolved to fight alongside them, he hoped his path would be smoother in the future. As he reclined, half asleep, a shadow fell over him, prompting him to open his eyes and discover Gohan standing before him. "Uncle Raditz, would you like a treat?" Gohan offered, holding out a lollipop. Raditz declined, stating, "No, thank you. Warriors do not consume such things." Gohan, with wide eyes, curiously asked, "What is a warrior?" Raditz, observing Gohan's innocent curiosity, recognized the boy's latent potential, which was being squandered. He explained, "A warrior protects the things or people they cherish, much like a lollipop represents all that is beautiful. Without a warrior's protection, these treasures can easily be taken away." Gohan pondered this profound statement, which might alter the course of his life. Raditz contemplated the possibility of mentoring Gohan, guiding him to become stronger, akin to how the flutter of a butterfly's wings can incite a hurricane in some distant corner of the world. Who knows what the future holds? This world, too, had undergone subtle changes from the familiar realm depicted in Liu Hao's comics. Chapter 6, Arise, Shinron. In the days that followed, Raditz resided at Kame House with his newfound companions. Due to his kinship with Wukong, everyone harbored a profound curiosity regarding his experiences and the peculiarities of the universe. Particularly, Gohan incessantly bombarded him with questions. "Uncle, are there fish-faced aliens in the universe? Are there robotic beings?" "No, Gohan, I have never encountered such beings. The most prevalent entities in the cosmos are humanoid life forms." Nonetheless, Gohan remained indefatigable in his inquiries, eager to absorb every piece of knowledge that Raditz possessed. Over the past few days, Raditz gradually became acquainted with Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha. They reminisced about their adventures with son Wukong, revealing numerous tales that Raditz had yet to discover. This further solidified Raditz's realization that this world diverged significantly from the Dragon Ball universe depicted in the comics. For instance, in the past, when Son Wukong and his companions vanquished King Piccolo, they faced betrayal from the government, which sought to apprehend them. Ultimately, it was the sheer force of Son Wukong and his allies that resolved the situation. In this world, however, many nations were not unified as portrayed in the comics, and the geopolitical landscape was unstable, frequently erupting into warfare. As the days passed, Raditz found acceptance among the group. On this particular day, Raditz and the warriors engaged in combat training. Kamehameha! Wukong unleashed a blue energy wave towards Raditz. With a mere flick of his wrist, Raditz gathered energy in his hand, ready to directly intercept the blue energy surge. When the wave struck his arm, Raditz smiled faintly and effortlessly deflected it into the sea. The energy wave detonated, creating a thunderous roar. The seawater was violently evaporated by the heat of the explosion, revealing the ocean floor beneath. A thick mist enveloped the area surrounding the Kame house, obscuring visibility. Krillin raised one hand above his head, concentrating energy in his palm. As he did so, the power surged exponentially, amplifying several times beyond his base fighting strength. Raditz sensed that this energy was extraordinary. It narrowed in Krillin's hand, unlike ordinary energy, infused with a compressive force. Evidently, this was the Kienzan, a technique Raditz was familiar with. The Kienzan could effortlessly sever the tail of Frieza, whose power level was 53, showcasing its remarkable potency. With a swift motion, the Kienzan hurtled towards Raditz. At first glance, it seemed devoid of power, perhaps even less formidable than a standard ki blast. However, to underestimate the Kienzan would be a grave mistake. Raditz unleashed his own energy, propelling himself to evade the Kienzan just in time, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Observing the sheer might of this technique, Raditz felt an urge to learn it. Wait, Krillin, do you comprehend the potential of your Kienzan? Its power is boundless. Even Frieza would likely fall to your blade. Krillin was taken aback, astonished to discover such formidable power in his technique. Sun Wukong was similarly surprised, realizing that Krillin's mastery of energy might even surpass his own, as he was able to perform the energy sphere slash. Raditz inquired about the secret behind Krillin's energy sphere slash, and before long, he had grasped the fundamentals. He ascended into the air, raising one hand above his head as instructed by Krillin to gather energy. The energy coalesced in Raditz's hand, fluctuating in thickness and shape, exhibiting considerable instability. After some time, he managed to condense a perfectly spherical energy. With a decisive shout, energy sphere slash, he unleashed it, cleaving the ocean in two. The colossal waves cascaded down, signaling Raditz's complete mastery of the energy slash. He also realized that the energy sphere slash was far from an ordinary technique. Its strength varied with the combat prowess of its wielder. Subsequently, he continued to spar with Tianjin Han, Liu Ping, Sun Wukong, and Krillin until fatigue set in for all. Over these past few days, the energy levels of the group were assessed through their battles. Wukong's base combat power was estimated to exceed 800, while Piccolo, although absent, was presumed to have around 700. The other warriors generally reached between 300 and 400. Continuing this training would yield only marginal improvements in combat strength. Recalling memories from his past life, Raditz recognized the potential of the Kaioken technique and the hyperbolic time chamber. It was time to employ these methods to enhance their combat abilities. Could I possibly borrow the 4-star Dragon Ball from Kakarot? I have a use for it. Although I cannot disclose the details at this moment, Raditz asked. What do you need the Dragon Ball for? The others inquired, visibly puzzled. Raditz explained that there were also Dragon Balls in the universe, particularly crafted by the Namekians, who excelled in creating such wondrous artifacts. At that moment, although Wukong harbored some doubts, he had come to fully trust Raditz over the past few days and did not press for further explanation. He promptly handed over the 4-star Dragon Ball from Gohan's cap to Raditz. To prevent any significant disruptions in this world, Raditz felt compelled to keep his intentions concealed. Upon acquiring the 4-star Dragon Ball, he finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and retreated to a secluded corner to drink the super divine water. Soon, he felt a surge of power coursing through him, with his energy steadily escalating, as if it were on the verge of erupting. The energy raced throughout his body, flooding every muscle with vigor. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, Krillin, Tianjin Han, Liu Ping, and even the distant Piccolo, who was training alone, sensed the fluctuations in Raditz's energy. It was evident that Raditz was undergoing a transformation, his power intensifying once more. Approaching Raditz, they observed his complexion turning vibrant and his body brimming with strength. Suddenly, Raditz experienced a sharp pain, causing him to stagger precariously, but Wukong and the others were quick to support him. Raditz now felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins, emboldened by the thought of facing Vegeta without a trace of fear. Yet, a lingering darkness, a toxic residue, remained within him. He contemplated that although he felt stronger, the toll on his body was immense. His next course of action was to summon the Eternal Dragon to purge the toxins. Having never encountered the Eternal Dragon before, Raditz disregarded his current physical state, his heart racing with excitement as he placed the 7 Dragon Balls upon the ground, drawing them together. Focusing intently, he inhaled deeply and bellowed, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." As he had entered the Dragon Ball realm, experiencing the dragon at least once was imperative. Otherwise, his journey would feel futile. Though Raditz had envisioned summoning the dragon countless times in his dreams, wishing for various desires, none had ever materialized. This was his first true experience, and his expression was one of pure exhilaration, his voice resonating across the vast sky. At that moment, Raditz's heart raced as he fixated on the heavens, scarcely daring to blink, fearful of missing even the slightest spectacle. Before long, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning. Dark clouds obscured any trace of sunlight, and a fierce wind began to howl. Gohan, struggling against the tempest, clung tightly to Goku's clothing, lest he be swept away. The surrounding animals, unaccustomed to such chaos, fled in every direction, vanishing from sight. Then, rays of golden light ascended from the depths of the ocean, soaring towards the heavens, as if piercing through the very fabric of the cosmos. The golden radiance intertwined with the lightning, transforming into a brilliant display that shot skyward. Simultaneously, a torrential downpour commenced, accompanied by the deafening roars of thunder. Suddenly, from an unknown source, a beam of light coalesced into the form of a colossal green dragon. Its mighty roar echoed in the ears of all present, resonating deep within their souls. So this is what the eternal dragon looks like, Raditz mused, marveling at its size, vastly greater than he had ever imagined from the pages of the manga. With bated breath, Raditz took several steps forward, gazing up in awe at the magnificent creature before him, a vision he had only ever witnessed in dreams and fantasies. The warriors around him, having encountered the dragon many times before, remained remarkably composed, their reactions subdued. The eternal dragon ascended into the sky, its grand form coiling gracefully in midair. As the golden light faded, the dragon revealed its majestic presence. Lowering its head closer to the onlookers, its eyes gleamed with golden light. "Who has summoned me? Speak your wish, mortal, and I shall grant it, but only one." Raditz called out to the dragon, "Eternal dragon, please rid me of this poisonous residue within my body." "Mortal, as you desire." A beam of golden light enveloped Raditz, filling his body with a warm sensation, and subsequently, the toxins within him vanished without a trace. Once the toxins disappeared, the divine dragon radiated another wave of golden light, causing the dark clouds above to dissipate along with the luminous aura of the dragon. When the dragon completely vanished, the sky cleared and the persistent rain ceased. In a swift motion, the Dragon Balls turned to stone, transforming into ordinary rocks that scattered in all directions. Raditz and the warriors promptly intervened, securing all the Dragon Balls firmly in their grasp. Awaiting the moment when they would be needed, Raditz lingered in the Kame house for a few more days, though the effectiveness of training there had diminished. With a formidable adversary looming a year away, Goku prepared to venture out with Gohan to seek out Piccolo for rigorous training. Before departing, Raditz cautioned Goku about Gohan's immense potential, urging him not to squander his talent, as he might prove invaluable in the year to come. Meanwhile, the other warriors set off in pursuit of their own training and methods to enhance their combat abilities. Raditz, too, resolved to head toward the place he had long envisioned, the sacred temple, deemed the most suitable location for his training. Spending a single day in a hyperbolic time chamber would equate to a year of training, significantly boosting his combat prowess. Afterward, he would seek a way to reach King Kai's planet, where mastering the Kaioken technique would be paramount. However, before making his way to the sacred temple, Raditz visited Bulma's residence to retrieve the modified power level detector and shared his background with her. To his surprise, she learned that Goku had a brother. "Raditz, I've completed the modifications on your detector. Given its extraterrestrial origins, disassembling it was quite a challenge, but fortunately, I managed to remove the monitoring and recording components, even replicating a few," she said as she handed the device to him. "Thank you, Bulma," Raditz replied. Upon acquiring the detector, he promptly scanned his power level, and to his astonishment, discovered that after consuming the super divine water, his power had surged from 3,000 to over 6,000. Chapter 7. The Sacred Temple. Outside the tent, UPA was gathering firewood, and he addressed Bra, who was diligently chopping the wood. "Dad, do you think the gentleman who saved us has failed the challenge? Hasn't he come down yet? It's been so many days without a sign. The trial must be more arduous than we thought," UPA pondered. "No, that gentleman is incredibly strong. He effortlessly defeated that group. He must be succeeding," Bra reassured him as they continued their task. Meanwhile, having retrieved the power level detector, Raditz swiftly descended to the base of Corinne Tower, eager to see UPA and Bra. "UPA, I'm back. The challenge was a breeze. I passed it with ease." "Dad, you were mistaken. I told you he would succeed," UPA exclaimed. while Bra erupted into laughter, quickly apologizing to UPA. "Sir, I aspire to be as strong as you and conquer Corinne Tower to pass the trials," she declared. Raditz gently patted UPA on the shoulder, expressing his unwavering belief in the young warrior's potential. "I am confident that one day you will surpass me." Encouraged by Raditz's affirmation, UPA's gaze grew resolute. Perhaps in the distant future, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the tower on his own and become immensely powerful. After exchanging words with UPA and Bra, Raditz made no delay and soared directly towards the summit of the tower. Atop the tower, Yachirobe and Master Karen were indulging in a veritable feast. Master Karen exclaimed, "You glutton! You consume far too much of my food, yet you show no restraint." Yachirobe, seemingly oblivious to the rebuke, continued to hastily devour his meal. Raditz landed before Master Karen. "Master Karen, I wish to reach the Heavenly Temple, but am uncertain how to proceed. Could you guide me?" Understanding the implicit request, Master Karen responded, "The Heavenly Temple is located above, at the very top of the tower. Simply continue your ascent." With the directions in mind, Raditz resumed his upward journey. Meanwhile, inside the Karen Tower, Master Karen turned to seek some delicacies, only to find that Yachirobe had nearly consumed everything. "You gluttonous fool! Can you not leave a morsel for me?" Master Karen sighed in exasperation. After departing from Karen Tower, Raditz ascended for half a day until he finally beheld a vast, circular, floating structure above him. He soared straight towards it, surveying the Heavenly Temple. Apart from the grand edifice at its center, only a few small buildings remained, rendering the place desolate and devoid of inhabitants. As Raditz silently admired the temple's scenery, a rotund figure, cloaked in darkness and adorned with a white hat and silk garments, floated towards him. Raditz inwardly mused on the man's appearance, thinking, "Isn't he just a black man? Are you Mr. Bobo?" "Indeed, Mr. Raditz. The Heavenly God has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Mr. Bobo bowed politely and led Raditz forward. Upon entering the temple, a frail old man emerged from a chamber, dressed in simple robes and grasping a cane, his head crowned with antennae identical to those of Piccolo. Indeed, this must be the Heavenly God. He was already well aware of Raditz's actions since arriving on Earth, possessing the ability to sense all events occurring on the planet. Raditz approached respectfully. "Greetings, Heavenly God. In a year, Earth shall face a formidable adversary that may threaten its very existence. I humbly seek your guidance in my training." Noticing Raditz's sincere demeanor, the Heavenly God nodded. "I have little to teach you, as you are already more powerful than I. I should be thanking you for revealing that I am indeed a Namekian. The only place here that may prove beneficial to you is the Room of Spirit and Time." Mr. Bobo guided Raditz to the location of the hyperbolic time chamber. With a gentle touch against the wall, a door materialized before them. As Mr. Bobo carefully opened the door, a blinding white light emanated from within, rendering the interior of the chamber completely invisible and imperceptible. At that moment, a leaf, carried by the wind, approached the edge of the chamber's entrance. The closer it drew, the more its descent slowed, as if time itself were on the verge of halting. The hyperbolic time chamber indeed possessed its own enigmas, yet one could only remain inside for a year at a time, and a lifetime permitted only 2 entries. Were one able to spend a sufficient duration within, would they not become invincible? "Mr. Raditz, ample provisions of food and water await you inside, and the gravity is many times greater than that of Earth. Remember to monitor the time with the clock once you enter." Raditz stepped inside and Mr. Bobo subsequently closed the door behind him. Upon entering, Raditz beheld a vast space adorned with several cabinets, which housed numerous capsules, likely containing various supplies for daily life. As he took his first step, he immediately felt the gravity within the chamber to be significantly heavier than that of Earth. After a brief period of adjustment, Raditz began to practice his martial arts, quickly discovering that the energy expenditure far exceeded that of his training in the outside world. Soon, the chamber resonated with the sound of cracking punches and kicks, signifying Raditz's considerable advancement in his combat skills. He then attempted the spirit bomb technique, which typically required both hands to focus energy. However, Raditz raised both arms above his head, striving to generate 2 spirit bombs simultaneously, a feat that called for extraordinary concentration, akin to multitasking. Initially, Raditz faced several setbacks. The power of his attacks was either too feeble or the energy forms were distorted. Through relentless effort and refinement of his technique, he ultimately mastered the simultaneous release of dual spirit bombs. Thus, upon awakening, Raditz dedicated himself fervently to training, consuming food when hungry and studying combat techniques during any spare moments, retiring to sleep when fatigue set in. This cycle continued day after day. In his pursuit of improvement, Raditz did not neglect his vulnerabilities, particularly concerning his tail. In the comics, it is depicted that when his tail is seized, he becomes utterly incapacitated. To eliminate this weakness, Raditz began training to fortify his tail. Initially, he would collapse upon having it grasped, but over time, he adapted to the sensation, ultimately becoming impervious to any discomfort. Moreover, he sought to experiment with the Great Ape Transformation, a lethal technique reserved for dire circumstances. From a pouch at his waist, he retrieved a small, artificial moon, a standard tool for Saiyans. The artificial moon ascended slowly until it reached the ceiling of the hyperbolic time chamber, where it came to a halt. Subsequently, the artificial moon emanated a luminous glow as if infused with magic. Raditz found himself enveloped in this moonlight, his eyes gradually losing their brilliance, with blood vessels beginning to creep into his pupils. As he gazed upon the artificial moon, Raditz's heartbeat quickened, thumping rhythmically. His visage began to contort and tear, while blood surged through his veins, and his organs swelled relentlessly. With each expansion, it felt as though his body might be torn apart. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from Raditz's mouth, a surge of energy blasting forth, causing a crackling disturbance in the surroundings. At that moment, his body began to undergo violent transformations. Flesh sprouted uncontrollably, resembling the fur of a beast, while his stature rapidly increased. The confines of the hyperbolic time chamber expanded in tandem with Raditz's growth. Eventually, he transformed into a colossal ape, towering at 40 meters tall. As his form stabilized, the internal space of the chamber ceased to enlarge. At that instant, Raditz's once pitch-black pupils were reduced to mere slivers of darkness, his eyes now a blood-red hue, devouring the last vestiges of his sanity. Just as he was on the brink of losing control, Raditz fought desperately against the frenzied, bloodthirsty urges threatening to overwhelm him. In a crucial moment, he managed to hold his ground. The violent red within his pupils gradually dissipated, reverting to a rational black. Raditz had succeeded in maintaining his humanity even in his transformed state. This was a feat he had been unable to achieve during his time with Vegeta and Nappa. It appeared that the Saiyans' ability to eliminate their tails and enhance their combat prowess allowed for perfect control over their transformation into an ape. With newfound strength, Raditz unleashed powerful punches, each strike generating a ferocious wind, and with every step, the ground trembled as if an earthquake of magnitude 7. 8 were occurring. His defensive capabilities felt formidable. He was confident that he could withstand an attack from Frieza. Raditz believed that if he concentrated his energy, a mere light punch from him could shatter the earth. However, there were some drawbacks. The transformation consumed immense energy and could not be sustained for long. This transformation could last at most 5 minutes, and his mobility as a giant ape was regrettably slow, making it difficult to strike fast-moving adversaries. After mastering the ability to control his transformation with rationality, time sped by, and over 6 months had elapsed. Aside from training his martial arts within the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz had transformed into a giant ape several times, refining his control to extend the duration of his transformation to 10 minutes. The results of his prolonged training were remarkable, showcasing rapid progress. With only a few days left in the chamber, Raditz felt he had sufficiently honed his skills. At his current level, he could not advance the war further. It was time to take his training to the next stage. He promptly opened the door to the hyperbolic time chamber, stepping out as the portal vanished from sight. Emerging from the time chamber, Raditz felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. He retrieved his combat power detector, which beeped insistently, registering 15,000 units of combat strength. His power had risen from 6,000 to 15,000, and while there remained a slight disparity compared to Vegeta, a breakthrough during battle could level the playing field. Confronting Nappa, however, would be a mere formality. Chapter 8, Illusory Realm Training, Part 1. Baba lounged beneath a sunshade outside the time chamber, savoring a delightful afternoon tea and reflecting on the tranquility of Earth, which enjoyed yet another peaceful day. The door to the time chamber creaked open, and Raditz stepped out. Baba was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Raditz's premature emergence. Observing the aura surrounding Raditz, Baba sensed that he had grown remarkably stronger since his entry. Raditz, you have returned slightly ahead of schedule. It seems your progress has been substantial, Baba remarked. Indeed, Baba. Within the confines of the time chamber, I felt I had reached my limit. Further advancement seemed unattainable, Raditz replied. Inside the heavenly temple, the Kai sensed Raditz's formidable presence the moment he exited. It was time to proceed to the next phase. Raditz approached the Kai and stated, "Though training in the time chamber has been beneficial, the absence of combat hinders further growth." The Kai, seemingly aware of Raditz's condition, responded, "It appears that your training in the time chamber has significantly enhanced your abilities. You are now ready to enter the illusory realm for combat training, where I believe your strength will escalate further." Combat training? But how can one engage in combat here? If the opponents are too weak, the training is futile, Raditz questioned. Rest assured, Raditz, your adversaries will be formidable. You are free to unleash your full potential in battle, the Kai assured him, leading Raditz into a chamber where a colossal bronze mirror stood. The Kai recited an incantation in an unfamiliar tongue, tapping the mirror lightly with his staff, which immediately erupted in a blinding radiance. The mirror shimmered like flowing water, revealing a world beyond. Gazing into the depths, Raditz discerned that the realm reflected an alien civilization, shrouded in ominous darkness, devoid of sunlight and steeped in an eerie atmosphere. Noticing Raditz's bewilderment, the Kai explained, "The illusory realm conjures formidable warriors from the cosmos' history. With each opponent you vanquish, greater foes will emerge." Raditz's heart raced at the Kai's words, recalling the illusory training encountered by Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha within the Heavenly Temple. He realized that if this was indeed the case, the adversaries within would be exceptionally powerful, providing immense benefits for his training. The Celestial being nodded in response to the inquiry. "Is there a way to choose the enemies you wish to encounter?" "Indeed," Raditz it affirmed, "but you may only select foes whose combat power is comparable to yours or slightly greater." "I wish to choose members from the Frisia Force," Raditz declared. Upon hearing this, the Celestial being recited an incantation, and a beam of light shot into the realm beyond the door. "It is done. You may enter, Raditz." As Raditz stepped into the illusion, he was immediately struck by the chaotic atmosphere. The sky was shrouded in gray, and the ground littered with debris. Numerous spacecraft, reminiscent of those belonging to the Frisia Force, lay scattered about, which Raditz surmised were older models. Observing his surroundings, Raditz sensed several auras nearby. Activating his combat power detector, he discovered readings amidst the ruins. Beep, beep, beep. 3,500 combat power, 4,000 combat power. Is that all? Just as he completed a scan, the hidden adversaries lurking in the debris sensed Raditz's presence. With a thunderous crash, a section of the ruins collapsed. In an instant, two shadowy figures emerged from the rubble, neither resembling human beings, but rather moving with astonishing speed, wielding bones as weapons. It appeared they had just feasted, and upon spotting Raditz, they eagerly approached, bones still in hand. In a flash, the two figures materialized before Raditz, revealing their true forms. He beheld serpentine humanoids with 4 arms, their menacing stature accentuated by blood-red eyes. Clad in the garb of the Frisia Force, they exuded an air of intimidation. Yet, in Raditz's recollection, such minions did not exist within the Frisia Force as depicted in the comics. The alien creatures darted like 2 beams of light, stirring up tumultuous waves. In the next moment, they lunged at Raditz. Unlike any attacks he had encountered before, these 2 monsters unleashed strange lasers from their eyes. Their combat powers registered at 7520 and 8959. It seemed these creatures could also sense auras, enhancing their combat prowess during battle. As the lasers shot forth, the detector indicated that the monsters' combat strength was continuously escalating, the power of their emitted lasers astonishingly high. Raditz, fueled by rage, surged his own power to reach 15,000. Retaliating with 2 energy blasts to counter the alien assault. The energy blasts and lasers collided fiercely in midair, producing a resounding explosion. Realizing their attack had failed, the 2 alien beings communicated in a language Raditz could not comprehend, observing the more powerful of the 2 burrowing into the ground. Raditz found that neither his detector nor his aura could sense its presence. It had seemingly vanished. The remaining creature charged at Raditz, launching a flurry of punches and kicks with its 4 arms, creating a dazzling display of strikes. However, the formidable combat prowess remained evident. Raditz maintained his composure, resisting the creature's 4-handed assault, which sought to disrupt his focus and draw him into its rhythm. Engaging in an intense exchange of blows for dozens of rounds, it became clear that although the creature's power could escalate, it still paled in comparison to Raditz's strength. Seizing an opportunity, Raditz delivered a flying kick to the creature's abdomen, sending it hurtling several meters away, from which it spewed forth purple blood. Yet, instead of succumbing to fear, the creature's crimson eyes grew increasingly ferocious, and its power surged once more. At that moment, the creature's combat power had reached a staggering 10,532 points. Rather than advancing towards Raditz, it opted to concentrate, its forearms bulging with veins as they rapidly enlarged. With palms spread wide before it, energy began to coalesce, signaling the creature's ultimate move. Raditz, of course, would not be foolish enough to wait passively for the creature to complete its energy gathering. He concentrated his own energy into a circular slash, but at that critical juncture, the power detector failed to register any readings. Suddenly, the creature that had burrowed underground erupted from the earth, clinging tightly to Raditz. In this dire moment, the more Raditz struggled to break free, the tighter the creature's grip became, rendering him momentarily unable to escape. Soon, the energy wave amassed by the creature grew increasingly potent, signaling an impending crisis. The very air trembled as the creature unleashed a lightning-infused spiral energy wave directed at Raditz, its power undoubtedly exceeding 12,000. In the face of this imminent threat, Raditz unleashed a tremendous burst of energy, channeling every ounce of his strength to counter the creature's four grasping limbs. The force of his energy battered the creature's arms, causing them to rend and tear, blood spraying in a chaotic shower. Though the creature was gradually losing its strength, it clung on tenaciously. As the spiral energy wave approached, Raditz summoned all of his might, exerting a tremendous effort. The creature's limbs continued to be torn asunder, and with a resounding crack, they were finally severed, allowing Raditz to break free. The dismembered creature let out a furious roar, propelled into the air by the spiral energy. In mid-flight, Raditz unleashed a barrage of energy blasts to ensure the creature's demise. After launching the energy blasts, he executed a swift flying kick aimed at the remaining creature. To his astonishment, the creature burrowed into the ground, revealing that each of these monsters possessed the ability to conceal their presence underground. No matter how Raditz employed energy or the power detector to search for it, he could not discern the creature's location. In this illusory realm, it seemed that the rules had shifted against him. In the sky, Raditz soared high, unleashing a relentless barrage of energy blasts upon the ground below. The reverberations echoed with a thunderous roar. Although this method of hunting monsters consumed a significant amount of Raditz's energy, he remained unfazed, bolstered by the presence of the Senza beings. Under the onslaught of Raditz's saturation attacks, the entire terrain was ravaged, compelling the monsters to emerge from their subterranean hiding places. At the moment the monsters surfaced, Raditz charged towards them, closing the distance in mere breaths. The creature, having just unleashed a powerful attack, was panting heavily and sought to retreat underground to recuperate. Under normal circumstances, it would have easily evaded capture, but now there was no escape. With a resounding thud, Raditz delivered a powerful kick to the creature's chest, sending it crashing violently through a dozen buildings. A trail of blood marked its path as it fell heavily to the ground. In Chapter 9, Illusion, Part 2, the creature lay on the ground, still clinging to life, its body trembling as it attempted to rise. Raditz, however, would not grant it the opportunity. Raising one hand above his head, he concentrated energy into a spherical form. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce energy slash aimed directly at the creature. Initially, it seemed the monster had exhausted all its defenses and could not withstand this attack. Yet, as the bloodied creature saw the energy slash approaching, it made a desperate attempt to rise, conjuring a semicircular yellow energy shield with its fingertips. The shield appeared flimsy, offering little protection. With a resounding clash, the energy slash collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion that shattered both. It was important to note that the strength of the energy slash was such that it could sever Frisia's tail, a feat even Frisia himself would hesitate to endure. Raditz was taken aback. Though he had encountered numerous formidable beings alongside Vegeta across various planets, he had never witnessed such an extraordinary defensive maneuver. The ability to transform energy into a protective shield? Astonishingly, it could withstand the energy slash's assault. It seemed these extraterrestrial beings possessed peculiar abilities, sparking Raditz's curiosity about the potential to learn alien combat techniques. This energy shield intrigued Raditz, yet within the confines of the illusion, communication with the creature was impossible. Even if he could converse, he would not comprehend its language. The energy slash, akin to slicing through iron, had failed to breach the defense. It was astonishing that Raditz, with a combat power of 15,000, could not pierce through. Raditz unleashed two more energy slashes in quick succession. The monster, already grievously wounded, had exhausted a significant amount of energy with its previous shield, leaving it with no means of defense. With a sound reminiscent of a sharp blade slicing through meat, The energy slashes cleaved through the creature, severing its body into 3 parts. The monster's crimson eyes reflected a glimmer of defiance before it succumbed to the void. Devoid of life. After the fierce battle, Raditz found himself significantly depleted of energy. If he were to continue encountering such formidable creatures, the remaining Senza beings would not suffice against a relentless onslaught. Seated among the ruins, Raditz took a moment to recuperate when suddenly, the remnants of a monster began to transform. The remains gradually vaporized, coalescing into tendrils of black smoke that swiftly converged. Before long, the smoke amalgamated into a singular form, extending outward to gradually shape limbs, a body, and a head. In mere moments, the black smoke solidified into a corpulent, pink humanoid figure. From a distance, it bore a striking resemblance to Majin Buu, and Raditz was taken aback. Could it truly be Majin Buu? If so, what was the point of training further? Upon closer inspection, however, he discerned that it was not Majin Buu, but rather a familiar face, the prominent member of Frisia's army, Dodoria. Emerging from the smoke, Dodoria's figure was entirely pink, featuring a large mouth and minuscule eyes, with a head that resembled a toad's warty surface. Raditz had initially anticipated encountering mere foot soldiers from Frisia's ranks, but he was now faced with a formidable adversary. Indeed, Dodoria was a notable warrior, having participated in the destruction of planet Vegeta and being responsible for the death of Bardock's comrades, even having defeated Bardock himself. With an air of arrogance, Dodoria regarded Raditz with a disdainful expression, seemingly awaiting Raditz to make the first move. Raditz, now devoid of the earlier nonchalance he exhibited against the monsters, felt the weight of the situation. Under Dodoria's watchful gaze, he decided to strike first, channeling his energy and extending his palm towards Dodoria. A barrage of energy blasts erupted from Raditz, raining down like a torrential downpour. Faced with Dodoria's superior power level, Raditz realized that such an assault would likely have minimal effect. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to adopt Prince Vegeta's tactics, hoping to exploit any potential weakness in Dodoria. As the energy blasts surged towards him, Dodoria merely smirked, displaying no hesitation. He unleashed a powerful aura, propelling himself skyward to evade the oncoming assault. Raditz continued to unleash energy blasts, following Dodoria's trajectory through the air. It appeared as if a curve had formed in the sky, with Dodoria twisting and evading, causing the blast to explode in a chaotic display around him. Yet, Dodoria remained unscathed amidst the dissipating smoke. In an instant, Dodoria appeared directly before Raditz, raising his fist for a heavy strike aimed directly at him. Observing Dodoria's swift punch, Raditz quickly reacted, bracing himself with both hands to withstand the impending blow. With a powerful strike, Raditz staggered back a few steps, prompting Dodoria to unleash a flurry of punches. Bam, 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 bam. Dodoria's fists landed squarely on Raditz's arms with such swiftness that Raditz found himself unable to retaliate. The relentless assault left Raditz's arms aching unbearably, and he could no longer endure the pain, allowing an explosive wave of energy to erupt forth. The surging force momentarily impeded Dodoria's strikes, and Raditz seized the opportunity to kick out and counterattack. Dodoria, caught off guard, was propelled several meters away. At that moment, Raditz contemplated using a key sphere slash to strike from a distance, seeking to create space between them and find an opening. However, Dodoria seemed to have anticipated Raditz's intentions. Before Raditz could fully gather his energy, Dodoria suddenly lunged forward with astonishing speed, attacking Raditz directly. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared beneath Raditz, delivering a rapid elbow strike to his chest. Following this, a barrage of punches ensued, culminating in a brutal body slam, leaving Raditz unable to perceive Dodoria's movements. Raditz was sent flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, collapsing onto the earth and spitting blood. Though this wave of attacks inflicted significant pain and damage upon Raditz, it did not incapacitate him. Quickly, he consumed a Senza bean, restoring his strength to its peak. In the next moment, Raditz rose from the ground, unleashing a violent aura even more potent than before. The ground beneath him seemed to buckle under the immense pressure of his energy, fissures appearing in an instant. Simultaneously, Raditz's ki surged outward like a tempest, initially manifesting as a fierce wind. Yet, as Raditz continued to release his energy, the force intensified, expanding in scope. Nearby structures crumbled and sank into the earth, and even from a considerable distance, Dodoria's expression shifted in response to the overwhelming wave of power. Raditz sensed his combat strength escalating. to prevent his power detector from malfunctioning. He deactivated it, relying on his key perception instead. After a few breaths, he discerned that his power had reached at least 17,500. With newfound determination, Raditz charged at Dodoria, his body transforming into a projectile aimed directly at him. Dodoria, maintaining his proud demeanor, remained unperturbed, believing that Raditz's 17,500 power posed no threat to him, crossing his arms in a defensive stance. Boom! In that moment, Raditz's fist collided with Dodoria's crossed arms, two immense energies clashing relentlessly. The land beneath the two combatants could scarcely endure the tremendous force of their clash, fracturing into terrifying fissures. At this moment, Doria wore a relaxed and content expression as he leaped with remarkable speed, pivoting to deliver a powerful punch that sent Raditz crashing into the ground. In an instant, Raditz sprang forth like a bolt of lightning, vanishing beneath the Earth's surface. The next moment, he reappeared directly before Doria, channeling his energy into his fist for a devastating strike. Raditz's previously stable battle power unexpectedly surged to 17,500, then 16,500, 18,500, 20,000, and finally 22,000, causing Doria's power detector to cease its frantic oscillation. Doria, who had initially appeared at ease, witnessed Raditz's battle power escalating uncontrollably through his detector, and his demeanor grew serious. Without hesitation, time was of the essence. Doria's corpulent form bent at an angle. Raditz's fist grazed Doria's body, merely brushing against his clothing. Boom! 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 The two fighters engaged in a furious aerial battle, with the sounds of their fists colliding echoing through the sky. Each blow they exchanged was immensely powerful, causing the already ravaged structures below to collapse further with every strike. After a while, both warriors were drenched in sweat, their stamina considerably depleted. In unison, Raditz and Doria struck each other in the chest, blood spilling from their mouths almost simultaneously. They continued their fierce exchange in the air, neither able to claim victory. Recognizing the futility of their current approach, Raditz swiftly distanced himself, aiming to resolve their conflict with an energy wave. Doria, sensing Raditz's retreat, understood that the final blow was imminent and also created space between them. From a distance, they prepared for the climactic confrontation, each investing their energy into this decisive strike. In Chapter 10, The Arrival of the Warriors, Doria and Raditz simultaneously gathered their power. They channeled all their energy into their hands, drawing in the very essence of the illusionary realm around them, which seemed on the verge of collapse. The space began to fracture, with dark rifts appearing and spreading throughout the dreamlike world. The illusionary realm could scarcely withstand the combined might of their energies. Should they unleash this attack, the divine construct could very well shatter. The atmosphere within this illusory space shifted dramatically, the sky darkening ominously, while the air surged with a life of its own. Roaring in fury, Doria and Raditz completed their energy accumulation, poised to unleash their final, cataclysmic strike. The two warriors erupted almost simultaneously, their energies intertwining in a stalemate where neither could overpower the other. As the forces collided, the very fabric of space began to collapse, fragments plummeting from above. After a brief moment of tension, both Raditz and Dodoria's faces flushed crimson. They were engaged in a contest of willpower, each striving to exhaust the other's energy until one could no longer maintain their strength. The moment one faltered, they would be consumed by the unleashed energy. Through rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz had honed his mental fortitude and willpower, significantly surpassing Dodoria's under the immense gravitational pressure of that realm. Gradually, Raditz's yellow energy wave began to overpower Dodoria's purple wave. In no time, the yellow wave advanced ominously toward Dodoria, causing him to panic as his strength waned. With his mental state shifting, the yellow energy wave completely engulfed him. With a resounding explosion, Dodoria was instantly enveloped by Raditz's energy wave. The impact contorted his face and body grotesquely. A deafening series of explosions echoed, and the once mighty Dodoria vanished from this space. The surroundings twisted like crumpled paper, and the sheer force of the blow ripped apart the very essence of space. Following this cataclysm, the entire realm emitted an eerie glow. After a blinding flash of white light, Raditz found himself unable to see anything. As Raditz slowly opened his eyes, he realized he had arrived in the Hall of the Gods. Standing beside him were the Supreme, Kai, and Mr. Popo. Miraculously, the injuries he had sustained in battle had vanished, as if he had never fought at all. You have finally emerged. The Supreme Kai and Mr. Popo smiled at Raditz. Having awaited his return for over 3 months. 3 months have passed, and you have made remarkable progress. You are now the strongest warrior I have ever encountered. 3 months? It feels like I was only in there for a day, Raditz replied, bewildered, to the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai explained that the Hall of the Gods, like the hyperbolic time chamber, possessed a different flow of time. However, in contrast, time here flowed much more rapidly. Raditz, use your ki to sense your battle power. The Supreme Kai instructed. Raditz estimated his power level to be over 200, still less than half of Vegeta's, yet sufficient nonetheless. Just then, Raditz sensed several key signatures approaching, those of fellow warriors. In an instant, Goku, Piccolo, Krillin, Ten, Yamcha, and Gohan appeared before him, with Yamcha cradling Bulma in his arms. Noticing the significant increase in their power levels, Raditz discerned that Goku and Piccolo had experienced the most substantial gains. Goku and Piccolo likely possessed the highest battle powers, followed by Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, and Gohan. Upon further scrutiny, Raditz sensed that Gohan's power level had reached approximately 500, a testament to his status as the most talented Saiyan with immense potential. If Gohan were to dedicate himself to training diligently, he might one day surpass Goku. However, it is imperative that Gohan himself possesses the desire to grow stronger. Upon further investigation, Raditz discovered that the warriors below were engaging in spirited sparring sessions to hone their skills. They were deepening their foundational techniques while training in weighted attire and exploring new moves, exhausting all available means of improvement. It was only when the warriors sensed that further training offered no room for progress that they chose to cease. Given the sluggish pace of their advancement, they resolved to seek more potent methods of enhancement at the Heavenly Palace, with Bulma accompanying her boyfriend, Lepin. Upon encountering Raditz, the group cast him a sidelong glance. Sensing the formidable energy he now possessed, they realized that Raditz's power had ascended to a level far beyond their own aspirations. Goku remarked, Raditz, how have you trained? We believe we had made significant progress, but in comparison to you, it seems trivial. Raditz noticed that Piccolo had also arrived at the Heavenly Palace, an accomplishment not easily achieved. Piccolo raised an eyebrow. Initially, he had no desire to join the other warriors in meeting the deity. As the Demon King, he aimed to conquer the world, yet his training had stagnated. One day, Goku sought him out to accompany him to the Heavenly Palace. Reluctantly, he agreed, compelled by the need to discover a more profound and rapid means of breakthrough. Old man, you must have allowed Raditz to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusion realm for his training, otherwise his progress would be unfathomable, Piccolo asserted. The deity's expression turned stony upon seeing Piccolo, as he was a manifestation of the deity's dark thoughts, embodying the duality of humanity. Each time the deity beheld Piccolo, he was reminded of his past misdeeds. Conversely, Piccolo, upon seeing the deity, could not help but ridicule him, perceiving him as hypocritical and his actions as repugnant. When Piccolo inquired about the deity's practices, the deity, with a grim countenance, chose to ignore him. Witnessing the deity's demeanor, Piccolo felt an urge to lash out, contemplating the idea of forcibly merging with the deity. In light of the escalating tension, Raditz interjected, noting Piccolo's murderous intent, and spoke on behalf of the deity. Indeed, it is the hyperbolic time chamber, which offers immense benefits for training. Kakarot, you all should consider entering to prepare for the impending threat of evil Saiyans. Raditz had previously trained in the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusion realm, leaving Goku perplexed. At that moment, the deity elaborated on the intricacies of the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusion realm to all the warriors. While Piccolo was already privy to this knowledge due to their shared origins, the more he learned about the deity, the more his disdain grew. After hearing about the extraordinary advantages of the hyperbolic time chamber and the illusion realm, the warriors were eager to partake. Only 2 individuals could enter at a time, as training with similarly matched powers proved most beneficial. The deity then arranged for them to alternate, allowing each pair to train in the hyperbolic time chamber before collectively proceeding to the illusion realm for further refinement. The first to enter were Wukong and Piccolo, followed by Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, and lastly Gohan and Krillin. While waiting for everyone to gather, they would subsequently proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Raditz contemplated the fact that he still had not acquired the Spirit Bomb and the Kaioken technique from King Kai. These 2 abilities were essential for Raditz, as the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb were nearly invincible in the early stages of the Dragon Ball universe. Furthermore, With the timeline of the Dragon Ball world altered and Goku still alive, it indicated that he had missed out on valuable training. Raditz was uncertain whether he could keep pace with Goku when confronting future adversaries. Given that Raditz's training had surpassed Goku's, it meant he had essentially usurped the training that rightfully belonged to Goku. Having obtained this formidable power, it was his undeniable duty to protect this realm. He could only wait for Goku to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber before devising a plan to send him to King Kai, striving to restore the timeline of the Dragon Ball world to its former state. It was imperative for Goku, Piccolo, and the others to grow stronger to provide him with support rather than face battles alone. In the manga, the Supreme Kai had previously communicated with King Kai, suggesting that the Supreme Kai should know how to reach him. Raditz directly inquired of the Supreme Kai, "Supreme Kai, I seek guidance on how to attain further training at King Kai's location." The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Raditz was aware of King Kai. The Spirit Bomb and Kaioken, wielded by King Kai, possessed world-destroying energy. However, through his perception from the temple, the Supreme Kai had already discerned that the formidable foes Raditz spoke of would soon arrive on Earth. After some contemplation, the Supreme Kai decided to assist Raditz and responded, "I can establish a mental link with King Kai and inquire on your behalf. Whether he is willing will depend on his disposition." The Supreme Kai then slowly made his way outside, standing in the Grand Hall, quietly reaching out to sense King Kai's divine aura. His consciousness swiftly traversed the Earth, the solar system, and the galaxy, akin to making a phone call, and almost instantaneously found King Kai on his planet. "King Kai, are you there? May I trouble you for a moment? A formidable enemy is approaching that poses a threat not only to Earth, but to the entire galaxy and even the fabric of time itself." After conveying the entire situation and the matters concerning Frisia's army through mental transmission, the Supreme Kai awaited a response. At home, enjoying tea, the rotund King Kai felt a fleeting thought cross his mind. He was already aware of everything the Supreme Kai had communicated. Chapter 11. King Kai. King Kai pondered for a moment. The two malevolent scions were of little concern to him. After all, he was the King Kai, and with so many planets being destroyed by Frisia daily, the loss of one more Earth was inconsequential. However, the cosmic tyrant Frisia and his army presented a troublesome dilemma. Frisia's penchant for annihilating planets is well known, but what is truly alarming is his utter disdain for the divine. The North Kai, along with the higher-tier Kaiashins, harbors no doubt about how to amplify Frisia's strength. Inevitably, there will come a day when Frisia may turn his wrath upon them. Should he uncover the secrets of the Dragon Balls and attain unparalleled power, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. The North Kai placed his hands upon his waist and paced thoughtfully, contemplating how to address this matter judiciously. After a while, he came to a halt, seemingly resolved to temper Frisia's fierce ambition, and transmitted his thoughts to the Supreme Kai. "Supreme Kai, I am fully aware of what you have conveyed. I am willing to instruct Raditz in the next phase of his training. You may open the portal and transport him here." The Supreme Kai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a swift agreement from the North Kai. It is worth noting that permitting someone to train under his auspices is quite a rare occurrence. "Raditz, the North Kai has consented. However, he possesses a peculiar temperament, so it is imperative that you approach him with utmost respect. Follow me. I shall escort you to the portal." "A portal?" Raditz queried, puzzled. "The portal," the North Kai explained, "is a gateway that allows for mutual transportation between different divine realms. Granted, one has the sanction of a deity." Raditz mused that such a phenomenon had not been depicted in the Dragon Ball manga, indicating that this universe held numerous mysteries yet to be uncovered. Following this, the Supreme Kai led Raditz into the Supreme Kai's palace, where he opened a series of doors that led deep into the sanctum. In the depths of the palace, amidst a collection of miscellaneous items, stood a door shrouded in dust. The Supreme Kai cleared away the clutter and stood before the door, reciting an incantation that resonated with an ancient and enigmatic quality. In an instant, the door shimmered with golden light, the dust dissipating until it appeared as pristine as if newly forged. Without anyone to physically open it, the door slowly swung open, revealing a swirling white vortex within. Though the portal facilitates ease of passage, it is not without its perils, the Supreme Kai cautioned. "Raditz, you must exercise caution." His words stem from the fact that the portal, constructed through divine power, serves as a swift means of transportation. However, should any mishap occur, or should one inadvertently leap from the passage, they would lose the protective influence of the divine. The abrupt absence of such protection at such velocities could result in catastrophic disintegration of the body, a fate that has befallen many throughout history, including deities themselves. Unbeknownst to Raditz, who had no awareness of such dangers due to the absence of these elements in the manga, he turned to the Supreme Kai and inquired, might there be an alternative method to reach King Kai's planet? There is, the Supreme Kai replied, but time is of the essence. If you delay in reaching King Kai, you will find yourself unable to return in time. Given the Supreme Kai's assertion, Raditz reluctantly acquiesced, recognizing the urgency of the situation and the necessity to proceed without delay. Raditz immediately stepped into the portal, enveloped by a swirling white vortex, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. A beam of light emanated from the celestial temple, forming a pathway that traversed the stars at an astonishing velocity. As Raditz approached the entrance of the portal, he felt an unseen force tugging at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he realized that entering the portal was the swiftest method to reach the King of Worlds. No matter the peril, he was determined to acquire the King's fist and the spirit bomb. The moment he stepped inside, he felt as though his entire being was ensnared and propelled uncontrollably forward. A fleeting glance to either side revealed Earth, the Milky Way, and a multitude of unknown celestial bodies racing past him. Raditz was traversing the cosmos when an ominous shadow in the void seemed to sense his presence. What? This individual's soul did not belong to any universe or timeline. With that thought, the shadow, evidently concerned about Raditz, acted swiftly to eliminate him. This strike transcended the boundaries of time and space, hurtling towards Raditz from the void. In a resplendent palace elsewhere, a formidable being, capable of dominating the heavens and effortlessly mastering the fabric of time and space, sat upon his throne. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he sensed the attack from the shadow aimed at what appeared to be an ordinary Saiyan, though this one's soul seemed quite extraordinary. Seeing the shadow's assault, he reached out with a hand that could effortlessly shatter any star it touched, intending to protect Raditz. The two hands collided within the realms of time and space, resulting in a clash of tremendous power. Yet, it appeared that neither was superior. After exchanging several blows, both parties found themselves locked in a stalemate, engaging in hundreds of exchanges within a mere breath. However, neither could gain the upper hand, compelling the shadow to seek another opportunity. The battle transpired in the realms of space and time, and since Raditz was not struck, he remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding around him. Before long, Raditz spotted a diminutive planet, so small it could easily be mistaken for a mere meteor, slowly magnifying in his view. As he continued forward, he drew closer to this celestial body, which he presumed to be his destination. The luminous path finally led him to this small planet, and as Raditz's speed diminished, he felt the force that had propelled him and the path itself vanish. This must be the North Chaos planet, he mused, resembling the descriptions from the manga. Indeed, it was small. At his current explosive speed, he could likely traverse its circumference in mere seconds. Gazing around, he observed the tranquil serenity of North Chaos planet. With a few small clouds drifting lazily in the sky, there lies a vast expanse of lush green grass, amidst which rests a punk-styled automobile. At the heart of this planet stands a solitary 3.5-story house, starkly simple when juxtaposed with the majestic architecture of the Temple of the Gods. As soon as Raditz set foot on the soil of Planet North, he sensed an unusual gravitational force, 10 times that of Earth's. However, he had long acclimatized to such intense gravitational pressure within the hyperbolic time chamber. On the grassy field, a gorilla and a grasshopper were engaged in playful antics, their combat prowess astonishingly measured at 1,000 points. Meanwhile, within the distant house, a presence with a power level of 3,000 likely belonged to the North Kai. The North Kai had already sensed Raditz's arrival, and there he stood, a rotund figure adorned with sunglasses, at the entrance of the abode. I am a North Kai, the overseer of the entire North Galaxy, and I am now communicating with you through thought. A voice resonated within Raditz's mind. The Earth's deity has informed me of your purpose here. I am aware of your intentions. With your strength, I have little to teach you, save for 2 techniques, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. Upon hearing the names of these techniques, Raditz promptly expressed his eagerness to learn. Great North Kai, I require nothing more. I am willing to learn those 2 techniques. The North Kai, pleased with Raditz's enthusiasm, elaborated on the advantages and drawbacks of both techniques. Raditz, however, was already aware that the Kaioken could exponentially enhance one's fighting power, albeit with significant strain on the body. The Spirit Bomb, on the other hand, could only be wielded by those with a pure heart, being effective solely against those who harbor evil intentions. After the North Kai's detailed introduction of these two techniques, a mysterious smile graced his lips. However, you must first undergo my trial before you can learn them. A trial? Surely it's not the kind of corny joke the North Kai enjoys, Raditz thought, startled. If you could tell me a corny joke or make me laugh, then perhaps I could learn. Otherwise, do not expect me to acquire any knowledge. Reluctantly, Raditz realized that in order to learn these techniques, he had to endure this peculiar requirement, but he was determined not to abandon his quest for the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. Great Kai, I am prepared. With that declaration, he braced himself, while the North Kai's expression turned solemn, as if no humor could provoke a smile from him. Faced with such a serious North Kai, Raditz steeled himself to attempt this challenge. Chapter 12. Cultivating Energy and Mastering the Kaioken. Once upon a time, a bun was walking down the road, feeling hungry, and then it ate itself, subsequently vanishing without a trace. The North Kai stood there, momentarily dazed by the absurdity. Raditz continued, which among the wolf, tiger, and lion would surely be eliminated in a game? The North Kai pondered seriously for a moment before confidently declaring, the wolf being the weakest. Raditz shook his head. Not the wolf. It is the Peach Boy wolf. Upon finishing his words, King Kai did not respond with the hearty laughter one might expect. Instead, his expression grew even more solemn. Noticing the lack of reaction from King Kai, Raditz persistently sought to evoke a smile through various means. Yet, King Kai remained impassive, his visage increasingly frigid, hinting an impending outburst of anger. Saiyan, are you attempting to amuse me? What constitutes a cold joke if it cannot elicit laughter? I assure you, I shall not impart any techniques, he declared. At this moment, Raditz felt utterly perplexed. It seemed that King Kai was possessed of an unusual quirk, impervious to his efforts to lighten the mood. The thought of delivering a heavy punch to King Kai's plump face crossed his mind, yet he refrained, focusing instead on the coveted techniques of the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. After a moment's contemplation, he ventured again, a crow on a plain, a black tiger's heart. King Kai's countenance softened, the corners of his mouth trembled as if on the verge of laughter. Observing this, Raditz furrowed his brow in surprise. To his astonishment, the classic phrase from the Black Tiger had struck a chord with King Kai. It appeared he truly had an eccentric sense of humor. Raditz pressed on with a series of playful jests. A whirlwind demolishes a parking lot. A flying elephant steps on a mouse. Mount Tide descends. A black tiger swoops past a bald eagle, startling a sleeping bear. A horse's tail swats flies. An angry crow takes flight, and a rhinoceros charges while a turtle punches. King Kai's lips quivered uncontrollably, his hand instinctively covering his mouth to stifle the laughter that threatened to erupt. Witnessing this joyous reaction, Raditz intensified his efforts, unleashing a barrage of classic black tiger quips. Ultimately, King Kai could no longer contain himself, bursting into hearty laughter that resonated for quite some time. Ha! This is utterly hilarious. Raditz, I never expected you to utter such comical words. You are truly the universe's foremost jokester. Raditz, however, felt a flush of embarrassment, silently hoping that King Kai would refrain from sharing this moment, lest it tarnish his own reputation. Since you have successfully made me laugh, I shall teach you the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb. To master the Spirit Bomb, you must first grasp the Kaioken. Pay close attention and discern the nuances within. King Kai instructed, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost seriousness. With that, his entire being surged into a state of fervor, the energy within him swelling as blood coursed through his veins. A wave of crimson energy erupted from every part of King Kai's body, causing the grass and leaves around him to be swept away as if caught in a raging inferno. His garments billowed wildly, and his hair stood on end against the fierce wind. Ding, ding, ding. Battle power 30,000. Raditz could feel the terrifying essence of the Kaioken, his own fighting spirit ignited by the red aura. He contemplated a battle with King Kai, though it appeared that this state could not be sustained for long. Are you all right, King Kai? You seem to be trembling, Raditz inquired. The North Kai, panting heavily and trembling, after demonstrating the Kaioken technique, immediately sought to relinquish its state. Upon hearing Raditz's words, the North Kai deflated like a punctured balloon, the Kaioken state dissipating in an instant. Raditz sensed the North Kai's earlier ferocity while in the Kaioken state, where his blood seemed to boil and meld with his aura, resulting in formidable fighting power. However, once the state was relinquished, his energy waned drastically, leaving the North Kai nearly unsteady on his feet. Gasping for breath, the North Kai spoke. He explained that by sensing the blood and merging it with the aura, one could enhance their fighting prowess exponentially as their mastery over balance improved. He cautioned that prolonged use of Kaioken could severely impact the body. Raditz, you must maintain equilibrium. An excess of energy or an insufficient influx of blood could lead to catastrophic consequences, he warned. Raditz inquired, Lord North Kai, does that mean if I am injured during battle and my energy diminishes, my vitality would also decrease, posing a danger while training with Kaioken? The North Kai nodded slightly, acknowledging Raditz's understanding, and then mentally conveyed the secrets of balancing aura and blood. Raditz sought a tranquil, secluded spot on the diminutive North Kai's planet to practice as instructed. The first step involved visualizing the blood and aura within himself, attempting to merge them. He initially entered a meditative state, akin to sensing his aura, and began to perceive his limbs and internal organs layer by layer. As he progressed, Raditz slowly began to grasp the sensations emanating from his limbs, but found it challenging to locate the aura flowing through his internal organs as seamlessly as he could with his aura. He decided to seek the North Kai for answers. Lord North Kai, I attempted to visualize my essence, yet I cannot perceive it as I do with my aura. Why is that? The North Kai, leisurely sipping fine wine in his vehicle, glanced at Raditz with indifference. You must first cultivate your mental power. This involves delving into your heart to comprehend everything around you through your aura. The aura is potent. Gaining strength or engaging in combat requires only slight mental focus to perceive it. However, the internal aspects of the body, including blood, are intrinsically present. Lacking sufficient mental power renders one incapable of perception. When mental power reaches its zenith, it can sense the universe's essence and even transfer aura to others. Reflecting on the North Kai's words, Raditz recalled his previous readings of the Dragon Ball manga, noting the absence of any mention of mental power, only peculiar techniques. It appeared that mental power was akin to the sorcery found within the Dragon Ball universe. Raditz returned to his training area and sat in contemplation for several days, endeavoring to follow the North Kai's advice to begin from within. During these days, Raditz quieted his mind, refraining from all distractions, and calmly sought understanding. As I contemplate the entirety of this planet, I find myself enveloped in a profound state of enlightenment, akin to my soul transcending my corporeal form. The universe, from the tiniest weed to the grandest stone, emanates a peculiar energy that is distinct from mere air. In this ethereal state, I, Raditz, endeavor to absorb this extraordinary energy into my being. I observe the verdant flora around me, as green luminescent points coalesce into a stream, flowing towards me. Seated in a vehicle, the North Kai gazes upward, witnessing the celestial convergence of energy, his expression one of satisfaction. I sense that the essence within me, which I had always perceived as mere life force, is gradually infused with this enigmatic energy, which is none other than mental power. My perception seems to have heightened significantly, expanding my awareness to encompass the life forces of nearby planets, with their locations becoming increasingly discernible. After a period of absorption, the energy flow into my being ceases, despite my ability to sense the lingering spiritual energy of this planet. I conclude that perhaps all things possess a spirit, and the universe does not permit complete absorption. Having made some progress in cultivating my mental power, I commence an attempt to enter a meditative state, which proves to be surprisingly effortless this time. Chapter 13, Return. Shortly thereafter, I transition from this meditative state to a deeper awareness of my limbs and bones, gradually becoming attuned to the flow of blood within. My next endeavor involves merging my life force with my blood. In this contemplative state, I attempt to guide my blood outward, aided by my mental power, which facilitates a slow movement. As the blood begins to intertwine with my life force, I strive to maintain a delicate balance, urging forth the energy. However, this proves to be a formidable challenge. An excess of life force with insufficient blood renders the use of the King's attack impossible, while an overabundance of blood compromises my body's capacity to endure. Each activation demands considerable mental effort, and my mastery over this power remains nascent. After countless attempts and failures, I have occasionally exerted myself too forcefully, even causing blood to spill from my mouth. On yet another occasion, I attempt to harmonize my blood and life force, nearing the threshold of success. I endeavor to maintain this equilibrium, feeling a faint surge of red energy poised to erupt. Ultimately, however, I fall short. A minor disarray within my blood and life force results in chaotic energy flow, nearly leading to my demise. I hastily stabilize my energy, consuming a healing bean to gradually restore myself. The North Kai, observing my turbulent energy, offers a reminder to remain calm. Take your time, Raditz. I have yet to witness anyone achieve success on their first attempt. Thus, days pass in succession, and I, undeterred, persist in my practice, growing increasingly adept despite the continuous failures. Until this moment of explosive fury, a near-perfect state was achieved with a hint of crimson energy emanating outward, radiating a torrent of red that far surpassed ordinary outbursts. Within his body, the fusion of energy and blood accelerated, gradually causing an increasing amount of red energy to erupt from Raditz. He felt his strength surging, an overwhelming aura enveloping him. With the successful execution of the Kaioken technique, Raditz was completely surrounded by an unending flow of red energy. The shockwave from the technique nearly propelled the North Kai and his pet into the air. Raditz sensed an extraordinary potency in his current state. Even against 34 Vegetas, he felt utterly confident, yet he recognized the vast chasm separating him from Frieza and his subordinate, Jinyu. Raditz immediately sensed his combat power, which had reached a minimum of 66,900 points, though significantly enhanced. He soon felt dizziness and a tearing sensation after activating the threefold Kaioken, prompting him to cease its use. He realized that sustaining the Kaioken for even 78 minutes was taxing on his body, and the thought of an eightfold or tenfold Kaioken could potentially lead to his demise. It was wise to reserve the Kaioken for when he transformed into a Super Saiyan, ensuring stability. After a brief respite, the North Kai approached. Raditz, it seems you have mastered the Kaioken. However, without a more robust physique, I advise against attempting a higher tier of Kaioken, lest you jeopardize your life. Grateful for the Kai's concern, Raditz replied, "Thank you for the warning. I will exercise caution. It is time to proceed to the next stage, the Spirit Bomb." The North Kai scrutinized Raditz, acknowledging that while most Saiyans tended to be malevolent and combative, Raditz had shed his evil aura during the Super Godwater trial, rendering his essence free of malevolence, thus enabling him to utilize the Spirit Bomb. Raditz, the Spirit Bomb requires drawing energy from all living beings imbued with ki or spiritual power, coalescing into a formidable energy sphere. This sphere can only be wielded against those with wicked hearts. The more malevolent the foe, the greater its potency. Now that you have learned the Kaioken and honed your spiritual energy, you can begin to commune with all living things. Practice diligently. With that, the North Kai retreated indoors to indulge in merriment. Subsequently, Raditz melded his spiritual energy with his ki, dispersing it across the entire planet. Each energy particle communicated goodwill with the myriad beings inhabiting the world as he calmed his mind, closing his eyes to perceive every entity possessing power, including stones and fallen leaves. All things, I beseech you to lend me your strength. After mentally conversing with the universe, Raditz raised his arms above his head. Gradually, orbs of radiant white light began to coalesce in his hands, filled with the essence of all living things, grass, towering trees, and even the will of stones. It became clear that all of existence possessed spirit and intent, with some simply too weak to manifest their essence. As Raditz organized his thoughts, the Spirit Bomb had reached the maximum capacity that this planet could absorb. It coalesced into a modest sphere. However, according to King Kai, it could only inflict harm upon beings of malevolent intent. Thus, Raditz had no choice but to disperse the Spirit Bomb, with its energy returning to every blade of grass and tree in King Kai's realm. Indeed, Raditz, you have shed your evil aura. The Kaioken and Spirit Bomb can now be employed effortlessly. Your training has nearly reached its zenith. I am grateful to you, King Kai, for imparting this knowledge. I shall wield this power wisely to protect our world. King Kai regarded Raditz, pondering something before finally articulating. Raditz, your mental energy can fuse with other forces as well. It is imperative that you consistently engage in training. If you persist, your potential will surely elevate you to formidable heights, a fact you must remember. Lord King Kai, I shall heed your advice regarding diligent practice. I also have several companions. May I bring them here for training as well? After speaking, Raditz utilized his mental prowess to transmit the information of Goku, Piccolo, and others into King Kai's mind. King Kai smiled faintly, surprised that Raditz had mastered mental transmission. It was not particularly difficult, provided one could effectively harness mental energy. Upon reviewing the information sent by Raditz, King Kai discerned that Goku possessed a pure heart, making him suitable for learning the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb. However, upon examining the details regarding Piccolo and the others, King Kai found himself contemplating further. This fellow named Goku is rather intriguing. You may have the Supreme Kai utilize the time-space door to bring them here, although it is uncertain whether they will grasp the Kaioken. Of course, they must amuse me to earn the right to learn. As for the others, I shall deliberate further. Raditz internally sighed in exasperation, wondering if King Kai's peculiarities could ever change. It appeared that the warriors soon to arrive would face considerable trials. After a few days of additional training and being compelled by King Kai to tell jokes, Raditz became accustomed to his presence. Soon, he was preparing to return to Earth. But King Kai, reluctant to part ways, feared the loss of Raditz would mean fewer jokes. At the moment of farewell, he cleared his throat and said, "Raditz, remember to visit King Kai's planet whenever you can. Do not forget." He then struck a pose reminiscent of a crow on a plane, leaving Raditz both amused and bewildered. "Very well, King Kai, I shall certainly come by when I have the chance," Raditz responded. With that, King Kai promptly conjured the time-space door from within his abode. Seeing the portal, Raditz could not help but inquire, "Does every deity possess a time-space door?" King Kai explained, "Each time-space door is bestowed by higher-ranking deities. Only with the permission of a deity and through their power can it be utilized. The time-space door is imbued with the might of the highest gods, allowing instantaneous travel across planets." In his heart, Raditz mused that this meant he could venture anywhere, including the planet Namek. The North Kai raised his hand slightly, channeling his divine power into the time-space portal, which began to emit a golden light as a pathway slowly formed. Raditz waved farewell to the North Kai, saying, "Until we meet again." He then stepped onto the pathway of the time-space portal, instantly being drawn towards Earth by the Force. Although his time training under the North Kai had not significantly enhanced his combat prowess, he had successfully mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, which he considered a satisfactory achievement. Having spent approximately 3 months on North Kai's planet, it was finally time to return. He wondered how Goku and the others had fared in their training. Chapter 14. The Gravity Room within the Heavenly Temple on Earth. A brilliant light erupted as Raditz reappeared. Observing the God of Earth and Mr. Popo approaching, Raditz decided to attempt a mental transmission. At that moment, the God of Earth and Mr. Popo suddenly received Raditz's thoughts. "My lord, the North Kai has agreed to allow Goku to train with him, and he is also willing to let Tien, Piccolo, and Krillin join him for their training as well." Although the God of Earth had no objections to Raditz's suggestion, he expressed concern upon hearing that Piccolo would also be included. "Raditz, is it truly wise to have Piccolo train with the North Kai? He was once the overlord of darkness who sought world domination." "My lord, trust me, Piccolo is no longer so malevolent. He can learn from the North Kai." Despite Raditz's assurances about Piccolo's transformation, the God of Earth sensed a lingering unease within himself. At that moment, Raditz noticed Bulma seated in the heavenly temple, tinkering with machinery. Upon seeing Raditz return, she approached him and said, "Raditz, you're back. How was your training?" "It was fine, though the North Kai can be rather difficult to deal with." Raditz then recounted to Bulma the North Kai's peculiar habit of insisting on sharing corny jokes, which was quite exasperating. Hearing this, Bulma couldn't help but laugh. She had not expected the North Kai to be so approachable and quirky, unlike the formidable God of Earth. Raditz suddenly recalled that in the manga, Bulma had created a gravity room for Vegeta, significantly enhancing his training speed. Having already mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, he realized that further advancement could only be achieved through a gravity room. Thus, Raditz requested Bulma to construct a gravity room for his training. Initially, Bulma was uncertain about what design to implement. Raditz explained that he needed a gravity room capable of exerting several times the gravity of Earth, one that could also be adjusted. For Bulma, Raditz's request was not overly complicated. It merely required some time to build. "Raditz, the gravity room should be feasible. Just give me a few days to try and make it at home." With that, Bulma produced a capsule and tossed it, instantaneously revealing a man-made flying device before her. She promptly boarded it and swiftly flew back to her home on Earth. Several days have elapsed, yet the warriors have yet to emerge. Raditz finds himself seated within the sacred temple, diligently honing his mental prowess. Suddenly, a spacecraft descends, and upon closer inspection, he recognizes the spirited Bulma aboard. The vessel gracefully alights at the sacred temple, and without hesitation, Bulma leaps from the cockpit. "Through my studies, Raditz has successfully established the gravity chamber, albeit with a modest gravitational multiplier." "Thank you, Bulma. As long as it is operational, that suffices," he remarks. With that, Bulma guides Raditz to a more spacious area of the temple. She then produces a capsule, which, upon activation, reveals a vast circular mechanical structure, the gravity chamber. Bulma assures Raditz, "Within, you need not worry about sustenance. There is enough food and clothing to last a year." She continues, "My gravity chamber, utilizing Earth's technology, can produce a maximum of 50 times Earth's gravity. Achieving greater levels may require further breakthroughs. However, be warned, at peak gravity, every cell in your body will be subjected to extreme stress. Your internal organs, blood vessels, and even your brain may face peril. Even with your Saiyan physiology, this gravity poses significant risks." In his recollections, Raditz recalls Goku training under immense gravitational conditions, often teetering on the brink of death, utterly exhausted and reliant on the magical beans for sustenance. Yet, Raditz, now immensely powerful, believes he can withstand such challenges. The 50 times gravity chamber will suffice for the short term. As for the risks, I'm not overly concerned, he assures Bulma, noting his unwavering confidence. Bulma refrains from further admonitions, merely offering a few essential precautions. Once Bulma concludes her instructions, Raditz descends to seek a bag of magical beans from Corinne, along with garments that can adjust in weight. Corinne, somewhat reluctant, parts with his cherished belongings. Donning the weighted attire, Raditz manipulates the gravity settings, ascending to a weight of 300 kilograms. As he enters the chamber and activates the 20 times gravity, he instantly feels the oppressive weight bearing down on him. The combination of the 300-kilogram weighted clothing and the chamber's effects renders even fundamental combat training a laborious endeavor, slowing Raditz's movements to a crawl, akin to that of a tortoise on Earth. After several days of relentless training, he gradually acclimatizes to the gravity. Soon, he escalates to 25 times gravity, which proves to be an immense challenge. Under this pressure, he finds himself unable to strike effectively. The exertion on his body is substantial. Whenever he nears his limits, he consumes a magical bean, experiencing instantaneous recovery. Day after day, Raditz diligently honed his Saiyan combat skills, ultimately acclimating to the gravity, resulting in a remarkable surge of his base battle power from 22,000 to 38,000. On one particular day, several potent auras suddenly emerged, indicating that Goku and his companions had presumably returned from their illusionary realm. Raditz promptly stepped outside to greet them, observing a newfound determination etched upon their faces, exuding a palpable confidence. Within the illusion, their encounters with various formidable opponents had gradually bolstered their strength, with their auras noticeably more potent than before their entrance. Through sensing their energies, it became apparent that Goku's battle power had reached at least 10,000, while Piccolo stood at 9,000, Tien at 6,000, Krillin at 5,000, and Yamcha at 4,500. Most astonishingly, Gohan seemed considerably more mature, with his battle power soaring to an impressive 5,000. Kakarot, it appears you all have grown significantly stronger during your time in the illusion, Raditz remarked. Goku, however, noted that Raditz's energy remained stagnant at just over 1,000, showing little change from before. The Supreme Kai had already informed them of Raditz's training under King Kai after their emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. Skeptical of Raditz's claim to have improved, Goku challenged him, saying, "I refuse to believe that your training has only led to this level of power. Show me what you've got." Upon hearing Goku's words, Raditz's fury ignited, and his battle power surged to 38,000. Before Goku and the others could express their astonishment, Raditz unleashed the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal intensity, enveloping himself in a crimson aura that replaced his ordinary energy. The warriors watched in awe as Raditz's energy erupted, each displaying a unique reaction. Some were eager to engage, others felt a sense of calm, while a few were defiantly tempted to challenge him. "Raditz, you are unexpectedly formidable. I truly wish to battle you and experience this firsthand," Piccolo exclaimed, his voice laced with determination. At that moment, Piccolo, agitated, demanded, "Old Kai, let us also train on King Kai's planet." Raditz, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Piccolo, training under North Kai is no trivial matter. You'll understand once you go." Noticing the collective desire among his comrades to continue growing stronger, the Supreme Kai opened the portal to the timeline, and Raditz agreed to spar with Goku upon their return, leading the group to North Kai's realm. Raditz returned to the gravity chamber, enduring the intense 25 times gravity as he continued his training. As time passed, Vegeta and Nappa were soon approaching, and just then, the portal opened once more, allowing Goku and the others to return. After a series of inquiries, It became evident that only Goku had mastered the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, while Piccolo's face turned green with frustration. And the expressions of the other warriors were equally peculiar. They had evidently been subjected to North Kai's eccentricities, and even if they managed to make him laugh, mastering the Kaioken and Spirit Bomb proved to be exceedingly challenging, particularly for Piccolo, whose anger mingled with a hint of malevolence. It felt as though training had merely equated to practicing under 10 times the gravity. As the crowd engaged in amiable exchanges, the divine being, capable of perceiving all things on Earth, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an anomaly. Above the planet, 2 circular spacecraft hurtled swiftly into the atmosphere. The deity discerned the passage of these vessels, concluding that they were indeed the 2 malevolent Saiyans mentioned by Raditz. Upon hearing this, Raditz mused to himself that their arrival had finally come, Vegeta and Nappa. The warriors then suppressed their energy levels, honing in on the locations of Vegeta and Nappa. At that moment, the circular spacecraft streaked through Earth's atmosphere, crashing into a desolate area and creating 2 enormous craters. The doors of the spacecraft gradually opened, releasing gas. And within sat a man clad in battle attire, none other than Vegeta. In the other vessel, a tall, muscular bald man, Nappa, awaited. A mechanical voice announced the spacecraft's arrival, awakening Vegeta and Nappa from their slumber. Have we finally arrived? It has been ages since I enjoyed such a long rest. My body feels stiff, and I can hardly wait to eliminate a few beings, Vegeta remarked. Chapter 15. The Strike of Lepin. As Vegeta activated his power level detector, he noted that this Earth was teeming with humans, yet their power levels were merely 510 at their highest, with most below that. This planet's inhabitants are worthless. It seems Raditz, that imbecile, is not present here. I could easily wipe them all out, he declared, filled with disdain. Nappa surveyed their surroundings. This planet has decent quality. Why not exterminate its inhabitants and fetch a good price for it? He suggested. Indeed, let's not waste time. We can seize the Dragon Balls and then track down that fool Raditz. Just as they resolved to proceed, several figures darted swiftly before them. Raditz, Goku, and their companions. Nappa immediately activated his power level scanner. Power levels, 596, 210, 911, 10, he noted, a smirk forming on his lips. What a pitiful group. Even Raditz's power level has dwindled to a mere 110. It seems spending time with these weaklings has diminished your strength, Raditz. Nappa turned to Goku, who bore a resemblance to Raditz. This must be your worthless brother, Kakarot, whose power level is only 100, truly fitting for one born with a mere 2. With laughter echoing, they showed no intention of engaging the warriors, fearing it might soil their hands. The gathered warriors remained composed, while Raditz wore an impassive expression as he observed Vegeta and Nappa. You are both exceedingly weak. I have no desire to engage, he stated. This proclamation seemed to incite anger in Vegeta and Nappa, with Nappa barely restraining himself from attacking, only to be halted by Vegeta. Nappa merely seeks to provoke us. The more worthless they are, the more brazen their cries. They are utterly unworthy of our attention. Do you understand? If you obediently present the Dragon Balls, I shall grant you a swifter demise. With that, Raditz produced the petrified Dragon Ball and cast it before them. Is this the Dragon Ball you desire? The one belonging to Vegeta has already been utilized, and the opportunity for further use has vanished. Vegeta picked up the seemingly ordinary stone that had once been a Dragon Ball and disdainfully tossed it to the ground. Unbeknownst to him, the Dragon Ball could indeed be used again after a year, and upon hearing Raditz's words, fury surged within him, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. You fool! You actually used the Dragon Ball. Very well. I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome. Nappa, present your items. This soil is quite suitable. With an understanding nod, Nappa smiled and retrieved a pouch of seeds from his pocket. He knelt down, carelessly poking several holes in the earth, and poured 6 seeds into the cavities from the vial, covering them with soil and watering them. The cultivator's seeds, a potent weapon frequently employed by Vegeta, have the ability to absorb a minuscule essence from planets. The larger and higher quality the planet, the more potent the cultivator becomes. Cultivators are inherently cruel, their combat prowess relentless, rendering them instruments of slaughter. Moreover, after 24 hours, a cultivator will dissolve into a heap of lifeless earth, making them convenient to use without the need for disposal. A cultivator's combat strength is comparable to Raditz, posing no challenge in exterminating this wretched group. Before long, the cultivators began to emerge from the soil. Observing the grotesque figures of these cultivators, Gohan could not help but exclaim, "How revolting! The cultivators, diminutive in stature, sported cabbage-like heads with transparent craniums protruding, their elongated red eyes exuding an aura of malevolence. Those few, eliminate them all, cultivators. Raditz opted not to engage immediately, intending to provide the warriors an opportunity for practical training. Merely a handful of cultivators, Raditz was acutely aware of the warriors' training over these past days. He could sense from their auras that even a dozen cultivators would not pose a significant threat. Vegeta issued commands to the 6 cultivators. At that moment, Lepin stepped forward, boastfully declaring his desire to showcase his training results. "Leave it to me. No matter how many come, they shall be swiftly dispatched. Witness the fruits of my labor. Do not be foolish, you reckless fool." Both Vegeta and Nappa were unconvinced that a mere individual could defeat the cultivators, especially given that their combat strength reached an impressive 1,200 points, while Lepin's was only in the mere dozens, according to the combat strength detector. Vegeta casually pointed to one of the cultivators, commanding him to ensure the arrogant one was eliminated, or he would meet his own demise. Lepin erupted in anger, a powerful aura swirling around him like waves. Beep, beep, beep. The combat strength registered at 4,500 points. How could it be? Just moments ago, his combat power was barely in the tens, yet he suddenly possesses a staggering 4,500 points. Nappa was taken aback, astonished that this earthling Liu Ping could exhibit such formidable strength. Vegeta, too, felt a flicker of surprise. Could it be that these earthlings are capable of controlling their own combat power? At that moment, the battle commenced. The Cyberman lunged at Liu Ping with ferocity, but he bellowed defiantly and swiftly seized one by the hand. The creature struggled to free itself, but its feeble strength was utterly insufficient. It retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Liu Ping's forehead, only to have its attack caught by Liu Ping's other hand. With a casual flick, Liu Ping sent the Cyberman hurtling away, then unleashed a series of energy blasts upon it as it soared through the air. The Cyberman was struck and exploded into several pieces. After vanquishing the Cyberman, Liu Ping nonchalantly tousled his hair in front of Nappa and Vegeta, disdain dripping from his words. Pathetic. Is this the caliber of minions from a superior race? They lack any real challenge. Nappa, incensed by Liu Ping's provocation, glared at the remaining Cybermen. All of you, attack! Eliminate him! The Cybermen, witnessing their comrade reduced to ashes, trembled in fear as they hesitantly advanced at Nappa's command. Liu Ping, however, charged at them with unparalleled speed. The remaining Cybermen, seeing him approach, recoiled in terror, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Liu Ping surged forward, his hands slicing through the air as if cleaving through vegetables, effortlessly splitting several Cybermen in two, their bodies ejecting thick, white liquid blood, splashing grotesquely across the ground. Having lost interest in close combat, Liu Ping struck a stylish pose, gathering energy at his fingertips. Energy blast, fly forth. He released a powerful energy projectile that struck multiple Cybermen in succession, leaving them no chance to evade as they exploded one after another. Just as Liu Ping reveled in his triumph, a lone Cyberman, hidden in the shadows, leaped out, attempting to embrace him. Aside from Raditz, no one reacted in time. Could it be that a classic Dragon Ball moment is upon us? Raditz thought to himself. Although the Cyberman's combat power was low, a close-range self-detonation could cause Liu Ping significant embarrassment, if not fatal harm. Just as Raditz prepared to intervene to save Liu Ping from humiliation, he was taken aback by Liu Ping's confident smile. "I noticed you long ago. Did you think you could ambush me?" With a decisive gesture, Liu Ping summoned an energy blast from beneath the ground, obliterating the last Cyberman. Having dispatched all of them, Liu Ping stood defiantly before Nappa and Vegeta, provoking them relentlessly. Vegeta, incensed by Liu Ping's audacity, seethed with rage. A mere clown dares to prance about. Upon hearing Vegeta call his name, Nappa knew it was time to take action. "It's time to eliminate this jester," he declared to Vegeta. "Rest assured, I will savor every moment of his torment." After speaking, Nappa turned to Lepin and broke into a cruel smile. "You better hurry, my patience is limited. Rest assured, Vegeta, I will defeat him swiftly." A ferocious aura erupted from Nappa, powerful enough to cause the very earth to tremble. The sound of crackling electricity echoed as he amassed his strength, the immense pressure compressing against his skin, creating a symphony of sharp explosions. With a sudden burst, Nappa propelled himself forward, his massive form surprisingly light. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Lepin, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at his head. Lepin had no time to evade and could only shield his head with his hands. With a resounding impact, he was sent flying several meters away. The two then exchanged energy blasts, each explosion succeeding the last in rapid succession. Naba gathered a formidable force in his mouth, unleashing a high-intensity energy wave. Lepin, placing his hands at his waist, countered with the Kamehameha. The moment their energies collided, a tremendous explosion ensued, propelling both warriors backward. Although they were both injured from the blast, they quickly rose to engage in close combat. Naba struck Lepin in the abdomen, while Lepin retaliated with a kick to Naba's chest. They continued this relentless exchange, testing each other's endurance. In the beginning, they were evenly matched, but after hundreds of exchanges, Lepin began to falter. Naba's seasoned combat experience proved advantageous. Then, with a sweeping kick, Naba knocked Lepin down and followed up with several energy blasts aimed at him. Lepin was struck repeatedly by the waves of energy, his strength waning as his body approached its limit. Sensing victory was within his grasp, Naba gathered an even greater energy wave, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Lepin. Chapter 16. The Fierce Battle. At this critical juncture, a shadow darted past. Goku delivered a powerful kick to Naba's side, sending him tumbling several rolls before he came to a halt. Upon recognizing Goku, Naba's fury ignited. If you wish to seek death, then come at me together. I shall grant you a swift demise. Hearing Naba's taunt, the warriors revealed their true power, no longer concealing their energy. Power levels surged. 10,000, 9,000, 6,000, 5,000, 4,500. Observing the readings on the scouter, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. He had not anticipated the Earthlings to possess such formidable battle power, though he remained confident in his ability to handle them. Meanwhile, beads of sweat dripped down Naba's face. Even the weakest among them matched his own power. How can this be? Is the scouter malfunctioning? How could these Earthlings possess such high battle power? Naba lamented internally, regretting his earlier arrogance. Aside from Raditz, who stood by observing, all the warriors' gazes were fixated on Nappa. They charged at him collectively, launching a flurry of punches that left Nappa disoriented, spitting blood from his mouth. Faced with a group whose combat power far exceeded his own, Nappa found himself utterly defenseless, desperately seeking assistance from Vegeta. Upon meeting Nappa's pitiful gaze, Vegeta scornfully retorted, "You're worthless if you cannot handle these fools." Vegeta then unleashed a series of powerful energy blasts at the warriors, seizing the moment to swiftly pull Nappa to his side. With great effort, Nappa lifted his head and murmured, "I'm sorry, Vegeta." "Thank you." Vegeta, displaying a countenance of disdain, paid no heed to Nappa's words. According to the storyline of the anime, Vegeta would have eliminated Nappa by now, yet he refrained, possibly due to the overwhelming number of foes and their superior strength, necessitating Nappa's assistance for the final blow. Vegeta glared at the warriors, asserting, "Do not presume that your numbers can overwhelm me. In my eyes, you are merely slightly stronger refuse." He then erupted with an astonishing aura, causing the warriors to recoil in fear. Gohan, witnessing Vegeta's formidable energy, stood frozen in terror. Having trained together for some time, Piccolo had taken special care of the exceptionally gifted Gohan, but now Piccolo's eyes blazed with frustration at Gohan's cowardice. "Gohan, why are you still dawdling? If you're frightened, retreat." "And no, I just can't move my legs," Gohan stammered. At that moment, the warriors remained oblivious to Vegeta's impending attack. He surged forward with blinding speed, leaving them unable to perceive his movements. In an instant, Vegeta positioned himself behind Lepin and delivered a punch that sent him flying. Seeing Lepin fall unconscious, the warriors converged upon Vegeta for a frenzied battle. Yet they could not land a single blow, while Vegeta attacked them with impunity. Like a god of war, he single-handedly subdued the warriors. Krillin, observing the futility of their assault on Vegeta, gathered energy with a single hand. As he prepared a Kienzan from a distance, the warriors all leapt back. Only Vegeta remained within the attack's range. Recognizing the technique's extraordinary nature, he merely bent slightly to evade the strike. The distant mountain peak was cleaved in two by the Kienzan. Realizing the attack had missed, Goku, Piccolo, Tien, and Krillin launched a frenzied assault on Vegeta. Vegeta unleashed his full power, his fists and feet moving with such speed that the warriors were left dazzled, sweeping them all away with a single horizontal strike. Ascending into the air, Vegeta looked down upon the defeated warriors with an expression of utter disdain. The natives are simply too weak. Observing that the Kienzan had proven ineffective and that their assault was futile, Piccolo transmitted his thoughts to Goku, Tien, and Krillin. "You shall restrain him," dazzling his eyes with the solar flare, "while I prepare to strike him down with this move." Piccolo swiftly departed from the battlefield, positioning a single finger upon his forehead, focusing his energy to concentrate all his might into this singular blow. The warriors, understanding the urgency, desperately endeavored to delay Vegeta's advance. Despite their valiant efforts, the disparity in combat power allowed Vegeta to effortlessly evade each attack, retaliating with relentless precision. In their attempt to stall Vegeta, the warriors exerted every ounce of their strength. Just as Vegeta reveled in his triumph, his power scouter emitted an alarming signal, revealing that Piccolo, who had distanced himself from the battle, had not increased his power. 9,000. 13,000, 16,000, 25,000. Vegeta's heart sank in astonishment. What technique is this that his combat power continues to rise? He resolved to swiftly disentangle himself from Goku and Tien Shinhan to confront Piccolo directly. Meanwhile, Goku's power steadily escalated with the intensity of battle, complicating Vegeta's escape from the two. Tien Shinhan, discerning Vegeta's intentions, awaited Piccolo's readiness. Severely injured, he summoned his last reserves of energy for the solar flare. Upon executing this technique, Tien Shinhan collapsed from exhaustion. Instantly, the battlefield was engulfed in blinding light, rendering Vegeta momentarily sightless. What is this technique? Vegeta's mind became a void, unable to comprehend his surroundings. At that moment, the special beam cannon was unleashed. A piercing surge of energy sliced through the air with deadly intent. By the time Vegeta perceived its approach, it was already perilously close, leaving him no escape. This attack, with a power level of 25,000, would spell certain doom for Vegeta if he attempted to absorb it. In a frenzy, he unleashed a barrage of energy blasts in a desperate bid to intercept the incoming assault. The blasts collided violently with the special beam cannon, generating a series of explosions. As the cannon drew nearer, Vegeta's expression twisted into a grimace. Observing from a distance, Raditz noted a shift in Vegeta's power level, witnessing a miraculous surge in a moment of peril, reaching 20,000. With this increase, Vegeta, who initially could not evade, now had a glimmer of hope. In the critical instant before impact, Vegeta sidestepped, allowing the special beam cannon to merely graze his clothing, skimming his skin without a direct hit. Vegeta's ability to evade this attack stemmed from a sudden breakthrough, enabling him to sense the trajectory of the energy. Raditz mused to himself, truly a genius among Saiyans, achieving such rapid advancement in combat. On the battlefield, Vegeta pivoted and unleashed several smaller energy waves directed at Piccolo. Exhausted from his previous blow, Piccolo could only raise his hands in defense. Upon impact, Piccolo's hands were shattered, severing them and inflicting significant injury. Despite Piccolo's regenerative abilities, the severity of his wounds hindered any immediate recovery of his severed hands. At that moment, another energy wave approached, seemingly poised to strike Piccolo. It was the Kamehameha. Who could it be? Standing not far behind Piccolo was Gohan, his hands still enveloped in the residual smoke of the recently executed attack. Piccolo gazed at Gohan in astonishment, taken aback by the boy's courage at such a critical juncture. Thank you, Gohan. Although Gohan had saved Piccolo, this was not a battle he could truly partake in. Continuing to engage would only serve as a hindrance. Piccolo resolved to allow Gohan to rest and conserve his strength, awaiting a chance to re-enter the fray. All of this was well within Raditz's control. Should there arise any genuine threat to life, Raditz could intervene in an instant. Despite numerous perilous moments where it seemed he would need to act, he managed to avert disaster each time. Now, if Raditz chose to engage, it would be a swift annihilation, rendering any training of the others moot. Having evaded the magic beam cannon, Vegeta was now brimming with confidence, particularly as he felt his own power surging. Piccolo, having sustained injuries, was unable to employ his recently formidable technique for the time being. Vegeta regarded this as Earth's last resort. The ensuing events would be nothing less than a one-sided massacre. As natives, you have done your utmost. For me, this is merely the beginning of my warm-up. Raditz, once I finish dealing with these few natives, I'll attend to you, he sneered, spitting disdainfully. As Vegeta turned, the energy waves he unleashed were too swift for Goku to respond in time. Seeing Gohan save Piccolo alleviated his worries, and now he was prepared to exert himself fully. Though it posed a significant strain on his body, the moment had come to employ the ultimate technique he had learned on King Kai's planet, the Kaioken. Beep, beep, beep. Power level, 30,000. What? How is this possible? In the midst of battle, Raditz's brother Kakarot had somehow managed to elevate his combat prowess. Vegeta, incredulous, noted that his own power level was only 20,000. It was unfathomable that Kakarot, who had been born with a power level of merely 2, could now achieve such heights. Despite his disbelief at the Earthling's elevated combat abilities, Vegeta, with the pride of Saiyan, refused to retreat, even in the face of a formidable adversary. Observing Goku's severed tail, Vegeta felt a surge of confidence, knowing he still had one final trick up his sleeve. In an instant, Goku appeared before Vegeta, his speed so remarkable that no one present, save for Raditz, could perceive it. Even Vegeta could only catch a glimpse of Goku's afterimage before he was bombarded with a flurry of punches. At first, Vegeta managed to fend off a few strikes, but soon he could no longer discern Goku's movements. Goku unleashed a relentless barrage upon Vegeta, striking various parts of his body with overwhelming force. Vegeta was unable to withstand the onslaught. He was struck hard in the chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Just moments ago, he had been brimming with arrogance. Now, his body contorted like that of a shrimp as he was launched away. Chapter 17. The Transformation into a Great Ape. At this moment, Vegeta's face was a canvas of disbelief, his eyes bloodshot. As the Prince of the Saiyans, how could a mere lower-class warrior possess such formidable strength? I am a cosmic genius warrior. Raditz, observing the Saiyan Prince's descent into madness and near mental collapse, addressed him. Vegeta, do you understand that there are always greater beings beyond your comprehension? Not everyone remains perpetually weak. With effort, one can rise again. Upon hearing Raditz imparting such wisdom, Vegeta's eyes flared even more with rage. Raditz, do not preach to me. The battle is not yet over. Vegeta unleashed his full power, his hands gathering energy to form a colossal purple energy sphere that radiated an extraordinary brilliance. With a mighty roar, he declared, Gallic Gun. The immense energy surged towards Goku. But even in his Kaioken X3 state, Goku remained unscathed by Vegeta's utmost effort. The formidable Gallic Gun was trivial in Goku's eyes. As he simply placed his hands at his waist and countered with the Kamehameha collided with the Gallic Gun, effortlessly overpowering it without any resistance. Seeing the futility of his Gallic Gun and realizing the Kamehameha was rapidly approaching him, Vegeta pondered this as the stark difference between himself and a lower-class warrior. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as Vegeta's attire was torn apart, sent crashing to the ground, suffering considerable injury. Unable to even defeat a lower-class warrior, what could he say of his Saiyan's genius and pride? With a heavy heart, Vegeta slowly rose, his hair disheveled and his eyes filled with fury, ready to reveal his trump card. If it has come to this, then I shall annihilate you all, including this wretched Earth. The crowd gasped at Vegeta's declaration, fearing he would unleash some cataclysmic energy. Only Raditz watched with indifference, already aware that Vegeta's ultimate move was the Oozuru transformation. To Raditz, it was inconsequential. After all, he too could transform, and without the Oozuru form, he could easily defeat Vegeta. Vegeta grinned malevolently, as if victory was already in his grasp. Pulling a man-made moon from his pocket, which slowly ascended into the sky. Upon seeing the moon and Vegeta's tail, Krillin recalled Goku's Oozuru transformation from years past. He immediately realized Vegeta's intention and urgently warned the others. He aims to transform into an Oozuru. We must stop him from destroying that artificial moon. However, it was too late. The moon had risen high above. Vegeta gazed intently at it, his body undergoing a tremendous transformation. His power level detector exploded. The sky resonated with a deafening roar as the gigantic Oozuru form of Vegeta towered over the ground, emanating an aura of sheer terror. Even more imposing than the moment when the warrior first beheld son Wukong transform into a colossal ape, the now giant Vegeta emanates an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Beside him, Nappa, too, succumbs to the moon's influence, entering his own state of giant ape transformation. However, even in this form, his bald head remains, and his stature lacks the formidable presence of Vegeta, though his injuries appear to have significantly healed. Raditz, sensing Nappa's combat power, estimates it to be at least 45,000, while Vegeta's power soars to an astonishing 20. The transformed Nappa, with his bald head, roars incessantly, launching attacks wherever his gaze falls, seemingly devoid of reason as he gradually approaches Vegeta's own giant ape form. Immediately, Vegeta addresses Nappa with disdain. You worthless Nappa, after following me for so long, have you devolved into this state simply because the enemy is too powerful? Each word Vegeta utters resonates with an earth-shattering force, causing leaves to cascade from surrounding trees. Under normal circumstances, Nappa would have the ability to control his giant ape transformation, yet the crushing defeat has plunged him into despair, leading to a loss of rationality. The two titanic beasts engage in combat, with the giant ape Vegeta seizing one of Nappa's hands and relentlessly pummeling his chest with a barrage of strikes. In a final, all-out effort, Vegeta delivers a devastating blow, sending Nappa reeling and unleashing a furious roar that echoes with renewed ferocity. With every ounce of strength, Vegeta delivers a powerful kick, propelling Nappa away, crashing through numerous mountain peaks and sustaining several wounds, before the transformation rapidly recedes, leaving Nappa dazed and silent. Onlookers can only watch in helpless awe at the clash of giants, as Vegeta's transformation is nothing short of extraordinary. In the Heavenly Temple, Mr. Popo and the Supreme Kai watch in trepidation, astonished by the sheer strength of these malevolent Saiyans. Sun Wukong, lacking a tail, cannot undergo the giant ape transformation, while Raditz, gazing at the moon, teeters on the brink of transformation himself. With a firm grip on his mental faculties, he manages to stave off the change. With each step Vegeta takes in his giant ape form, the ground trembles as if in the throes of an earthquake. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta furiously pounds the earth, venting his frustrations, creating colossal craters in his wake. Without even a tail, you're finished. Prepare to face my wrath. He bellows, leaping towards Sun Wukong. The sheer weight of his massive frame, crashing down, resembles a cataclysmic quake. Though Sun Wukong narrowly evades the attack, he is still struck by flying debris, pinning him to the ground beneath the force of Vegeta's onslaught. In this moment, Vegeta transforms into a monstrous entity, shattering mountains with each punch as he relentlessly assaults Sun Wukong, who finds it nearly impossible to retaliate, let alone defend himself. The speed of giant ape Vegeta surpasses even his usual state, and in a fleeting moment of vulnerability, he seizes Sun Wukong by a leg, brutally slamming him into the ground. Suddenly, a massive crater formed in the ground. At this moment, Sun Wukong was already battered and bruised, struggling to rise. Before he could react, a furious cry echoed, "Die, die! All of you perish!" Waves of cataclysmic energy surged from Vegeta's hands towards Sun Wukong, each strike wreaking devastation upon the earth, accompanied by a deafening explosion that sent dust swirling, obscuring all vision. The intensity of this assault was overwhelming. Had Raditz not intervened, Sun Wukong would surely have sustained grave injuries. As the swirling dust began to settle, it revealed a gaping chasm in the ground, yet astonishingly, Sun Wukong was absent from it. Raditz had acted decisively. At that critical juncture, had he delayed any longer, Sun Wukong would have met his demise. Kakarot, leave the rest to me. I shall deal with him, he declared, entrusting the injured Sun Wukong to the care of Piccolo and Gohan, who stood nearby. Vegeta, transformed into a great ape, glared furiously at Raditz. Raditz, you worthless fool. Instead of waiting for death, you dare to interfere. Raditz remained expressionless. Even in his great ape form, Vegeta was no match for him. Vegeta, you seem overly confident. With your strength, you cannot save our Saiyan race or avenge our fallen kin. Me? A failure? You think you stand a chance? Vegeta retorted, his voice booming across the battlefield. Provoked by Raditz's words, he unleashed a fierce assault, launching energy blasts with reckless abandon. Raditz, however, was undeterred. He conjured 2 energy discs and hurled them toward Vegeta's tail. Realizing the imminent danger, Vegeta leaped to evade the attack. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions. You have no opportunity to prevail, Raditz warned, initially aiming for a swift resolution without revealing his true power to Frieza. But now, I shall demonstrate the disparity in our strengths. With that, Raditz activated the 6-fold Kaioken technique, transforming into an even more formidable presence in Vegeta's eyes. His energy soared from 461,820 to 240,000, stabilizing thereafter. Vegeta felt a sensation akin to the oppressive aura he had only experienced in Frieza's presence, a foreboding pressure. At Raditz's current combat power, he could easily vanquish him. Vegeta could scarcely fathom that Raditz, having arrived on Earth merely a year prior, had become so fearsome. In a frenzied attempt to regain the upper hand, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of energy blasts for 10 relentless minutes, culminating in a full-powered Great Ape energy cannon. The Earth trembled with the force of his attack. However, as the smoke dissipated, it revealed Raditz, brushing off the dust from his attire, completely unscathed. Dust enveloped me, Vegeta, Have you had your fill? Now it is my turn, is it not? Raditz instantaneously appeared before Vegeta, delivering solid punches to the Saiyan Prince's colossal form. Vegeta felt a piercing pain surge through him. The force of Raditz's blows was insurmountable. His massive body crashed to the ground, while the diminutive Raditz relentlessly struck Vegeta's face with one blow after another. Although Vegeta had transformed into a great ape, significantly increasing his defenses, the assault inflicted not merely physical damage, but an overwhelming sense of despair within him. Vegeta had completely lost his confidence. The once proud and invincible Saiyan Prince was now toyed with by Raditz, rendered incapable of retaliation. Raditz seized Vegeta by the foot, effortlessly lifting the immense Saiyan and slamming him back and forth against the ground, creating deep craters upon impact. Bang, bang, bang. Vegeta struggled to move, to break free from Raditz's grip, but his strength was insufficient for escape. Lying on the ground, Vegeta was barely clinging to life, unable to move. Raditz raised a key blade, severing Vegeta's tail. As the tail was cut off, Vegeta's great ape transformation began to fade, his fur retreating as he sat weakly on the ground. Chapter 18. The End of the Battle. Vegeta recognized that he was no match for Raditz. Survival was paramount. There was no shame in being defeated by another Saiyan. No matter how he fought, victory eluded him, and the severely injured Vegeta stumbled on the verge of collapse. His eyes were fixated on the spaceship, disregarding Nappa's fate as he staggered toward the vessel, yearning to flee. Noticing Vegeta's attempt to escape, Raditz made no move to intercept him, but Piccolo advanced, intent on delivering a final blow to Vegeta. Seeing Piccolo's intent to kill, Goku rushed forward to intervene. Piccolo denied Goku the opportunity, unleashing a surge of energy to push Goku back. Piccolo approached Vegeta from behind, gathering a powerful energy wave, aiming to eradicate both Vegeta and Nappa. At that moment, Raditz flew in, blocking Piccolo from striking. Piccolo hesitated, realizing that killing Vegeta and Nappa was unnecessary. Their true adversary was not among them. He regarded Raditz with disdain, mirroring Goku's actions, and expressed his disgust. To think you are Goku's brother, sharing his kindness and indecisiveness. Your nature will ultimately bring about our downfall. Patience, Piccolo. In a sense, Vegeta may one day serve as an ally against Frieza. Frieza's power is beyond anything you can imagine. With that, Raditz utilized telepathic transmission to relay information to Piccolo, disclosing that Frieza's base combat power in his first transformation was 53, with each subsequent transformation exponentially stronger. Upon receiving this information, Piccolo could only exclaim in astonishment. How can such a being exist in this world? The formidable power of Frieza is truly astonishing. It seems that the realms of cultivation are boundless, and I find myself woefully inadequate. There's no need for concern, Piccolo. I have heard that the Grand Elder of the Namekians possesses the ability to unlock one's combat potential. As long as we locate the Grand Elder and the Dragon Balls, we can resolve the threat posed by Frieza. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Piccolo reluctantly acquiesced, though he was deeply discontented by the inability to eliminate Vegeta and Nappa. Meanwhile, Vegeta staggered forward, his eyes set on the spacecraft within reach. Escape was tantalizingly close. Never did he anticipate that Raditz would grow so powerful. Surely, this was the result of the Dragon Balls. I must obtain him, Vegeta mused silently. Wait, Vegeta. In your haste to depart, have you forgotten something? Raditz appeared before him in an instant. Are you here to kill me? I may not understand what has transpired to grant you such strength, but if you intend to slay me, then do so without further humiliation. Vegeta retorted, seething with anger. I merely wonder if you have forgotten about Nappa. The sight of Nappa ignited further fury within Vegeta. The Saiyan race has no need for a wretch like Nappa, whose combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Earthlings. Unperturbed by Vegeta's ire, Raditz seized the unconscious Nappa and cast him toward Vegeta. Take Nappa with you, Vegeta. Do not forget, despite his weakness, Nappa is still a Saiyan. The enmity of the Saiyans must never be forgotten. With that, Nappa was unceremoniously deposited into the cockpit, while Vegeta returned to his own seat, leaving with grandiose words. Raditz, sparing me today will be your gravest mistake. I shall return one day to exact my vengeance upon you. As the hatch sealed completely, the spacecraft soared swiftly toward Frieza's base. Inside the vessel, Vegeta gazed at the receding figures, his heart brimming with resentment. Raditz's newfound strength must surely be attributed to the Dragon Balls, which, alas, no longer exist on Earth. However, according to the records of Frieza's army, The Namekians have begun to reconstruct their planet, which possesses the capability to create Dragon Balls. With this thought firmly entrenched in his mind, Vegeta resolved that once he had healed from his injuries, he would journey to Namek. Securing the Dragon Balls from Namek would ensure that both Raditz and Goku, as well as Frieza, would meet their demise at his hands. As events settled, Raditz gathered the injured fighters from the battle, administering a Senzu bean to each. Krillin, Yamcha, Ten, Piccolo, and Goku consumed the beans, experiencing almost instantaneous recovery. Raditz then elaborated to the unaware group about the details of the recent confrontation. Krillin and Yamcha erupted in laughter, celebrating the end of the battle, confident that they could now live in peace without further threats. Yet, the conflict was far from over, although Vegeta and Nappa had been defeated. Their combat power was still being monitored by Frieza, who was already aware that the Dragon Balls of Earth were rendered useless and would inevitably seek the Namekians. Raditz elucidated to everyone the formidable and perilous nature of Frieza. If they did not take the initiative, Frieza's army would likely reach Namek within mere months. Should Frieza acquire the Dragon Balls on Namek, the only fate awaiting the people of Earth would be death. Following this battle, Raditz emerged as the pillar of strength for the group. Despite feelings of fear and exhaustion, they heeded Raditz's words. Only Piccolo appeared displeased, for he was acutely aware of the stakes, and his character compelled him to strive for greater strength. Before long, they convened to prepare at Master Roshi's house, with Bulma tasked to utilize the advanced technology from Raditz's spaceship to construct a large vessel. "I shall not accompany you just yet. I will join you when it is time to depart," Raditz stated. Gohan turned to Piccolo and inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, won't you train with us for a few days?" Piccolo glanced at Gohan, his expression softening slightly as he replied, "Thank you, Gohan, for saving me this time. You must train diligently so that next time you do not succumb to fear as you did in this battle." Hearing these words, everyone sensed a shift in Piccolo. He no longer harbored the ambition to dominate the Earth, but instead was willing to fight alongside them to protect it, his aura no longer exuding malevolence. In the heavens, the Supreme Kai observed the clash below and noted Piccolo's transformation with a somber gaze. He turned to Mr. Popo and remarked, "It seems my days as the Supreme Kai are numbered." Mr. Popo was inclined to inquire further, but the Supreme Kai offered no elaboration, leaving only the hope that it was merely a jest. With the conflict resolved, it was time to return. The group, brimming with energy, soared towards Master Roshi's house, where Bulma, Master Roshi, and the others had been anxiously awaiting news of the battle's outcome. Soon, Master Roshi sensed their energy rapidly approaching and, relieved, conveyed the outcome to Bulma. As Raditz and his companions arrived on the island, Bulma had already prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome them. Upon their arrival, she exclaimed, "You all truly are powerful. You can vanquish any foe." In a moment of braggadocio, Yamcha interjected, "With my strength, I could defeat any enemy in just a few moves." He proceeded to strike several poses to showcase his prowess. Krillin, unable to contain himself, retorted, "Do not listen to Yamcha's nonsense." This victory was solely thanks to Goku and Raditz. Yamcha fainted shortly after the battle began. This provoked hearty laughter from the group. As the clamor subsided and the day waned, the weary warriors, now fatigued and famished, beheld a table laden with delectable dishes outside the house. They commenced a hearty feast, with bowls of rice being devoured one after another, particularly by Goku and Raditz, who, true to their brotherly bond, seemed to possess insatiable appetites, consuming food with fervor. Bulma's pace in retrieving food from the capsules was far outstripped by the voracious appetites of the two men. The supply of food dwindled rapidly, while Goku and Raditz's bellies grew ever larger. The others had long since satiated their hunger and could only watch as the two devoured their meal, as if in a contest. It continued until every morsel from the capsules was consumed, and only then did the two feel satisfied. Master Roshi observed this spectacle and thought to himself that true brothers share an incredible appetite. After their meal, Raditz produced a remote control for his spaceship and pressed several buttons, summoning the craft that had brought him to Earth to Master Roshi's abode. Bulma, intrigued by the circular vessel, eagerly ventured inside, exploring the alien technology that was entirely foreign to her. Raditz then informed Bulma of the group's plan to travel to Namek, expressing his hope that she could decipher the technology of the small ship to construct a larger vessel. This ship would carry the warriors to Namek to confront the Frieza force, and the coordinates of Namek were indeed contained within the spaceship. Bulma confidently replied that, based on the technology of the circular ship, she would be able to comprehend its workings without much difficulty. The materials for fuel and construction were also present, and she assured him that building a larger ship would not pose a problem, though it would require several days. With the prospect of the spaceship's construction looking promising, Raditz eagerly thanked Bulma for her assistance. Chapter 19. Return home. The following morning, after a night of revelry at Master Roshi's, the warriors expressed their desire to return to their respective homes. They gathered their belongings and made arrangements to reconvene when the ship was nearly completed. As the group bid farewell, only Raditz remained, having nowhere to go. Initially, he intended to head to the lookout to train for a few days. At that moment, Gohan tugged at Goku's sleeve, gazing up at him with longing eyes. "Dad, are we going home to see Mom?" "Imi's here." Hearing Gohan's words, Goku seemed to recall that he, too, had not returned in quite some time. "Gohan, let us go back and see your mother," he replied. "All right, Dad. We're finally going home." Goku then approached Raditz, saying, "Raditz, you have no place to go. Why not come home with us? After all, you're my brother." "No, Kakarot, I wish to train for a few more days and prepare adequately," Raditz insisted. However, Goku was relentless, urging Raditz to join them, assuring him that there would be time for training later. Seeing Goku's unwavering invitation, Raditz, though originally an outsider, felt a connection to his brother. Eventually, he acquiesced to Goku's request. Gohan, thrilled by Raditz's agreement, exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Uncle is coming back with us." Raditz, touched by Gohan's joy, affectionately patted his head. "I'll play with you for a few days." Upon hearing this, Gohan felt a surge of joy at having someone to play with. While Goku remained consumed by his fervent training, Chi-Chi, preoccupied with educating Gohan, was oblivious to anything beyond his studies. The presence of Raditz naturally brought delight. Raditz, having borrowed a small sum from Bulma, procured some gifts nearby, and together with Goku and Gohan, they set off towards Goku's home. As they soared over bustling cities, Raditz paused to purchase a few games and snacks for Gohan. He also acquired some presents intended for Chi-Chi as a gesture of goodwill. Subsequently, they resumed their journey, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate and sparsely populated until they arrived at a vast plain dotted with expansive woodlands. In the heart of this open expanse stood an unassuming little house, encircled by a field long since abandoned. This was Goku's home. Upon reaching the door, Goku knocked gently. The door swung open to reveal Chi-Chi, adorned in simple attire yet radiating beauty, her hair tied back in a ponytail. The moment she laid eyes on Goku and Gohan, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. After nearly a year apart, Goku had merely informed her that he needed Gohan's assistance to confront formidable foes. Throughout this time, Chi-Chi had been consumed by worry, rushing forward to embrace both Goku and Gohan. "Gohan, you've finally returned. You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight." "Goku, you only mentioned a brief training session, promising to return soon after defeating the enemies. It appears you intend to abandon me with Gohan." This was followed by a flurry of scolding directed at Goku, who could only smile sheepishly and explain his prolonged absence. Chi-Chi's concerns soon turned to Gohan's academic progress, worrying that he had fallen behind after a year away from studies. "Go and review your books immediately. You must not waste time if you aspire to become a doctor." Gohan cast a pleading glance towards Goku, who, overwhelmed by his own predicament, could only shake his head in resignation, unable to advocate for his son. Reluctantly, Gohan opened his long-dormant backpack, retrieving his books to begin studying. It was at this moment that Chi-Chi noticed Raditz's presence and inquired, "And who might this gentleman be?" Goku quickly introduced him. "This is my brother, Raditz." Chi-Chi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words upon hearing this revelation. Sensing her astonishment, Raditz stepped forward to patiently elucidate the circumstances surrounding his arrival. After Raditz's thorough explanation, Chi-Chi welcomed him warmly, now understanding the situation. Following a pleasant exchange, Chi-Chi learned about Goku's family background, and upon discovering that his parents had passed away early in life, she expressed her sorrow. "I cannot believe Goku's parents are no longer with us. You, Raditz, shall become part of our family. Please consider making your home here." Hearing his mother invite Raditz to stay brought immense happiness to Gohan. "Uncle, please stay with us. Having another person around would be splendid." As Wukong observed, he signaled to Raditz, indicating that they were all family. Raditz politely declined Chi-Chi's invitation, agreeing only to temporarily stay at Wukong's home for a few days. It was not yet the time to indulge in leisure, for numerous formidable adversaries loomed ahead, leaving no room for Raditz to relax. As night fell, Raditz shared a delightful dinner with the Sun family, filled with laughter. This marked Raditz's first experience of feeling at home in the Dragon Ball world. He resolved, come what may, to protect Earth valiantly. The following morning, Sun Wukong prepared to venture out for hunting, with Gohan eagerly clamoring to join. Raditz, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the unique wildlife of Earth in the Dragon Ball universe, including dinosaurs, expressed his desire to accompany them. Liu, along with Gohan and Raditz, journeyed to a primordial forest, a vast expanse devoid of human habitation, a dominion of wild animals. Upon entering the forest, Raditz sensed the presence of numerous creatures, their battle powers estimated to be around several dozen. While Raditz was attuned to his surroundings, he noticed an animal swiftly approaching them. Suddenly, a colossal figure obstructed their path, preventing Raditz and the others from advancing. This gigantic silhouette resembled a tiger, yet was vastly different from the tigers etched in Raditz's memory. Its size was threefold that of the tigers he recalled, with an imposing head and a terrifying demeanor, adorned with long fur around its neck, resembling a fusion of lion and tiger. Utilizing his energy perception, Raditz discerned its battle power to be over 20, considerably superior to that of a mere farmer wielding a gun. Gohan, well-read and knowledgeable, informed them that this was the Bloodfang tiger, the ruler of the forest, against whom few animals could contend. The Bloodfang tiger, with its massive jaws and blood-red fangs, gazed hungrily at Raditz, saliva dripping from its mouth. With an impatient roar, the Bloodfang tiger lunged at Raditz with a powerful swipe, intent on sinking its teeth into him. Raditz merely leapt gracefully, soaring several dozen meters into the air, and then conveyed his thoughts to Liu. Kakarot, you need not intervene. This is a perfect opportunity to train Gohan. Upon hearing this, Liu also leapt high, taking refuge in the trees. The enormous Bloodfang tiger, now focused solely on Gohan, pounced toward him, eager to devour him whole. Terrified, Gohan attempted to climb the tree, while Raditz shouted to him, I've entrusted Gohan to you. Do not flee. Your father Kakarot, and I will be watching from above. Despite Raditz's encouragement, Gohan found himself paralyzed with fear as the terrifying Bloodfang tiger advanced. The creature relentlessly pursued him, causing Gohan to evade repeatedly, leaving the tiger bewildered. Time passed, yet Gohan remained hesitant to strike, while the Bloodfang tiger grew weary and eventually collapsed. Raditz, resigned, decided to descend with son Liu, contemplating how to deal with the Bloodfang tiger, as Gohan finally stepped forward. Uncle, never mind, let him go, Gohan implored. Hearing Gohan's plea, Raditz ultimately decided to relent. He followed Goku and Gohan as they ventured forth, encountering few monsters along the way, merely a handful of adorable rabbits. Gohan delighted in their playful antics as the sky gradually darkened, and despite their fruitless endeavor, it was time to return. Gohan bid farewell to the rabbits, and the group began their journey back. Suddenly, a chilling howl of rabbits pierced the air, and without regard for his companions, Gohan dashed back. There, he witnessed the Bloodfang tiger savagely devouring the very rabbits he had frolicked with. Several of the innocent creatures lay lifeless, as the tiger feasted with insatiable greed. Enraged by the sight of his friends being slaughtered, Gohan charged forward, landing a powerful punch on the Bloodfang tiger, followed by an energy wave that obliterated the beast. By the time Raditz and Goku arrived, Gohan was shedding tears as he dug a grave for the fallen rabbits. Observing the scene, Raditz spoke to Gohan. Did you see? If you do not harm others, they may still harm you or your friends. If you shy away from battle and fail to eliminate your enemies, your friends will suffer. Gohan pondered Raditz's words and nodded in agreement. After tidying up, Goku carried the Bloodfang tiger's carcass back home, where they cooked it to perfection. Everyone feasted heartily, with Gohan exclaiming how delicious it was, consuming an uncountable amount of the tiger's meat. After dinner, Raditz finally found a moment of solitude, sitting alone on the grass outside, quietly honing his mental prowess. Entering a meditative state, he once again attuned himself to the energies of the earth, absorbing the vitality of every blade of grass and tree. The energy of Earth was incomparably vast, far exceeding that of North Kai's planet. If the latter resembled a trickling stream, Earth was an expansive ocean. However, the energy of Earth was not as easily absorbed due to its sheer magnitude. Raditz could not communicate with the Earthlings and could only absorb the energy from the nearby flora and fauna. After a brief period of absorption, he sensed a notable enhancement in his mental strength and contemplated whether he could manipulate objects with his energy. With focused intent, Raditz concentrated his mental energy, infusing it into his ki, and then separated it from his body. He directed it toward a small stone in the distance, attempting to exert control over it. After several attempts, the stone, buoyed by his ki, surprisingly lifted into the air. Perhaps due to the limited amount of mental energy or ki he had released, the levitation was short-lived, and the stone soon fell to the ground. Undeterred, Raditz endeavored to release a greater volume of ki, which allowed him to maintain control over the stone for a significantly longer duration. However, he felt a decline in his combat power due to the excessive separation of his ki. Raditz mused silently. This technique may prove ineffective against adversaries of equal combat prowess, yet it holds potential against those weaker than oneself. Raditz continued to meditate, striving to amass greater reserves of mental energy. Chapter 20. The Frisia Force. As Raditz immersed himself in the cultivation of his spiritual power, far away in the depths of a dark universe, a colossal interstellar mothership commanded by Frisia was in operation. Sipping from a glass of red wine, Frisia savored the exquisite vintage. He had just conquered another planet of satisfactory quality, and the indigenous inhabitants had been sufficiently subdued. Promising a lucrative return, his spirits were high as he gazed out at the cosmos, filled with worlds under his dominion, reveling in his imperial ambitions. Yet, a tinge of loneliness crept into Frisia's heart. It had been a long time since he had personally engaged in the conquest of a planet. He had not experienced the thrill of battle in ages, almost forgetting the sensation of combat. His subordinate, the Ginyu Force, performed admirably, leaving him with little opportunity to intervene. The Frisia Force had effectively established control over most planets in the seventh universe. Any being residing on these worlds that refused to submit to Frisia faced certain death. Frisia's vast fleet loomed majestically in the starry expanse, a sight to behold. Among his ranks, the Ginyu Force stood as the most formidable, gathering exceptional warriors from across the seventh universe, truly the elite of the cosmos. Aside from the loathsome gods of the universe, Frisia reigned as the sovereign of this realm. Yet, the absence of worthy opponents brought its own form of solitude. Frisia remarked to his followers, "Lord Frisia, soon we shall become invincible and vanquish those so-called gods of the realm," one of his minions proclaimed. Frisia chuckled, flattered by the flattery, for his true ambition lay in confronting those hypocritical deities. He held a particular disdain for the gods who preach morality while permitting Frisia to ruthlessly harvest the lives of indigenous beings. Just as Frisia luxuriated in his grand designs, a subordinate hastily entered the command room, breathless with urgency. "Apologies, my lord, but we have dire news. Surveillance and recordings reveal that Vegeta and Nappa have been defeated, and Raditz has betrayed the Frisia Force." Frisia, unfazed, scoffed at the alarm. "What folly! Our force is invincible. Why the commotion over a mere scion with low combat power? Show me the recordings." His subordinate swiftly presented the recorded footage of Vegeta, Nappa, and Raditz. The video depicted Raditz rampaging through his foes, effortlessly overpowering Vegeta without exerting his full strength. Dialogues between Vegeta and Nappa revealed the miraculous properties of the Dragon Balls, suggesting they could grant immortality, seemingly located on Namek. As Frisia scrutinized the recordings, his expression darkened, a tempest of murderous intent swelling within him. He vowed internally, "I cannot allow those Scions to obtain the Dragon Balls. They are mine. I shall attain immortality and reign as the eternal emperor of the universe." With this thought, Frisia's aura erupted forth, radiating the overwhelming power of a cosmic sovereign. Fear gripped his subordinates, compelling them to kneel on the ground, trembling, lest Lord Frisia's displeasure lead to their demise. "My lord," one of them dared to speak, "it appears these Scions harbor treacherous intentions against you. They are even aware of your annihilation of planet Vegeta." Frisia's gaze, cold as ice, fixated on the footage of Vegeta, Raditz, and Goku. "So what if they knew I was the architect of Vegeta's destruction? They are but a band of primitive apes. What storm could they possibly conjure? Go and ascertain how long it will take us to reach Namek from our current location." His subordinate promptly activated the high-tech holographic screen, and soon the results emerged. "My lord, it will require merely 3 months to arrive at Namek." "Excellent," Frisia commanded. "Inform the Ginyu Force and all elite warriors to abandon their current tasks and make haste to Namek. Should anyone attempt to obstruct us, eliminate them without hesitation. I must obtain the Dragon Balls." He cautioned his subordinates to keep this endeavor from his father, King Cold, and his brother, Cooler. Frisia harbored ambitions of monopolizing the Dragon Balls to become the most formidable being in the universe. As he stood by the window, he reveled in fantasies of immortality that the Dragon Balls would grant him, relishing the ecstasy of slaughter. In that moment, echoes of his father, King Cold's ancient warnings reverberated in his mind. "Beware the golden-haired Super Saiyan among the Scions. He will bring ruin to our race." Frisia dismissed this notion with disdain. What was a Super Saiyan to him? The Scions had been reduced to a mere handful at his hands. Nonetheless, to exercise caution, Frieza ordered surveillance on Vegeta and Nappa, instructing his subordinates to delay them at all costs should they exhibit any signs of movement. He prided himself on being a rare genius of the Frost Demon lineage, surpassing the strength of all his ancestors from birth. Elevated as the hope of his race, he bore an immense arrogance, dismissing his ancestors' warnings as mere jest. The Saiyans were inconsequential. Though the Saiyans were notoriously unruly, they proved useful as subordinates, and he was confident in his ability to subdue them. Untroubled by the prospect of a Super Saiyan, the thought of King Vegeta smiling and greeting, with the inhabitants of planet Vegeta kneeling before him, brought him great comfort. Little did he know that the Saiyans had provoked the god of destruction, Beerus, for reasons unbeknownst to him, which compelled Frieza to obliterate planet Vegeta. Ultimately, he had no choice but to heed the orders of the god of destruction. He would have preferred not to annihilate the Saiyan homeworld. If he were to acquire the Dragon Balls this time, he mused, he could eradicate all the gods within this universe. My lord, the Ginyu Force and the elite troops have been notified, one of his subordinates announced. Frieza returned to his grand seat, surveying his vast fleet, and issued his command, set forth for Namek. In an instant, a formidable fleet of spaceships soared into the skies as the Frieza force launched an all-out assault. A terrifying display of might that no one could withstand, capable of crushing all beings in the seventh universe. Meanwhile, having escaped from Earth, Vegeta and Nappa had reached a Frieza force outpost. The Saiyans, possessing considerable fighting prowess, held a notable status within the ranks of the Frieza force. Upon witnessing the severely injured return of Vegeta and Nappa, the personnel at the outpost hurriedly transported the two into the healing chamber for treatment. Days passed within the healing apparatus, and almost simultaneously, Vegeta and Nappa awakened. As they surveyed their surroundings, it became apparent that they were in the outpost. Nappa, we must avenge the humiliation of our return. That wretched Raditz and Kakarot shall pay dearly, Vegeta declared with fervor. Nappa nodded, recalling the clown-like Lepin, vowing to tear him apart upon their next encounter. Both warriors sensed that they had seemingly grasped the Earthling's concept of ki through their recent battle, feeling a significant enhancement in their combat abilities. Removing the healing masks, they exited the treatment pod, equipped with the latest combat power detectors. Beep, 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 combat power, 58,000. Combat power, 27,500, the device announced. Elated by their newfound strength, Nappa exclaimed, Vegeta, let us return to Earth for vengeance, and show that trash with a power level of only 4,500 what true strength is. Hearing Nappa's words, Vegeta was incensed. Nappa, are you still not awake? Our immediate priority is to head to Namek and seek the Dragon Balls. Once we grow stronger, we can dominate the universe. Realizing the truth in Vegeta's words, Nappa nodded vigorously. Vegeta instructed him to suppress his ki back to its original level to avoid detection by Frieza. After adjusting their ki, the two prepared to depart for Namek, only to be intercepted by the commander of the Frieza Force outpost, accompanied by several subordinates. Lord Vegeta, Lord Nappa, we have received orders from the Legion prohibiting your exit from the base. You are to remain on standby, the commander stated. Nappa, infuriated by the audacity of the lesser soldiers, glared at them. Vegeta activated his combat power detector to assess the strength of those within the base. Beep, 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 combat power, 4000, 3000, 2000, 1900. With the highest combat power among the base personnel only reaching 4000, Vegeta's mind began to devise a plan. Nappa bellowed at the soldiers blocking their path. Get lost, you worthless fools. We are on important business to Namek, and if you obstruct us further, we shall annihilate you. The Frieza force has already headed to Namek to seek the Dragon Balls. I advise you both to stay put and await Lord Frieza's return, the commander cautioned. As he spoke, a group of Frieza's subordinates closed in, attempting to restrain them. Upon hearing that Frieza had gone to Namek, Vegeta felt a wave of dread wash over him. This is bad. The combat power detector must be malfunctioning. Frieza is monitoring us. He must already be aware of the Dragon Balls, or he would not have gone to Namek in person. After speaking, they hastily discarded the combat power detector, shattering it beneath their feet. Outside the door, Frieza's subordinates appeared utterly perplexed, unaware of the intentions of Vegeta and Nappa. With a mere glance, Vegeta signaled to Nappa, who immediately sprang into action, snapping the necks of several of Frieza's minions. The remaining individuals, witnessing the assault, recognized they were no match for Vegeta and Nappa, and swiftly attempted to flee in order to summon reinforcements. However, they were met with a barrage of energy blasts from Vegeta, falling lifeless to the ground before they could relay any news of Vegeta and Nappa's betrayal of Frieza's army. Seeing no survivors, Vegeta and Nappa detonated the base, obliterating the remaining spacecraft. They quickly boarded the two vessels that had survived and set a course for Namek. Vegeta learned that Frieza had already departed several days ahead of them. Even though Frieza's location was relatively distant from Namek, Vegeta, seated in the cockpit, was consumed by urgency. I must obtain the Dragon Balls before Frieza does. Raditz, Kakarot, wait for me. Once I acquire the Dragon Balls and gain unparalleled power, I shall return to annihilate you and reign supreme over this universe. With that, Vegeta erupted into a sinister laugh, as if the days of his dominion were imminent. He then communicated with Nappa via the ship's intercom, instructing him to maximize the ship's speed towards Namek. Chapter 21. Departure. Raditz decided to recuperate at Goku's home for several days, preparing himself for the journey to Namek. He wished to savor the feeling of having a family and loved ones in the world of Dragon Balls. During this time, Raditz was not idle. He diligently trained his mental fortitude, becoming increasingly adept over the days. On a bright and sunny morning, the day everyone had agreed upon had finally arrived. Early on, Raditz had gathered his belongings alongside Goku and Gohan. As Raditz waited outside, sounds of commotion emerged from within, resembling an argument. Gohan cannot go. He is too young, and participating in battle is far too perilous for him. Don't worry, Chi-Chi. I will protect Gohan. He has grown, and this is an invaluable opportunity for him to train and become stronger. We need him for this battle. Gohan, standing nearby, repeatedly expressed his desire to join in the fight, eager to stand alongside his companions. With no other recourse, Chi-Chi reluctantly accepted their decision. Once Goku and Gohan completed their preparations, they stepped outside. Gohan frequently glanced back, cherishing memories of his mother. Under the eaves, Chi-Chi leaned against the doorframe, gazing at Gohan with a heavy heart, her eyes glistening with tears as she addressed Goku. You must take good care of Gohan. Ensure he remains safe and returns unharmed. Goku, here are the study materials. Remember to have Gohan review them. Upon witnessing Kiki's profound sorrow, son Wukong felt a surge of compassion and hurried to console her. This time, the absence won't be prolonged. They shall return swiftly. Rest assured, I will take good care of Gohan alongside Raditz, he assured Kiki, who, upon receiving his affirmative response, felt a wave of relief. She retrieved several bento boxes from within the house, ensuring they would not go hungry during their journey. After gathering the provisions, she waved goodbye as they ascended into the sky. Raditz and the others, undeterred, unleashed their energy and proceeded directly to the designated meeting place. Came house. In a short while, Raditz, Gohan, and Wukong arrived, only to find that the other warriors, including Piccolo, had already gathered and were awaiting their arrival. Krillin, spotting Raditz, Wukong, and Gohan, smiled and remarked, "You three are quite tardy, arriving slightly later than agreed." "There's no helping it, Krillin." Kiki was overly concerned about Gohan and prepared an abundance of supplies, which consumed a considerable amount of time, Raditz explained. Noticing Bulma tidying up, he inquired, "Is the spacecraft ready?" Bulma, looking somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It can fly without issue, though there are a few minor problems, but they should be manageable. Flying is all that matters. As long as it doesn't explode mid-air, we'll be fine," Raditz reassured her. That one happened, she responded confidently. Subsequently, Bulma produced a capsule, pressed a button, and tossed it to the ground, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a sizable spaceship emerged before them, measuring over 30 meters in length and towering several meters high. Its design was square-shaped, with 4 pillars at each corner and a massive jet engine at the rear. The imposing vessel nearly occupied the entirety of Kame Island, encroaching upon Kame House itself. Inside, Master Roshi was engrossed in reading an indecorous book, thoroughly enjoying himself, when suddenly, bang! The wooden wall of the toilet was smashed by the spaceship's corner, leaving him utterly embarrassed. "Must you park the ship here? Can't you find another place? You've damaged my home." The group exchanged awkward glances with Master Roshi, while Bulma playfully stuck out her tongue, promising to repair the damage upon their return. Meanwhile, Raditz gazed at the pristine spacecraft, appreciating its resemblance to a true cosmic vessel. "It looks impressive, Bulma. You truly are a genius for crafting such an extraordinary ship." Bulma, beaming with pride and confidence at Raditz's compliment, replied, "Of course. No one on Earth could replicate my work. Come, take a look inside." There are many surprises awaiting you. She gently pressed a button on the ship's remote control, and the mechanical door at the center of the spacecraft began to rise slowly. From the outside, the interior exuded a distinctly mechanical aura akin to that of an extraterrestrial vessel. Intrigued by the marvels within, the group eagerly filed inside, eager to discover what other wonders awaited them. As Raditz and the others entered, they were greeted by an ambience rich in advanced technology, with the interior space appearing more expansive than the exterior, remarkably spacious. Within, several habitable chambers were present, each equipped with a comprehensive array of sustenance and an abundance of household items in capsule form. Centrally located towards the rear of the spacecraft was a dining area, and further ahead lay a table designated for strategic discussions, atop which rested the modified battlesuits of the Frisia Force and their combat power detectors. Nearby, the nostalgia-inducing Dragon Ball radar awaited, each item prepared in a singular portion for each individual. These provisions were arranged by Bulma at Raditz's behest prior to their departure to Goku's abode, for their paramount objective was to secure the Dragon Balls before Frisia could. Upon spotting the Dragon Ball radar, Goku eagerly grasped it, reminiscing about the adventures of his youth alongside his friends. His gaze burned with fervor as he recalled the days spent traversing Earth in search of the Dragon Balls. How nostalgic! Is this not the very Dragon Ball radar we used in our childhood? Krillin and Yamcha, each holding their own radar, chimed in. Indeed, those were our finest days. The group seemed to drift into a collective reverie, reflecting on the cherished memories of their youth. Meanwhile, Piccolo maintained a stoic expression, for in those days, he had played the role of the antagonist, often on the receiving end of the hero's assaults. During that time, Piccolo had vanquished numerous warriors, although they were ultimately resurrected by the Dragon Balls. Before the nostalgia could fully envelop them, Raditz seized the battle suits and combat power detectors from a table, addressing the group. These battle suits are the standard issue of the Frisia Force, crafted with Earth's technology, albeit only with Bulma's ingenuity to make them feasible. Wearing this suit significantly enhances defensive capabilities, and it can adapt to the size and height of the wearer, proving quite convenient. As for the combat power detectors, I trust you are all familiar with them. They offer a precise measurement of one's combat strength, akin to sensing ki, and can pinpoint the source of power within a certain range, serving as a valuable reference. The warriors listened intently to Raditz. Their curiosity piqued as they picked up the items, marveling at the alien technology, which was beyond their wildest imaginings. In the very center of the spacecraft, a row of control panels displayed an array of instruments that Raditz could not comprehend. To his astonishment, there was also a gravity chamber located to the left of the control console. The gravity chamber was spacious enough to accommodate all the warriors comfortably and was equipped with floating robots capable of firing mild lasers to assist in their training. Bulma, beaming with pride, declared to the warriors, "Quite impressive, isn't it? I've finally surpassed the previous limit of 50 times Earth's gravity. Now, the gravity chamber can reach up to 100 times. However, do exercise caution, for this level of gravity is no trifling matter." The gravity chamber was constructed by Raditz at Bulma's behest, as the journey to Namek would require a considerable amount of time. This period represented the final opportunity for training, and one must not become complacent. Goku's son, Gohan, observed the control panel of the spaceship, filled with incomprehensible commands that only served to bewilder him further. "Is there anyone among you who understands these controls? I am utterly at a loss on how to operate this vessel." He looked around, but the others merely shook their heads. The warriors, including Raditz, were engrossed in their battles, honing their strength. Some of them had never even been educated, unable to read, and thus could not grasp the complexities of spacecraft technology. I had anticipated that none of you would be able to operate the ship. I am one of you, and I intend to accompany you to Namek. No, Bulma, it is far too perilous for you to venture there. As an ordinary person, a moment's inattention could spell disaster for you. It is far safer here on Earth, Raditz cautioned her. Yet, Bulma remained resolute, dismissing the concerns of both Yamcha and Goku with unwavering determination. "If I do not go, who among you can pilot the ship there and back?" Faced with Bulma's insistence, and realizing that none were capable of operating the spacecraft, they reluctantly acquiesced to her desire. After everyone selected their quarters and gathered their equipment, the spaceship was prepared for launch. Bulma, seated at the control panel, entered the coordinates for Namek that she had obtained from Raditz's small round spaceship, delicately pressing a few buttons. With a thunderous roar, the ship ignited, billowing clouds of smoke as the rocket howled in response. The vessel, stationed upon the ground of Kame House, generated immense shock waves, causing the surrounding waters to surge as if they would be torn asunder. Moments later, the spaceship soared directly towards Namek. Leaving behind the dust-laden Kame Sennin and the turtle. The Kame Sennin waved his hand towards the sky, shouting, "Ensure you return safely. And remember, do not launch from my place next time." As the spaceship accelerated, it soon broke free from the atmosphere, entering the vast expanse of space. Except for Raditz. Everyone was witnessing the grandeur of the cosmos for the first time, with stars twinkling like diamonds scattered across an inky canvas. As they distanced themselves from Earth, it gradually diminished in size, becoming a mere speck amid the vastness, followed by the 9 planets of the Milky Way galaxy. Eventually, even the galaxy itself appeared diminutive, with everything reduced to luminous pinpricks of light. The crew gazed in awe at this breathtaking spectacle, marveling at the prospect of journeying through the cosmos. Particularly Gohan, who had brought along his camera, diligently capturing moments to share with Chi-Chi upon their return. Perhaps even before their ascent, there was a lingering sense of uncertainty and fear regarding the impending confrontation with Frieza. Yet, now they were entranced by the unfamiliar starlit sky and stunning vistas, reveling in a state of exhilaration. Raditz, too compassionate to interrupt their reverie, opted to let them enjoy a few days of respite before the inevitable trials they would face. Chapter 22. The spaceship training days passed, and as the spaceship ventured further from Earth, the initial excitement among the crew waned. They immersed themselves in rigorous training, leaving no room for complacency. Only Bulma, the pilot, set the ship to autopilot, allowing her to bask in the sun of various star systems, enjoying a life far more luxurious than on Earth, prompting envy from her companions. Within the gravity chamber, set to 20 times the normal gravity, the heavy breaths of several burly warriors filled the air. Keep pushing through, rely on your willpower. The voices belonged to the fighters, who were engaged in sparring against Raditz under extreme gravitational conditions. Despite the training being labeled as sparring, Raditz navigated effortlessly, feeling no pressure to attack or defend. The warriors struggled under the weight, gasping for breath. Only Goku and Piccolo managed to stand, albeit sluggishly, unable to land a hit on Raditz. The others were mostly reduced to half-kneeling positions, with leaping completely flattened by gravity, sprawled helplessly on the ground. The effort to even lift a leg was monumental, let alone engage Raditz in combat. "Can we take a break? I feel like I can't hold on any longer," Leaping exclaimed, lying spread-eagled on the floor. His face contorted under the weight. "Considering our past, we might not even survive this time. If you can't bear this little pressure, how will you survive the battle ahead?" Raditz chided, observing the weary faces of the others, who were also struggling to endure. Piccolo, Ten, and Krillin were pinned down by the gravity, their clothes soaked with sweat, looking as if they might collapse at any moment. Yet they persevered. Even the youngest, Gohan, gritted his teeth in determination. "Uncle Leaping, hang in there. If we endure, everything will get better," Gohan encouraged, prompting Leaping to reflect deeply. After a moment, he came to a realization. "Don't worry, Gohan. For me, this is nothing. It's just 20 times gravity." He resolved not to voice weakness again and joined the others in their training. Raditz observed this with satisfaction. In his previous life on Earth, he recognized Leaping's potential, albeit marred by his laziness and lack of dedication. Yet, Raditz was not cruel. Should anyone truly falter, he would offer them a senzu bean to continue their training. In the Dragon Ball saga, Leaping often faced tragic outcomes in battles. Now, in this world, perhaps a gradual shift in Leaping's fate could alter the course of his tragic destiny. As yet another day of arduous training drew to a close, night fell upon Earth, and the group prepared to rest. While the others retired, Raditz intended to do the same, but noticed that only Gohan's room remained lit. Raditz was curious to see what Gohan was up to so late at night, and pushed the door open. He found Gohan sitting alone in his room, diligently reviewing his study materials. Raditz couldn't help but marvel at how obedient Gohan was to his mother, Chi-Chi, balancing his studies with his training. Observing Gohan's dedication, Raditz contemplated whether he could shift Gohan's focus solely to combat, ensuring that his remarkable talents would not go to waste. He wished to prevent Gohan from becoming a future version of himself, hindered by academic pursuits at the expense of training. Raditz approached Gohan and remarked, "Gohan, you are so diligent. After a tiring training session, you still commit to your studies every night." Gohan turned to see Raditz and replied, "Mom said that I must become a scholar and a doctor, which means I have to read and learn every day." "Do you enjoy studying and aspiring to be a scholar?" Raditz inquired. "Yes," Gohan affirmed. "Are you interested in becoming stronger in battle?" "Uncle Raditz, I want to grow stronger to protect my family, but I prefer peace and reading. Raditz reflected on Gohan's character, reminiscent of the comic version of him, who was not particularly enthusiastic about fighting and preferred to pursue his own interests. In the Dragon Ball world, everyone has their own aspirations. Enforcing a change might not yield positive results. With that thought, Raditz decided against attempting to alter Gohan's mindset. Then focus on your studies, Gohan. I am certain you will become a great scholar in the future. Okay, Uncle Raditz. I will strive to become a great scholar. Days passed, and each day the warriors trained until they were drenched in sweat, exhausted to the point of speechlessness. In stark contrast, Raditz remained expressionless, as if nothing had transpired. Lepin, Krillin, just a bit longer. Try to learn from Son Goku, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan. Their control might help you, Raditz encouraged, adopting the role of coach, guiding the warriors with unwavering diligence. Under Raditz's meticulous guidance, the warriors experienced noticeable growth. For Raditz, the 20 times gravity felt inconsequential. The gravity room lacked individual spaces, and he stayed with the warriors throughout the day to aid their training. However, when night fell and the warriors rested, Raditz began his own training, escalating the gravity to 30 times and activating the floating robotic dummies. In an instant, a multitude of robots surrounded Raditz, unleashing a barrage of lasers. Although the 30 times gravity imposed some pressure, Raditz skillfully evaded the initial 5 lasers with ease. As the number of lasers increased to 20, he maneuvered with agility to avoid them. However, the challenge intensified as the lasers surged to 50, reflecting off the ground. Despite Raditz exerting all his strength, he found himself unable to evade them completely, and several lasers struck him. As the lasers made contact, the gravity and floating robots in the gravity chamber ceased to exist. It seems that my progress still falls short. I must further acclimate to gravity to enhance my speed. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm clock sounds, heralding the arrival of daytime on Earth. Although outside the spacecraft, the cosmos remains shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the distant glimmers of celestial bodies. After a simple routine of washing up and having breakfast, the warriors return to the gravity chamber for training under the guidance of Raditz. As evening falls, Raditz resumes his training with the 50 lasers. This time, he keenly observes the floating robots, calculating the patterns of their laser emissions. Before the lasers are discharged, he responds swiftly, accounting for the reflection points with remarkable precision. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 50 lasers pose no challenge to Raditz, who deftly evades them, his agility significantly enhanced. While dodging the laser beams, he approaches the floating robots one by one to deactivate them. To his surprise, upon shutting them down, a multitude of new floating robots emerges. They converge, unleashing a barrage of lasers that weave into a net, encircling him from all directions. Raditz exclaims in frustration, realizing that evasion is nearly impossible. He is struck by the lasers once more. Reflecting on his failures, Raditz understands that to succeed, he must deactivate the robots the moment they appear. However, this demands extraordinary observational skills and swift movements, a daunting task under 30 times the normal gravity. After several days of relentless practice, he finally manages to move behind the robots and disable them as they activate. Throughout this period, Raditz notices a substantial enhancement in both his speed and observation skills, a stark contrast to his previous capabilities. At his current level, 30 times gravity no longer poses a significant challenge. Meanwhile, the warriors have endured several days of gravity training set at 20 times, and they're gradually adapting. Their bodies grow stronger under the pressure of gravity training, and their speed has improved considerably. Initially, they struggled to land a blow on Raditz, but now they can move with agility comparable to that on solid ground, occasionally landing a hit during their encounters with him. As their skills progress, the gravity in the chamber escalates to 25 times, where they face the same predicament as Raditz against the onslaught of laser fire from the floating robots. Fortunately, with their numbers, they can coordinate to deactivate the machines. Yet, even at 25 times gravity, their movements remain sluggish. Raditz, on the other hand, has increased the gravity during his training to a staggering 40 times. Upon entering this extreme gravity, he feels as if he might be crushed under its weight. The pressure seems to threaten to expel his very essence from his body. Thankfully, the existence of the magical beans allows him to sustain himself, consuming one periodically to persevere through the ordeal. As the days turned into weeks, and weeks into over 2 months, the relentless training bore remarkable fruit for everyone involved. One day, Raditz instructed the group to unleash their energy to assess their progress, using a combat power detector to gauge their strengths. Goku measured at 6, Piccolo at 5, Tien at 15, Krillin at 1, while Yamcha reached an impressive 9,000. And Gohan's power surged to 15. Raditz himself boasted the highest power level among them, reaching 8. Observing his comrades, Raditz addressed them, stating that they were nearing the planet Namek after such a lengthy journey. Their improvements were commendable, yet he urged them to remain united in battle upon arrival, cautioning against dispersing. He reminded them that their primary objective was to locate the Grand Elder on Namek. Goku inquired about the Grand Elder and how they might find him. Raditz explained that the Namekians possessed formidable power, with even the weakest having a combat strength of around 1,000, making them relatively easy to identify. But he emphasized the importance of concealing their energy. He further informed the warriors about the key figures of Frisia's army, warning them of Guldo, who could temporarily stop time, albeit with the weakest power level, and the ever-cautious Captain Jinyu, who could swap bodies. Upon hearing Raditz's insights, the warriors attentively absorbed every detail regarding the characteristics of the Jinyu force. Suddenly, a mechanical voice announced that they would arrive at Namek in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, Bulma, who had been savoring her coffee, promptly rose to adjust the machinery in preparation for their descent to Namek. As they gazed out the window, they could see that they were still some distance away from Namek, only able to discern a small, blurred green. Chapter 23. Arrival at Namek. As time passed, the spaceship carrying Raditz and the others drew ever closer to Namek. With each passing moment, Raditz could sense the planet's potent vitality and vibrant energy, unparalleled even by several Earths combined, and certainly exceeding that of any planet in the solar system. It was evident that Namek must have thrived before facing any calamities. In no time, a colossal sphere emanating a green glow came into view, appearing to be countless times larger than Earth. The planet seemed to consist primarily of land, with scarce rivers and a few small moons orbiting it. In the distance, 2 suns shone brightly, with Namek situated at a considerable distance from them. This planet, it seemed, was the one known as Namek. The group felt an electrifying thrill as they beheld the sight of Namek. Raditz gazed across the vast, endless plains and towering mountains of the planet, contemplating the impending battle with Frisia. He murmured to himself, "At long last, we have arrived. How long has it been since I last fought? Frisia, prepare yourself. I am coming for you." After traversing numerous mountains and rivers, the spacecraft descended gradually into a tranquil and concealed location. As they landed, the crew minimized their internal pressure. With a swift motion, Raditz and his companions emerged onto the soil of Namek. The earth here bore a faint yellow hue and was notably soft, making it a suitable habitat for life. Raditz inhaled deeply, finding the air on Namek far more pleasant than that of Earth, devoid of impurities and pollution. Piccolo walked upon the gentle terrain of Namek, scooping a handful of soil and gazing at the sky and the surrounding landscape. He could not help but exclaim, "Is this truly my homeland?" Goku, observing Piccolo's affectionate gaze upon his birthplace, remarked, "Piccolo, your homeland sky is beautiful as well, is it not?" Though Piccolo remained silent in response to Goku's words, he inwardly concurred with his sentiment. Meanwhile, Raditz surveyed the surroundings, captivated by the ecological environment of Namek. In the comics, Namek had once been ravaged, its inhabitants perished, leaving the planet devoid of life. Yet now, it was a verdant paradise, with even the sky adorned in a subtle green, teeming with lush vegetation far exceeding that of Earth. The expanse of Namek was immense, approximately 1,000 times larger than Earth. Due to the vastness of Namek's land, the combat power detector could not scan the entire planet's area. It could only register power levels when in close proximity. Raditz, possessing the ability to sense energy due to his rigorous training, could barely perceive the planet's energy, while the others could only sense energy slightly farther than the detector. Raditz urged everyone to carefully control their energy signatures to avoid detection by Frisia's forces. He distributed a pouch of senza beans, providing each warrior with a few for use during battle. Leading the group into the air, Raditz utilized his energy sensing to locate nearby life forms. It wasn't long before he detected a formidable energy, registering over 500,000 in combat power, undoubtedly Frisia himself. Surrounding Frisia were numerous subordinates, each with combat power around 67,000. Raditz marveled at the strength of Frisia's elite forces, recognizing that each soldier could dominate entire planets. In the distance, he sensed another cluster of energy signatures, presumably the Namekians, with power levels ranging between 10,000 and 15,000. Frisia's forces had dispatched several groups with combat powers exceeding 10,000, rapidly approaching the gathering of Namekians. Aware of Frisia's mobilization, Raditz addressed his companions. I sense that Frisia's army is dispatching powerful forces to seize the Dragon Balls. However, Frisia is too close. We may not be able to defeat him at this moment. After deliberation with his companions, Raditz decided they should first alert the Grand Elder of Frisia's invasion, hoping to gain his assistance in unlocking their potential. Bulma was too vulnerable, and her presence posed a constant risk. Raditz provided her with a power-level detector and a communicator, instructing her to conceal the spaceship in a hidden location and to wait until the situation was resolved for everyone to regroup and leave together. Just as they were about to depart, Raditz suddenly recalled the possibility of encountering danger along the way. What if they used the Dragon Balls to wish Bulma and the others back to Earth? What would happen to those remaining on Namek? Bulma, can you set the spaceship to return to Earth mode? As soon as we return, we can press a button for it to navigate back automatically. Sure, Raditz. I'll be here waiting for everyone to return. Please be careful, Bulma replied. She deftly operated the controls to ensure the spaceship was ready for immediate departure. After setting it up, she explained to Raditz and the others how to activate the spaceship. Raditz then led the warriors toward the gathering point with the highest power levels, which numbered in the thousands. As they flew over Namek, they beheld its numerous rivers and lakes. In times of peace, the scenery would have been pleasant and suitable for habitation, but now the planet faced dire straits. After flying for a while without reaching their destination, Raditz sensed several faint energy signatures ahead. From a distance, he spotted Namekians with green skin and antennae lying on the ground. Upon landing, they discovered a Namekian settlement in ruins. Tents were torn asunder, and stone structures lay in shattered heaps. Blood flowed like rivers across the ground, where the bodies of Namekians and Frisia's forces lay scattered, a testament to a brutal battle. Amidst the corpses, some still bore a flicker of life, though their vitality was quickly fading. Raditz rushed over to check on a severely injured Namekian, lifting one who appeared somewhat less gravely wounded and seemed relatively young. In a tongue incomprehensible to the others, the Namekian trembled as he addressed Piccolo. Brother, please save Dandy. He ran that way. Someone is chasing him. He gestured in a specific direction, indicating where Dandy might be. Mistaking Piccolo for a fellow Namekian, Raditz was about to offer him a senzu bean when the Namekian's words were cut short, and blood gushed from his mouth as he breathed his last. The unknown Namekian had implored Piccolo for help, but no one understood his words. Without offering an explanation, Piccolo's expression darkened, and he surged toward the indicated direction in a fit of rage. Seeing Piccolo charge ahead, Raditz had no choice but to lead the others in pursuit. Namek, once devastated by technological overreach, had relinquished its advancements in a bid to revive the planet. Each day, the Namekians labored to plant trees and restore the landscape until the day Frisia's forces arrived, demanding the Dragon Balls. The relentless slaughter of the Namekians ensued, countless of them suffering in agony. At this moment, Dandy clutched the Dragon Ball and fled desperately, pursued by a pink figure in the sky, playfully chasing him like a cat would a mouse. This figure was none other than Dodoria, who, obeying Frisia's commands, roamed the land with his power detector, hunting down the Namekians in search of the Dragon Balls. This village had just been ruthlessly massacred by Dodoria, compelling Dandy to flee with the Dragon Ball in haste. For the feeble Dandy, Dodoria harbored a cruel intent, wishing to toy with him before delivering the final blow. However, Dodoria soon grew weary of the chase and confronted Dandy directly. Little brat, run faster. Don't make it too far. Let me experience some joy, he cackled, extending his finger to unleash an energy wave that struck Dandy's leg. The Dragon Ball slipped from his grasp as he fell to the ground, moaning in pain. Keep screaming. The louder you are, the happier I become, he laughed maniacally. Suddenly, Dodoria received a fierce kick to the face, sending him flying through the air, his expression shifting rapidly. This assailant was none other than Raditz, who had arrived first and was filled with rage upon witnessing Dodoria. During his training in the illusion on Earth, he had longed to eliminate this pink, bloated fiend, and now the opportunity presented itself. Piccolo and the others soon arrived as well. Piccolo approached Dandy, who clung tightly to him as they conversed in the Namekian language. After tumbling through the air for several rotations, Dodoria finally regained his footing and was struck with fear upon seeing Raditz. He immediately activated his power detector, observing Raditz's reading. Beep, 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 power level 5. Damn it. How could someone with a power level of merely 5 kick so hard? It must be an illusion, he muttered, unleashing an energy wave towards Raditz. Raditz, however, did not evade. He allowed the energy wave to collide with him, dissipating upon contact as if it were a mere breeze. Dodoria's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a mirage. In a frenzy, Dodoria unleashed a barrage of energy waves at Raditz, his expression growing increasingly horrified. He soared into the sky, preparing to escape. But Raditz was swift, appearing before him in an instant. Hey, have you had enough fun? At this moment, Dodoria's detector indicated Raditz's power level had reached a staggering 8. Raditz unleashed a flurry of punches, each solid blow landing against Dodoria's flesh, turning him into a human punching bag, the impact delivering a satisfying sensation. With each strike, Dodoria's eyes glazed over as he lost consciousness. Raditz then concentrated energy into a single hand, directing it at Dodoria. Boom! Dodoria was utterly obliterated, reduced to mere ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Following the annihilation of Dodoria, Raditz returned to his companions, as Piccolo explained their purpose to Dandy, asserting that they were all benevolent beings, not villains. Dandy, however, interjected directly in the Earth language, expressing gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. I am Dandy. Raditz was taken aback. Dandy, how do you speak Earth language? Dandy addressed the group, stating that every Namekian possesses a unique ability to learn the Earth language instantaneously. Chapter 24. The Grand Elder of Namek. Dandy hurriedly retrieved the Dragon Ball that had fallen to the side. Raditz observed that this Dragon Ball was the 4-star ball, significantly larger than the diminutive Earth Dragon Balls. He sensed that this Dragon Ball contained an immense power far surpassing that of its Earth counterpart, presumably akin to what was depicted in the comics. The Namekian Dragon Balls would be exponentially more powerful than those on Earth. Raditz surmised that the wishes granted by the Dragon Balls were contingent upon the strength of their creator. At that moment, Raditz sensed several formidable presences approaching, each with a battle power exceeding 10,000. It appears the Frisia force has detected our presence, he remarked. During the recent battle, I unleashed my energy, and now they are aware of us. We must hasten to the Grand Elder. With that, the group, including Piccolo carrying Dandy, accelerated towards the location of the Grand Elder. Guided by Dandy, shortly after Raditz and the others departed, Kuei and Shambo flew in, holding a 3-star ball. They arrived to find only the remnants of the battle and the shattered remains of Dodoria's scouter. Shambo gazed at the traces of the conflict and remarked. The scouter suddenly displayed a battle power of 8, and then Dodoria's signal vanished. What transpired here? Where's Dodoria? Kuei, clutching the 3-star ball, replied to Shambo. We should return promptly. Should we encounter a formidable foe, we will be ill-equipped to handle it. We must report this incident to Lord Frisia and seek guidance on how to proceed. Kuei and Shambo meticulously scanned the area with their scouter, confirming the absence of any significant battle power before taking flight. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions remained unaware that they had narrowly missed the 3-star ball. Before long, they spotted a village in the distance, far larger than any they had encountered previously. The village was replete with numerous buildings reflecting the architectural style of Namek. At the center stood a 2-story, exquisitely adorned structure. Dandy pointed towards the building and informed the group the Grand Elder resides in that house. However, he is quite elderly and has exhausted his vitality in the effort to rejuvenate Namek, leaving him in frail health and seldom venturing outside. According to the comics, the Grand Elder will soon depart from this world, and once he does, the Dragon Balls will lose their potency. By then, it will be too late to obtain them. As Raditz contemplated, he quickened his pace and soon arrived at the village. Upon his arrival, he drew the attention of several robust Namekians who cautiously approached him. Upon closer inspection, they noticed Dandy standing beside Raditz and inquired, "Who are you outsiders, and what is your purpose on our planet? How is Dandy with you?" Hearing the Namekians' questions, Dandy promptly stepped forward to explain that these Namekians were unaware of the Frisia force's invasion. After recounting the events, he apologized for his rudeness and urged Raditz and his companions to proceed to seek the Grand Elder. Upon reaching the exquisite 2-story building, Raditz and his group were about to enter when the door slowly opened, revealing several Namekian children. "Outsiders, the Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time. Please enter swiftly." Raditz mused that, much like the deity of Earth, the Grand Elder of Namek possessed an innate ability to perceive the happenings of his planet. Upon entering the 2-story structure, they found a massive chair at the center of the first floor, where the Grand Elder sat, supporting his head with one hand. The other rested at his side, his face etched with deep wrinkles, exuding an air of frailty, as if his eyelids were on the verge of closing. Dandy stepped forward to inform the Grand Elder about the incursion by the Frisia force, which was mercilessly slaughtering Namekians. The Grand Elder merely gestured, indicating that he was already aware of Frisia's actions. Continuing, Dandy expressed their intention to prevent Frisia from obtaining the Dragon Balls and endangering the universe. The Grand Elder nodded slightly, acknowledging, "I am well aware of your purpose. I can provide you with the Dragon Balls." As he glanced at Piccolo, a realization seemed to dawn upon him. "Piccolo, you have returned." Piccolo, taken aback by the Grand Elder's recognition, replied, "Grand Elder, I only recall my memories from Earth. My past before that is a complete blur." The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, appeared to understand. "No wonder you only return now. Allow me to restore your memories." He raised his hand and directed a beam of peculiar energy towards Piccolo, which seemed devoid of malice or combat power. The light gradually entered Piccolo's mind, unveiling his origins and the circumstances surrounding his arrival on Earth. In an instant, memories surged through Piccolo's consciousness. His homeland, ravaged by excessive technological advancement, had left only a handful of survivors. The Grand Elder had miraculously endured, while Piccolo's father, Katas, had sent him and several young children to various habitable planets. The Grand Elder sensed something unique about Piccolo, akin to his own essence, and spoke. "I did not expect you to become the deity of Earth and to have divided yourself into two entities." The Grand Elder then continued to elaborate. "Every planet possesses the existence of lesser deities. He is the deity of the Namekians, akin to the celestial beings of Earth, who are subject to the oversight of the King of the universe. The deities of each planet are required to periodically report the conditions of their respective worlds to the king. However, the king seldom attends to matters concerning lower-tier deities beyond their reports, due to their overwhelming numbers. For the higher-tier gods, the deities of ordinary planets are hardly worthy of the title. They are more akin to servants of the divine." Upon concluding this thought, the Grand Elder of Namek gazed at Raditz and his companions. "Although you are already formidable, I am prepared to unlock the latent potential that lies within you." Dandy, aware of the repercussions of such an endeavor, hurriedly interjected, "Elder, if you unlock their potential, it will deplete your mental energy and hasten your demise." The Grand Elder shook his head. "Dandy, I appreciate your concern for my well-being, but our planet faces an unprecedented crisis. If we do not proceed in this manner, our entire race may perish. Furthermore, my own days are numbered." With that, he beckoned to Raditz and the others. Seeing the Elder's resolve, Raditz no longer wished to refuse and stepped forward. The Elder gently touched Raditz's forehead, and a warm current began to flow from it into his limbs, gradually releasing its energy within. Raditz felt each fragment of his ki intertwining with this warmth, continuously dividing and multiplying, resulting in an overwhelming surge of power. He was enveloped in an invigorating energy, and when the warm flow finally dissipated, he sensed that his combat strength had at least quadrupled. He discerned that his power level had reached a minimum of 32. One by one, the other warriors accepted the Elder's potential unlocking, each experiencing a significant increase in their combat abilities, expressing their gratitude. "Elder, rest assured, by allowing us to unlock our potential, we will certainly assist you in overcoming this crisis on Namek." Hearing Raditz's words, the Elder nodded in acknowledgement. However, following the unlocking of their potential, the Elder appeared increasingly frail. The wrinkles on his face deepened, and an aura of decay emanated from him, as if he were on the brink of death. Observing the Elder's condition, Raditz quickly retrieved a senza bean from his pocket. "Elder, please consume this senza bean to regain some strength." The Elder firmly declined. "Every life has its end, and such items hold no value for me." After speaking, he expelled a luminous orb from within himself, which flew directly into Dandy's hands. "Dandy, this is the Dragon Ball, a gem bestowed upon each planetary deity. When I pass, consume it, and you shall become the deity of Namek, capable of utilizing the Dragon Balls." Dragon Ball? Raditz pondered, filled with curiosity. What was a Dragon Ball? It was not mentioned in the manga. He inquired of the Grand Elder, "Elder, what precisely is a Dragon Ball?" Raditz learned that the Dragon Balls are mystical orbs endowed with a fragment of divine power by higher deities, such as the Kaioshin or Supreme Kai. Consuming one grants the ability to control an entire planet. This revelation left Raditz feeling dizzy, as it became evident that the world of Dragon Balls diverged significantly from the comic portrayals. He resolved to delve deeper into this new reality at a later time. The Grand Elder of Namek, though increasingly frail, steadfastly addressed the gathered crowd. He imparted that the Namekian Dragon Balls could grant 3 wishes, and urged Dandy to ensure the survival of the Namekian people. After this, he handed over the 7-star ball to Raditz, who now possessed 4 Dragon Balls in total. The Grand Elder then closed his eyes, not having passed away, but rather exhausted and in need of rest. As the group exited the Grand Elder's dwelling, more Namekians arrived from various villages, reporting an invasion. Alarmingly, a faction identifying themselves as the Frisia Force had demanded the Dragon Balls, threatening to kill if their demands were not met. Dandy reassured the Namekians that the Grand Elder was aware of the Frisia Force and had placed his hopes in Raditz and his companions to help them weather this crisis. Outside, Raditz contemplated that the most effective strategy to thwart Frisia was to seize the Dragon Balls and make a wish before Frisia could do so, thereby rendering them unusable for him. Ideally, he would wish for increased strength to defeat Frisia directly. Meanwhile, the Namekians reported that 3 villages had already fallen, along with their Dragon Balls, now in the hands of the Frisia Force. After a moment of reflection, Raditz devised a plan, summoning the warriors to gather intelligence on the Frisia Force's divisions via energy sensing. They would allocate their forces based on the enemy's battle power in the captured villages. Aside from the 3 fallen villages, there remained 3 others that were still standing, which the warriors would be dispatched to rescue. Raditz requested several copies of a Namekian map and the Dragon Ball radar provided by Bulma to locate the Dragon Balls and save the surviving Namekians. He assigned Krillin and Gohan to rescue the village with the 5-star ball, while Tien and Yamcha would assist the village with the 6-star ball. Raditz, alongside Goku and Piccolo, would head to the location of the 3-star ball before regrouping at the village. After detailing the plan, the group swiftly departed for their respective missions. Chapter 25. Movements from all sides. Meanwhile, on another front, Chiu-E and Shangbo, unable to locate Dodoria with the 3-star ball, prepared to return to Frisia to report. Suddenly, as they flew back, they sensed a presence nearby. Their power detector briefly registered a reading in the tens of thousands before vanishing. As they puzzled over this anomaly, they saw 2 figures standing before them. Upon closer inspection, they were astonished to recognize Vegeta and Nappa blocking their path. Beep beep, combat power 500, combat power 1000. Upon hastily checking with the combat power detector, they discovered that the strength was rather modest, akin to that of mere cannon fodder. The 2 recalled that Frisia had previously commanded Vegeta to remain at the subbase. Thus, they were astonished to find him here now. It turned out that after Vegeta and Nappa annihilated the Frisia army's subbase, they had arrived on Namek a few days ahead of the warriors. Upon their arrival, they realized that Frisia had already made his way to this planet. Seeing that the Frisia army was scouring for the Dragon Balls, they had no choice but to conceal their energy and suppress their combat power to avoid detection. They trailed behind the Frisia army, waiting for an opportunity to ambush and seize the Dragon Balls. The moment arrived when Kairatsu and Shimpa found themselves isolated, presenting a chance for Vegeta and Nappa. As Kairatsu and Shimpa approached, they recognized Vegeta and Nappa and flew towards them. Shimpa, casting a derisive glance at Vegeta and Nappa, taunted Vegeta, "Nappa, aren't you 2 supposed to be on a mission in another galaxy? What brings you here with such diminished combat power?" At that moment, Shimpa cautiously used the combat power detector again, confirming that their strengths were indeed merely 500 and 1000. Relieved, he scolded them. "You dare defy Lord Frisia's orders? Don't blame me for what comes next. Frisia? One day, I shall slay him," Vegeta retorted. Shimpa, already harboring disdain for Vegeta, was incensed by this proclamation, especially upon witnessing Vegeta's feeble combat power. He exchanged a glance with Kairatsu, intending to eliminate both Vegeta and Nappa. Kairatsu, understanding Shimpa's silent cue, smirked and swiftly launched an attack, condensing energy into a blade in an attempt to dispatch them with a single strike. However, Vegeta effortlessly seized Kairatsu's hand, twisting it with formidable strength until it snapped, bone and skin alike. "Oh, my hand! Shimpa, come help me!" Kairatsu cried out in agony, his face contorted in pain. In that instant, Vegeta unleashed his power, revealing a staggering combat strength of 58,000. Before Kairatsu could react, Vegeta's other hand swiftly clasped around his neck, crushing it before he could mount any resistance. "What? Vegeta, you possess 58,000 combat power? Impossible. The detector must be malfunctioning," Shimpa thought to himself. Even if the detector were faulty, Vegeta could easily obliterate Kairatsu. Realizing that fighting was futile, Shimpa decided to flee. He tossed the Dragon Balls aside and promptly transformed, experiencing a significant surge in power that elevated his strength to 28,000. Upon completing his transformation, Champas's formerly handsome visage grotesquely morphed into that of a hideous toad. Following his metamorphosis, he launched dozens of energy blasts, which Vegeta effortlessly deflected. The ricocheted energy blasts exploded in the air, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of dust and smoke. Upon witnessing this, Shangbo turned and, consumed by rage, accelerated to flee. However, he did not manage to escape far when Naba delivered a ferocious kick directly to Shangbo's face. The impact sent Shangbo crashing to the ground. Akin to a shooting star, Naba seized the opportunity, launching a brutal knee strike into Shangbo's face. The force of the blow caused Shangbo to spit blood as he struggled to crawl away. Yet, Naba was relentless, grasping Shangbo and unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. Despite the combat power detector indicating that Naba's strength was merely 27,500, which was still inferior to Shangbo's, the latter had already relinquished any desire to fight, even against an opponent who was 500 points weaker. Even with Vegeta nearby, capable of dispatching Naba in an instant, all Shangbo yearned for was to escape with his life. Naba, however, offered no such chance. He gathered an immense amount of energy into a concentrated blast aimed directly at Shangbo. A deafening explosion ensued, and Shangbo vanished from this realm. Vegeta smirked wickedly, for this was merely the beginning of his vengeance. After acquiring the Dragon Ball, he did not linger, but sought a secluded place to conceal it. Meanwhile, in the distance, Frieza's army watched in alarm as the communications from Dodoria, Shangbo, and Shou-Yi disappeared one after another. At that moment, Frieza and his subordinates were amidst a village of Namekians. The once tranquil and serene village now lay in ruins, engulfed in flames, with lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. The 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls orbited Frieza, who sat in a throne resembling a baby carriage, delighting in the sight of the two orbs while dreaming of his eternal life. A subordinate approached to report, Lord Frieza, the combat power readings of Dodoria, Shangbo, and Shou-Yi have vanished. He continued, trembling. Previously, there were readings ranging from over 500,000 to 320,000 in their vicinity, but they disappeared without a trace. How could there be beings with power exceeding 10,000 that I have never heard of? Frieza's fury surged as he reviewed the footage, identifying the culprits as Vegeta, Naba, Raditz, and the files on Kakarot alongside a host of Earthlings. Frieza seethed with rage, realizing that Vegeta had dared to betray him, and that these Earthlings had the audacity to confront him. In a fit of extreme anger, he dispatched several surviving Namekian elders with a mere flick of his fingertips, finding momentary solace in their demise. He pondered darkly how the Saiyans possessed such formidable power, surpassing even that of the Namekians. It became evident that, aside from himself and the Jinyu force, no one could vanquish them. At that moment, behind the ruins of a building, a surviving Namekian, with a combat power of only a few hundred, had managed to remain hidden. Hearing the exchange between Frieza and his subordinates, he realized that all his companions had perished, and he alone remained, unaware of the fate that awaited him, having discovered that Frieza's forces utilized this combat power detector. The location of the Namekians was discovered, and a massacre of his own kin ensued. He had resolved to sacrifice himself to protect the others. The Namekian leapt high into the air, his fingers sweeping over the combat power detectors of all present. A series of precise energy waves erupted, striking the detectors with pinpoint accuracy. The combat power detectors belonging to Frieza and his numerous henchmen were shattered. Frieza, caught in his arrogance, had failed to notice the presence of a surviving creature with a combat power in the hundreds amidst his fury. An onslaught of furious energy beams surged towards the Namekian. Even as the Namekian was reduced to ashes, he continued to unleash his attacks until a massive pit, 100 meters deep, marked the site of his sacrifice. Frieza, in a fit of rage, commanded his subordinates to fetch the combat power detectors. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, the warriors in Vegeta's group were preparing to annihilate his forces in pursuit of the Dragon Balls. Frieza grew impatient, awaiting the arrival of the detectors. At that moment, a figure raced towards him, revealing itself to be a Namekian who confronted Frieza directly. Who dares to wreak such havoc here? The speaker was Nairu, the guardian of the Namekian elder, the mightiest warrior of their kind. Frieza, unable to gauge Nairu's strength without the detectors, initially dismissed him, instructing a few subordinates to eliminate him. Yet, Nairu swiftly dispatched Frieza's troops with ease. They were powerless to retaliate. These soldiers were among Frieza's elite, each possessing a combat power of 89,000. 34,000, yet Nairu's prowess suggested his might exceeded 34,000. Recognizing Nairu's exceptional strength, Frisia felt a pang of regret. Such power was a rarity in the universe. Namekian, Frisia proposed, if you serve under me, I shall guarantee your survival. You can acquire wealth or strength. All I require is your betrayal of your kin. Nairu, disdainful of Frisia's offer, spat defiantly. You wish for me to betray my brethren? That is utterly impossible. You shall die. With that, Nairu charged forward, yet Frisia merely flicked his fingertip, unleashing a singular energy beam that pierced Nairu's body. In disbelief, Nairu fell, unable to comprehend how such a simple attack could have felled him, without a chance to retaliate. Frisia paid no heed to the dying Nairu, dismissing him like an insignificant fly. Given your audacity to strike at me, you shall not last much longer. Lie there and await your demise. Frisia remarked before leading the remaining forces onward in search of the Namekian Dragon Balls. Not far from their previous location, a meteor streaked across the sky, crashing heavily before Frisia. As the smoke dissipated, 6 circular portals slowly opened. Frisia inwardly lamented, alas, not again, this cursed vision. Several shadows rushed toward him, then leaped into an odd dance. Striking peculiar poses, they proclaimed, I am Bart, I am Raikum, I am Guys, I am Duel, I am the captain of the Jinyu force, Jinyu. We have come to serve the great Lord Frisia. Ah, splendid, Captain Jinyu, you have finally arrived? Your presence is most timely, Frisia remarked, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the sight of these flamboyant subordinates. Were they not his most capable minions? He would have long since dispatched them. He instructed the Jinyu force to employ their scouters to locate the Namekians and search for the Dragon Balls. Eliminate the Saiyans on sight, but be wary. Raditz possesses a power level of 32 and may need to utilize that technique if necessary. Jinyu vowed earnestly that Frisia should await his return, assuring him that he would lead his team to flawlessly complete the mission. With that, Jinyu and his elite squad soared into the sky, seeking out points of high combat power. Chapter 26, The Pursuit of the Dragon Balls. The Jinyu force embarked on their quest, scouring the area for their quarry and the Dragon Balls. Raditz, studying the map provided by Dandy, led his group toward the village where the 3-star ball was located. Before long, they arrived at the site, only to find ruins and a multitude of corpses, evidence of a fierce battle that had ravaged this once happy village. The destruction left the settlement charred, and Raditz, sensing the air, concluded that not a single soul remained alive. Witnessing this devastation, Son Goku seethed, cursed Frisia's army. They do not even spare children. They are truly demons. Piccolo, observing the plight of his kin, clenched his fists, filled with a desire to eradicate Frisia's forces entirely. The group sensed no lingering energy in the vicinity, indicating that Frisia's troops had already departed. Raditz resolved to seek out the nearest Dragon Ball, as the radar indicated that the 3-star ball was nearby. They crossed several rivers and, nestled within the mountains, discovered a hidden cave where the radar indicated the Dragon Ball was located. After navigating a winding path, they found the cave entrance obstructed by large boulders. Raditz fired several energy blasts to shatter the stones, clearing the way. Once inside the cave, they discovered the 3-star ball, which had been concealed there by Vegeta. They had believed this location to be sufficiently secretive, confident that no one could uncover it, and proceeded to continue their search for the remaining Dragon Balls. However, what Vegeta could not have anticipated was that Raditz and his companions, equipped with the Dragon Ball radar, could effortlessly locate the Dragon Ball's whereabouts. Upon acquiring the Dragon Ball, Raditz utilized the Dragon Radar to locate the nearest Dragon Ball, discovering that it was situated near Krillin and Gohan. Consequently, Raditz and his companions rushed forth in a fit of rage. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan had already approached the village where the 5-star ball was located. Fortunate that the forces of Frisia had yet to make their move. The village was filled with numerous Namekian children joyfully playing, and the atmosphere remained calm and serene. As Gohan and Krillin entered the village, they caught the attention of several Namekians, with children hiding behind their elders, gazing curiously at Gohan and Krillin. The duo attempted to communicate with the Namekians in Earth language, but the villagers, lacking the aptitude of Dend, could not comprehend their words. Amidst the commotion, an elderly, hunchbacked Namekian approached, greeted with utmost respect by those around him. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" he inquired. Gohan and Krillin rejoiced, believing this elder possessed the unique ability to interpret Earth language. Krillin stepped forward and addressed the hunchbacked elder, stating, "A group known as Frisia's army is on your planet, wreaking havoc. The Grand Elder and Din have sent us to evacuate you to safety and to request that you entrust the Dragon Balls to our care. Krillin's sudden declaration was met with skepticism from the Elder, who could not easily part with such a significant treasure. Stranger, while I appreciate your goodwill, we have heard no such news. We can protect our village ourselves, so please leave. Following this, several young, robust Namekians encircled Gohan and Krillin. Despite their explanations, disbelief lingered among the villagers. At that moment, Gohan and Krillin sensed a dozen powerful energies rapidly approaching, likely the forces of Frieza. Gohan shouted to the villagers, "What I say is true. Frieza's army is almost here. Elder, please evacuate the crowd." Seeing Gohan and Krillin persistently refusing to depart and continuously calling for attention, the leading youths contemplated forcefully removing them. Suddenly, a group of over 10 Frieza's soldiers clad in combat attire descended from the sky, spotting the multitude of Namekians below. They unleashed energy blasts from their hands, striking the center of the village. The resulting explosions wreaked havoc, leaving many Namekians injured and cries of despair echoing throughout the area. In that dire moment, the hunchbacked elder and the villagers finally believed Gohan and Krillin's warnings and urgently began to evacuate towards the Grand Elder. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin sensed the combat power of the approaching group, noting that the highest among them barely exceeded 5,000. Klin raised his hands above his head, directing his energy towards the heavens. A surge of overwhelming power erupted from him. The Chi-round slash was unleashed, soaring towards the figures in the sky. The attack swiftly eliminated several members of Frieza's army. The surviving warriors, utilizing their battle power detectors, called for nearby reinforcements. Before they could finish their pleas, Gohan and Klin swiftly approached, dispatching the remaining foes with mere punches and kicks. After Gohan and Klin had vanquished dozens of Frieza soldiers, the village elder hastily apologized and presented them with the Dragon Balls from the village. As the Namekians began to evacuate, Klin and Gohan prepared to depart. Suddenly, they sensed an ominous energy approaching, and several figures appeared in the sky, members of Frieza's army. Among them were Giesbart and Doog, who launched an immediate assault, charging towards Klin and Gohan. The duo assumed combat stances, ready to defend themselves. Recognizing the diminutive figure as Doog, Klin and Gohan recalled Raditz's warning about Doog's unique ability to pause time, prompting them to exercise caution. However, it was too late. Doog unleashed a strange energy from his hands, and Gohan and Klin found themselves unable to react. Time within a certain radius came to a standstill. They felt immobilized, their energy and perception rendered useless, as if bound by an invisible force, leaving only their minds free to think. Doog, possessing a special physique, could manipulate the time-space around him, but his control was limited to a small area within a few meters. He had to hold his breath. If he exhaled, his concentration would falter, and his power would dissipate. However, Doog's combat prowess was relatively low, necessitating the support of powerful allies from Frieza's army to safeguard him during his vulnerable moments. As Doog approached, still holding his breath, he drew an energy gun and unleashed a barrage of shots at the two fighters. The energy projectiles struck Klin and Gohan, who were unable to defend themselves. Although the damage was minimal, the relentless assault took its toll. Doog followed up with several kicks, sending both warriors crashing to the ground. When Doog could no longer hold his breath and released his time-pausing ability, Giesbart was already upon them, delivering a crushing blow. Now gravely injured and unable to resist, Gohan and Klin lay on the ground. Just as Giesbart and Doog unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon them, Doog's defenses faltered. He was left unguarded. In this dire moment, a powerful energy wave pierced through Doog's heart. By the time Giesbart and Bart reacted, Doog was already dead. Who could have done this? The battle power detector showed no response at all. It was infuriating. Gi's and Bart gazed furiously at the sky, where Vegeta and Nappa were laughing down at them. Vegeta, aware of Doogu's unique abilities, understood that it was not Goku and Gohan who had captured their attention. Otherwise, he would not have been able to seize the opportunity so easily. Enraged by Doogu's demise, the two charged forward, disregarding the severely injured Gohan and Krillin. Gi's and Bart's faces contorted with rage as they launched a frenzied assault on Vegeta, who skillfully countered while Nappa began to falter. Vegeta gestured for Nappa to withdraw, indicating he could handle the fight alone. Vegeta unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, a formidable aura erupting from him. His combat power soared to 58,000. In that moment, every punch he threw sliced through the air with a crackling sound, reminiscent of a colossal dragon soaring through the sky, an unstoppable force. The two adversaries, no longer daring to be reckless, sought an opportunity to retreat swiftly to a safer distance. Gi's and Bart executed a combined technique, their bodies intertwining in a peculiar manner that augmented their speed. Instantly, the ground was enveloped in swirling dust, resembling a sandstorm. As their fists released fierce crimson energy waves that crackled through the air, moving with lightning speed akin to thunder. The purplish-red comet strike took shape. Vegeta was taken aback by the terrifying potency of their combined attack, which undoubtedly exceeded a combat power of 70,000. His expression shifted, and he instinctively crossed his arms in front of his chest to shield himself. The impact struck Vegeta squarely, and despite pouring all his strength into the defense, he was unable to withstand it. He was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Nappa, sensing the dire situation, erupted with energy and soared to catch Vegeta. However, Gi's and Bart, having executed their combined technique, offered no respite, closing in on them in an instant. Boom! 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 Gi's and Bart assaulted Vegeta and Nappa from both sides, relentlessly attacking. Nappa, unable to move or retaliate against the two, remained fiercely loyal, shielding Vegeta and enduring the onslaught. At that moment, a voice rang out, Energy Sphere / Kamehameha. A sharp energy sphere streaked through the air, prompting Gi's and Bart to evade rather than confront it head-on. The source of this attack was none other than Gohan and Krillin, who stood trembling on the ground, battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Vegeta, though significantly injured, managed to stand with great effort. Seeing Nappa, on the brink of collapse from protecting him, ignited Vegeta's fury, causing his energy to surge violently, as if it would consume everything around him. Vegeta broke through his limits, his combat power escalating to an astonishing 9. What? Impossible. How could Vegeta's energy rise so dramatically? Is the power detector malfunctioning? Gi's and Bart exclaimed in shock. With a swift motion, Vegeta charged forward like a thunderclap. Each punch delivered with such speed that Gi's and Bart found themselves immobilized in midair. Initially, the overly trusting Bart, who relied heavily on the combat power detector, found himself utterly shocked, his psychological defenses shattered. He endured each tangible blow from Vegeta, the pain surging to an unbearable degree. Rather than engaging in direct combat, Vegeta employed his princely tactics, unleashing a barrage of energy waves that rained down upon them mercilessly. The relentless assault pierced their bodies, leaving multiple wounds, and blood gushed from their mouths as they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. With the battle concluded, Vegeta assisted Nappa and soared towards Krillin and Gohan. Surrender the Dragon Balls. Given your assistance, I shall spare your lives. Although Gohan and Krillin had consumed the Senzu beans and regained their strength, they were no match for Vegeta and had no choice but to relinquish the Dragon Balls. Vegeta, filled with triumph, now possessed 2 Dragon Balls and experienced a significant boost in power, feeling invincible. Just as Vegeta intended to depart with Nappa and the Dragon Balls to a concealed location for healing, 2 figures appeared in the sky, unnoticed by Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin. It was Jinyu and Guldo, and Vegeta's face fell in alarm, well aware of Jinyu's formidable strength. Before Vegeta could utter a word, Jinyu unleashed a powerful energy wave that pierced through Nappa's chest. A gaping hole was left in Nappa's torso, and blood gushed forth until he was drained. With his last breath, Nappa addressed Vegeta, "You are the pride of our Saiyan race. You must avenge us and eradicate Frieza." With that, Nappa collapsed, his life force dwindling. Supporting Nappa, Vegeta gazed at the mortal wound, fury boiling within him. "Fear not, Nappa. I shall fulfill this promise," Vegeta murmured. In a fit of rage, Vegeta ascended into the sky, consumed by the desire to obliterate Jinyu. "You dared to kill Nappa. Today, you shall perish." Jinyu and Guldo exchanged glances, erupting into laughter. Nappa was merely a useless fool. Killing him was inconsequential. Soon, you will join him. Vegeta charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with Jinyu and Guldo. The air crackled with the sound of their intense conflict. Jinyu and Guldo, recognizing their overwhelming superiority, soon lost interest in the fight. "Your strength is too feeble, Vegeta. It's time to end this." Jinyu delivered a crushing blow to Vegeta's chest. The impact sent Vegeta reeling, blood spilling from his lips as he plummeted into the ruins. Lying on the ground, he lacked the strength to rise, his gaze filled with hatred directed at Jinyu. Vegeta, already wounded, found himself incapable of contending against 2 adversaries despite his formidable combat prowess. Was this to be his inevitable end? Lying on the ground, despair enveloped him, but suddenly, he sensed familiar energy signatures approaching. Raditz and Kakarot were on their way. A smile crept upon Vegeta's lips. It seemed there was still hope. In the skies, Jinyu observed Vegeta's downfall and descended alongside Raikou, striking peculiar poses before the gathering crowd. For Lord Frisia, Jinyu Force, assemble. With only 2 members remaining, the formation of the Jinyu Force was a farce, leaving Jinyu in an awkward predicament. Damn it, it appears we must recruit new members, Raikou suggested as they attempted to form a duo. The two struck a pose reminiscent of a majestic crane, wildly shifting their stances. Krillin, witnessing the absurdity, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, perplexed by the bizarre antics of Frisia's army. Beside him, Gohan's eyes revealed a hint of sympathy. No matter how you dance, it's all wrong. It's your fault that the Jinyu Force is no longer complete. Just as they prepared to finish off everyone, the group found themselves unable to retaliate. At that moment, Raditz and the others finally arrived. Even before Vegeta's fury had erupted, Raditz, Goku, and Piccolo had sensed both Vegeta's and Nappa's energy, as well as another formidable power heading their way. As Krillin, Gohan, and the energies of Vegeta and Nappa grew weaker, Raditz quickened his pace and finally caught up. Upon arrival, Raditz beheld a scene of devastation. Lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, and Nappa, lying fallen, a gaping wound in his chest. Jinyu, activating his scouter, assessed the combat power of the fallen warriors and deemed them inadequate. Casually, he unleashed a few energy blasts, which Raditz effortlessly deflected, prompting Jinyu to raise an eyebrow. I've heard rumors of beings in the universe who can manipulate energy. It seems you are among them. Raditz addressed Jinyu. You still have a chance to flee. Don't regret it later. Jinyu found this notion amusing, for with a power level of 12, he believed he could easily dominate any Saiyan. As Raditz boasted, Jinyu swiftly closed the distance, launching a ferocious punch at Raditz. Yet Raditz simply extended his hand, effortlessly catching Jinyu's strike. No matter how hard Jinyu pressed, he could not break through Raditz's grip. Raditz seized Jinyu's fist and twisted it forcefully. Jinyu's arm contorted painfully, and with a powerful tug, Raditz snapped it cleanly. In agony, Jinyu clutched his shattered limb, retreating in disbelief. How is this possible? How can you be so strong? There's even greater strength to behold, Raditz declared, as he activated the Kaioken technique at 3 times its normal power, an aura of vibrant red energy enveloping him. The ground surrounding them could no longer withstand the force, collapsing layer by layer. Jinyu and Raikou watched as Raditz's battle power soared to unprecedented heights, 32, 38, 56, until it suddenly burst. The energy continued to escalate, causing their power detectors to explode. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible, that his power could surpass that of Lord Frisia in his normal state. The detectors must have malfunctioned. Captain Jinyu, consumed by rage, unleashed all his energy. Despite having only one hand at his disposal, he concentrated all his strength into that single limb. The sheer magnitude of his power created fierce gusts of wind as he charged directly at Raditz. With a resounding impact, Jinyu delivered a powerful punch that struck with tremendous force, causing the ground beneath Raditz to sink several inches. Raditz remained expressionless, extending his hand forward to grasp Jinyu's remaining hand, rendering him immobile. With a forceful twist, Raditz flung Jinyu away, sending him crashing through the air. Now gravely injured, Jinyu was astonished by Raditz's strength. He found himself unable to fight back or escape. A flicker of fervor flashed in Jinyu's eyes as he resolved to employ his secret technique. Stumbling towards Raditz with a smile on his lips, he shouted, "Body exchange." A formidable surge of psychic energy manifested as an energy entity and shot forth. Raditz, having anticipated this, swiftly evaded the trajectory of the psychic energy. He entered a meditative state, channeling his psychic force into an energy body, akin to a soul departing the body. Jinyu was taken aback, realizing that Raditz also possessed psychic energy manipulation, a skill reserved for only a select few. Jinyu had painstakingly honed his psychic abilities for this very technique, yet his current body was not his own. Repeated body exchanges had led to this moment. Raditz launched an assault on Jinyu's psychic energy entity. Jinyu sensed that Raditz's energy entity was far superior to his own and desperately attempted to retreat back into his body. However, it was too late. Raditz's psychic energy entity had ensnared Jinyu, who struggled in vain to break free. To onlookers, it appeared as if Jinyu unleashed a burst of light before vanishing entirely, leaving both men staring at each other in bewilderment. They were locked in a desperate struggle, Their energy entities clashing as Raditz's psychic energy entity proved significantly more powerful than Jinyu's. Gradually, Raditz gained the upper hand, and within moments, Jinyu's psychic energy entity emitted a wail before being swiftly assimilated by Raditz. Feeling his psychic strength substantially enhanced, Raditz partitioned a portion of his psychic force to invade Jinyu's body. Yet, Jinyu's essence still lingered within, and Raditz found himself unable to manipulate Jinyu's energy, akin to controlling a puppet without access to its true power. However, within the Dragon Ball manga, it appears that the ability to utilize combat power is a unique skill reserved for Jinyu. Now, it is not feasible for Raditz to take his time to study it. Upon entering Jinyu's body, Raditz finds himself only able to perceive the state of Jinyu's physique, feeling as though there are two souls within a single body. There exist two perspectives, yet due to inhabiting another's body, he senses his power severely restrained, likely only able to harness a mere 30% of his body's potential. At this moment, Guldo unleashes a flurry of punches and kicks on Jinyu's body, inflicting severe injuries. Onlookers are left in bewilderment, unsure of Guldo's frenzied assault on Jinyu. Having witnessed Jinyu employ this technique numerous times, Guldo deduces that Raditz has indeed succeeded. Indeed, Captain Jinyu, now you shall meet your end, Guldo boasts, as Raditz swiftly approaches and stands beside him. Well done, Guldo. Once I have eliminated them all. The spectators, observing the scene, see Guldo laughing maniacally, utterly confused by the unfolding events, and instinctively adopt combat stances for defense. Just as Guldo basks in his arrogance, Raditz strikes, piercing through his chest. What? Impossible. This technique of Captain Jinyu has never failed. With wide eyes, Guldo collapses to the ground, lifeless. Raditz, having assumed control of Jinyu's body, strides toward the others. Fear not. I have taken command of Jinyu's body. The crowd gasps, with Piccolo urgently inquiring, what manner of technique is this? You can control another's body? Raditz elucidates. It is a manifestation of mental prowess, yet controlling this body does not allow for the full expression of its combat capabilities. Should I face a formidable foe, this technique proves ineffective and perilous for myself. He subsequently feeds Gohan and Krillin each a Senzabine to aid their recovery. Chapter 28. The ingenious acquisition of the Dragon Balls. Raditz, now commanding Jinyu, gradually approaches Vegeta, extending a hand in an attempt to lift him. Vegeta, situated at a distance, remains oblivious to the events transpiring with Raditz, his expression one of confusion, questioning the intentions of this dismembered Jinyu. Vegeta muses, is Jinyu seeking to humiliate me? If you wish to kill me, do so without this mockery. I am the pride of the Saiyans. Even Raditz, controlling Jinyu, stands momentarily bewildered, pondering Vegeta's thoughts until Raditz draws nearer. Do not fret, Vegeta. Jinyu is now under my control. Under your control? How is that possible? You possess the ability to control others? Vegeta inquires, astonished. Jinyu sought to commandeer my body, but failed, resulting in my dominance over him. This is the power of mental prowess. What is this mental prowess? You can indeed control another's body? At this revelation, Vegeta feels a surge of fear, anxious that Raditz might also seize control of his own body. Observing Vegeta's terror, Raditz attempts to reassure him. Not everyone possesses the ability to control, and should I fail, I too would meet my demise. The challenge is formidable. Vegeta remained skeptical, yet powerless against Raditz, rendered unable to question his assertions. What a strong individual proclaims is deemed truth, for only the weak require elucidation. Raditz, Frieza is currently on this planet. Let us collaborate for the revival of the Saiyans. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta, though reluctant to accept, was intrigued by the prospect of resurrecting their race. This is your one chance, Raditz. After this, I shall still eliminate you. With that, Vegeta staggered to his feet, unaided. Observing Vegeta's severe injuries, Raditz tossed him a Senzabine. Consume this. It will instantaneously heal your wounds and replenish your energy. The notion of such a miraculous item that could restore both health and energy left Vegeta astounded. It was a rarity in the universe, one that even Frieza, who nearly dominated all, had never acquired, only heard of in whispers. Realizing Raditz's generosity, Vegeta contemplated that Raditz likely possessed many more secrets. Given that Raditz's Saiyan numbers exceeded his own, and he was isolated and vulnerable, resurrecting Nappa became imperative. Although Nappa was not particularly strong, his loyalty and willingness to sacrifice himself for Vegeta's protection were invaluable. Thus, Vegeta proposed a request with the Dragon Balls. You may make any wish, but I demand the resurrection of Nappa or the immediate annihilation of Frieza. This request took Raditz by surprise. Perhaps Vegeta had undergone some transformation since the battle on Earth. Very well, Vegeta, I shall grant your wish. After consuming the Senzu bean, Vegeta's injuries were almost completely healed, and his energy surged significantly. Raditz then flew with Vegeta before the assembled group, announcing their alliance, which astonished everyone, as they had not anticipated Vegeta's willingness to join forces. Meanwhile, Piccolo, observing the discourse, felt an unexpected call from deep within. It was a peculiar sensation, indicating a presence not far away. My fellow, come to me. I am here. Hasten your arrival. Initially indifferent, Piccolo hesitated, uncertain if it was a trap set by Frieza's army. Yet as the urgency of the call intensified, he felt compelled. Hurry, if you seek power. I can scarcely hold on. Come quickly. Confused about the identity of the summoner, Piccolo informed the others of his intention to investigate the source of the call, and with that, he unleashed his energy and departed. Meanwhile, Lepin and Tien, having successfully acquired the Dragon Ball, sensed the immense energy emanating from Raditz's direction and promptly proceeded to regroup. It appears Raditz and your group have vanquished the enemy. I have secured the Dragon Ball, and the Namekians have retreated to the Grand Elder. You have performed admirably with Tianjin Fan and Lepin. We are merely 2 Dragon Balls away from achieving our objectives. At this moment, Raditz has obtained 3 Dragon Balls, leaving only the final 2, which, according to the map, are likely in the possession of Frieza. The group is troubled, pondering how to procure the Dragon Balls from Frieza. Although Raditz possesses formidable combat strength, Frieza's transformations grant him a battle power exceeding 100 million. Even with the Kaioken, Raditz's power does not surpass 100 million, and he cannot transform into a Super Saiyan as Goku does. After much contemplation, a thought struck Raditz when he glanced at Jinyu beside him. An idea began to form in his mind. He promptly convened a discussion with the others, planning to utilize Jinyu to lure Frieza out, thereby seizing the opportunity to steal the Dragon Balls. Once the plan was finalized and roles assigned, Jinyu flew directly towards Frieza's base. As dusk descended upon Namek, a gentle breeze swept through the ruins of the structures. Once a vibrant planet teeming with life, the industrious Namekians now found themselves in a state of desolation due to Frieza's forces. Frieza, amidst his base, was in a state of frustration. The signals from his dispatched minions were disappearing one after another, and gradually all combat power detectors had been destroyed. New detectors would not arrive until the following day, leaving Frieza feeling as isolated as a blind and deaf individual without any subordinates to send out. The elite forces he had brought along were now dwindling, and he believed that obtaining the Dragon Balls would restore everything to normalcy. Just as Frieza was lost in thought, a trembling figure emerged from the darkness, gradually approaching him. Frieza felt a sense of familiarity with this figure, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was Jinyu, but he had returned alone. Earlier that day, Jinyu had assured Frieza that he would eliminate all enemies and retrieve the Dragon Balls. However, Jinyu returned not as a victor, but appeared grievously wounded, with one arm severed, suggesting he had endured a fierce battle and barely escaped. At that moment, Jinyu was under the mental control of Raditz, whose objective was to determine if he could pilfer the Dragon Balls. Frieza's subordinates quickly rushed to support Jinyu and brought him before Frieza. Captain Jinyu, what transpired? Why have you returned alone? Raditz, controlling Jinyu, feigned severe injury, appearing on the verge of collapse as he spoke to Frieza. Lord Frieza, the enemies possess the remaining Dragon Balls, but they are exceedingly powerful. Despite our desperate resistance, we could not prevail. I am the only one who managed to escape, but I have learned their location. Frieza, upon hearing Jinyu's words, became intrigued. With a battle power of 12, Jinyu had been thoroughly defeated. This individual must be extraordinary. Eagerly, he inquired of Jinyu, "You've performed commendably, Jinyu. Wait a moment, gather the troops, and prepare to advance immediately." Sensing Frieza's interest, Jinyu, under Raditz's control, continued to address Frieza. "My Lord Frieza, I possess a power detector. Allow me to lead you to the Dragon Balls. Eliminating the enemy would save us considerable time." Frieza pondered this suggestion and found merit in Jinyu's reasoning. Tired of the monotonous green planet, he considered the implications of losing the Dragon Balls during battle and devised a plan. "Jinyu, I entrust these 2 Dragon Balls to your care. Just guide me along the route, and you need only ensure their safety with your elite troops." Raditz, controlling Jinyu, was elated at the unexpected fortune of having the Dragon Balls presented to him. He directed Jinyu to assure Frieza, "My Lord Frieza, I, Jinyu, vow to protect your Dragon Balls with my life." Rest assured. Subsequently, Jinyu led Frisia and his subordinates to Raditz's predetermined location. Raditz intended to divert Frisia's attention alongside Kakarot and Vegeta, while Jinyu seized the opportunity to retrieve the 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls. Frisia, falling into Raditz's trap, arrived at the designated site. Initially, he reclined on a small hovering device, leisurely surveying his surroundings when suddenly, bang, 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 attacks ensued. The Demon Flash Cannon, Spirit Slash, Kamehameha, and Ultimate Flash Cannon. A barrage of energy and various techniques rained down upon Frisia. Startled, he realized that facing such an onslaught in his untransformed state would surely spell his doom. He leapt into the air, deftly maneuvering to evade the attacks. Are you still hiding? Do you think a sneak attack can overcome me? Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta then launched themselves, delivering swift punches and kicks at Frisia. However, Frisia remained impervious, akin to steel. Their blows inflicted no damage whatsoever. Is that all you have? He retaliated almost instantaneously, landing several blows on Goku and Vegeta. Did you believe a sneak attack could defeat me? Such naivety. Allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Frisia let out a maniacal laugh as he concentrated terrifying energy into the tips of his 10 fingers. Die, all of you. Leave the Dragon Balls to me. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of energy beams in every direction, the density of the energy waves leaving no room for evasion. Raditz, recognizing their objective had been achieved, urgently signaled for Goku and Vegeta to retreat, though the warning came too late. The formidable energy beam unleashed by Frisia, with a battle power of 53, was only narrowly evaded by Raditz. Goku and Vegeta were struck multiple times, sustaining significant injuries. In a moment of urgency, Raditz swiftly led the two into the depths of a nearby lake, concealing their presence. Frisia, intent on pursuit, dove into the water but found no trace of them. After a thorough search yielded nothing, and without a scouter to detect their power levels, he unleashed a massive energy wave towards the lake's surface, instantly vaporizing the water. Yet Raditz and the others had long since vanished. Frustrated, Frisia pondered their disappearance. How could they have vanished without a trace? Ascending to a higher altitude, he surveyed the surrounding area, but found nothing. Upon attempting to return and locate Jinyu, he discovered that Jinyu, along with the Dragon Balls, had also disappeared. In a fit of rage, Frisia concentrated his energy into a colossal sphere, leveling several mountain peaks to vent his frustration. Chapter 29. The Namekian Dragon. Raditz, controlling Jinyu, had retreated to a remote corner unnoticed, clutching the Dragon Balls as he slipped into the darkness of night. Jinyu, under Raditz's command, met up with Tien and the others, quickly making their way to the village of the Grand Elder of Namek. Meanwhile, Raditz and the others, having engaged in a brief skirmish with Frisia and sustaining minor injuries, concealed their energy in the water. Goku remarked to Raditz and Vegeta, "Frisia is incredibly powerful. Despite our numbers, we were swiftly defeated. Do not fret, Kakarot. We have our trump cards yet to be revealed. Besides, now that we possess the Dragon Balls, Frisia will be powerless against us once our wishes are granted." Before long, the group arrived at the village, where the Grand Elder of Namek was nearing the end of his endurance, surrounded by a gathering of Namekians who listened intently to his teachings. Survive this ordeal, and remember to forsake the pursuit of technology and war. Live in peace. At that moment, the Grand Elder seemed to regain a flicker of vitality, slowly raising his hand to beckon Dandy. "Dandy, you are the most promising among our people. After my passing, consume the Dragon Balls and lead our kin out of this plight. Grand Elder, we need you. Perhaps we could use the Dragon Balls to grant you extended life." The Grand Elder, upon hearing Dandy's proposal, shook his head in refusal. The lifespan of the Namekians is predetermined. Gaining eternal life through the Dragon Balls may not be a blessing. It could spell disaster for our race. In that moment, the Grand Elder, summoning his final reserves of strength, released the divine energy into the sky. "The dragon has been transformed by me. It can now resurrect more individuals." Before Raditz and the others could make their wishes with the Dragon Balls, the Grand Elder, having persevered for so long, gradually closed his eyes and breathed his last. The 7 Dragon Balls instantly reverted to ordinary stones, and the surrounding Namekians, witnessing the Grand Elder's passing, gathered around in mourning. An elder Namekian, wiping away his tears, approached Dandy. "Dandy, do not betray the Elder's earnest wish. Consume the divine pearl and fulfill his long-held aspiration. We are all eager to heed your call." Upon hearing the elder Namekian's words, Dandy resolved to take the divine pearl and swallow it whole. As he did so, a radiant beam of light erupted from the night sky, illuminating Dandy as if to brighten the world. Meanwhile, Frisia, unable to locate Raditz and the others, caught sight of this distant glow and hastened towards it. Earlier, Piccolo, having distanced himself from a group, was drawn by the sound to a village ravaged by Frisia's forces. There, he found Nail, barely clinging to life, who weakly addressed Piccolo. I sensed your energy resonates most closely with mine. I attempted to call you, and to my surprise, you have come. My fellow, I possess a unique ability to assimilate my strength and potential into you. Hearing the term assimilate, Piccolo felt a surge of doubt. He did not wish to become another being, having painstakingly separated from Cammy. Nail, sensing Piccolo's apprehension, reassured him the assimilation centers around you. It will not alter your memories or character, merely augment your power with my memories. Save our fellow Namekians. Although still somewhat skeptical, Piccolo nodded in agreement for the sake of rescuing their kin. With his last breath, Nail transformed his essence into a force that surged into Piccolo's body. This energy entered Piccolo without resistance, allowing it to be absorbed. As the assimilation took place, a torrent of memories flooded Piccolo's mind, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Soon, he rose to his feet, now possessing two sets of memories. Observing the ground where Nail once lay, only bloodstains remained. Nail, it seems your words hold truth. Fear not. I shall fight for our Namekian kin. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, Nail's memories were beginning to influence him, yet he was too absorbed in his newfound strength to ponder further. As he contemplated reuniting with Raditz and the others, he noticed a brilliant light in the distance and sensed the Elder's energy fading. From Nail's memories, Piccolo understood that the Elder had likely passed away, and the Namekians would soon select a new Elder, their new deity. Sensing Frisia's energy approaching the village, Piccolo followed it. Meanwhile, Dandy radiated a sacred aura, reminiscent of a celestial being from Earth, before retracting this energy into his body. Although Dandy appeared unchanged, Raditz sensed a distinct transformation in his energy, as if he had become imbued with divinity. Dandy, I can feel that your energy has transformed. It is indeed extraordinary. How does it feel to you now? Raditz, I now find myself endowed with a few extraordinary abilities. I can sense the dynamics of the entire planet and communicate with the king of this galaxy. Frisia is hastily approaching, and we must summon the eternal dragon. What? Frisia is coming? He must have sensed something amiss upon seeing that beam of light. As Dandy spoke, tears streamed down his face, revealing his deep sorrow. Observing Dandy's sudden outburst of tears, Raditz assumed it was due to the passing of the Elder, and he gently patted Dandy's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Upon hearing that Frisia was en route, Raditz, after allowing Dandy a moment to regain his composure, sought out a clear space to gather the 7 Dragon Balls. Come fort, Eternal Dragon, he called. Yet, the sky remained overcast and unchanged, causing an awkward silence among the group as they pondered what had gone wrong. At this moment, Raditz recalled that summoning the dragon required speaking in the Namekian language, a fact he had inexplicably forgotten. Dandy stepped forward to enlighten the others. To summon the eternal dragon on Namek, one must speak in the Namekian tongue, otherwise he shall not appear. Dandy then shouted toward the Dragon Balls in the Namekian language. Come fort, Porunga. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the sky, accompanied by thunder, and the resounding roars of dragons echoed above. Rays of golden light pierced the clouds, illuminating the night. A colossal humanoid golden dragon slowly emerged from the heavens, casting a radiant glow upon the gathering. Unlike the 5-clawed dragon of Earth, the Namekian dragon stood in a humanoid form, towering several times larger than Earth's deities. In the Namekian tongue, the dragon proclaimed, "Mortal, state your wish." Raditz gestured to Dandy, requesting the resurrection of those slain by Frisia's forces on Namek. Upon hearing this, Dandy called out to the dragon, Porunga, "Bring back to life those who were killed by Frisia's army on Namek." "As you wish," the Namekian dragon responded, its eyes flashing with golden light. Unlike on Earth, where the deceased must remain intact, those who had fallen to Frisia's legion materialized before them from the void, including Nappa. Nappa, bewildered, touched his own body in disbelief, pondering how he could possibly be alive after having perished. Many others resurrected from Namek shared his confusion. Time was of the essence, and Raditz turned to Dandy to convey the next wish. "I wish for Frisia to perish instantly or to be immobilized for several hours." Dandy relayed Raditz's words to the dragon. "Mortal, Frisia is too powerful. I am unable to fulfill such a request. I can only act within the limits of my abilities." Damn it was not possible. Raditz had hoped to obliterate Frisia once and for all, but it was clear that this exceeded the dragon's capabilities. Suddenly, Vegeta interjected, "Kid, Wish for me to become stronger than Frisia, and do it quickly. Dondi, in a state of helplessness, inquired of the dragon and shook his head. The dragon was unable to fulfill such a request. Raditz could sense Frisia's energy drawing nearer to them, and if the Namekians were not granted their wishes soon, they might face death once more. Time was of the essence, leaving Raditz no opportunity for contemplation. What mattered most was to grow stronger. He recalled that Scions experience a significant boost in combat power when pushed to the brink of death. Raditz addressed Dondi, suggesting that they ask the dragon to bring them to the edge of death before restoring them. Dondi, startled, was about to question Raditz's reasoning, but decided against it. Realizing the urgency as Frisia approached, complying with Raditz's request, Dondi turned to the dragon and spoke in the Namekian language, asking for all the Scions on the planet to be brought to a critically injured state before being restored. As you wish, you have one final wish remaining. Instantly, every Scion on Namek experienced excruciating pain, as if they were on the verge of death, yet the recovery process was agonizingly slow. Raditz quickly tossed some senza beans to Goku and Vegeta, urging them to consume them. However, upon taking one himself, Raditz discovered that the beans had no effect. He sensed Frisia's presence nearby. Piccolo was also close, and his energy had grown exceptionally powerful, likely due to his fusion with Nail, allowing him to hold off for a time. Yet, countless Namekians remained, alongside the relatively weak Gohan and Daba, whose involvement in the battle would guarantee no chance of survival. This is bad, Dondi. The recovery from near death is far too slow. If Frisia arrives now, we are doomed. Dondi, quickly move everyone except the Scions, Piccolo, and Frisia's army, including Gohan and Daba, to safety. Recognizing the urgency, Dondi wasted no time and addressed the dragon. Purunga, for my final wish, transport everyone except for the Scions, Piccolo, and Frisia's army, including Gohan and Daba, to Earth. As you wish, your wishes have all been granted. With that, the entire population of Namek, including Tien, Krillin, Yamcha, Gohan, Daba, and even Bulma, who was hiding in a distant cave, were enveloped in a golden light and gradually vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they found themselves on Earth. Meanwhile, on Namek, Frisia had arrived and immediately charged at the dragon, shouting, "Do not leave. Grant me eternal life." But it was too late. The dragon had begun to fade, becoming translucent before disappearing from this world, while the Dragon Balls transformed into stone and scattered in different directions. Frisia was left in a fit of rage. Cursed be this setback. Chapter 30, Battle with Frisia, Part 1. Frisia glared fiercely at Raditz and the others. "Since you have thwarted my plans, you shall all perish." Despair filled the eyes of the group. In their current state, should Frisia attack, certain death awaited them. Frisia concentrated energy in his hands, preparing to obliterate Raditz and the others. At this moment, Raditz sensed the ominous aura of Frisia drawing near. It was indeed Frisia who approached. Suddenly, Frisia was struck hard in the waist, lifted by a knee strike, and thereafter, Piccolo descended with both fists, delivering a powerful blow to Frisia's abdomen. The sheer force propelled Frisia through several mountain peaks, his body scraping the ground, leaving a trail until he finally came to a halt. Piccolo turned to the others, declaring, "I have arrived just in time. Leave this to me." With fervor, Piccolo unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly striking Frisia's body, rendering him unable to regain his footing. Following Frisia's trajectory, Piccolo soared through the air, unleashing a flurry of punches upon Frisia's face. Frisia's speed was no match for Piccolo's onslaught. He could scarcely perceive Piccolo's movements, only feeling the relentless blows landing upon him, leaving him utterly defenseless. Blood streamed from Frisia's wounds, yet he maintained a twisted smile, seemingly unfazed. Then, Frisia unleashed an immense surge of energy, sending a shockwave that forced Piccolo back. Gazing at Frisia, Piccolo remarked, "I know you could transform. Go ahead and reveal your true form, monster." Frisia, taken aback by Piccolo's awareness of his transformation, thought to himself, "I never expected this Namekian to be so formidable. It seems I must unleash my true power. No one has ever witnessed my transformation and lived to tell the tale." With a chilling laughter, Frisia assumed a combat stance, and his body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. His muscles swelled and pulsed, growing larger with each passing moment. As Frisia howled in agony, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, creating a violent tempest that swirled outward. Unlike Vegeta, who thrived on arrogance, Piccolo seized the opportunity and unleashed a super explosive wave, striking Frisia directly. The colossal energy wave collided with Frisia, Although he absorbed the blow, it seemed to have no effect on him. Piccolo was taken aback, sensing Frisia's power intensifying. For an Namekian, you have proven to be quite formidable, but I have yet to even begin warming up. The ground beneath Frisia buckled under the weight of his unleashed power, sinking as he transformed. The transformation was swift, and soon the suffocating aura subsided. Frisia now resembled a monstrous entity, his body rippling with muscle, and his horns had grown significantly, giving him an intimidating presence. Witnessing Frisia's transformation, Piccolo charged forward once more, and the two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows in the sky. Frisia, dare you face this attack? Piccolo challenged. Why would I hesitate? Come at me, Namekian. Frisia retorted boldly. Piccolo intended to unleash his signature move, the special beam cannon, concentrating all his strength into a singular point. Behold, the special beam cannon shot forth, leaving Frisia momentarily taken aback, before he unleashed a formidable surge of energy. With a resounding crash, Frisia effortlessly caught the attack with both hands, merely scratching the surface of his skin. How could this be? Piccolo could hardly believe that Frisia had so easily absorbed the blow. I had no desire to transform again, but to withstand this assault, I can no longer suppress the energy coursing through me. In an instant, Frisia underwent yet another transformation. His head elongated, revealing a gaping maw, and his physique diminished slightly, his sturdy legs becoming more slender. This transformation was even more terrifying than the last, as he morphed into a true monster. Like a beast, Frisia charged forward, his massive frame displaying the agility of a cheetah, moving with such speed that onlookers could scarcely follow. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Piccolo, offering him no time to react. With a flurry of punches, he struck Piccolo repeatedly. Boom! 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 After enduring these relentless blows, Piccolo was sent reeling, his form unstable as he was propelled diagonally through the sky. Before he could even descend to the ground, whoosh, Frisia landed beneath him, his feet sinking several centimeters into the earth as he launched himself skyward with tremendous force. Bang! Like a speeding bullet, he collided solidly with Piccolo's back, propelling him even higher. The impact left Piccolo howling in agony, yet Frisia showed no inclination to relent. In midair, Frisia continued to pummel Piccolo, rendering him incapable of movement as he crashed up and down. Blood spilled from Piccolo's mouth, despite possessing the Namekian's extraordinary regenerative abilities. He found himself on the brink of exhaustion, unable to recover from the injuries inflicted upon him. Once again, Frisia soared to great heights, emitting a chilling, maniacal laugh. Is this all there is? Has the Namekian barely begun to warm up before meeting his end? It's time to conclude this. Gathering energy with a single hand, he unleashed a wave toward the airborne Piccolo, who, utterly drained, was powerless to resist the incoming assault. Boom! Following a colossal explosion, Piccolo plummeted to the ground like a meteor, creating a vast crater riddled with cracks upon impact. At that moment, Piccolo clung to the last vestiges of his breath, his energy dwindling to a whisper, his limbs shattered, while his unique physiology gradually began to regenerate. As Piccolo fell, Raditz remained incapacitated, his recovery hindered by the magnitude of his battle power. Goku was still on the verge of recovery, while Vegeta had regained his strength, exuding newfound confidence, feeling as though he was on the precipice of becoming a Super Saiyan. Raditz, Kakarot, what a pity. I shall become a Super Saiyan before either of you, and you shall bear witness to this legend. Raditz understood that this was by no means a Super Saiyan. He sensed that Vegeta's current battle power barely reached 3 million. He hastily attempted to dissuade Vegeta. This was not the Super Saiyan form. Frisia's first transformation boasted at least 56 million in battle power, far exceeding Vegeta's current strength. He urged Vegeta to endure just a little longer until Kakarot had fully recovered. Vegeta, a prodigy of Planet Vegeta, could not bear the thought of waiting for the lower-ranked warrior Kakarot to catch up with Raditz. He simply uttered, "The honor of the Saiyans I shall uphold." Without looking back, Vegeta soared into the sky and called out to Frisia, "Frisia, I am aware of your fear of us, Saiyans. The Super Saiyan who obliterated Planet Vegeta is here today, and I shall transform into a Super Saiyan to defeat you." Upon witnessing Vegeta's resolve, Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief, focusing on healing his injuries. As the ensuing battle was beyond his capacity to engage, he could only observe. Frisia, hearing Vegeta's unwavering confidence, could not suppress a laugh. "I fear not even 10 Super Saiyans. The destruction of your planet Vegeta was merely a matter of my disdain for your kind." Aha! Furious, Vegeta erupted with power, a tempestuous energy radiating from him, crackling like lightning. Do you see this, Frieza? This is what a Super Saiyan is. Frieza, with a disdainful smile, clapped his hands mockingly. Is this supposed to be a Super Saiyan? Spare me the jest, Frieza. Vegeta charged forward, surpassing Frieza in speed, landing a powerful punch squarely on Frieza's face, nearly distorting it. In the air, they exchanged blows. With Vegeta's incredible speed, he effortlessly evaded Frieza's counterattacks, landing solid hits each time. Whenever Frieza attempted to create distance, Vegeta swiftly closed the gap, rendering Frieza utterly outmatched. With a flurry of strikes, Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage upon Frieza, seizing his arms and leaping behind him. He delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's back, driving him forcefully into the ground. The earth trembled beneath the tremendous impact, creating a vast crater and cracking the surface with deep fissures that spread outward. Vegeta then grasped Frieza's head, violently swinging him against the ground, each strike creating another massive pit. Frieza reached out in a desperate attempt to break free, only to be slammed down once more. Vegeta pressed one foot onto Frieza's contorted face, generating small energy blasts with both hands that rained down upon Frieza's visage. Subsequently, he extended his arms, gathering energy in the air before unleashing a powerful energy wave. Energy waves crackled with lightning. The sound of thunderous booms echoed, and this technique appeared overwhelmingly powerful. The flash cannon struck Frieza directly, eliciting a painful groan from him. The ferocious energy slammed into Frieza, accompanied by crackling electricity, inflicting immense suffering upon him. Observing Frieza's struggle against the shockwave, Vegeta laughed maniacally. Frieza, you are nothing but a mere shadow. At last, I shall avenge the Saiyans. Prepare to meet your demise. As Vegeta reveled in his triumph, Frieza suddenly extended a hand, seizing Vegeta's foot. Caught off guard, Vegeta was flung away before he could react. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza unleashed a barrage of miniature energy lasers, piercing through Vegeta's limbs. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Vegeta, rendering him immobile. He had underestimated Frieza, failing to anticipate that the sustained energy waves would still allow Frieza to counterattack. Haha, Vegeta, I offered you a chance, and now you, along with Raditz and Kakarot, shall perish. Before you meet your end, behold my magnificent form, Frieza declared as he unleashed his energy, causing the very atmosphere of Namek to shift dramatically, with even the skies beginning to weep. A blinding darkness emanated from Frieza, shrouding the skies of Namek, while a tempest swept across the planet. The oppressive aura radiated throughout Namek, instilling a palpable fear in every corner. The winds stirred up clouds of dust, and the overwhelming energy caused the ground to tremble violently. Frieza's monstrous form began to undergo a transformation. His horns vanished, he shrank in stature, and his tail elongated, appearing far more aesthetically pleasing than in his previous forms. Having achieved his final transformation, Frieza chuckled, stretched his neck, and flexed his muscles, striking the ground with his tail. Even a gentle impact from his tail shattered the earth, showcasing Frieza's terrifying power. It has been ages since I utilized this form, a transformation that instills fear even within myself. A mere touch could bring forth cataclysmic upheaval. Meanwhile, Vegeta lay on the ground, groaning, his heart numbed by the overwhelming strength of Frieza's ultimate form. Is it possible that even the Super Saiyan form cannot prevail? You are not a true Super Saiyan, Vegeta. You have merely brushed against the threshold, spoke Raditz and Goku, who had recovered from their injuries and enhanced their combat abilities. Raditz tossed a Senzu bean to Vegeta, aiding in his recovery. Raditz sensed that Frieza had not fully unleashed his power. In this final form, Frieza was still holding back. With a maximum combat power of 6,000, Frieza gazed at Raditz and Goku with a peculiar smile. Unleash your power. To perish beneath my ultimate form is an honor for you. Raditz and Goku immediately entered the triple Kaioken state, unleashing a torrent of crimson energy that erupted around them, crackling with lightning. After numerous battles, coupled with their current near-death state, Raditz and Goku's battle power had escalated to an astonishing 7 million and over 5 million, respectively. Although the triple Kaioken imposed a heavy burden, their bodies barely kept pace. Activating the triple Kaioken propelled Raditz's battle power to 100, while Goku's soared to 500. Frieza observed the red energy waves, now laced with electricity, pondering whether this was the Super Saiyan transformation. Did he mistakenly believe this was the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan form? How misguided. Super Saiyans are far more formidable than this. They merely activated the triple Kaioken. Raditz continued to boast. Even in the Super Saiyan form, I fear you not. With that, Frieza swiftly descended before Raditz and Goku, launching a punch towards Raditz while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts at Goku. Raditz evaded Frieza's punch, countering with a kick aimed at Frieza. In an instant, Frieza vanished, reappearing at Raditz's side to unleash an energy attack. Raditz reacted just in time, leaping to evade the assault. Goku, having successfully dodged Frieza's energy spheres, gathered energy in both hands to unleash the Kamehameha wave. The powerful energy surged towards Frieza, who effortlessly sidestepped the formidable onslaught. Frieza's battle power remained overwhelmingly superior, making it exceedingly difficult for the two to land a hit. In that moment, Raditz conceived a plan. He telepathically transmitted his thoughts to Goku, instructing him to provoke Frieza, providing an opportunity for Raditz to attempt a solar flare, while he himself would execute a spirit slash to see if he could vanquish Frieza. Upon hearing the plan, Goku immediately sprang into action. Frieza, you worthless fool, dare to engage me? Frieza's fury ignited. No one had ever dared to challenge him. Since you are so eager to meet your demise, I shall grant you that wish. Both combatants unleashed their energy, and Frieza charged at Goku, the two forces colliding midair like two meteors. After several exchanges, Goku appeared to be outmatched, plummeting rapidly. Frieza, seizing the opportunity, dove after him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Just as he was about to collide with Goku, Goku suddenly turned. Solar flare. A blinding light enveloped Frieza, rendering him momentarily blind. In that critical moment, Raditz seized the opportunity. Spirit slash. In this dire situation, where death seemed almost inevitable, the energy disk surged forth, slicing through the air with alarming speed. Just as it appeared to strike its mark, Frieza darted upwards to evade the attack. Nevertheless, the energy disk relentlessly arced back, aimed once more at the ascending Frieza, presenting what seemed to be an unavoidable demise. In a remarkable display, Frieza utilized his tail to sweep aside the incoming assault, albeit at the cost of severing his own appendage. How could this be? How could Frieza possibly escape? Goku stared in disbelief, yet Raditz discerned the truth. Frieza, a genius in battle, had learned to sense energy in the face of peril, complicating matters significantly. As the effects of the solar flare faded, Frieza opened his eyes to behold his severed tail. A profound sense of humiliation surged within him, igniting a fury that was unmistakable. Frieza seized the initiative, launching an attack with the swiftness of a beam of light, suddenly appearing before Goku, delivering a punch imbued with immense power aimed directly at him. The blow connected forcefully, and with a swift motion, Frieza grasped Goku, hurling him away. Goku crashed heavily to the ground, expelling a copious amount of blood. Raditz promptly tossed a Senza bean to Goku, urging him to consume it, and together they soared towards Frieza. The sounds of fists and feet clashing filled the air, as the atmosphere was incessantly torn apart, leaving behind trails of afterimages amidst their aerial combat. The trio moved with incredible speed, their battleground shifting from plains to mountains, and then to rivers, leaving devastation in their wake. Prolonged use of the Kaioken, albeit at merely 3 times the normal level, imposed an overwhelming strain on their bodies. Frieza, do you still intend to conceal your true power? It is time to unleash your full strength, Raditz declared. Indeed, Raditz, Goku, I shall now reveal my utmost capability. Before Frieza could fully harness his power, Raditz and Goku, determined to conclude the battle swiftly, commenced their transformation into a higher Kaioken form, 10 times the Kaioken. With this escalation, Raditz's combat power surged to 7,000, while Goku reached 5,000. The crimson energy waves intensified, prompting Frieza in the distance to sense the terrifying might of Raditz and Goku. With a decisive resolve, Frieza unleashed 80 of his power, surpassing his previous form significantly. His battle strength approached a staggering 100 million, far exceeding that of Raditz and Goku. Frieza took a formidable step forward, exuding an aura reminiscent of a colossal beast, charging towards Raditz and Goku with primal ferocity. There were no unnecessary techniques or flamboyant gestures, only the raw instinct of a frenzied beast intent on tearing the two apart. As the collision with Raditz and Goku transpired, the very continent of Namek trembled and collapsed as if beset by a cataclysmic flood, unleashing storms in every direction. Frieza seized the advantage of speed, launching a relentless assault on Goku, who possessed slightly weaker combat power. With a flurry of dozens of punches striking Goku's abdomen, Goku gritted his teeth and endured. The fierce battle between Goku and Frieza raged on, their energy not waning but rather surging. Meanwhile, Raditz incessantly unleashed energy blasts, sending dozens of them in all directions toward Frieza. Frieza transformed his body into a wave of energy, bursting forth in a radiant explosion that obliterated the energy blasts. Realizing the futility of his attacks, Raditz swiftly ascended into the air, engaging in a fierce struggle with the two. For a moment, neither side could gain the upper hand. However, as the battle wore on, Frieza found himself at a disadvantage. His mind raced, formulating a plan. Suddenly, Frieza propelled himself like a rocket, crashing into Goku with unstoppable force, sending him flying. Next, Frieza unleashed a powerful punch directly at Raditz, who finally succumbed to Frieza's speed. As distance grew between them, Frieza extended his hands, launching wave after wave of energy blasts. Raditz and Goku, having already suffered significant damage from the Kaioken technique, found themselves on the defensive against Frieza's relentless onslaught. Frieza, reveling in the chaos, laughed maniacally, convinced of his victory. "Once I eliminate you, I shall annihilate Earth and torment your loved ones to a painful demise." Hearing this, Raditz and Goku were consumed by fury. Ignoring their physical condition and Frieza's ongoing assault, they unleashed their final move, the 20-fold Kaioken. Their combat power soared beyond 100 million, and in their extreme rage, a golden aura erupted around them, illuminating the sky. Although Frieza continued to fire energy blasts, their escalating power rendered his attacks trivial. As if sensing the surge of Raditz and Goku's energy, Namek underwent a dramatic transformation. The atmosphere shifted, storms brewed, and the oceans surged. The red energy waves gradually transformed into gold, their hair oscillating between black and gold. The energy surged uncontrollably, and their hair and eyebrows ultimately turned golden. Raditz felt an overwhelming force rising within him. In that moment, Frieza perceived an overwhelming weakness in the faces of his adversaries. The immense golden aura and the terrifying energy it emanated even instilled a hint of fear in Frieza. He finally understood why his ancestors had warned him to be wary of the golden-haired Saiyans. At that moment, regret washed over Frieza as he lamented not unleashing his full power from the very beginning to eradicate them. Even so, Frieza musters the strength to uphold the dignity of his cosmic empire, refusing to show any signs of weakness. This is the essence of a Super Saiyan. I perceive it to be nothing extraordinary. Let's engage in battle without further ado. Frieza channels his energy, unleashing a colossal energy wave, intent on annihilating Raditz and Son Goku in a single blow. As the energy wave approaches, Raditz remains unperturbed, while Son Goku effortlessly counters it with a Kamehameha, piercing through Frieza's formidable attack. Witnessing this scene, Frieza is taken aback. Just moments ago, in their non-transformed state, they would have been unable to withstand such an onslaught. Could they truly possess such strength? Unleash your true power, Frieza. Your current state is utterly insufficient. Angered by Raditz's scornful remarks, Frieza erupts in fury. The heavens darken, ominous clouds overshadowing the light, as thunder cracks around him. At 100% power, Frieza feels his muscles relax as his energy surges, significantly surpassing his previous might. Raditz regards Frieza with disdain. To him, Frieza's final form is unimpressive. "Is this all you have, Frieza?" Frieza, incensed by Raditz's continued belittlement, resolves to demonstrate his true strength. He maximizes his energy and launches a powerful punch toward Raditz. Unfazed, Raditz maintains his composure, while Son Goku intervenes, blocking Frieza's attack and retaliating with a fierce punch to Frieza's face. The impact leaves Frieza dazed, and Son Goku follows up with a relentless barrage of strikes. Even at his peak, Frieza finds himself on the defensive, contemplating transforming into energy to explode Son Goku. Just as Frieza begins to glow, Son Goku seizes him by the neck, rendering him immobile. Frieza struggles desperately, landing several blows on Son Goku, but to no avail. "Have you had enough, Frieza?" With one hand gripping Frieza, Son Goku gathers energy with the other. Kamehameha. At close range, the attack strikes Frieza, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth, painting the sky crimson. Lying on the ground, Frieza, gravely injured, clings to the last vestiges of life, his eyes barely open, gazing at Raditz and Son Goku. "I refuse to accept this. If I had another opportunity, things would be different." Hearing Frieza's lamentations of despair, Raditz smiles slightly, intending to prolong his suffering. ensuring Frisia understands that no matter how many chances he receives, the outcome will remain unchanged. Are you unwilling to accept defeat, Frisia? Very well. I shall grant you another opportunity. From the air, Raditz produces a senza bean, tossing it to Frisia. Consume this bean, and I shall engage you in battle once more. Frisia could hardly believe the turn of events. Given the opportunity presented by Raditz, he refused to relent. Dragging his severely injured body, he crawled to the senza beans. Unable to extend his hand, he resorted to biting into one, consuming it eagerly. In an instant, he felt the wounds on his body heal, and a surge of power coursed through him once more. Empowered, Frisia advanced directly towards Raditz, launching a fierce punch at him. However, before Frisia's fist could make contact, Raditz vanished, leaving Frisia striking empty air. As he surveyed his surroundings, Raditz was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, a resounding impact struck Frisia from behind, propelling him through the air like a cannonball. Reeling from a blow, he hovered in the sky, warily scanning his surroundings. In rapid succession, punches rained down upon him from both sides, each strike sending sharp pangs of pain throughout his body, exacerbating his injuries. In the midst of his suffering, Frisia finally caught a glimpse of Raditz's form. With all his might, he threw a punch towards Raditz, only to discover it was merely an illusion. At that moment, Raditz reappeared behind him, delivering a devastating kick to his lower back. How could this be? Was Raditz merely an apparition? At this juncture, Frisia, despite his agony, wore an expression of shock and despair. As a prodigy of the Frost Demons, he had been born with immense combat prowess, never having to train due to his nearly invincible strength that dominated the universe. Now, he was consumed by regret, vowing that if he returned from this ordeal, he would diligently train and never again grow complacent. Raditz's speed was overwhelming, leaving Frisia bewildered, unable to comprehend the events unfolding around him. Only Goku, in fleeting moments, caught a glimpse of Raditz's afterimage. The sheer force of Raditz's power was insurmountable. In a moment of desperation, Frisia unleashed a powerful aura, breaking through to a new level of strength and launching a frenzied assault on the transformed Super Saiyan Raditz. Yet, every punch and kick missed its mark, only fueling Frisia's frustration. His face turned a shade of deep anger as he futilely swung his fists through the air, even his energy blasts failing to find their target. At this point, Frisia's mental state began to unravel as he roared at Raditz and Goku. Impossible! How can I not hit you? I am Frisia, the Emperor of the Universe. He felt like a mere plaything, toyed with like an animal, spiraling into madness. Meanwhile, Goku, ever the provocateur, looked down at Frisia and remarked, "Frisia, just take your spaceship and leave. I'll 1T kill you." Frisia's countenance underwent a profound transformation, as the visage of Sun Wukong became exceedingly repugnant in his eyes. He despised such hypocrisy above all else. Unable to acquire the Dragon Balls, and realizing he could not best Raditz or Sun Wukong, Frisia resolutely resolved to obliterate planet Namek. After all, he could survive adrift in the cosmos, and eventually, his minions would retrieve him, at which point he would seek the Dragon Balls anew. Meanwhile, the two Super Saiyans, Sun Wukong and Raditz, would likely be incapable of surviving in the vastness of space. Very well, I shall depart and no longer intrude upon you. At the moment Frisia turned, he concentrated a small energy sphere at his fingertips. This diminutive orb contained cataclysmic energy that, upon mere contact with the ground, would shatter planet Namek into oblivion. With a sinister grin, Frisia cackled, "Die. You shall all perish." Chapter 33. The Elimination of Frisia. However, Raditz had been keenly aware of Frisia's intentions all along, having long prepared for his treachery. Just as Frisia was about to unleash the miniature energy wave, Raditz teleported beside him in an instant. With a powerful kick, he sent Frisia hurtling away, akin to a deflating balloon. Frisia soared through the air, tumbling and twisting before finally crashing to the ground. How could this be? This was supposed to be undetected. Realizing that his ploy had been uncovered, Frisia acknowledged that he stood no chance against Raditz's formidable combat prowess. There would be no second chances. His only option was to flee, for if he could escape, revenge would one day be his. Frisia then unleashed a surge of fury, his immense aura erupting as he ascended at an unprecedented speed. Not good. Frisia is attempting to escape. Sun Wukong erupted in power, pursuing Frisia into the skies. However, even in his swiftest, Frisia could only match Sun Wukong's pace, falling significantly short compared to Raditz. As Frisia neared the atmosphere of planet Namek, he felt he was on the verge of breaking into space. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave from Raditz struck, forcing Frieza to evade just in time, though it slowed his momentum considerably. A sizzling sound filled the air as Frieza caught sight of a golden figure materializing before him. Frieza? I did not grant you the opportunity to flee. Realizing it was Raditz, Frieza could only curse inwardly. Raditz was relentless, leaving him no chance for escape. Frieza fired an energy laser towards Raditz, who effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Frieza ascended rapidly into the sky, convinced he had narrowly escaped. Yet, Raditz moved with blinding speed, seizing Frieza by the scruff of his neck and forcefully hurling him downward. Still wish to flee? Come back down. Frieza was abruptly cast down, and Raditz descended even more swiftly, delivering a powerful kick to Frieza's chest that sent him plummeting further into the abyss. The descent was rapid, forming a vertical column of gaseous light in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Raditz relentlessly struck the ground with Frieza's chest beneath his foot, causing the earth to fracture under the immense force. At this point, they had descended deep underground, nearing the core of Namek, where molten magma simmered at an unbearable temperature. As they approached the core, Frieza found himself devoid of any means of resistance, helplessly feeling the rising heat beneath him, staring in despair at the unfolding catastrophe. Raditz withdrew his foot, channeling his energy into a colossal wave that surged in his hands, aimed directly at Frieza. A thunderous explosion erupted in the confined space, creating a gaping hole as the energy wave propelled Frieza through the core of the planet. The relentless wave battered Frieza, inflicting grave injuries, turning one of his arms to ashes. With an endless expanse of magma looming behind him, Frieza, gasping for breath, clung desperately to a rock, teetering on the brink of oblivion. In that moment, his eyes reflected an insatiable will to live. No, I am the Emperor of the universe. I cannot perish now. There are still many things left to accomplish. Despite his battered state, Frieza summoned every ounce of strength to claw his way upward. A surge of vitality ignited within him as he grasped the rock, inching his body closer to salvation. Raditz, however, mercilessly stamped down upon Frieza's hand. Raditz, must you be so ruthless? Frieza cried out in despair. Think of those who have been slain, their hopelessness. With a fierce kick, Raditz aimed to send Frieza plummeting into the abyss, yet Frieza clung tenaciously to the rock, refusing to surrender. Witnessing Frieza's determination, Raditz unleashed a smaller energy wave that shattered the rock, sending both Frieza and the remnants tumbling into the molten depths below. Stop! I am the Emperor of the universe. You cannot do this. Frieza's protest was cut short as his entire body was engulfed by the lava. Above, Raditz observed Frieza's frantic struggles, the anguished cries echoing until silence enveloped the scene, marking the end of Frieza. Once Raditz sensed no trace of Frieza's energy, he ascended into the air. As he emerged, Goku approached, eager to ascertain the outcome. With a smile, Raditz reassured him, Kakarot, do not worry. Frieza is dead. Perhaps his soul is now seeking redemption in the afterlife. Goku exhaled in relief, grateful that Frieza had been vanquished. Nearby, Piccolo and Vegeta, who had been watching intently, also felt a sense of relief at the news of Frieza's demise. Kakarot, do not let your guard down. Formidable foes may still arise. Let us return to Earth. Vegeta urged. The two individuals dispelled their Super Saiyan forms and, accompanied by Piccolo and Vegeta, prepared to embark on their journey back to Earth aboard the spacecraft they had previously hidden away. Just as they were ready to depart, Frieza's lingering malevolence surged forth from the molten lava, resonating through the cosmos and reverberating throughout the heavens. A certain figure, cloaked in shadows amidst the starry expanse and enveloped in chaotic black energy, sensed this disturbance. This being extended a hand capable of obliterating celestial bodies, intercepting the vile thoughts. By infusing a fragment of consciousness, they gleaned the events that transpired before Frieza's demise. Upon witnessing the transformation of Raditz into a Super Saiyan within Frieza's dark thoughts, the figure's countenance soured. Unexpectedly, the last encounter had been thwarted by that wretched individual, and Raditz had grown even stronger. Initially, Frieza's remnant of malevolence was a chaotic amalgamation devoid of awareness, save for a faint memory. The being infused a plume of black mist into the malevolence, awakening Frieza's essence, which began to coalesce into consciousness, incessantly chanting in rage. Cursed Raditz and Son Goku, do you wish for resurrection to exact vengeance, Frieza? Upon hearing the possibility of revival, Frieza eagerly responded, As long as I can return, I am willing to do anything and heed your command, Great One. Please grant me resurrection. I seek revenge. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. Go and eliminate Raditz for me. With that, a fragment of dark energy was extracted from the being and merged with Frisia's malevolence. Following this convergence, it surged towards Namek, plunging into the lava, amalgamating with Frisia's nearly molten form. At that moment, Raditz was preparing to board the spacecraft to return to Earth when he noticed the black energy rushing into the lava. A sense of foreboding crept into his heart. Soon, a raspy and unpleasant voice emerged from the depths of the molten rock. Planning to leave just like that? Have you forgotten something? Chapter 34. The Resurrection of Frisia. From a molten lava, a grotesque creature slowly ascended, its skin torn and lava streaming from its body, forming crimson patterns. Its face had become horrifyingly deformed, features twisted together, barely resembling a human form. One hand was obscured by blood, while the other appeared severed. Composed of rocks from the molten depths, the creature had grown massive, with lava continuously flowing from it, emitting scorching steam. Upon seeing this monstrous incarnation of Frisia, Son Goku exclaimed in disbelief, "How can this be? Frisia is alive?" Raditz was already astounded. Indeed, the black energy was problematic, and his ominous premonition had come to fruition. Frisia had returned. Hastily, he urged Piccolo and Vegeta to retreat, for this battle was beyond their capacity. Raditz sensed that Frisia had not merely returned, but had emerged with even greater power, his energy now surpassing 400 million. To Frisia, with a battle power of 400 million, Son Goku, at 250 million, and Raditz, at 350 million, stood virtually no chance of victory. As Frisia, having perished and been resurrected, transformed into a terrifying monstrosity, Goku and Raditz swiftly ascended to the first level of Super Saiyan. Observing the two in their transformed state, Frisia, instead of exhibiting an oppressive demeanor, wore a sinister smile upon his grotesque visage. "You may come at me together," he taunted. Raditz and Goku charged directly towards Frisia, their fists and feet colliding with such force that the air crackled around them. The impact sent Frisia staggering back several steps. He then executed a swift maneuver, propelling himself into the air with his arms outstretched in a bear hug formation, launching a counterattack. In one swift motion, he ensnared Raditz and Goku, streams of molten lava seeping from his hands. The searing heat caused both warriors to cry out in agony as Frisia accelerated the onslaught, mercilessly slamming them toward the ground. In this moment of peril, Raditz conjured a circular energy slash, aiming it at Frisia's waist. To his astonishment, the slash shattered upon contact, revealing the unexpected resilience of Frisia's form. With a thunderous crash, Raditz and Goku were driven into the earth, racked with pain. However, as they crashed down, Frisia released his grip. Seizing the opportunity, the fallen Goku retaliated with his single-handed Kamehameha, delivering it at point-blank range to Frisia. The energy wave struck Frisia, lifting him into the air, yet he shockingly opened his mouth and consumed the Kamehameha's energy. It was astonishing that he could devour such potent energy without consequence. Raditz and Goku were left in disbelief. Frisia not only absorbed the attack, but seemed to grow stronger in its wake. "Kakarot, your Kamehameha is quite bland," Frisia remarked, playfully licking his lips as if savoring the energy's residual taste. At that moment, Raditz understood the daunting challenge that lay ahead. Frisia had not only grown significantly stronger, but possessed extraordinary abilities. He conveyed a thought to Goku. "Kakarot, find an opportunity to escape in the spaceship. I will handle him. I promise to return. The Earth still needs your protection. No, Raditz. We are brothers. I will fight alongside you and will not abandon you." After finishing his remark, Frisia shifted in the sky, and Raditz barely caught a glimpse of his movement, desperate to intervene. But it was too late. Goku was unable to defend himself against the forceful punch that struck him. Frisia's arm, composed of molten rock, landed a heavy blow on Goku, tearing through his clothing and flesh, leaving a trail of crimson wounds. Goku spiraled away, unable to maintain his Super Saiyan form, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Frisia, intent on delivering a final blow to Goku, launched a fist toward him. Seizing the moment, Raditz rushed to Frisia's side. Solar flare. In an instant, a brilliant radiance emanated, and Frisia, having encountered this technique before, was already on guard and swiftly closed his eyes. Raditz, having observed Tien Shinhan employ the solar flare several times, mimicked his technique, and successfully condensed his energy to unleash a blinding flash. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At the moment of utilizing the solar flare, Raditz entered a meditative state. Within his mental realm, a fragment of his energy surged forth to assault Frisia. Instantly, in this ethereal domain, Raditz's spiritual force and energy began to devour Frisia's own. Admittedly, this small portion of energy was insufficient to make a significant impact and was quickly consumed. However, in those fleeting seconds, Frisia was momentarily dazed. The brilliance of the solar flare inundated his vision, rendering him utterly blind. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz unleashed hundreds of energy blasts, all striking Frisia. Due to the solar flare, while Frisia could sense the energy, he could only absorb a fraction amidst the overwhelming barrage of energy blasts. Faced with such an onslaught, Frisia was forced to retreat repeatedly. At this juncture, Raditz found himself with but a few sins of beans remaining after the fierce battle, with only one left to spare. Raditz had underestimated Frisia's might. He had not anticipated such strength, perhaps due to the changes wrought by his resurrection. With Goku gravely injured, Raditz firmly believed that if he could escort Goku and the others back to Earth, Goku would eventually triumph over Frisia. As a mere visitor from another life, Raditz felt immense gratitude for the days spent fighting alongside these warriors. Accepting his fate, Raditz resolved to confront Frisia, determined to either hold him off or perish alongside him. Supporting Goku, he took advantage of Frisia's momentary blindness caused by the solar flare. He immediately addressed Vegeta and Piccolo, urging, "You must return to Earth. I shall handle Frisia." Upon witnessing the dire situation, Vegeta and Piccolo, realizing they could not match Frisia's strength, initially wished to persuade Raditz to join them, but he firmly declined. Consequently, the group accelerated their efforts to escape the battlefield, hastening towards the spaceship that Bulma had prepared. The landscape of Namek was now unrecognizable, yet relying on his memory, Raditz managed to locate the vessel. Fortunately, the spaceship remained intact. He placed Goku in the cockpit and secured him, while Piccolo and Vegeta entered as well. Raditz intended to press the launch button, only to be met with a system alert indicating a launch failure, stating that the backup procedures could only be activated at high altitude. Raditz cursed his misfortune, recalling Bulma's hesitant demeanor on their departure. In that moment, he fully comprehended the implications. Resolutely, he elevated the spaceship, channeling his energy as he ascended. Meanwhile, Frisia, having recovered from the disorienting effects of the solar flare, sensed Raditz's energy and observed him lifting the spaceship in an attempt to flee. "Do you think such tricks will allow you to escape?" Frisia sneered. Gathering a terrifying and immense wave of energy at low altitude, the intent was to obliterate the spacecraft, depriving the warriors of any chance to escape. Boom! Frisia's purple energy wave, enveloped in swirling black mist, surged towards the vessel. At that moment, Raditz sensed Frisia's assault from behind and forcefully propelled the ship beyond the atmosphere. Boom, boom, boom. As the spacecraft exited the atmospheric layer, its auxiliary power activated and it sped towards Earth. Unexpectedly, the menacing energy wave raced towards the ship, leaving Raditz with no options. With time to gather energy no longer available, he could only choose to shield himself with his body. Bang! The colossal energy struck Raditz, his clothing torn, blood spewing from his mouth as he plummeted from the heights. Chapter 35, The Final Spirit Bomb. Raditz fell rapidly towards the ground. Boom! The impact caused a cataclysmic explosion, sending countless debris soaring into the air. Seizing his last breath, Raditz consumed his final Senzabine, instantly restoring his strength. Frisia, astonished to see Raditz seemingly unscathed despite the heavy blow, was taken aback. Such a powerful strike, and you remain standing without a scratch. It must be the Senzu Bean's effect. However, it appears you have few left, Raditz. Once I eliminate you, I shall proceed to Earth to eliminate Goku as well. With that, Frisia's twisted visage broke into a sinister laugh. Frisia, if you think you can kill me, then give it your best shot. Raditz, embracing the notion of mutual destruction, erupted with newfound energy, seemingly breaking through his limits. In an instant, the two ascended into the sky, their speed so swift that their movements became indistinguishable, hurling energy blasts at one another while desperately evading, leaving behind only fleeting shadows. Once more, Raditz and Frisia's fists collided, their energies clashing violently, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. Frisia, I will make you die once more. Raditz's fist, infused with formidable energy, struck Frisia's body. The pain was evident on Frisia's face as his abdomen bulged, indicating that Raditz had inflicted damage. In retaliation, Frieza landed a punch on Raditz, his fist imbued with the power of magma, scorching Raditz's flesh. The prolonged battle had pushed both combatants to their limits, and today would surely culminate in a fight to the death. They engaged in the most primal form of combat, devoid of any superfluous movements, each blow resulting in bloodshed and carnage. Raditz and Frieza fought like primitive warriors, each punch brutally powerful and excruciatingly painful, yet neither uttered a sound. After 100 exchanges, both had pushed their bodies to the brink of collapse, bloodied and gasping for breath. Frieza, this strike will determine our fates, Raditz thought to himself. It was time to unleash that technique. The outcome rested on this decisive moment. Raditz, with both hands raised above his head, entered a state of deep contemplation. He channeled his mental energy to communicate with all the entities of Namek. "Oh, spirits of Namek, lend me your strength to vanquish Frieza." Gradually, the energies of Namek transformed into radiant white orbs, coalescing and soaring towards Raditz, culminating in a colossal sphere. Although Raditz's mental force did not extend to the distant planets, the nearby celestial bodies sensed his call and converged towards him. The sphere expanded continuously, growing to a size that obscured the sky like a great mountain. Should this force descend, Frieza would undoubtedly be unable to evade it. This sanctified and magnificent power emitted a dazzling brilliance. Frieza, witnessing Raditz gathering such formidable energy, felt a wave of revulsion and fear. As the energy intensified, Frieza sought to prevent Raditz from completing his assembly by engaging him in close combat. Yet, each time he approached, the radiant energy inflicted excruciating pain upon him, as if his very form were dissolving, rendering him incapable of advancing further. With his strength waning, Frieza could not afford to remain idle. Instead, he retreated to a distance, concentrating all his power into a formidable energy wave. With a thunderous roar, the energy wave surged towards Raditz, the mightiest wave he had ever encountered. At this critical juncture, Raditz's spirit bomb was nearly complete, and he knew he must remain steadfast. Resolutely, he decided to withstand the onslaught. If his demise could ensure Frieza's destruction, so be it. The violent energy crashed against Raditz, who summoned all his strength to unleash a double Kaioken just as the energy wave struck Frieza. His power surged dramatically, enveloped in a radiant red aura, forming a dual-layered energy wave that overwhelmed Frieza. Enduring the force of the energy wave, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, obliterating everything within 100 kilometers and shrouding the entire planet in dust. Amidst the chaos, a colossal spirit bomb remained visible, with Raditz steadfastly supporting it. However, the strain of maintaining the double Kaioken had taken its toll, and Raditz's transformation was soon relinquished. His body, unable to withstand the strain, was left battered and bloodied, with no intact skin remaining. Had he not activated the double Kaioken at that critical moment, he would have been reduced to mere particles. Following this harrowing blow, he swiftly dispelled the Kaioken state. Otherwise, he would have been nothing more than a puddle of flesh. Frieza, it's truly a pity. Your attack is indeed powerful and painful. But now, prepare to meet your end. Spirit Bomb. The energy sphere had amassed its power and was now launched, inexorably approaching Frieza, leaving him with no avenue of escape. At this juncture, Frieza's words and intentions were rendered futile. The opportunity had vanished. His expression contorted in disbelief. He never anticipated that, despite his resurrection, he would find himself in such a grotesque state, unable to overcome Raditz. In desperation, he cried out to the heavens, "My lord, come to my rescue. I am willing to offer my soul. Anything, just save me." From the void, a resonant voice echoed, "Frieza, I have granted you a chance. Alas, I have no need for the worthless." With that, the energy sphere descended upon Frieza, crushing him mercilessly. He attempted to resist, howling within the energy sphere, "I cannot die. I cannot die." The immense energy sphere radiated a brilliant power, its luminescence coursing chaotically around Frieza's form. His entire being was disassembled, leaving not even a trace of dust. As Frieza disintegrated, the energy sphere abruptly vanished, returning to the essence of all things. Aside from obliterating Frieza, the energy sphere spared Namek and Raditz from any collateral damage. Witnessing Frieza's complete demise, Raditz succumbed to exhaustion, unable to move any further. In the depths of darkness, a certain lord observed the unfolding events, contemplating intervention, yet wary of another presence that was undoubtedly watching as well. He conveyed a message, Raditz, if you ally with me, you shall gain unparalleled strength and acquire all that you desire. Due to his grievous injuries, Raditz, in a daze, faintly heard this proclamation from the sky and merely uttered, "No, thank you." Chapter 36, Planet Udrat. Having uttered those words, Raditz succumbed to unconsciousness due to his severe wounds. Days later, on a morning when the sun of Namek rose, its gentle rays illuminated Raditz's face. Gradually, he stirred awake, finding his garments tattered and his battle scanner shattered. Overwhelmed by an intense hunger, oblivious to how many days he had lain there. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself enveloped by desolation. Thick layers of dust cloaked his body. The once vibrant Namek had become a wasteland, its mountains and rivers reduced to dust. Even the rivers and wildlife had been obliterated by the battle, vanishing without a trace. The air was thin, rendering survival arduous. The vast expanse of Namek was now merely a glaring desert. Not a single remnant of the Namekian dwellings could be found. Raditz's body was still racked with excruciating pain, leaving him nearly unable to stand, let alone move. Lying on the ground, he gazed up at the sky, which still bore the essence of Namek. Is this not hell or heaven? Am I still alive? Raditz pondered the nature of the voice that resonated from the heavens, compelling him to submit. It seemed that Frisia possessed the power associated with that voice, a power capable of resurrection, leaving Raditz perplexed regarding its true identity. Such abilities were exceedingly rare within the Dragon Ball universe, yet the very act of targeting him left Raditz in a daze. He was uncertain whether his brother, Goku, was successfully making his way home. In his heart, he mused that Kakarot should be able to return safely. However, with someone now fixated on him, it appeared he must exercise greater caution in the future. At that moment, Raditz's physical condition was dire. Having engaged in a fierce battle with Frisia while forcibly activating Super Saiyan 1 and the Kaioken X2 technique. Now, in a severely injured state, he felt utterly depleted of energy, wondering if there were any Senzu beans available. Estimating his current battle power, he believed it to be no more than 56,000. Should his injuries heal, he might be able to regain his former baseline strength, or perhaps even enhance it slightly. Raditz attempted to control the energy he had left within Jinyu's body on Earth, but to no avail. The distance proved too great for any semblance of control. Unbeknownst to him, Jinyu's body on Earth remained motionless, like a wooden puppet, left on King Kai's planet to endure the elements. Meanwhile, a multitude of Namekians had arrived on Earth, arranged by Bulma's family in an uninhabited area, awaiting the Dragon Balls to revive them, so they could inhabit a suitable planet. After a considerable time, Raditz managed to move, albeit without the strength to unleash his energy. He ascended into the air, surveying his surroundings, which were barren and desolate. He sensed that, apart from his own energy, there was nothing else on Namek. Cursed be the lack of sustenance. How could he possibly escape this planet? As he searched the desolate landscape, he finally spotted a circular object partially buried beneath the sand. Rushing over to investigate, he began to clear away the surrounding dust and debris, revealing 56 circular spaceships nestled within. These were the vessels used by the Jinyu force upon their arrival. Now submerged in the remnants of their battle with Frisia, the landscape altered beyond recognition. Most were damaged, but one appeared to be relatively intact. Raditz hurried to inspect it and discovered that this ship had been sheltered amidst the others, still operational. Upon opening the cockpit, he was relieved to find some emergency rations remaining, as his hunger had become unbearable. After indulging in a hearty meal, he settled into the pilot's seat and began to operate the controls, scanning the information displayed. The machine indicated that the destination was Planet Yardrat, already set and unchangeable. Raditz quickly deduced that this must be a ship belonging to a member of the Jinyu force, likely intended to annihilate the inhabitants of Yardrat after acquiring the Dragon Balls on Namek. As Raditz reflected upon his memories, it became evident that the inhabitants of the planet Yardrat possessed the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement. According to his recollections, the native residents of Yardrat exhibited relatively low combat prowess. Despite his own injuries, he believed he would encounter little danger there. Given this assessment, and the lack of alternative destinations, Raditz resolved to journey to Yardrat in hopes of mastering the art of teleportation. With merely a fortnight's travel to reach Yardrat, he anticipated a swift voyage. He pressed the launch button, and with a thunderous roar, the spacecraft was engulfed in a cloud of dust as it ascended rapidly, distancing itself from Namek. As Raditz gazed back at Namek, he mused that perhaps, many years hence, it would once again flourish with life. Despite the relatively short journey, the waiting proved tedious. The confines of a ship left little room for movement. Thus, Raditz donned a hibernation mask, hoping that after a fortnight's rest, his injuries would heal somewhat. Not long after putting on the mask, the sedative gas soon lulled him into a deep slumber. Days passed as Raditz's spherical vessel traversed the cosmos, navigating past numerous planets en route to its destination. Meanwhile, within the Frisia Force, communication with Lord Frisia had become inexplicably severed over the past few days, leaving the core members of the Jinyu Force in a state of uncertainty. Various factions, along with personnel within the Frisia Force, began to suspect that Frisia had met his demise. Amidst the chaos, the absence of Frisia and the Jinyu Force led to the rapid disintegration of the Frisia Force. Planets once subjugated under Frisia's tyranny rose in rebellion, believing they could emerge victorious in his absence, launching attacks against the forces stationed on their worlds. The internal factions of the Frisia Force also began to fracture, each aspiring to seize control for themselves. In the absence of Frisia's dominion, the universe did not descend into peace, but rather spiraled into greater disorder. Fortunately, King Cold and Frisia's brother, Cooler, managed to stabilize the situation, gradually restoring some semblance of order. King Cold, having learned through interrogation that Frisia had ventured to Namek in pursuit of the Dragon Balls with his elite forces, promptly set off in that direction. Unbeknownst to Raditz, King Cold and his subordinates were rapidly approaching Namek aboard their own ship. Had Raditz delayed his journey even a few days, he would have faced certain death at the hands of King Cold in his current weakened state. As the days slipped by within the confines of the spacecraft, it approached Yardrat with increasing speed, and a voice echoed within the machinery, signaling their imminent arrival. The hibernation mode was deactivated, and Raditz slowly awakened, his gaze falling upon a planet not far away, reminiscent of Earth, adorned with rings akin to those of Saturn. Could this be Yardrat? Chapter 37, A New Arrival. After several days of rest, though not fully healed, he had regained some strength. Raditz felt an immense surge of power coursing through him, estimating his battle strength to be in the hundreds of thousands. Gazing out of the spacecraft's window at the vibrant planet of Adrat, he observed its lush green landscape, where vast continents occupied half of the globe while the oceans claimed the other half. As the ship penetrated the atmosphere of Adrat, it jolted and rattled before gently descending into the suburbs near the city inhabited by the Adratans. With a swift motion, Raditz opened the spacecraft's door and stepped onto the surface of Adrat. He was immediately struck by the planet's remarkably low gravity, even less than that of Earth. To avoid startling the Adratans, Raditz had already suppressed his aura to a mere fraction of his true power during the descent. Utilizing his energy perception, he discerned an abundance of auras among the Adratans, albeit with exceedingly low battle strengths. Most possessed only a few dozen points, and the strongest among them barely exceeded 600. In the distance, he beheld towering structures reminiscent of a modern metropolis, indicative of a certain level of civilization. Yet, amidst these skyscrapers stood an imposing wooden palace, surpassing all city buildings in height, adorned with a peculiar emblem that was visible from afar. As the spacecraft entered the atmosphere, it emitted a brilliant light, prompting a multitude of Adratans to teleport over, drawn by the disturbance. Before Raditz stood a throng of Adratans, their pink skin contrasting against the green landscape. They bore a resemblance to Namekians, albeit shorter in stature with slightly smaller ears. Their attire reminded Raditz of the clothing worn by son Wukong upon his return to Earth after mastering instant transmission. The Adratans pointed and whispered among themselves, visibly anxious. Had Raditz not suppressed his aura, they likely would not have approached. A young, robust Adrat, seemingly timid yet determined, stepped forward. "Are you from the Frisia Force?" he inquired. At that moment, Raditz realized the inhabitants of this planet remained unaware of Frisia's demise. The young Adrat, appearing quite nervous, kept a wary eye on Raditz, ready to escape at any moment should he sense danger. "No, Frisia was defeated by me not long ago," Raditz replied, inciting a wave of incredulity among the gathered crowd, including the young man who wore an expression of disbelief. Yet, the kind-hearted Adrat, sensing no malice from Raditz, teleported home to fetch a garment, which he promptly offered to Raditz. "Hello, you must be an alien, right? Kula. It seems you've encountered some peril during your journey. Please put this on," he urged, eager to assist. Just then, several vehicles resembling ambulances, flashing red lights, swiftly approached Raditz, ready to render aid. Raditz gazed in astonishment, unable to fathom that the lowly combatants of the planet Adrat had the capacity to sense energy and even teleport. It appeared that the unique physiology of the Adratans endowed them with an innate ability to master such skills with greater ease than those from other worlds. To his surprise, the seemingly weak Adratans exhibited a remarkable friendliness, displaying no trace of suspicion. "Thank you, Kula. I am Raditz, a warrior from Earth. I am currently untroubled and do not require assistance," he declared, gesturing dismissively to the crew of the Adrat rescue vehicle. Just as Raditz intended to depart in search of ways to learn teleportation, a group of Adratans approached, brandishing energy weapons with ominous intent. Their energy signatures suggested a combat prowess of merely a dozen units, yet they aimed their weapons at the gathered crowd. "We are subordinates of a Frisia force. Lower your spacecraft immediately. Lord Frisia is about to arrive." "Do not move," they commanded. "Frisia force?" Raditz's expression soured. Had he not eradicated the primary members of that faction? How could they still exist? Beside him, Kula, along with the surrounding Adratans, raised their hands in surrender, knowing their low combat abilities would render them powerless against any pursuit. Only Raditz stood, arms crossed, observing their antics with a detached demeanor. Kula, noticing Raditz's inaction, offered a gentle warning. "Raditz, perhaps you should raise your hands as well. These individuals are indeed under Frisia's command, and your life is at stake." Raditz merely shook his head, curious to witness the intentions of these Adratans who claimed allegiance to Frisia. The impostors, seeing Raditz's indifference, grew incensed. "Even the Frisia force would not dare to provoke us. It seems you wish to meet your end," one of them spat, unleashing a ball of energy aimed directly at Raditz. In a swift display of speed, Raditz incapacitated each assailant with ease, leaving only one conscious. Within the blink of an eye, he seized the remaining thug, who stood bewildered, unable to react to Raditz's teleportation. "Who are you truly? Do not harbor illusions of escaping. I can effortlessly crush your throat," Raditz warned, tightening his grip. Realizing his comrades had all been subdued, the captured Adrat trembled in fear, fully aware of Raditz's formidable power. "I am not part of the Frisia force. I merely impersonated them to commandeer a spacecraft and flee. Please do not kill me," he pleaded, understanding the situation. Raditz promptly rendered the impostor unconscious, casting him aside for the ordinary Adratans to bind while he dealt with the matter himself. Kula, taken aback by Raditz's overwhelming strength, remarked with awe, "Raditz, is there a Grand Elder here?" Kula shook his head, indicating that there was no Grand Elder present. "There is no Elder. Yet the mightiest among us on the planet Adrat is the King, who is presently preparing to flee." Subsequently, Kara elucidated to Raditz that not long ago, a vessel from Frisia's army descended upon their planet, declaring its intent to seize control. They unleashed a brutal massacre, wantonly destroying structures, only to depart inexplicably thereafter. Following discussions with the nobles, the Adrat king resolved to escape, currently seeking ships to carry gold and treasures. The group Raditz just encountered appears to have impersonated Frisia's army in a bid to commandeer a vessel for their own escape. Upon hearing this, Raditz comprehended the situation. It seemed that the Jinyu force had initially intended to conquer this planet, but had abruptly received orders from Frisia to proceed elsewhere, postponing their plans until matters settled down. However, it is curious that even days after Frisia's demise, this planet remains unaware, indicating a significant closure of information. Raditz initially intended to learn instant transmission from Kara, but Kara shook his head, stating that it is an innate ability for them. Only the king possesses the knowledge to teach outsiders. Realizing the king was the sole source of this knowledge, Raditz resolved to seek out the Adrat king. Kara utilized instant transmission to transport him to the Adrat king. Although approaching the royal palace could be fatal, remaining behind with so many would lead to certain doom, especially since Raditz had someone he wished to meet. In Chapter 38, Kara relocated Raditz's ship to the most perilous location on the planet, a place inaccessible to its inhabitants. Raditz was not concerned about the simple farmers pilfering the landing site. He aimed to prevent any harm that might befall them due to the ship. Once secured, Raditz returned to Kara, placing a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant, they found themselves in a resplendent palace. To avoid inadvertently harming anyone, Raditz controlled his energy to a slightly elevated level. The sudden appearance of someone radiating immense energy incited panic within the palace. A cadre of robust guards armed with energy firearms hastily gathered near the Adrat king, aiming to protect him and buy time for an escape via instant transmission. Beside the Adrat king stood a princess, adorned with rings on her hands that Raditz sensed could suppress energy. She wore a pale white gown, her features strikingly refined. To the Adrat people, the princess was a celestial beauty, a vision of ethereal grace. However, to Raditz, her pink skin bore an uncanny resemblance to the denizens of Namek. Raditz sensed that the Adrat king possessed a combat power of 600. You need not flee. I am not of Frisia's army and harbor no ill will. Upon hearing Raditz's declaration of goodwill, the Adrat king's demeanor softened, and the tension in the air dissipated. He instructed his guards to stand down, eager to discern Raditz's intentions, but soon noticed Kara's rising temper. Kara, accompanied by a stranger, has arrived here with unclear intentions. I shall not entrust my daughter to you, a despicable wretch. However, with Raditz present, I cannot command the guards to remove Kara from his side. The princess of Yardrat gazes at Kara with intense fervor, while Kara boldly approaches Raditz and extends his hand to shield him. Raditz, taken aback, senses a narrative unfolding between them and continues, I am Raditz. I have slain Frisia, so you need not worry. I have come to learn your instant transmission technique. Raditz perceives a distinct energy emanating from the king, akin to that of the deities from Earth and Namek. With that, Raditz unleashes his formidable power. Although he has not fully recovered from his injuries, the sheer intensity of his aura is palpable, sensed by all the Yardratans. Each inhabitant trembles in fear, as if the end of days is upon them. This overwhelming presence convinces the Yardrat king of Raditz's capabilities, for he has never witnessed Frisia's aura himself. Indeed, Lord Raditz, your prowess is remarkable. You have even vanquished Frisia. I shall teach you instant transmission at once. May I offer my daughter to you, my lord? The Yardrat king, recognizing Raditz's strength, contemplates the betrothal of his daughter in exchange for potent protection. Upon hearing this, the princess shakes her head vehemently, casting a desperate glance at Kara, as if to implore for salvation. Raditz, of course, wishes for lovers to unite. Your Highness, there is no need for the princess. Simply impart the technique of instant transmission to me. Given Raditz's power, he could easily take what he desires, yet he sees no necessity for such force. Recognizing that Raditz seeks only the instant transmission technique, the king complies. At this moment, the method of instant transmission is transmitted telepathically into Raditz's mind. Upon receiving it, Raditz reflects that the Yardrat king indeed possesses divine qualities, much like the celestial beings. Instant transmission, while seemingly complex, is merely a matter of harmonizing one's energy with the physical form, allowing the spirit to arrive instantaneously at the desired location. The stronger the energy, the farther the distance one can traverse. The speed of energy transmission is astonishing, even surpassing the speed of light, enabling one to approach familiar energies with remarkable swiftness. As one's strength grows, the range and speed of energy transmission expand dramatically, allowing for nearly instantaneous arrival. However, this locale is not conducive to training in instant transmission, and with Kara's assistance, it is time to lend him a hand. Raditz addresses the spectators in the Yardrat arena, directing his words to the Yardrat king. Bestow the princess upon Kara. He possesses the potential to safeguard this planet. Upon hearing Raditz's proclamation, the Yardrat king perceives Kara as lacking in potential, yet cannot dismiss Raditz's overwhelming strength without inciting his ire. Very well, but within a week, Kara must engage in a duel with me. If he cannot best me, how can he possibly protect this world? Upon hearing her father's words, the princess beside him immediately felt a glimmer of hope in her eyes, as if she were silently urging Kula to believe in himself. Lord Raditz might consider residing within the palace for a few days, allowing him to gradually delve into his training. However, when King Adaltrat extended the invitation, Raditz did not hesitate to refuse, as the palace's conspicuousness would hinder his ability to practice instant transmission. After this exchange, King Adaltrat led the princess into the inner chambers. Just before they entered, the princess cast several lingering glances at Kula, unwilling to part. Initially, Kula lacked such confidence, but the encouragement reflected in the princess's gaze fortified his resolve. Lord Raditz, I implore you to train me, to help me grow stronger. Raditz, who had no desire to engage in such matters and yearned to swiftly return to Earth to reunite with the warriors, contemplated for a moment and decided to assist Kula after all. Kula, prepare yourself. Training will be exceedingly rigorous. Kula nodded earnestly, affirming his readiness, while Raditz placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. In an instant, the two of them were transported back to Kula's home, where the conditions were dire, as Kula's parents had passed away, leaving him to scavenge for a living. The place could hardly be called a home. It was merely a meager shelter of thatch and wooden planks, with drafts swirling through every crevice. Even the grass huts on Earth seemed more hospitable by comparison. As Raditz lamented the squalid conditions of Kula's abode, he sensed a mental transmission. It was King Adaltrat, announcing to the entire nation that Frisia was dead and that the crisis on Adaltrat star had been averted. The turmoil across the planet began to subside, and those who had contemplated fleeing returned en masse. Raditz was less concerned with these developments and more intrigued by how someone as impoverished as Kula had formed a bond with the lofty princess. Kula explained that he had known the princess since childhood, as she often sneaked out of the palace to explore, leading to their initial acquaintance. Over the years, their feelings for one another blossomed, but when the king discovered their secret, the princess was imprisoned and forced to wear a ring that suppressed the abilities of those with low ki, preventing them from using instant transmission. Kula, beaten mercilessly, was cast into the wilderness, forbidden to use instant transmission to return to the palace under the threat of death. After learning all this, Raditz marveled at the circumstances and decided to start Kula's training from the ground up. He arranged for Kula to undergo physical conditioning in the most perilous jungles of Adaltrat, understanding that true strength is forged in the crucible of life and death. Thus, Kula emerged from his dilapidated home, grasping a rusty blade, and bid farewell to Raditz as he ventured into the jungle for his training. Raditz would not allow him to face these challenges alone. He remained attuned to Kula's ki, ready to respond swiftly should danger arise. Kula's home was situated in a remote area, already sparsely populated, and after his departure, it grew even more tranquil. This solitude provided an ideal environment for him to focus on mastering instant transmission. Chapitre 39, Mastering Instant Transmission. Raditz entered a meditative state, channeling his energy as though attempting to merge it with his physical form akin to the Kaioken technique. Although the king of the other world spoke of this process in simple terms, it was anything but easy. The integration of energy with the corporeal body proved to be a formidable challenge. Raditz found himself at an impasse, unable to unify his essence with his physicality as he had with the Kaioken. Time and again, he endeavored to achieve this fusion. Yet even the complete alignment of his internal organs with his energy yielded no results, as the energy could not facilitate movement of the body. After several days of relentless attempts and numerous failures, he noted that Kula was still outside training and had not yet returned. Raditz sensed Kula's energy dwindling at times, prompting him to check on his companion, who ultimately remained unharmed, allowing Raditz to resume his practice of instant transmission with a sense of relief. Compelled to shift his approach, Raditz decided to attempt the integration from the outside in, enveloping himself with energy before attempting to transfer. Following this new method, Raditz perceived his energy enveloping his body from the exterior to the interior, fully encasing him. Having long memorized Kula's energy signature, Raditz was soon able to sense Kula's presence. In a brief moment, he placed his hand on his forehead, concentrating his mental energy to control his own power. In an instant, he found himself by Kula's side, who was momentarily taken aback. "Lord Raditz, you have successfully mastered instant transmission," Kula exclaimed. "Yes, Kula," Raditz replied, elated at having arrived here in an instant. His mastery of instant transmission brought him immense joy. The next step was to await Kula's return before they could embark back to Earth. According to Raditz's memory of the timeline, it would not be long before King Kula would arrive seeking vengeance. While the current combat capabilities of the warriors suggested they would be fine, Raditz, having faced Frisia on Namek, could not afford to be complacent, fearing unforeseen complications. Observing Kula emerge from the cluttered home, Raditz noted the rusty, broken blade he carried. Its edge dulled from use. Kula bore numerous injuries, and his clothes were tattered, indicative of the fierce battles he had endured. However, how formidable could the monstrous warriors of Yadarat truly be? Kula's transformations seemed minimal. Raditz, using his energy to gauge Kula's combat prowess, discovered that, after so many days, Kula's strength had only increased slightly, from a power level of 19 to 90, leaving only a few days until their agreed-upon challenge. Raditz had underestimated the Saiyan and Earthling physique when he casually remarked to the king of Yadarat about Kula's potential, believing he could surpass the king's abilities within a week. Kula, sensing his own inadequacies, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. "Lord Raditz, am I without hope?" Raditz, reluctant to discourage Kula, shook his head, affirming that he still possessed potential. With perseverance, he would undoubtedly grow stronger in time. "Kula, I possess a method by which I can transfer the energy within myself to you, empowering you temporarily to win the hand of a princess." Upon hearing such words, Kara fell into contemplation, deliberating whether to heed Raditz's advice. prioritizing marriage to the princess before all else. After a brief moment, Kara reached a resolution. Gazing steadfastly at Raditz and declaring, "Lord Raditz, I aspire to conquer King Adalath through my own strength, rather than relying on yours. To do so would render the victory meaningless." Raditz was taken aback by Kara's resolve, holding him in higher regard, yet acknowledged that willpower alone could not surpass raw strength. Thus, he guided Kara in training, engaging him in battles against formidable creatures on the planet Adalath, while Raditz provided instruction. Even what should have been rest periods were devoted to invigorating and fortifying Kara's body. Days passed, and the week of their agreement finally arrived. At this moment, Kara donned a fresh set of garments, liquidating all his savings and possessions to purchase a rudimentary energy gun. Eager and prepared, he was ready to confront the king. Raditz sensed Kara's combat power had reached 200 points, and with the energy gun, it surged to 260 points. In the context of Adalath's relatively low combat prowess, Kara could be deemed exceptionally gifted. After all, the gravity on Adalath was significantly lesser than that of Earth, resulting in inherently diminished combat abilities. Achieving any significant progress in just 1 week was an arduous task. "Come, Kara, my earlier suggestion still stands, should you be willing," Raditz urged. However, Kara resolutely shook his head. He understood that he would likely be defeated, yet he remained steadfast in his desire to rely on his own strength. Grasping Raditz's shoulder, he activated instant transmission, arriving at the royal palace in an instant. "Lord Raditz, you have arrived. Please take a seat and indulge in our delectable dishes," proclaimed King Adalath. Seated imperiously on his throne, with the princess beside him, resplendent in her attire, prepared to welcome her hero. Turning his gaze towards Kara, King Adalath's disdain deepened. "I expected some progress from you, Kara, yet you merely appear as a slightly stronger piece of refuse. Do you truly believe you are worthy?" Kara replied with determination. "I shall surely prevail. Sheer might is not everything." At that moment, the princess, releasing a circular ring that suppressed the presence of weaker individuals, sensed Kara's frailty. While disappointed, she felt a surge of gratitude that Kara had even come. She could only hope he would depart swiftly, lest her father deny him an easy exit. Raditz, disliking the formalities of courtly pleasantries, addressed King Adalath directly. "Let us commence without further delay. There is no time to waste." With Raditz's assertive demand, none dared to oppose him. Everyone instantaneously teleported to the venue prepared long ago by King Adrat, a circular arena reminiscent of the ancient Roman Colosseum, capable of accommodating a significant number of spectators. Surrounding the arena were countless commoners and nobles, with the latter seated in elevated positions, separated from the common folk. King Adrat orchestrated this spectacle to extinguish any lingering hope within Kula. Upon entering the arena, Adrat donned specially crafted luxurious armor, yet he bore no weapon. Raditz sensed that his combat power surpassed 700 points. In stark contrast, Kula was clad in ragged attire, wielding a meager energy gun, the cheapest available on Adrat's star, purchased after exhausting his family savings. The crowd mockingly derided Kula, likening him to a jester, their minds already envisioning him kneeling in defeat. Chapter 40, Return to Earth. Raditz observed the battle from the sky, disdainful of mingling with the commoners below. King Adrat launched the first assault. Kula retaliated by firing his energy gun at Adrat incessantly. Adrat, unfazed, did not employ teleportation to evade the bullets, which bounced off him without effect. As the king's fist struck, Kula adeptly utilized teleportation to dodge, exhibiting a commendable agility. Kula fired from various angles. Although his shots barely inflicted damage upon Adrat, they gradually marred the armor with cracks. King Adrat, infuriated by the unexpected resilience of the seemingly inferior Kula, found his composure faltering. As Kula unleashed a flurry of rapid teleportation, both engaged in a relentless dance, seeking an opportune moment to strike. Adrat, taken aback by Kula's relentless practice of teleportation, realized that Kula had surpassed him in mastery. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Kula's speed outstripped Adrat's, and with a resounding boom, an energy sphere was launched, striking the already cracked armor and penetrating it, delivering a direct hit to Adrat. The king winced in pain, recognizing that Kula had indeed inflicted harm upon him. Faced with his own injury, Adrat focused intently on Kula, striving to regain his composure. Under normal circumstances, Kula stood no chance against Adrat. However, having regained his calm, Adrat engaged Kula in a fierce exchange before finally locking onto him. As Kula teleported, Adrat seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch, which Kula, with his meager combat power, could not withstand. He was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth. The princess in the stands gasped in alarm, her concern for Kula's well-being palpable. The force of that blow was immense, leaving Kula to languish on the ground for an extended moment. Intense pain caused Kula to tremble uncontrollably, struggling to rise from the ground. Had it been an ordinary hydration, they would have succumbed long before. Yet, driven by sheer will, he managed to stand. King Yadrit observed in astonishment, unable to fathom how Kula could withstand that last blow. It seemed utterly impossible. Kula, now resigned, declared that if he spared his daughter, he would allow him to leave and live a normal life, given that he had withstood a punch. Hearing this, Raditz remained skeptical about Kula's surrender. Despite his frailty, he sensed an indomitable spirit within him. The audience fell silent, astonished that Kula could endure a strike from King Yadrit. It was known that no one on this planet had ever withstood such a blow without collapsing. Raditz recognized that Kula had reached his limits. Even a casual kick or punch from King Yadrit would surely bring him down, potentially endangering his life. Kula's determination to stand, even at the cost of his own life, was palpable. Although entangled with the complexities of this planet, Raditz was initially reluctant, burdened with many formidable foes. Yet, moved by Kula's spirit or perhaps the plight of the weak, he decided to extend a modicum of assistance. Raditz transmitted a thought to King Yadrit. Show some leniency. Feign defeat. In the event of a crisis on Yadrit, I can teleport here to provide support. At that moment, King Yadrit, poised to deliver a final, humiliating blow to Kula, paused to consider Raditz's words. If they could secure the protection of a powerful warrior capable of defeating Frisia, they would have nothing to fear. However, Kula's lowly origins left him hesitant. Yet this battle had shifted his perspective on Kula. The training time on his planet had nearly matched Kula's combat prowess, suggesting he might possess a spark of talent. After much contemplation, King Yadrit finally resolved to comply with Raditz's suggestion. On the battlefield, Kula, barely managing to rise, extended his fist and slowly approached King Yadrit. Understanding the directive from Raditz, King Yadrit reciprocated with a fist of his own. A thunderous clash erupted, sending dust swirling into the air, obscuring the view for onlookers. Only Raditz could discern the truth. King Yadrit had manipulated the dust to create an illusion. As the dust settled, the audience beheld the astonishing outcome. King Yadrit had fallen, while Kula remained, albeit shakily, standing in the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, which soon erupted into fervent cheers, astonished that Kula had indeed triumphed. Even Kula himself wore an expression of disbelief, unable to comprehend that he had emerged victorious. In that fleeting moment of impact, he had no idea what had transpired. Princess Adritlat utilized instantaneous teleportation to embrace tightly, savoring this hard-won moment of affection. After a while, Kula approached to assist King Adritlat to his feet. The king was seen conveying thoughts to Raditz. How do you find my performance, Lord Raditz? Am I not commendable? Raditz, suspended in the air, could only nod in resigned agreement. Such clumsy acting could only deceive the feeble inhabitants of Adritlat Star. Gradually descending, Raditz met Kula, whose eyes shimmered with tears. He understood that without Raditz's guidance, his chances of success would have been bleak. Thank you, Lord Raditz, for aiding my training. In the future, I shall heed your counsel. Your own willpower is what led to your victory. It has little to do with me. The princess hurriedly joined Kula in expressing gratitude to Raditz. Though Kula's triumph was ultimately due to Raditz's influence, Raditz chose not to disclose this truth. Knowing Kula's temperament might render him unable to accept such a reality, complicating matters further. Raditz mused that his affairs on Adritlat Star were finally concluded. It was time to return to Earth. According to his recollections, if he did not act swiftly, King Cooled would soon arrive on Earth. Despite the presence of Goku and possibly future Trunks, he feared unforeseen complications necessitating his return. However, Kula and King Adritlat insisted on celebrating Raditz's victory over Frisia, which had liberated Adritlat Star from peril for several days. Yet, Raditz remained preoccupied with Earth and resolved to leave, albeit with intentions to inspire Kula first. After all, Kula was his first extraterrestrial friend since his rebirth, and Raditz wished for him to live a tranquil life. Kula, I have pressing matters to attend to. There is no need for celebration. I hope you grow stronger to protect Adritlat Star. Seeing Raditz's determination to depart, Kula felt powerless to stop him, but responded with unwavering resolve. Lord Raditz, I will become stronger and will surely safeguard Adritlat Star. Chapter 41. The Arrival of King Cooled. Raditz observed Kula's resolute gaze and believed wholeheartedly that Kula would indeed protect Adritlat Star. Lord Raditz, please do visit us again when you have the opportunity. Farewell, Kula. May all your endeavors be fruitful. At that moment, on Adratlat's star, Raditz could not sense the energy of the Earth dwellers. Perhaps due to his insufficient strength or the vast distance. He would need to travel by spaceship, and if he sensed any warriors in distress along the way, he could teleport back instantly. With that, Raditz bid farewell to everyone and, in a flash, arrived at the launch site of the spaceship. He entered the cockpit, set Earth's coordinates, and activated the vessel. Boom! 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 The circular spacecraft ascended with remarkable speed, while Kula waved farewell to Raditz from below, accompanied by the King of Adrat and the Princess. The King of Adrat made a special telepathic transmission, urging Raditz to remember that should danger befall Adrat, he must come to their aid. Raditz could not help but reflect on how the King of Adrat's thoughts were consumed by such concerns. Now that the Frisia force had been vanquished, who would still be preoccupied with that desolate planet? As the circular spacecraft soared, the inhabitants of Adrat became increasingly diminutive in Raditz's view. He waved goodbye to the planet, acknowledging that farewells do not always herald the best of futures. And he wondered when he might have the chance to return. The spacecraft sped towards Earth, weaving through the celestial bodies, while Raditz gazed ahead at the stars and the vast universe. After a while, a cold mechanical voice echoed through the system, announcing that the destination would take 6 months to reach and inquiring if a hibernation device should be activated. He declined the offer. Raditz chose not to use the hibernation device, as he wished to remain attuned to the energy around him. Succumbing to sleep would leave him unaware of the passage of time until his return to Earth. Thus, as the spacecraft traversed the cosmos, Raditz remained vigilant, occasionally resting when fatigue set in, eagerly anticipating his return to Earth. Meanwhile, on Namek, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo had already returned to Earth after their hasty evacuation. Upon their return, Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo bore expressions of distress, having fled in disarray and leaving Raditz to confront Frisia alone. The warriors awaited at Kame House, hoping for Raditz's eventual return, but days turned into weeks with no sign of him. Most believed Raditz had perished. Yet Goku held steadfast in his belief that Raditz would survive. As time passed, the others suspected that Raditz had sacrificed himself in the face of Frisia's formidable form. To prepare for Frisia's potential return, the group entered a state of intense training. Vegeta sought to train in a gravity chamber, and, upon learning that Bulma could construct one, he and Nappa took up residence at Bulma's home. They implored Bulma to create an even more advanced gravity chamber, to which Bulma readily agreed, given her ample resources. Meanwhile, Dend and a group of Namekians, leveraging Bulma's wealth and their own technological expertise, constructed several massive spacecraft, guided by the Dragon God, to suitable planets for habitation. Dend led the remaining Namekians into the cosmos in search of a new home for their people, aiming to recreate Namek. As the days turned, King Cold scoured Namek for traces of Frisia, only to find devastation and desolation. Convinced that Frisia had perished, he was enraged, for Frisia had been his most promising son, powerful and cunning. Such an untimely demise was unacceptable. Curse those Earthlings and the Saiyans, he muttered, as he resolved to rendezvous with Cooler and plot a course back to Earth. King Cold was not naive enough to believe he could single-handedly vanquish the assembled warriors. After all, Frisia had been far more powerful than he, so he sought out Cooler, who now surpassed even Frisia in strength. Having spoken, King Cold led his spacecraft to rendezvous with Gula, the brother of Frisia and his own son. Upon their meeting, the newly formed Gula Legion integrated Frisia's forces, and together, Gula and King Cold set a direct course for Earth. This series of events transpired shortly after Raditz's arrival on the planet Yardrat, and much time has since elapsed. Now, Gula and his companions should be nearing Earth, their arrival imminent. Meanwhile, Raditz, aboard the spaceship, sensed that the energies of the others were not in a state of combat, allowing him to relax. On Earth, the dawn broke peacefully as several alien spacecraft descended, and from them emerged 2 figures, one tall and imposing, the other slightly shorter. These were none other than King Cold and Gula, who after a prolonged journey had finally reached Earth. King Cold activated the power detector and scanned the planet's inhabitants, discovering a lack of formidable combatants. He turned to Gula and remarked in disbelief, "I cannot fathom how Earthlings and Scions were able to vanquish Frisia." Upon hearing his father's words, Gula conducted a scan of his own, quickly formulating a plan. "Father, do not forget that these Earthlings, along with Raditz and Vegeta, can conceal their energy. Allow me to draw them out." With that, Gula addressed the Gula Mecha Squadron, commanding Mecha Squadron emerge and eliminate all the native Earthlings. "Leave it to us, King Gula," responded the squadron leader, Shaviza, alongside his subordinates Dre and Nez, who immediately prepared for action. Just as the Gula mecha squadron was about to depart, several figures appeared swiftly before them. Leading the group was Son Goku, accompanied by warriors including Vegeta and Nappa, who had grown significantly stronger after their training. At the moment King Cool descended, the warriors, including Vegeta, sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from him. However, to their astonishment, Frisia's presence was absent. Instead, they felt an energy even more formidable than Frisia's. Although the absence of Frisia momentarily lifted their spirits, the realization of the immense power that replaced it quickly dampened their expressions. "How fortuitous for us! You have saved us the trouble of seeking you out," King Cooled remarked with a smile, directed at the assembled warriors. Vegeta spat disdainfully, eyeing Gula and King Cooled, while Nappa remained composed and confident. "Even without Raditz, I can still annihilate them." Upon hearing Vegeta's declaration, Son Goku sensed something unusual about him. "Could it be that you, Vegeta, have mastered it as well?" Vegeta smiled slightly, confidence radiating from him. He believed that catching up to Raditz and Son Goku was merely a matter of time, as he considered himself a genius. Observing the Saiyans engaging in casual conversation with the Earthlings, a sense of ease enveloped the scene. Yet both Gula and King Cooled's expressions darkened as they realized they were being disregarded. Gula promptly commanded the Gula Mecha Squad to gauge the strength of these individuals. In Chapter 42, Future Trunks, a gentle feminine voice emerged, urging Vegeta, "Give it your all and defeat these foes." Upon turning around, Vegeta was met by the playful visage of Bulma, which caused him a moment of embarrassment, for it was she who had constructed the gravity chamber for him. During his departure, Bulma insisted he take the device along, and despite his reluctance, Vegeta acquiesced, grumbling about the troublesome nature of Earth women. With determination, Vegeta unleashed his overwhelming energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. The warriors around him were taken aback. Goku instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation and Vegeta's aura. Gohan, observing Vegeta's impending transformation, felt a surge of excitement, anticipating his own future ascension to Super Saiyan. Bulma, watching in awe, could hardly believe that the seemingly tedious Vegeta possessed such immense power. As Vegeta's cries echoed, the energy detectors of Gula's Legion exploded in response. In the sky, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, accompanied by flashes of lightning as Vegeta's aura morphed into a radiant golden hue. His hair and brows transitioned to a brilliant gold, his demeanor growing increasingly defiant and wild. In that moment, Vegeta fully transformed into the first level of Super Saiyan. The onlookers were astonished, never expecting Vegeta to master this form so swiftly. Unbeknownst to them, Raditz's transformation into Super Saiyan had profoundly impacted Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince. Over a year prior, Raditz had merely been one of his subordinates, while Kakarot had been a lowly warrior. Now, they had surpassed him, a blow to Vegeta's pride that he could not accept. His lofty self-esteem forbade him from yielding. Through grueling training, he had surpassed Raditz and Kakarot. Today, he had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan, placing him at least on equal footing, if not stronger. King Cooled and Gula were equally astonished by this first-level transformation, witnessing it for the first time. With newfound power, Vegeta charged at Shaviza, delivering a devastating punch. With a combat power of only 17, Shaviza was caught completely off guard, raising his hands in a futile attempt to block the blow. The punch sent Shaviza into a daze, and Vegeta hurled him skyward, unleashing an energy wave that struck him with chilling force. Upon witnessing Vegeta effortlessly eliminate Shaviza's companions, Dre and Nez felt an overwhelming dread and instinctively sought to retreat. Vegeta, however, harnessed an immense surge of energy, his Super Saiyan form exuding a formidable power. "Stop this madness at once. How dare you slay my subordinates?" Gura bellowed at Vegeta. In that moment, Dre and Nez had already melded into the throng of troops, and Vegeta unleashed his energy blast, which detonated amidst the retreating crowd. The ensuing explosions echoed with a thunderous roar, resulting in countless casualties within Gura's ranks, while Gura and King Cool deftly evaded the blast radius. Gura, still untransformed, realized that withstanding Vegeta's assault at this juncture could lead to injury. "Is this the fabled Super Saiyan? I find it rather unimpressive. You have stirred my wrath, Vegeta," King Cooled remarked, momentarily astonished by Vegeta's transformation, but confident in Gura's strength to prevail. "Gura, once we vanquish the Earthlings, We shall scour other planets for the Dragon Balls to resurrect your brother Frieza, granting us eternal life. Gura regarded Vegeta, unimpressed by the Super Saiyan's prowess. For his own battle power had reached an astounding 4.7 billion, far surpassing that of Goku and Vegeta. Without hesitation, Gura initiated his transformation, reminiscent of Frieza's, radiating an overwhelming light as he transitioned into his final form. His physique expanded significantly, his head elongating into 4 spikes, while a skeletal mask enveloped his mouth. A menacing red gleam filled his eyes, and white bony armor rose prominently on his shoulders, with 2 spikes protruding from his back. His arms morphed into blade-like extensions. At that moment, Goku and his companions, including Vegeta, sensed Gura's immense aura, which towered over them. Vegeta, now cautious, regarded Gura with trepidation, while Piccolo and the other warriors assumed combat stances, bracing for the impending confrontation. The tension in the air was palpable, ready to ignite into battle at any moment when, unexpectedly, a spacecraft appeared, spiraling through the sky. Emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo, the ship captured the attention of all present. It descended gently, its protective shield retracting, revealing a striking youth with purple hair and blue eyes, who gracefully leaped from the vessel, sword in tow. Clad in a jacket adorned with the Capsule Corporation emblem and a black tank top, complemented by a red scarf around his neck. The young man was none other than Trunks, having traversed from a parallel universe. The warriors, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this boy, sensed an ordinary battle power emanating from him. What audacity! A mere earthling should not interfere. Step aside and do not hinder our battle. Vegeta scowled at the interruption that threatened to derail the imminent clash. Trunks, however, merely cast a few glances at Vegeta, Goku, and the distant Bulma. Trunks approached Gula and King Cold, his anger surging as he transformed into the first form of a Super Saiyan. Upon seeing Gula, Trunks was taken aback. This was not the scenario he had anticipated. Instead of Frieza's arrival, he was confronted with King Cold and Gula, leading him to wonder if something had gone awry. Vegeta, Goku, and the others were equally astonished, realizing that Trunks was also a Saiyan. This is impossible. Aside from myself, they're only Nappa Kakarot. And Kakarot's son. Who are you? Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief at Trunks' transformation into a Super Saiyan, a feat he deemed impossible. With no time to ponder identity, Trunks resolved to eliminate them without hesitation. He unsheathed his sword, aiming it at King Cold and Gula. As Gula and King Cold prepared to dodge the incoming attack, Gula barely managed to evade, but Trunks' blade struck King Cold, cleaving him in 2. King Cold, taken by surprise at the sword's sharpness, watched in disbelief as his body fell apart midair. Chapter 43, The Return of Raditz. Following this, Trunks swiftly wielded his sword, slicing King Cold into several pieces with remarkable speed. With a stylish turn, he unleashed an energy wave that obliterated what remained of King Cold. The onlookers were stunned. They had not expected Trunks to dispatch King Cold with such ease. Particularly, Vegeta was enraged, grinding his teeth in frustration at the revelation that there existed a Saiyan stronger than him. Gula, too, was astonished by the boy's formidable strength. However, he found solace in King Cold's demise. Floating in the air, Gula clapped his hands mockingly. Well done. I must thank you for ridding me of an inconvenience. With my father gone, there's one less obstacle in my way. It's foolish to think of resurrecting Frieza with the Dragon Balls. Gula had long harbored grievances against King Cold and Frieza, feeling he was every bit as powerful as Frieza himself. The fact that the throne had been passed to Frieza only fueled his anger. Had Trunks not eliminated King Cold, Gula would have eventually done so himself. Suddenly, Gula's fury erupted, his formidable presence and combat prowess charging towards Trunks. The others were awestruck by Gula's overwhelming energy. Even Trunks was caught off guard by Gula's incredible strength. In an effort to quell his rising panic, Trunks resolved to strike first and end the battle swiftly. Flesh. Trunks extended a hand, channeling energy to unleash a colossal energy wave towards Gula. Piccolo, observing Trunks employ his technique, felt a surge of curiosity regarding Trunks' true identity. Gula stood still, a wicked smile gracing his face as he regarded Trunks, confident that the boy's combat power posed no threat to him. With a thunderous explosion reverberating through the air, Gula emerged unscathed as Trunks' formidable energy wave failed to inflict even the slightest harm. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? Gula scoffed, suggesting that wielding a sword would yield greater force. In a flash, Gula unleashed his fury, darting towards the incredulous Trunks, stating, now it is my turn. Allow me to demonstrate the true prowess of our ice demons. With a single, devastating blow, he sent Trunks hurtling away, his overwhelming energy radiating terror. Sensing the dire situation, Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan 1 to join the fray. Trunks, Goku, and Vegeta surrounded Gula in a coordinated assault, yet Gula's speed was astonishingly superior. As the three positioned themselves to launch a combined attack, Gula remained unperturbed. With a swift motion, he swept his tail back, ensnaring Trunks, while simultaneously intercepting Goku and Vegeta's punches with his hands. Exerting tremendous strength, he hurled all three towards the ground. But they swiftly soared back into the sky to continue their assault. The air above was filled with a cacophony of clashing energy waves and strikes, creating ripples of force that stirred up fierce winds. This terrifying display of power surpassed even the fierce battle against Frieza on planet Vegeta, instilling fear in all who could sense energy on Earth. Yet, Gula thrived in the heat of battle, as though he were a divine being, reveling in the blood of Saiyans. Recognizing the peril, Goku signaled for Trunks and Vegeta to unite their energy waves. The three warriors descended to the ground, channeling their might towards Gula, who anticipated their intentions and chose not to intervene, intending to obliterate the Saiyans in one fell swoop. In the midst of the chaos, the formidable presences of Piccolo, Ten, Yamcha, Gohan, and others were unable to intervene. They unleashed their most powerful techniques, Demon Flash, Kamehameha, and Ultimate Flash Cannon. Three terrifying energy beams converged, intertwining in a mesmerizing spiral of various colors as they surged towards Gula. In response, Gula unleashed his own terrifying energy wave, colliding fiercely with the trio's combined force. The energies clashed violently, each attempting to overpower the other, with Gula's energy wave suppressing the combined might of the three warriors. Piccolo and the others, recognizing the gravity of the situation, despite their lack of strength, understood that even a little extra energy was better than none. Thus, they joined their techniques into the swirling energy, and with the collective strength of the warriors, they barely matched Gula's overwhelming energy wave. The situation was exceedingly tense, as all the fighters awaited a familiar presence to shatter the impasse. Certainly, the warriors awaited Raditz, who at that moment remained aboard his spaceship. Already sensing the warriors' rapidly fluctuating energy, he perceived several extraordinary auras, but, noting the absence of immediate danger, chose to delay his arrival, intending to further challenge the warriors. At this juncture, Raditz observed that the warriors' energies were waning swiftly. It appeared that the time had come for his entrance. He mused internally. Transforming into his Super Saiyan form, he focused on Goku's energy, placing a hand upon his forehead to enter a meditative state, enveloping himself in his own aura. In an instant, he teleported. Meanwhile, those on Earth felt Raditz's presence in that fleeting moment, yet his form remained unseen, compelling them to endure their struggle. Cooler, at this time, was exerting all his might, his energy waves gaining even greater potency as if victory was within reach. What Frieza could not accomplish, I shall achieve. As a Saiyan, I will annihilate them all, proving who truly deserves the throne. Just as Cooler reveled in his arrogance, a hand pierced through his heart, swiftly relocating beside the warriors. Staring at his hollow chest, Cooler was incredulous that an ambush had occurred without his awareness. Who is it? Who dares? He glanced toward the warriors, only to find Raditz, golden-haired and in Super Saiyan form. He could not comprehend how Raditz had appeared so suddenly or how he had so effortlessly penetrated his body, which boasted a combat power exceeding 400 million. Unbeknownst to Cooler, after his fierce battle with Frieza, Raditz, despite being gravely injured, possessed a combat power of 1200 in his typical state. In Super Saiyan form, his power surged to 600 million, twice that of Cooler, allowing him to breach the latter's defenses with ease. Having lost his heart, Cooler could no longer harness his energy. His strength dissipated instantly, resulting in a catastrophic collapse of his energy waves. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to believe that the Ice Demon is inherently subdued by Saiyans, he exclaimed, only to be met with the combined energy blast from the warriors, which hurled him from Earth to the high atmosphere, culminating in a violent explosion. Chapter 44. Journey to the Future. In the aftermath of the explosion, Raditz remained exceedingly cautious, fearing that Cooler might not be entirely vanquished, possibly reborn within the sun as a warrior with 100 billion combat power. He teleported to a high altitude near the cosmos, meticulously sensing for Cooler's presence and confirming that he had indeed perished devoid of any lingering energy. Raditz then teleported directly before the warriors. Continuously utilizing his instantaneous movement, he piqued their curiosity about this remarkable technique that allowed him to arrive in an instant. Raditz elucidated the events on planet Vegeta, and the warriors soon grasped the situation. He subsequently shared the knowledge of instantaneous movement with the warriors, including Vegeta and Nappa, encouraging them to attempt mastering it. Furthermore, he recounted how to defeat Frieza, and upon witnessing Raditz's return and newfound strength, the group felt immense joy. "I knew you would return, and you have become even stronger," they expressed in unison. Sun Wukong addressed Raditz, who had noticeably grown stronger, eliciting a look of discontent from Vegeta. "Raditz, I shall eventually surpass you both, so do not revel in your superiority too much," he declared. Vegeta, still needing to hone his skills, merely responded with a dismissive scoff. "Just wait and see." Not sensing the presence of the Namekian Dondi, Raditz inquired about his whereabouts. The others quickly explained that Dondi had taken them in search of a habitable planet. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, their collective gaze turned toward Trunks, eager to discern the origins of this Saiyan. Upon laying eyes on Trunks, Raditz grasped the situation entirely, reflecting inwardly. It appears that what is destined to come will indeed arrive. Poor Trunks, the warrior of a grim future. Observing Trunks' demeanor, Raditz recognized the dire fate that awaited him, a future devoid of hope. He pondered the time yet to pass before the emergence of the androids, whose energy was currently undetectable, making them elusive. With no knowledge of their whereabouts, searching now would yield little success. Instead, he contemplated venturing into Trunks' timeline to attempt to salvage his world, perhaps even discovering a breakthrough. Meanwhile, Trunks, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, shyly turned away, rubbing the back of his head. Bulma, noticing the handsome yet bashful youth, approached him. "Thank you for assisting us, young man. I am Bulma. From where do you hail?" Trunks, feeling more bashful under her gaze, turned to the young Bulma and replied, "I am Trunks. I have come seeking Mr. Goku." Upon hearing that Trunks sought Goku, Bulma called for him. Goku, perplexed, found himself unsure of the identity of this young visitor and wondered what he could possibly want. Raditz, having deduced Trunks' intent, swiftly flew to him. "Trunks, I know you have returned from the future." Trunks, taken aback, had already been astonished by Raditz's unexpected appearance on the battlefield. But now he was astounded that Raditz was aware of his origins. "Mr. Raditz, how did you know?" Raditz responded, "Some matters are beyond your comprehension. Do not inquire further. Refrain from speaking of your mission to save the world, and instead take me back to your timeline." With that, Raditz instantaneously transported himself back to the group, summoning Goku to meet Trunks. Upon rejoining the others, Raditz announced, "Trunks is a Saiyan who has returned from the future to inform us that in 3 years, Earth will face the emergence of androids who will annihilate us all and massacre humanity." "What are androids?" Piccolo inquired, furrowing his brow. It was the remnants of the Red Ribbon Army, led by the vengeful Dr. Gero, who crafted a soulless killing machine, a hybrid of man and machine, to exact revenge upon you. The crowd, upon hearing this revelation, was taken aback, astonished that the Red Ribbon Army could still stir up such trouble. However, Vegeta and Nappa regarded the matter with disdain. "What are you afraid of? They are merely half-machine, half-human creations. I doubt they possess any significant strength." Observing Vegeta's audacity, Raditz could already foresee the day when Vegeta would be outmatched by these androids. "You should exercise caution, Vegeta. These androids are far more formidable than you can imagine." In the past, during his time in Frieza's army, Vegeta and Nappa had dispatched numerous battle droids. So how powerful could beings from such a remote planet as Earth truly be? Naturally, he remained unconvinced. "How dull," he scoffed before retreating to a corner with Nappa, whispering and regarding the others as if they were cowards. Raditz continued to address the assembly, proclaiming that Goku would succumb to a heart disease when confronted by the androids, eventually leading to his demise, and one warrior after another would fall. Upon hearing that Goku would no longer be present, Piccolo was left with a lingering question and directly inquired of Raditz. "And what about you, Raditz?" "In the future, I do not exist," Raditz replied. At this, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. "How is that possible? Raditz, how could you not exist in the future?" Raditz, wishing to conceal the truth of his reincarnation, knew that in the future Trunks parallel universe, he indeed did not exist. The group was astonished, struggling to accept the reality that Goku would perish and Raditz would vanish as well. Meanwhile, when Goku arrived in Trunks' time, the two engaged in hushed conversation. Moments later, Goku displayed a look of shock as he turned to regard Vegeta and Bulma. After waiting a while, Piccolo, observing their exchange, appeared to have caught wind of something significant, his face betraying disbelief. Yet, Raditz had long understood the implications of this development. Trunks' appearance indicated that Bulma remained with Vegeta. However, this was not guaranteed. Trunks hailed from a parallel universe. Events occurring in Raditz's universe may not mirror those in others. Upon returning to the group, Goku shared what he had discussed with Trunks, echoing Raditz's assertions, which left them incredulous. Trunks provided me with medication for my heart condition and the coordinates for the android's arrival. He then presented the medicine for all to see, prompting Krillin to question, Goku, when did you develop a heart condition? You've never shown any symptoms. Before Goku could respond, Raditz, understanding the urgency, urged him to take the medicine at once. Kakarot, heed my words and consume this medicine immediately. Do not delay. Goku hesitated, contemplating whether to wait for the heart disease to manifest before taking the medicine. However, upon hearing Raditz's solemn words, he resolved to heed Raditz's advice and promptly consume the medication for his heart ailment. Witnessing Goku take the medication, Raditz felt a sense of relief. At least now, he would not succumb to his heart condition during the impending confrontation with the androids. In the distance, Trunks observed this warrior thriving in a timeline filled with joy and laughter, beneath a splendid blue sky and beautiful scenery. If it were possible, Trunks would have preferred to linger, yet this world ultimately did not belong to him. As Goku swallowed the heart medication, Trunks felt that this journey had indeed been worthwhile. He believed that upon his return, everyone would reappear. The energy of the time machine was just sufficient for a single trip back. Consequently, Trunks intended to use the time machine to return to his own parallel universe timeline. Just as he was about to depart, Raditz appeared before him using instant transmission, extending his hand to halt Trunks. Chapter 45, The Despairing Time. Raditz did not intend to reveal the harsh truth to Trunks at this moment, for even if Trunks returned, little could be altered. Only by returning himself might he be able to change the circumstances of Trunks' parallel universe. If Trunks were to go back, the warriors would undoubtedly remain unrevived. Not only would Trunks return to despair, but he would also have to confront the terrifying androids. Trunks, hold on a moment. I wish to accompany you to the future and see for myself, Raditz expressed. Hearing Raditz's words, Trunks, though perplexed by Raditz's intentions, acquiesced. Very well, Raditz. You may come with me. At that moment, a nearby warrior approached, astonished upon hearing Raditz's plan to visit the future. Goku directly addressed Raditz. If we defeat the androids, won't our future selves be revived? Raditz promptly shook his head in refusal. My intention in going is merely to witness what transpires in the future. I shall return swiftly. You all must train diligently and remain vigilant against the future androids. Although the warriors were concerned that Raditz's departure could indeed mirror Trunks' foreboding predictions, they remained silent upon seeing his determination. After years of fighting alongside him, they chose to trust that Raditz would assuredly return. Having concluded his words, Raditz entered the time machine, squeezing in beside Trunks. Trunks secured the protective shield and prepared for departure, yet he hesitated, gazing at the assembled warriors below. After a brief moment of reflection, particularly glancing at Vegeta and Gohan, he finally activated the machine by pressing the start button. The time machine roared to life, ascending into the air and spinning faster and faster, until the warriors on the ground became indistinct. In a short while, the time machine spun rapidly, enveloped by a radiant light. Everything appeared akin to intertwining lines, the radiance intensifying until the lines themselves vanished from view. Raditz felt a wave of dizziness enveloping his mind, compelling him to close his eyes and rest for a moment. When he reopened his eyes, he was surrounded by an abyss, with luminous points dotting the darkness. These points orbited the spacecraft, and upon closer inspection, Raditz discerned vivid images within them. Each scene depicted the myriad experiences of the Dragon Ball warriors, rendered with striking realism. However, apart from a moment of Raditz's demise at the hands of the special beam cannon, there were no further images of him. The timeline Raditz found himself in seemed as though it had never existed, devoid of even a single portrayal. This left Raditz profoundly perplexed. Trunks, observing Raditz's curiosity as if he were experiencing the time tunnel for the first time, remarked, Mr. Raditz, I too felt bewildered when I first entered here. These images represent events from the past, yet aside from the beginning, I have not seen you again. Faced with Trunks' statement, Raditz could not divulge that he had been reborn. Trunks, concepts such as time and the universe are beyond our comprehension. Let us first focus on saving your world. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Trunks felt utterly confused, uncertain of Raditz's intentions. Nevertheless, The notion of rescuing his world reminded Trunks of the terrifying androids. He could only hope to return to a time when his father and Gohan were alive, at which point he would properly host Raditz before sending him back. The time machine continued to spin rapidly, and within it, the notion of time was rendered irrelevant. Raditz lost track of how long they had traveled when the spacecraft gradually slowed, ceasing its high-speed rotation. Before him, the surroundings began to materialize into a cityscape. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Raditz was taken aback by the devastation. Crumbling structures surrounded him. The ground was littered with bleached bones, while wild dogs feasted upon the remains. Raditz sensed the energy of the earth and noted a significant depletion since his arrival. The human population was now dwarfed by the number of animals. Trunks, surveying the familiar yet horrifying scene, clutched his head in despair. How could this happen? I thought I had returned to the future to warn Mr. Goku. Has my mission failed? Raditz, already aware that even if Trunks reached his timeline, he could not alter the future, understood the futility of Trunks' efforts. The timeline Raditz occupied was essentially a parallel universe, as was the future Trunks inhabited. No matter which timeline Trunks ventured into, he merely traversed another parallel universe, rendering his endeavors ineffective. Yet, witnessing Trunks' sorrow, Raditz offered words of solace. Trunks, remain calm. There is still a way to resolve this. Upon hearing Raditz's reassurance, a glimmer of hope ignited in Trunks' eyes. Mr. Raditz, are the methods you spoke of truly effective? Raditz nodded, promptly placing a hand on Trunks' shoulder while gripping the time machine with the other, sensing Bulma's energy. In an instant, they teleported along with the time machine. Before a future version of Bulma, Raditz found himself in a rather concealed and dilapidated training warehouse. This parallel universe's Bulma appeared significantly aged, bearing the marks of hardship and looking quite haggard. Engrossed in her mechanical repairs within the warehouse, Bulma was startled by the sudden appearance of Raditz and Trunks. Instinctively adopting a defensive posture, grasping some vital materials, she retreated, exclaiming loudly to Trunks, "What brings Raditz here? Be cautious, Trunks. Raditz is not a benevolent figure." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Raditz, though somewhat prepared, felt a twinge of embarrassment. In this parallel universe, it was the villain who had been swiftly defeated early on. Trunks approached Bulma, providing a detailed explanation, which allowed her to comprehend Raditz's situation. Listening to Trunks, Bulma found it hard to believe that Raditz would ally with the warriors. However, being the astute individual she was, Bulma quickly deduced that Raditz's presence indicated her plans had failed. To shield Trunks from certain truths, she urged him to fetch something to eat for Raditz. Once Trunks had distanced himself, Bulma turned to Raditz and inquired, "Raditz, have you realized that this world is a parallel universe?" Raditz was taken aback, astonished that Bulma had made such an astute deduction. Indeed, she was a genius. Initially, Raditz had hoped to offer them a glimmer of hope to prevent total despair, but Bulma had already figured it out. "Bulma, I regret to inform you that there is still a chance for salvation in this universe." "Is there hope?" Bulma gazed at Raditz, her eyes brimming with optimism. "If we can obtain the Super Dragon Balls, there exists a possibility to resurrect all the warriors, even in the absence of their bodies." In this parallel universe, Piccolo had perished, and the Namekians were nowhere to be found. Upon his arrival, Raditz had sensed the absence of Namekian energy, leaving him uncertain if some calamity had befallen them. With no other planets yielding Dragon Balls, their only hope rested on the Super Dragon Balls. Seeing Raditz's affirmation ignited hope within Bulma, prompting her to eagerly question, "Are there indeed such things as Super Dragon Balls? Raditz, how can we acquire them?" Raditz recounted the locations of the Super Dragon Balls as remembered from his past, emphasizing to Bulma that any wish could be granted by them. However, he cautioned that obtaining the Super Dragon Balls would not be an easy feat. The immediate priority is to strengthen Trunks. Upon hearing this, Bulma fell silent, realizing that the situation was more complex than she had initially imagined. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Raditz directly, expressing her desire for him to temporarily conceal the fact that Trunks' journey back in time would have no bearing on this world. Bulma's intention was to alleviate the pressure on Trunks, mirroring Raditz's perspective. The notion that Trunks might return from the future, having endured such hardship, only to find himself powerless to effect change, would be utterly disheartening. Raditz pondered for a moment before responding to Bulma, noting that although there were numerous crises to confront after the emergence of the androids, time was still on their side. He suggested that Trunks could first train in his parallel world. Bulma nodded in agreement, her heart hardened by the relentless turmoil that had plagued Earth for so many years. Only through Trunks' growth could this world be safeguarded. No one else could take his place. Raditz proceeded to elucidate the formidable threats that lay ahead, including Cell and the various manifestations of Majin Buu. However, he refrained from mentioning the existence of Black Goku, as it felt too distant a concern for them at this juncture. The immediate priority was to strengthen Trunks, for he alone possessed the potential to save this world, while Raditz could not remain indefinitely. Meanwhile, Trunks, who was foraging for food, found himself ruminating on the suspicious interactions between Bulma and Raditz. He couldn't shake the growing suspicion that despite their arduous efforts to return to the future, they were unable to alter the course of events. Troubled by this realization, Trunks felt lost, uncertain of what the future held. Nevertheless, he resolved to continue searching for sustenance in a desolate world, void of shops and filled with ruins. In this apocalyptic Earth, it was only the battle-hardened Saiyan like Trunks who could easily procure food. Ordinary humans faced immense difficulty in securing nourishment, particularly when hunting posed the risk of encountering androids. Unlike Trunks, who could conceal his energy and evade danger, most would not stand a chance. After successfully catching 2 rabbits, Trunks returned home to find Bulma wearing a troubled expression. However, her face brightened momentarily upon seeing the rabbits, as they had gone many days without meat. Bulma quickly prepared the rabbits into a delectable feast, ensuring that not a morsel went to waste, for such provisions were precious. With uncertainty looming over the next meal, they savored every bite, acutely aware that it could be their last before falling victim to Black Goku. After the meal, Raditz intended to search for the androids, yet their elusive nature made them difficult to track. At that moment, Trunks retrieved a walkie-talkie, revealing that he had joined the resistance against the androids on Earth. Any news regarding android activities would be relayed in advance, allowing civilians to evacuate while Trunks prepared to provide assistance. Just then, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with a sudden sound. In the realm of Earth 135, the emergence of androids has sparked chaos. The anguished cries echo, abruptly silenced, suggesting that a life has been extinguished by these merciless beings. Trunks, realizing the presence of these androids, urges haste. With that, the two transform into their Super Saiyan forms, their energy surging to colossal proportions. The androids, devoid of any detectable energy, make the search for them in the widely scattered 135 area particularly arduous. Thus, Raditz and Trunks venture forth to locate the androids. At this moment, amidst the devastation of 135, a man and a woman hover in the sky. The woman, strikingly youthful and statuesque, possesses golden hair and a beauty that radiates an icy cruelty. Her companion, equally handsome, engages in a ruthless assault, unleashing energy blasts upon the defenseless humans below. These two are none other than the nefarious androids 17 and 18 from Future Timeline, their faces contorted with sadistic pleasure as they revel in the carnage. The ground trembles under the relentless fire of the resistance, armed with firearms and artillery. Yet their efforts prove futile. With but a flick of their wrists, the androids obliterate the attackers, leaving a scene of utter devastation, rivers of blood, severed limbs, and heart-wrenching cries of despair. The agonized wails of the Earthlings seem to invigorate 17 and 18, driving their bloodlust further. Humanity, now reduced to mere shadows of itself, resembles pitiful ants, frail yet unwilling to relinquish their struggle for survival. As the slaughter continues, the cacophony of screams diminishes. With but a handful of humans remaining, 17 turns to 18, suggesting they cease the massacre, saving the remaining for future enjoyment. Upon hearing this, 17 contemplates the dwindling numbers of Earthlings and agrees to ease their assault. After all, these humans are remarkably fragile, and Trunks, who has unexpectedly vanished, is sorely missed for the thrill of tormenting him. Their sinister laughter fills the air, just as Raditz and Trunks arrive at the scene. Upon witnessing the blood-soaked tableau below, Trunks erupts in fury. "Cease this, you vile androids." Raditz and the androids, taken aback, recall that Raditz should have perished long ago. 18, with a malevolent smile, greets Raditz, her facade of beauty concealing a heart steeped in bloodlust. "What brings you here, Raditz? Since you are present, let us indulge in the ecstasy of battle." As Raditz gazes upon 17 and 18, he realizes they bear no resemblance to the versions etched in his memory. They are entirely transformed. This universe's 17 and 18 are embodiments of evil, and Raditz, devoid of mercy, prepares to confront them. Yet, sensing the presence of numerous surviving humans below, he resolves not to engage in battle here. Through focused thought, he communicates with Trunks. There are many humans still alive below. We must lure the androids away to a different location for our confrontation. Chapter 47. The Annihilation of the Androids. After number 17 spoke, he swiftly pursued Raditz alongside number 18, trailing behind Trunks. They continued until they reached a vast, desolate area devoid of survivors, where Raditz and Trunks halted to confront androids 1718. Come on, 1718, who will step forward first? Upon hearing this, android 1718, still harboring a playful demeanor, sought to torment Raditz and Trunks. Without uttering a word, number 17 emerged, seemingly eager to indulge in the thrill of battle once more. Observing number 17's emergence, Raditz felt an inexhaustible energy from the future version of 1718, already aware of its capabilities. In this timeline, the combat prowess of the two androids ranged from 200 million to 300 million, while Raditz, in his Super Saiyan form, boasted a formidable 800 million, more than sufficient to handle them. However, to secure an effortless victory, a swift resolution was imperative. With the strength of numbers 17 and 18, they could never hope to match Raditz. Trunks, you need not intervene. I shall eliminate these two androids, Raditz declared. In an instant, Raditz engaged in fierce combat with number 17, their speed remarkable as they clashed in the air. The sounds of their fists and feet echoed through the atmosphere, leaving only fleeting shadows visible, with Trunks unable to discern the details of their struggle. Trunks recalled his battles alongside Gohan. During those encounters, the androids had not exhibited their full strength, suggesting they had concealed their true power. With a resounding thud, Raditz executed a powerful kick in close quarters, the air seeming to solidify under its might, instilling fear even in number 17. Never before had he encountered a Saiyan as formidable as Raditz. Number 17's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised one hand to block Raditz's kick. Yet, despite his efforts, the force of the blow overwhelmed him, causing a searing pain that coursed through his being. Although an android, part of his composition was still flesh, rendering the pain all the more profound. This was the first time number 17 had experienced such agony. He was propelled away by the sheer force of the kick. Raditz, you possess some real strength. This is the first time I've felt pain, he acknowledged. As he neared the ground, number 17 conjured a protective shield with one hand to soften the impact. He then propelled himself upward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves from his hands, each wave abundant and astonishing, akin to a machine gun firing without the need for bullets. For a moment, Raditz found himself unable to close the distance, realizing that he could not afford to engage the androids in a prolonged battle. After evading several consecutive energy blasts, he seized an opening. In a heartbeat, Raditz entered a state of visualization, expanding his aura around number 17. Sensing his own ki, he instantaneously teleported behind the android. With a single hand, a miniature energy wave was unleashed towards the chest of android 17. Swiftly, 17 reacted, conjuring a protective shield. The energy wave from Raditz collided fiercely with the shield, producing a thunderous sound. The shield shattered instantly, and in that moment, 17 advanced towards Raditz, fervently releasing a barrage of energy waves. The relentless energy waves struck Raditz, forcing him to stagger back, unable to move. With a finger pressed against his forehead, he instantaneously teleported beyond 17's attack range. In a flash, he reappeared behind 17, now fully aware of the stakes. Summoning energy waves in each hand, Raditz witnessed 17 once again erecting a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, one of Raditz's energy waves struck the shield, while the other broke through, landing a heavy blow to 17's chest. The impact sent 17 hurtling backward, suffering significant damage to his mechanical body. Seizing the moment as 17 was propelled away, Raditz unleashed a series of energy discs, poised to tear 17 apart. Unable to bear the sight, Android 18 rushed to 17's side, unleashing dozens of energy waves to counter the incoming discs. The air erupted with explosions, and amidst the chaos, she swiftly pulled 17 to safety. Realizing that they could not defeat Raditz individually, the duo extended their hands, channeling an immense, terrifying energy towards a common attack, intent on annihilating Raditz. Observing the dire situation, Trunks unsheathed his sword, preparing to strike at 17 and 18. Raditz, however, called out to Trunks, "There's no need for you to intervene. I can handle this alone." In his Super Saiyan form, Raditz focused his energy and unleashed a formidable energy wave, its power seemingly surpassing that of 17 and 18 combined. The overwhelming force of Raditz's attack sent both androids flying, inflicting considerable damage and pushing their mechanical bodies to the brink of collapse. Faced with the inevitable defeat at Raditz's hands, 17 and 18, desperate and cornered, concocted a deceitful plea for mercy. "We were wrong. Please spare us. We are merely victims of mechanical modifications," 17 lamented from the ground, though with ulterior motives in mind. Raditz, hovering in the air, regarded the two nefarious androids with skepticism. "You may explain your plight to the King of Hell," he retorted, preparing to dispatch them with a decisive energy wave. Just as Raditz was about to release his attack, the air around 17 and 18 crackled with a surge of energy. Energy surged through the bodies of the two individuals, and Raditz immediately sensed impending doom. Number 1718 intended to self-destruct. The moment the energy wave struck number 1718, the entire Earth would be obliterated by its force. Even if Raditz survived, the remnants of humanity on this planet, including Bulma, would stand no chance of survival. Overwhelmed with regret, Raditz lamented that he should have swiftly eliminated number 1718 instead of engaging in futile conversation. The only viable option now was to transport number 1718 to King Kai's planet. As Raditz could sense King Kai's energy, number 17 shouted towards Raditz and Trunks, "Saiyan, it is too late now. You shall pay the price for your arrogance." Raditz instantly teleported beside number 1718, grasping their shoulders with both hands, and in a flash, they arrived at King Kai's planet. Raditz conveyed a telepathic message to King Kai. "King Kai, I am a visitor from Earth. Two terrifying lunatics seek to annihilate your planet. I beg for your assistance." Just as King Kai was about to respond in confusion, Raditz unleashed an energy wave upon numbers 17 and 18. In that split second before the explosion, Raditz used instant transmission to return to Earth, evading the blast. King Kai stood in stunned silence as Raditz's energy wave detonated number 17 with the precision of a fuse igniting explosive powder. The ensuing explosion reduced King Kai and his entire planet to nothingness. Chapter 48, Eradicating Future Cell. Raditz instantly transported back to Trunks' side. Trunks was slightly startled by Raditz's sudden appearance. "Mr. Raditz, are you unharmed? Have you eliminated numbers 17 and 18? Raditz wiped the sweat from his brow and sighed deeply, realizing that a moment's carelessness could have resulted in his demise. "It's fine. Number 1718 is no more. At that critical moment, I transported them to King Kai. I trust he will handle it." Trunks was taken aback by Raditz's statement. "Isn't King Kai a deity? Mr. Raditz, you didn't leave number 1718 with him, did you? Surely, nothing untoward will happen." "It should be fine," Raditz replied, though uncertainty crept in. After all, he was unfamiliar with King Kai in this parallel universe, and causing trouble could be problematic. Nevertheless, Raditz reassured himself that as a deity, King Kai would not perish. At most, he would merely acquire a halo. Just as Raditz was comforting himself with the belief that all would be well, a telepathic message echoed in his mind. "Raditz, how dare you leave those androids with me to self-destruct? Do you realize the chaos you've caused, and that I might face ridicule from other deities?" Upon hearing the words of King of the North, Raditz was taken aback, realizing that the anticipated moment had finally arrived. The immediate priority was to swiftly placate the King of the North. Provoking the attention of other high-ranking deities could lead to dire consequences. "King of the North, all of this is for your sake. Those two androids seek to eradicate everyone in the universe who dares to tell cold jokes." Upon hearing this, the King of the North furrowed his brow, evidently affected by Raditz's words. "How audacious! Do these androids not know that I, the King of the North, have an affinity for cold humor?" Seeing that the king was intrigued, Raditz seized the opportunity to intensify his efforts. He directly transmitted various classic quotes from the renowned Black Tiger, Ah Fu, to the king's consciousness, causing him to erupt into laughter. The ridicule from other gods regarding the halo atop his head no longer seemed to bother him. "King of the North, I have located the Dragon Balls and will undoubtedly revive you. What do you think?" "Very well, but do remember." The King of the North was unaware that the Dragon Balls had ceased to exist on Earth. Amused by Raditz's entertaining demeanor, he readily acquiesced, no longer pursuing the matter further. With the King of the North pacified, Raditz let out a sigh of relief. The ordeal was finally over. After conversing with Trunks and clarifying matters with the king, he instantaneously transported himself and Trunks back to Bulma's side. Upon seeing Bulma, Trunks could not help but tremble as he spoke to her. "We have finally eradicated the androids." Hearing this, tears welled in Bulma's eyes, reminiscent of the sacrifices made by Vegeta, Goku, and countless others. The toll taken to achieve the destruction of the androids was immeasurable. Wiping the tears from her eyes, Bulma addressed Trunks. "It is time I reveal something to you. Trunks, we have not altered the world. Raditz's world is merely a parallel one." After hearing this, Trunks felt a pang of sorrow. Although he had suspected as much, hearing it confirmed by Bulma was disheartening. "Mother, I had already come to that realization." Having said this, Trunks fell into a deep melancholy. Bulma continued, "As long as we acquire the Super Dragon Balls, everyone can be revived." Super Dragon Balls? Raditz stepped forward to elucidate the concept of the Super Dragon Balls and the formidable adversaries that lay ahead. Upon learning of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls, Trunks' spirit reignited with determination. "Mr. Raditz, let us return to your parallel world and continue our training." Seeing Trunks' eagerness, Raditz shook his head. "There is still one matter to address. We must locate Cell." "Mr. Raditz, as you instructed, I cannot detect Cell's energy. I am at a loss as to how to confront him." "I have devised a plan," Raditz replied. The solution lay in mobilizing the remaining human populace, who had long harbored a deep-seated aversion to the androids. By rallying all humanity to search for Cell's location, as etched in Raditz's memory, they could succeed in their quest. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Trunks immediately sprang into action. He took the walkie-talkie and addressed the surviving individuals, proclaiming, "Android 1718 has been vanquished." On the other end of the device, Trunks' voice ignited an eruption of jubilant cheers. Soon, people across the globe flooded the streets, embracing one another and exclaiming, "Humanity is liberated." Trunks continued to inform the surviving populace of the existence of another formidable android, currently in the process of being created and yet to attack. He urged them to signal with flares or communicate via walkie-talkie upon its discovery. Upon hearing Trunks' words, the survivors were unwilling to relinquish the hard-won tranquility. Thousands scoured the mountains and caves, leaving no crevice unexamined. Meanwhile, Raditz and Trunks remained vigilant in the skies, watching for any signs of smoke to swiftly respond. Thus, in this tense watchfulness, days passed until the walkie-talkie finally crackled with news. "Mr. Trunks, we have detected machinery in a cave at Area 51. Hurry!" Upon receiving this information, Raditz and Trunks hastened to the location, quickly arriving at Area 51. Guided by the Earth's inhabitants, they soon uncovered a hidden cave, situated in an inconspicuous locale. Upon entering the secretive cavern, they discovered dozens of machines in operation, alongside numerous electronic robots collecting data and transmitting it back to the cave's central computer. In the midst of the cave, a water-filled incubation chamber housed a grotesque creature, nearly fully formed. This was Cell. Trunks knew that destroying him would grant Earth a temporary reprieve from peril. Without hesitation, Trunks unleashed a series of energy blasts at the creature. The chamber exploded, and in that moment, the monstrosity opened its eyes and uttered a few fragmented words. Raditz and Trunks could hardly believe it. Trunks, unwilling to engage in dialogue with the creature, continued to unleash a barrage of energy waves. After several blasts, Cell had reached a humanoid form, yet his core remained intact, and his body was in a state of continuous regeneration. Witnessing Cell's ability to heal, Trunks succumbed to a frenzy of destruction, relentlessly bombarding the creature. The cacophony of explosions reverberated, ultimately obliterating Cell into nothingness, allowing Trunks to finally breathe a sigh of relief. The tormentor he had battled for so long had been defeated. "Gohan, I have finally done it." Chapter 49, The Return. Cell, however, had met a stroke of misfortune. He had just achieved his form and was on the brink of emergence. In this moment of vulnerability, he was discovered by the Earthlings who promptly alerted Trunks and Raditz. At this juncture, there was no opportunity for resistance. One was simply met with death. Raditz, having concluded his affairs in this realm, felt it was time to return to his own universe. With a hand placed upon Trunks' shoulder, he instantaneously transported himself to Bulma's side. Bulma, who had been waiting for quite some time, had prepared the energy required for the time machine's journey. "Bulma, it has been many years since we last met," she said with a heartfelt smile. "Thank you for assisting us, Raditz." After expressing her gratitude, Bulma handed Trunks a notebook filled with her diligent work. "Trunks, please deliver this notebook to the alternate version of myself. It may prove useful in the future." This notebook contained the intricate details of the time machine's creation and the means of acquiring energy. "Mother, do not worry. I shall return swiftly. This world will be under my guardianship," Trunks assured her. Subsequently, Raditz and Trunks approached the time machine, injecting it with a canister of energy. They entered the vessel and pressed the button, causing the ship to ascend. A throng of Earthlings surged forward, filling the debris-laden streets. Trunks had earned immense prestige in this world by vanquishing the foe known as 1718. The people regarded him as their savior. aware that he was embarking on a journey to grow stronger in order to protect their world. From the ground, a multitude of humans shouted encouragement to Trunks. "Trunks, you are our hope," they cried. "You must return. You are the hero of our planet." Hearing these words made Trunks feel a bit bashful, as he was accustomed to interacting casually with everyone. Among the crowd, a girl clad in a black trench coat and a green hat, her face dusted yet unable to conceal her beauty, seemed to be speaking to the distant Trunks. However, the distance rendered her words inaudible. Yet, amidst the sea of faces, Trunks appeared to spot her with remarkable clarity. He opened the protective shield and called out to her, "I will return soon. Wait for me." Despite the great distance, the girl seemed to understand, smiling and nodding in acknowledgement. At that moment, Trunks' face radiated joy, his eyes filled with the image of her every expression. This caught Raditz's attention, who, upon closer inspection, recognized that the girl's appearance and attire were reminiscent of a figure from his memories, Mizuki. Raditz realized that Mizuki and he had known each other long before. After their farewells, Trunks reluctantly took one last glance at Bulma and Mizuki below. Upon pressing the activation switch and setting the desired time, the time machine began to spin at an astonishing velocity, overwhelming dizziness engulfing the two once more. Their minds swirled through various temporal points of light before ultimately arriving in the universe where Raditz resided. In a high expanse, the time machine suddenly manifested, rotating at high speed, its force gradually diminishing until it gently descended to the ground. By this time, several days had elapsed in Raditz's world. Raditz and Trunks opened the glass canopy of the time machine and leaped out, securing the device within a capsule. As Raditz attuned to the energy signatures of the warriors, he discerned that they were all likely engaged in rigorous training at the sacred temple. However, only Vegeta and Nappa remained at Bulma's residence, showing no signs of movement. Conveniently, Raditz intended to visit Bulma's home to ascertain their circumstances. Sensing the energies of Vegeta and Nappa, he executed an instantaneous movement, arriving beside them. The scene before him was chaotic. Bulma's house lay in disarray, with a massive hole blasted through the corner by an energy wave. Bulma had summoned workers, who were laboriously repairing the substantial damage. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Nappa reclined nonchalantly in chairs, as Bulma, her face flushed with fury, vociferously berated them. "Vegeta, Nappa, it's a miracle you were allowed to stay here. I told you to train, not to wreak havoc on my home." Nappa, visibly embarrassed, repeatedly apologized to Bulma. "Miss Bulma, I sincerely apologize. Vegeta didn't mean it. The gravity chamber is quite difficult to control." In stark contrast, Vegeta feigned indifference, lounging in his chair while Bulma unleashed her wrath upon him. "TCH, Earth women are a nuisance. Why do you bother with her, Nappa?" Upon hearing Vegeta's scornful remarks, Nappa found himself in a precarious position, apologizing to both sides. Raditz and Trunks, witnessing this humorous exchange, could hardly contain their laughter. They had not anticipated that Vegeta and Bulma would coexist so amicably, with no significant conflicts arising, merely trivial matters. At that moment, Vegeta noticed Raditz and Trunks' arrival, regarding them with disdain. Nappa's expression turned hostile, glaring at the newcomers with irritation. However, Bulma greeted Raditz and Trunks with a warm smile. "Raditz, Trunks, you have returned." "Indeed, Bulma. The future version of you has entrusted some items to us." Upon hearing of the items left by her future self, curiosity ignited within Bulma. Trunks, feeling somewhat bashful in the presence of his younger mother, retrieved his mother's notes from his backpack and presented them to the current timeline's Bulma. Bulma picked up the dusty, slightly damaged notes and perused a few pages, only to feel as though the world was spinning around her. The content was incomprehensible to her. At her age, she simply could not grasp the complexities of what future Bulma had written. Yet, on the very first page of the notes, a phrase caught her attention, piquing her interest profoundly. "In the past, I kindly asked you to take good care of Trunks." Although he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity upon first seeing Trunks, Bulma was equally perplexed by the meaning behind this statement from her future self. Nevertheless, as it was her wish, Bulma straightforwardly addressed Trunks, saying, "The future me has asked me to look after you, so you might as well stay here." After speaking, she showed Trunks the first page of her notes. As Trunks gazed at the words, he clenched his fists, touched by the realization that his mother still held onto him dearly. Thus, Trunks accepted Bulma's invitation and temporarily resided in her home. Observing the luxurious abode, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. This was Trunks' most familiar environment. He had grown up here and never expected to see this house again. Chapter 50, The Wrath of Nappa. Although aware of the location of Cell in Trunks' future world, Raditz was in no hurry. There remained a considerable amount of time before Cell would mature in this realm. Raditz entered a meditative state, attempting to connect with a small portion of his energy housed within Jinyu's body. After a while, Raditz successfully established a link with Jinyu, who was in the storage room of Bulma's house. He intended to guide Jinyu out for further research to see if his mental control could surpass its limitations. Just as Raditz was meticulously using his psychic energy to maneuver Jinyu out, Nappa approached him from outside, radiating anger and shouting, "Raditz, I challenge you." Hearing this, Trunks' expression subtly shifted. He understood that Nappa stood no chance against Raditz. Sensing Nappa's energy, Trunks realized that despite having trained for a considerable time on Earth, Nappa's battle power barely exceeded 3 million. It was inconceivable that he could triumph over Raditz, a Super Saiyan. "Mr. Nappa, do not act rashly," Trunks cautioned, but Nappa disregarded his warning, determined to face Raditz in combat. Nappa thought to himself that Raditz had the audacity to become a Super Saiyan before both him and Vegeta. Raditz, confused by Nappa's intentions, was at a loss. Nearby, Vegeta wore a smirk, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Recognizing the sincerity in Nappa's expression, Raditz realized he was serious. Naturally, Raditz could not evade Nappa's challenge. To refuse would be an affront to Nappa as a warrior. "Nappa, I accept," Raditz declared. Upon hearing this, Nappa smiled, while Bulma sighed softly, bewildered by the madness of these Saiyans. With that, Raditz soared into the sky with Nappa, arriving in a desolate, uninhabited desert. Nappa then spoke directly to Raditz. "Raditz, this time I shall prove myself, transforming into a Super Saiyan to vanquish you." Nappa, increasingly enraged, felt the veins on his forehead bulge, determined to teach Raditz a lesson. Nappa, becoming a Super Saiyan, is not merely about pride. It is about the resurgence of the Saiyan race. Upon hearing Raditz's words, Nappa could no longer contain himself and unleashed a furious punch aimed at Raditz. Raditz effortlessly evaded, leaving Nappa to strike nothing but air. In the spirit of fair combat, Raditz resolved to refrain from using his Super Saiyan powers and instead engage Nappa in his normal state. Nappa concentrated his energy to the utmost, his speed surpassing previous limits. And in an instant, he launched a fierce assault on Raditz, his punches and kicks raining down like a tempest, each blow fueled by sheer fury. Raditz deftly dodged, effortlessly countering Nappa's relentless onslaught with just one hand. Frustration mounted within Nappa as he realized that no matter how hard he attacked, Raditz merely deflected his efforts. "Perhaps it's best to abandon this fight. You cannot defeat me. Let us confront our current circumstances," Raditz declared, promptly teleporting behind Nappa and delivering a powerful strike to his chest. The impact was tremendous, nearly rendering Nappa unconscious, yet he clung to consciousness by sheer willpower. Observing Nappa's state, Raditz could not help but reflect on his stubbornness. Despite his condition, Nappa still yearned for battle. Raditz pondered, "I do not begrudge Prince Vegeta for becoming a Super Saiyan. It is only natural. Why is it that both you and your brother can achieve this transformation, yet I cannot?" It was evident to Raditz that Nappa's fixation was too profound and his anger insufficient. "Nappa, you must maintain a tranquil heart. It is through the preservation of your fury in battle that one can transform into a Saiyan. Your mindset is fundamentally flawed. You cannot possibly become a Super Saiyan." Upon hearing Raditz's assertion that he would never achieve the transformation, Nappa nearly lost his sanity in a fit of rage. "Raditz, you speak nonsense. I will not believe you. I shall defeat you." With that, Nappa gathered a massive, concentrated energy wave capable of piercing the earth itself. Raditz, witnessing Nappa's frenzied state, recognized that he was ready to unleash everything he had. "It seems I must truly fight now," he thought, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. A violent surge of energy erupting around him, with an air of arrogance akin to a king looking down upon his subjects. This formidable aura was sensed by all warriors training on the planet. In an instant, Raditz teleported behind Nappa and delivered a devastating blow in his Super Saiyan state. Nappa was sent flying by this overwhelming strike, blood spilling from his mouth, and several bones shattered as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Raditz could see that Nappa was aware that all Saiyans had transformed into Super Saiyans. At this rate, Gohan would achieve the transformation before him. He was even outdone by a child. Nappa found it difficult to maintain a steady heart. Without a calm disposition, he could not augment his cells, rendering transformation impossible. Raditz contemplated offering assistance to Nappa, as their efforts were all aimed at the revival of the Saiyans. He approached Nappa, hoisting him onto his shoulder and directly transporting him back to Bulma's residence, where he entrusted Naba to the medical team for immediate treatment. At that moment, Raditz had come to understand the meaning behind Vegeta's earlier laughter. He arrived at Vegeta's gravity training chamber, observing Vegeta panting heavily from his exertions. "Vegeta, you can assist Naba. It was you who encouraged him to challenge me in training, wasn't it?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta flashed a sly grin, as if Raditz had unraveled his little secret. "Raditz, you must provide Naba with a goal if he is to grow stronger." Seeing Vegeta shift the responsibility onto him irked Raditz, who was frustrated that the matter was being placed upon his shoulders. He pondered that once the androids emerged in this world, he would inevitably face their wrath, and thus he regained his composure. It was essential to recognize that the combat prowess of the androids in this parallel universe might surpass that depicted in the manga. With Naba temporarily unconscious, he could retrieve the Senza beans from Karen Tower later. However, it was prudent to investigate the android's laboratory, which, for now, remained unoccupied. Raditz instantaneously transported himself to the nearest city, directing his flight toward the laboratory's location. Given that the lab was situated in a desolate area, direct teleportation was impossible. Upon arriving at the site from his memory, Raditz discovered that the laboratory was nowhere to be found. Only an empty cave remained. Yet, there were remnants of heavy objects scattered about. Raditz mused that these traces were unmistakable signs of the laboratory's previous existence. Had the world changed, causing the laboratory to be relocated? He sighed, uncertain of how terrifying the future androids would become. Chapter 51, Senza Beans. Knowing the formidable androids awaited him in the future, Raditz concluded that his immediate priority was to strengthen himself. With this thought in mind, he decided to procure Senza beans from Karen Tower and promptly teleported there. Upon his arrival, he beheld Karen and Yajirobe sprawled on the ground. The tower was littered with empty bottles and remnants of food, while Yajirobe mumbled incoherently in his sleep. "You dead cat, don't steal from me. I still want to eat." In his slumber, Yajirobe kicked Karen, jostling him awake. "You lazy oaf. Can you not be so disruptive?" Karen exclaimed, turning around to find Raditz unexpectedly present. "Raditz, what brings you here?" he inquired. "I have come to request some Senza beans. Earth will face many foes in the future, and these beans will be invaluable." Karen chuckled awkwardly and turned to rummage through a pile of miscellaneous items in search of the Senza beans. After a considerable wait, Raditz still found no sign of Karen retrieving the beans. The KO's magical beans cannot possibly be gone, can they? Upon hearing this, Master Karen immediately broke into a sweat. "Surely, it cannot be so. I recall not consuming an excessive amount." After much groping, Master Karen finally unearthed a single bean from the corner. "Is this truly the only one, Master Karen?" He sheepishly replied, "This is the only one I could find." In a hurry, he kicked the slumbering Yajirobe awake. "Why disturb me, you mischievous cat? Do you wish to test the sharpness of my sword?" The rotund figure remained asleep, prompting Raditz to exclaim, "Have you consumed all the beans?" A powerful energy suddenly erupted from Raditz, causing Yajirobe to break into a cold sweat as he hastily replied, "I have some right here." He quickly rummaged through his belongings and produced a bag of beans. "They are all here. I have no others." Raditz was momentarily speechless upon his initial arrival. He had seen jars brimming with beans, and now only a paltry amount remained. He could hardly believe how voracious these two had become. In just a few years, the supply had dwindled. Raditz pondered that he must devise a means to acquire more beans. With nothing left to say to the two, he instantly teleported to the Heavenly Palace. After Raditz departed, Master Karen and Yajirobe began to whisper conspiratorially, "Did you truly give all the beans to Raditz?" Yajirobe chuckled lightly and produced a small pouch of beans from another corner of his attire. "Of course not. I cannot give all to Raditz. I must keep some for myself." At that moment, Master Karen felt a mix of frustration and helplessness, knowing these beans were essential for protecting Earth. Yet, despite his thoughts, his hand moved uncontrollably towards Yajirobe. "Give me one, fatso." Meanwhile, as Raditz arrived at the Heavenly Palace, the warriors were engaged in their special training inside. After greeting each one, he approached the Supreme Kai. Standing before the Supreme Kai, Raditz presented the beans he had obtained from Master Karen for inspection. "Supreme Kai, are there any more beans available?" The Supreme Kai gazed at the bag of beans, lost in contemplation, and after a moment's thought, he slowly replied, "Raditz, these beans were left by the higher earth deities. I do not know how to procure more. Perhaps you should inquire with the King Kai." Raditz considered this. Since the Supreme Kai was unaware, it seemed he had no choice but to seek the counsel of a higher deity. He thought of the North KO, yet recalled that the North KO from another world had perished due to his actions. He had promised to assist in the resurrection of the North KO from Trump's world. But without the Dragon Balls, he had departed. A sense of guilt washed over him, but he reasoned that the North KO of this universe would likely be oblivious to his past misdeeds. Expanding his energy to sense the North KO, Raditz teleported to the North KO's planet. Observing the serene surroundings, he found the North KO comfortably seated, without a halo above his head. Raditz also relaxed, seemingly unaware that the North Kai did not know what he had done to his counterpart in another world. The North Kai noticed Raditz's arrival, looking around anxiously and sighing heavily, as if he had committed some wrongdoing, and approached Raditz directly. "Raditz, have you done something? You appear as if you're a thief." Upon hearing the North Kai's inquiry, Raditz's expression changed to one of innocence, devoid of any unusual signs. "My Lord North Kai, I merely came to check on you and express my concern." The North Kai, bewildered, thought to himself how strange it was that these Saiyans could possess such kindness and concern for him. "Speak, Raditz, what is your intent here?" Raditz smiled and presented a bag of senza beans to the North Kai. "My lord, do you recognize these senza beans? Do you have more?" Upon seeing the senza beans, the North Kai was unimpressed, initially assuming Raditz sought something of greater value. "Isn't this just a slightly superior food for the gods? I have plenty at home, distributed monthly." "Food?" Raditz was taken aback, realizing that such miraculous senza beans were merely food possessed by higher deities. The North Kai led Raditz into his dwelling, revealing a substantial stockpile of senza beans. To his astonishment, there were indeed dozens of bags filling the North Kai's storage. "My lord, how are these senza beans produced?" Raditz inquired, looking at the North Kai with the curiosity of a primitive. "These senza beans are created using divine power by the higher gods. For them, the divine energy required to supply the entire universe is but a trifling amount." Listening to the North Kai, Raditz was filled with curiosity about divine power. "My lord, what is divine power, and what can it accomplish?" Divine power is the spiritual energy required to master the Kaioken technique. As for its capabilities, it depends on one's personal insight and application, the North Kai explained. Upon hearing about divine power and its remarkable potential, Raditz couldn't help but be astonished and asked the North Kai, "My lord, are the Dragon Balls also created using divine power?" At the mention of the Dragon Balls, the North Kai was reminded of a terrifying visage and the chilling power of that individual. "No, the Dragon Balls are crafted by the Dragon God, Shinran, using a unique ability." The North Kai then cautioned Raditz. The Dragon God Shinran is a malevolent deity, intent on overthrowing the gods to dominate all. Although he was ultimately defeated and sealed away, I advise you not to rely too heavily on the power of the Dragon Balls. In every universe, the Dragon Balls carry the malevolent essence of Shinran. Who knows what schemes he might devise? After absorbing this forbidden knowledge, Raditz felt a wave of disorientation. He gained a deeper understanding of this world and realized that while he thought his combat abilities were commendable in the eyes of the significant figures of this realm, he was merely cannon fodder. It appeared that his journey was still a long and arduous one. Chapter 52. Training Naba. Upon hearing the secrets of the Dragon Balls from King Kai, Raditz bid farewell to him. He filled a large bag with senza beans and promised King Kai that he would return to visit him when he had the time. King Kai, with a hint of suspicion, remarked that Raditz should not come back with a furtive demeanor, expressing doubts about Raditz's intentions. Raditz offered an awkward smile and reassured King Kai that he would certainly not engage in any misdeeds. After parting with King Kai, Raditz sensed Naba's energy and instantaneously teleported to his side. Upon returning to Naba, Raditz was met with a fierce and defiant glare. Raditz tossed a senza bean directly to Naba, urging him to consume it so they could continue their battle. Naba, eyeing the bean, promptly ingested it and felt his injuries heal almost instantaneously. Yet, deep down, Naba harbored a sense of resentment, questioning why he could not transform into a Saiyan. "Raditz, I must defeat you and become a Super Saiyan. I will show you what it means to embody Saiyan glory." With a swift use of instant transmission, Raditz brought Naba back to the site of their previous confrontation. Although Naba's injuries had slightly lessened and his energy had increased, he still fell short of being Raditz's equal. Taking the initiative, Naba launched an attack, having learned from their last encounter. He fired energy lasers from his eyes and unleashed a massive energy wave from his mouth. 3 beams of energy locked onto Raditz, who stood his ground, unflinching as he prepared to meet the impending assault. "Naba, only by letting go of the past can you forge your present. Do you not comprehend this?" In an instant, Raditz utilized instant transmission again, appearing behind Naba. "Naba, quick to react, attempted to redirect the lasers, but as he turned his head, he was met with a fierce kick from Raditz that sent him flying. Raditz followed with a relentless flurry of punches that rained down upon Naba, who found himself utterly defenseless, akin to a mere toy in Raditz's hands. Before long, Naba lay on the ground, gasping for breath and unable to move. "Have you finally come to your senses?" Raditz inquired. "No, it isn't possible. I must overcome you." Raditz then tossed another Senza beam to Naba, who consumed it and rose to continue the fight. Naba was not entirely devoid of strategy. He had been evolving throughout their battles, gradually increasing his energy and employing various techniques. Several times, he nearly struck Raditz in his normal state. Like a stubborn rock, Naba remained obstinate, refusing to heed Raditz's words, and his mindset showed no signs of tranquility. Days turned into a week, with Raditz returning daily, with Naba, who bore numerous injuries and appeared exhausted, his face etched with worry. Bulma observed this and was left speechless, suspecting that all Saiyans were masochistic in nature. Meanwhile, Vegeta sensed Naba's growing energy and felt a sense of satisfaction. Once again, after a fierce battle, Naba found himself once more defeated, unable to even lay a finger on Raditz. This time, Raditz's strike was somewhat heavier, causing Naba to lose consciousness. In that moment, Naba's mind drifted into a dreamlike state, filled with memories of the past. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered himself in bed, Raditz nowhere to be seen, surrounded instead by familiar sights. And he found himself transformed back to his former self. This was planet Vegeta. In an instant, Naba sensed the presence of countless Saiyans. For a moment, he could not discern whether he was dreaming or had truly returned to his childhood. As the door gently swung open, Naba beheld the figure he longed to see most, his parents. Without hesitation, he rushed toward them, embracing them tightly and sharing his thoughts. Tears welled in his eyes as he clung to them, unwilling to let go. Observing Naba's emotional state, his parents looked on in confusion. "Naba, why are you so fragile? You are a Saiyan, a noble warrior of the future." Despite their reassurances, Naba remained steadfast in his embrace, reluctant to release them. In a fleeting moment, as if in a dream, his parents began to fade from view, and Naba found himself as a mere spectator, unable to touch anything. Shortly thereafter, he witnessed Bardock standing in the hall, fervently shouting, "Frieza plans to destroy our planet. Let us unite against him." Bardock's urgency was palpable as he spoke to Naba's parents and the other Saiyans, imploring them to heed his words. However, most dismissed Bardock's warnings as mere folly, with only a select few who understood him choosing to believe. Bardock, resolved, led those few out in a furious rebellion against Frieza. To Naba's eyes, the Saiyans in the hall appeared stubbornly resistant to change. Had they heeded Bardock's words, perhaps more of their kin would have survived. But the ignorance of the Saiyans ultimately sealed their fate. The scenes shifted once more, arriving just prior to the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Naba's parents sent him aboard a small spacecraft, alongside Vegeta and Raditz, destined for a planet inhabited by primitive beings. Naba gazed with admiration at the proud Saiyan prodigy, Vegeta, while he looked disdainfully at the timid and cowardly Raditz. This was the trial for all Saiyans. By exterminating the natives, they would complete the challenge, which was typically not too arduous. Now Naba observed himself as a mere bystander, recalling how he confidently assured his parents that he would assist Prince Vegeta in fulfilling the mission. In Naba's eyes, the spacecraft ascended rapidly, and he fixated on planet Vegeta. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted, shattering the planet into pieces, leaving no survivors. A tremendous explosion erupted, its brilliance obscuring Naba's vision, rendering him momentarily blind. In that dazzling light, Naba seemed to perceive his parents speaking to him. "Naba, let go of the past and embrace the present." He heard their words and reached out as if to grasp something beyond his reach. When the radiance faded and Naba opened his eyes, tears streamed down his cheeks as he awakened. At that moment, Raditz, witnessing Naba's sudden tears, pondered if his actions had caused Naba to weep. This all transpired in an instant, leaving Raditz bewildered about Naba's transformation. Upon awakening, Naba picked up the Senza beans from the ground and consumed them. "Raditz, I understand what you meant. Thank you," he expressed, feeling a newfound calmness and stability wash over him. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from Naba, transforming into a golden wave. Although Naba's head was not entirely devoid of hair, the fine strands atop his head now shimmered in gold. At this moment, Naba had ascended to Super Saiyan form, radiating golden light, with golden eyebrows accentuating his powerful physique. His already formidable body appeared even mightier, muscles bulging impressively. Upon witnessing Naba's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Raditz gasped in astonishment. Super Saiyan Naba. Chapter 53, Training, Part 1. Naba's formidable energy surged forth in waves, stirring up fierce gales, and he possessed the capability to obliterate worlds. Those training on Earth sensed Naba's immense power, realizing he had indeed transformed into a Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, at Bulma's residence, Vegeta stood in the courtyard, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the sky. Naba, you have not disappointed me. You have finally succeeded. Bulma, observing Vegeta's idle demeanor, sighed in exasperation. Do all Saiyans have a screw loose? Standing there with a silly grin, or just inviting trouble? Earthwomen know nothing. Vegeta retorted bitterly before turning away to resume his training. Back with Raditz, Naba, brimming with confidence, sought to challenge him. After transforming into Super Saiyan form, he charged at Raditz, perceiving his normal state as sluggish. A fierce battle ensued in the air, with Naba gaining the upper hand. Each of his strikes could rend the very fabric of the air. With a single, effortless punch, Naba sent Raditz hurtling away. Now, cautious, Raditz transformed into Super Saiyan mode, enveloped in golden energy. Instantly, Raditz's power surged beyond Naba's, his speed exceeding that of Naba several times over. Naba found himself unable to counter Raditz's onslaught, each punch raining down upon him, leaving him defensively overwhelmed. The sounds of impact echoed in the air. In the skies, two individuals moved with astonishing speed, their figures obscured by the tumultuous air colliding around them. Nappa, experiencing his inaugural transformation into a Super Saiyan, soon found it challenging to maintain his Super Saiyan state after a brief bout of combat. Once he reverted from this form, he was no longer a match for Raditz and was swiftly sent flying. Raditz helped Nappa back to his feet. Raditz, you are truly formidable. Thank you for helping me achieve my transformation into a Super Saiyan, Nappa expressed gratefully. Nappa, do not credit me. Your success is solely due to your own relentless efforts. Raditz replied modestly. With the battle concluded, there seemed little need for further training, and Raditz instantaneously transported Nappa back to Bulma's residence. Sensing Nappa's newfound energy, Vegeta emerged, immediately recognizing the remarkable aura surrounding him. Upon seeing Vegeta, Nappa joyfully exclaimed, Vegeta, I have finally succeeded. I have transformed into a Super Saiyan. Well done, Nappa replied, acknowledging his progress. This entire scenario had been orchestrated within Vegeta's grand scheme. He had no means to assist Nappa in achieving his transformation himself, and sought to leverage Raditz's training to facilitate Nappa's breakthrough. Though Raditz was fully aware of Vegeta's intentions, he felt compelled to comply in order to enhance the Saiyans' combat prowess. After addressing Nappa's situation, he followed Vegeta into the gravity chamber for further training. Meanwhile, Raditz could finally commence his own training, taking control of Jinyu and guiding him out of the room. Upon seeing Jinyu, covered in dust as if he had been left in storage for an eternity, Raditz noted that Bulma rarely attended to him, often neglecting to provide sustenance. Having endured numerous trials, Raditz felt an increase in his mental fortitude and resolved to push the boundaries of his physical capabilities. He began channeling additional energy and mental strength into his body, attempting to fully harness its potential. However, regardless of the quantity of energy Raditz infused, he could not seem to awaken the latent power within. Days passed, and the combat prowess of this body only marginally increased to 60,000 points, a far cry from achieving its peak potential. The energy he had transmitted was far beyond 60,000 points in power, yet it rendered little combat effectiveness. Merely serving for mundane tasks, he resolved to consult the North Kai in the future to ascertain the cause of this stagnation. Recognizing the futility of his current endeavors, Raditz chose not to waste further time in fruitless attempts and lamented the days of training he had squandered. He sensed Vegeta and Goku's energies steadily rising each day, contemplating how long it would take before they surpassed him. In an instant, Raditz transported himself to the Supreme Kai-S realm, where the warriors were engaged in training within a dreamlike state. Goku and Piccolo were engrossed in fundamental exercises, their combat abilities continuously evolving over the days. Raditz yearned to enter this ethereal realm to refine his combat techniques and prowess. However, the Supreme Kai furrowed his brow and spoke directly. Raditz, with your current strength, you cannot enter the illusion for training. My divine power cannot support it, and the entire illusion will collapse the moment you step in. Listening to the deity's words, Raditz found himself in a predicament, yet he believed there was one who might possess the solution. In an instant, Raditz teleported to the North Kai's realm, where the North Kai was joyfully engrossed in watching cosmic television. North Kai, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Raditz then recounted the incident involving Jinyu's body and the illusionary training. Raditz, I am unable to assist you, but the East Kai may be able to help. The North Kai responded. Just as Raditz was about to inquire how to find the East Kai, he suddenly felt an overwhelming aura. The East Kai appeared instantaneously on the North Kai's planet, prompting the North Kai to rush forward to pay his respects. In the hierarchy of deities, the Kai is regarded as a superior entity, supposedly capable of dispatching Frisia with but a mere finger. I am East Kai. Ever since you transformed into a Super Saiyan on Namek, I have been observing you, the East Kai said. Hearing that the East Kai had been watching him filled Raditz with curiosity about the reason behind such attention. The East Kai continued, I have come to assist you in your training. A Super Saiyan is a rare sight, particularly one with a just heart. I have only encountered a being like you once, thousands of years ago. Upon hearing this, Raditz pondered the longevity of the East Kai, suspecting he had met Bardock during that time. The East Kai, with his white pompadour, purple skin, yellow earrings, and donned in the uniform of the Kai, appeared rather diminutive and not particularly formidable. The North Kai hastily urged Raditz to pay his respects, reminding him the East Kai can eliminate Frisia with a single finger. Reflecting on the North Kai's words, Raditz recalled the East Kai from memory, not exceptionally strong in battle, but quite eloquent, possessing a silver tongue. Nevertheless, being a deity, the East Kai surely possessed greater knowledge. East Kai, how can I completely control an empty shell with my mental energy? Raditz inquired. The East Kai shook his head, indicating that such mastery required immense divine power, which he lacked. Disheartened by this revelation, Raditz resolved to investigate further when the opportunity arose. However, I can create a more powerful illusion for your training that will not collapse when you enter, the East Kai declared. With that, he concentrated a remarkable amount of divine energy in his finger and flicked it into the air. Suddenly, a door appeared, radiating golden light from within. Raditz, the illusion I generate contains 100-fold pressure, while the enemies inside do not experience such strain. Step in and commence your training. Having grown accustomed to the illusionary training, Raditz expressed his gratitude to both the North Kai and the East Kai before stepping through the threshold. Upon entering, he immediately felt the 100-fold pressure, a sensation he was well acquainted with. However, there was still a slight impact on the movements, though minimal. The familiar scene of the crumbling city was filled with ruins and numerous corpses. Raditz, utilizing his sense of energy, detected a plethora of formidable presences. Figures gradually emerged, numbering in the dozens, clad in primitive garb and wielding wooden clubs. These individuals were exceptionally tall and robust, akin to giants when compared to humans. The combat prowess of these primitive beings was astonishing, with the weakest among them registering around 300 in energy sensing, while the leader boasted a formidable 700. Furthermore, some of these primitives not only clutched wooden clubs, but also gnawed on the thigh of some creature with their other hand, presenting a gruesome spectacle. Their gazes fixated on Raditz with fervor, perceiving him as a delectable feast. Raditz pondered whether these primitives could enhance their energy during combat. If so, it would pose a significant challenge. Observing these primitives, Raditz found himself questioning when the seventh universe had birthed such powerful primitive beings. At the very least, none currently existed in the seventh universe. Perhaps they were remnants of ancient warriors long since perished. Amidst the illusion, this group of primitives inexplicably began to communicate, emitting primal roars. Although Raditz could not comprehend their words, his instincts warned him of their formidable nature. As the primitives encircled him, inching closer, they suddenly leaped, wooden clubs raised, launching an attack on Raditz. In that fleeting moment, Raditz felt as though the figures of the primitives blotted out the sky, and he braced for what seemed like imminent annihilation. Yet, he remained composed, transforming into his Super Saiyan form. The immense golden aura surged forth, repelling the primitives violently, sending them crashing to the ground. Rather than retreating in fear, the primitives exhibited fierce determination, their spirits ignited. A dozen of them assumed peculiar stances and unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated through the illusionary realm. To Raditz's astonishment, they merged into a singular entity, unleashing a terrifying force. This amalgamated giant towered at a height of 100 meters, its grotesque features and fearsome fangs emerging from its maw. The sheer musculature of its form was intimidating, obscured by a bone-like substance that accentuated its contours. Each breath it took exhaled scalding steam, and Raditz sensed that the battle power of this colossal being was no less than a staggering 1 billion, far surpassing his own capabilities. Raditz quickly regained his composure, relieved that such creatures existed solely within this illusion. The giant, akin to a monstrous entity, swung its colossal fists toward Raditz. Fortunately, despite its overwhelming power, the speed of its strikes was still perceptible to Raditz. Raditz swiftly evaded the tremendous punch, crashing forcefully into the ground. At that moment, an exaggerated, gaping chasm appeared, for Raditz's body could scarcely withstand such a blow. Had he absorbed this strike, he would have instantly been expelled from the illusion. The giant continued to swing its fists, relentlessly attacking Raditz without respite. It seemed that Raditz discerned the creature's combat style. This colossal beast relied solely on physical melee rather than energy assaults. He mused to himself that this truly was an ancient being from the 7th universe. Though formidable in strength, its fighting technique was regrettably simplistic. Raditz endeavored to increase the distance between himself and the behemoth, but to his surprise, the creature was not only powerful but also remarkably swift. No matter how he strained, it proved exceedingly difficult to create space. Sun Fist. Utilizing instant transmission, Raditz appeared before the giant, unleashing the Sun Fist. Given the proximity, the giant's reaction time, already impressive, could not withstand the onslaught. Roaring in fury, the giant's eyes were blinded by the immense brilliance. Raditz then unleashed an energy wave at close range. The colossal energy surged, crashing into the giant. Bam! The giant took the full brunt of the attack, crashing down and seemingly sustaining significant injury. Without hesitation, Raditz gathered energy into 2 circular slashes, directing them toward the giant's forehead and torso. The fallen giant, unable to rise, was cleaved into numerous pieces by the energy blades. Blood gushed forth like a river, streaming profusely and showing no sign of abating. Although Raditz emerged victorious, the battle had not been easily won. Had the giant employed more sophisticated attacks, Raditz might well have found himself expelled from the illusion. After a brief respite, he chose to maintain his Super Saiyan 1 state, consuming another Senzabine to sustain the energy expenditure. From his memories, Raditz recalled that maintaining this form would facilitate his attainment of full power in Super Saiyan 1. This was the state he intended to cultivate next. Raditz sensed his ability to sustain the Super Saiyan 1 form was lengthening, and he was becoming increasingly adept. Soon after, the giant's form dissipated in a black mist, and the blood river on the ground gradually vanished. The desolate landscape instantaneously transformed into what appeared to be a highly advanced planet, with buildings floating in the air and an array of unfamiliar spacecraft. Raditz understood that a new adversary was imminent. Skillfully honing his energy perception, he sensed a multitude of presences, though their battle powers seemed relatively low, merely in the hundreds. Raditz was filled with confusion. The illusionary realm did not seem to enhance the combat prowess of its inhabitants, as their power levels barely reached a few hundred points. This appeared far too simplistic. As Raditz pondered this, a multitude of ships suddenly manifested in the sky. These vessels, varying in design, were evidently designed for offensive maneuvers. Boom! 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 The ships unleashed energy waves directly towards Raditz, startling him slightly as he sensed the immense power behind these assaults. The concentrated fire was even more formidable than a single strike from a giant. Chapter 55, Training, Part 3. A barrage of potent energy lasers surged forth. Yet there was no detectable aura emanating from his ships. Raditz found himself unable to teleport onto the vessels to obliterate them, leaving him with no choice but to engage in passive defense, evading the relentless laser onslaught. Boom! 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 However, the lasers were exceedingly powerful, and Raditz could not evade them all. Several beams struck him, lacerating his flesh. Though this damage was trivial to him, the sheer number of ships and their relentless energy assaults began to take a toll. Enduring the bombardment, he retaliated with energy waves, engaging in a frenzied exchange with the ships in the sky. Explosions echoed throughout the air as the vessels diminished at a visible rate. Before long, only a handful of ships remained in the sky. Raditz concentrated his energy, executing swift slashes that obliterated the remaining ships in a flurry of motion. Just as Raditz believed he had vanquished this wave of adversaries and could take a moment to rest, the ground erupted in a blinding light, revealing a colossal cannon that encompassed the entirety of the illusionary realm. Raditz sensed the terrifying energy concealed beneath the surface. He attempted to escape the cannon's range, but it was too late. The energy waves coalesced into a formidable force and erupted forth. The entire illusionary space began to collapse, and Raditz was engulfed within it. After a moment of stupor, Raditz regained his senses and found himself on King Kai's planet, standing beside East Kai and King Kai himself. Upon seeing Raditz emerge, East Kai smiled and remarked, "Raditz, have you begun to comprehend the might of advanced civilizations from other universes?" "Other universes?" "Indeed, Raditz. These are battle records left by powerful societies from alternate realms." Raditz could hardly fathom that the advanced technology behind those lasers belonged to other universes. Their might was undeniable. If he were to engage in combat with such a civilization, his demise would be all but assured. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he would find it exceedingly difficult to contend with such technology. Unwilling to concede defeat easily, Raditz re-entered the illusionary realm, determined to confront these mechanical civilizations once more. Day after day, he faced failure, being cast out of the illusion repeatedly, yet each defeat only fueled his resolve and strength. At long last, on this day, Raditz experienced a profound breakthrough. Boom! 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 As Raditz bravely endured the onslaught of extraterrestrial foes, he effortlessly dispatched the high-tech civilization with a swiftness surpassing his prior capabilities. Even when confronted with the subterranean energy cannons that cloaked the entire illusion, Raditz's physical resilience allowed him to withstand the onslaught. Though he sustained considerable injuries, they were not fatal. Upon concluding the battle, he sensed his combat prowess had soared to over 3 billion. Despite this remarkable enhancement, such strength remained insufficient against the androids. Raditz was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the androids, as their existence only served to amplify their power, unlike the feeble counterparts from Trunks' world. Before long, the scenery within the illusion shifted once again, revealing a myriad of bizarre creatures. Day after day, Raditz engaged in relentless combat within the illusion, striving to transcend his limits. Occasionally, he encountered adversaries that proved overwhelming, resulting in him being ejected from the illusionary realm. Yet, without hesitation, he re-entered to continue battling until, after an extended period, he was no longer expelled. Unbeknownst to him, 2 years had swiftly elapsed. Prior to departing, the Supreme Kai had entrusted the King Kai with the task of diligently observing Raditz. As Raditz remained absent for an extended duration, the King Kai returned to his routine, indulging in galactic television and playing with his pets, seemingly on the verge of forgetting Raditz entirely. At long last, on a fateful day, Raditz emerged from the illusion in his Super Saiyan form. His energy, now exponentially more potent than at the outset, radiated with immense force. Even in the face of Frisia's molten form, Raditz could effortlessly annihilate him without a hint of pressure. Within the illusionary realm, Raditz yearned to sustain his Super Saiyan state for an extended duration, yet the relentless assault from his foes made it challenging to maintain that form. Having reached the limits of his training, he realized he must venture forth to discover new ways to augment his strength. The King Kai sensed Raditz's energy had grown terrifyingly formidable, inciting within him a sense of trepidation as he approached Raditz. "Raditz, your power is truly fearsome. You can nearly traverse this universe without opposition." "Lord King Kai, it is still insufficient to contend with the androids. I must become even stronger," Raditz replied. The North Kai, incredulous, struggled to comprehend that the androids created by humanity could surpass Raditz's current state. Raditz resolved that it was time to re-enter the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Determined to attain the level of Super Saiyan 2, as only then could he hope to confront the androids. He conveyed his gratitude to the North and East Kais telepathically for their assistance throughout these days. With a swift instant transmission, he returned to the Earth's sacred temple. Following his departure, the North Kai communicated telepathically with the Supreme Kai, questioning, "Supreme Kai, why have you chosen to assist Raditz? Surely it cannot be merely because he is a scion of righteous heart." The King of the Worlds received word that the seal was about to be lifted due to humanity's incessant use of the Dragon Balls. The Dragon God, Salama, was poised to release the seal. However, the Supreme Kai remarked that the Omni King was still present. The King of the Worlds understood that the Omni King and the angels would undoubtedly summon other formidable beings. This was all that needed to be known. Hearing this, the King of the Worlds sighed softly, realizing that calamity would soon befall all universes, shattering the current tranquility. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Raditz sensed the warriors on the lower realms. Their energy had indeed grown considerably, yet it still fell short. Among the Saiyans, Gohan's progress was the most notable. Raditz discerned that Gohan had reached the threshold to transform into a Super Saiyan, and it would not be long before he achieved Super Saiyan level 1. However, the others remained stagnant in their Super Saiyan forms, with their battle power hovering around 2 billion. Determined to enhance their combat abilities and eliminate the androids, Raditz resolved to share the method of breaking through. He conveyed this knowledge telepathically to Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, Trunks, and the others who were training. Kakarot, Vegeta, Nappa, Trunks. It is possible for Super Saiyans to ascend to a state of full power. The group was momentarily taken aback, thinking that Raditz had already attained full power. In Bulma's home, Trunks was equally astonished upon hearing this revelation. Mr. Raditz has surpassed us once again. He is truly formidable. In Chapter 56, Raditz informed everyone that he was still far from achieving full power, but had discovered the means to attain it. He elaborated that by maintaining a calm mind while continuously training in the Super Saiyan form, they could reach full power. Meanwhile, Vegeta, who was having dinner with Bulma, absorbed the method for breaking through to Super Saiyan level 1 through the telepathic transmission. He realized that his own suspicions were correct. He had sensed the potential for further advancement within the Super Saiyan form. Angered that Raditz had discovered this before him, he turned to Nappa and declared, "Nappa, Trunks, we must intensify our training and ensure Raditz does not surpass us in reaching full power." He stood upright, activating his Super Saiyan form to enter the gravity chamber for training, leaving Bulma bewildered. Having grown accustomed to Vegeta's demeanor, she said nothing further. After learning how to break through to Super Saiyan level 2, the Saiyans on Earth began transforming into Super Saiyan forms, diligently training. After imparting this wisdom, Raditz approached the Supreme Kai to request entry into the hyperbolic time chamber for further training. Upon receiving consent, Raditz prepared ample food and water, activated his Super Saiyan form, and entered the chamber. Maintaining his Super Saiyan state, he seated himself in the center, entering a meditative state to absorb the spiritual energy of all living things on Earth. Striving to remain unfocused on the formidable strength of the androids and the crises that lay ahead. When hunger and thirst strike, one naturally seeks sustenance and water. Similarly, the Saiyans outside maintain their Super Saiyan form in unison. It resembles a competition, where the one who first achieves full power is deemed the mightiest among the Saiyans. Piccolo and the warriors sense the escalating energy of these Saiyans, akin to a rivalry fueled by the desire for strength. They remained undeterred, diligently training to match Raditz's pace, ensuring they did not lag behind. Days passed, and within the confines of the Vegeta household, Trunks appeared to make a breakthrough. However, out of respect for Vegeta, he refrained from revealing his progress. Shortly thereafter, Nappa's demeanor shifted, his energy surged, and he stood up exclaiming joyfully, "Vegeta, I believe I have achieved full power." With that, Nappa concentrated his energy, showcasing what he claimed to be his full power state. His muscles bulged to an exaggerated degree, amplifying his strength manyfold. Initially surprised by Nappa's declaration of achieving full power, Vegeta was taken aback by the form Nappa exhibited, as Nappa reveled in his triumph. Vegeta's voice boomed with anger. "That is not full power. I have mastered that form long ago. You have strayed down the wrong path. In your pursuit of power, your speed has decreased." With that, Vegeta unleashed his energy, transforming into the same state as Nappa. Realizing that Vegeta could also attain this form, Nappa acknowledged his mistake, sheepishly rubbing his bald head and apologizing. "So that is how it is. My apologies." Meanwhile, Trunks, witnessing that Nappa's form was flawed, realized he had mistakenly believed he was ahead of everyone else. Determined to correct his path, Trunks resolved to train diligently. On the other side, while Vegeta labored to reach full power in Super Saiyan form, Goku had successfully mastered his full power state. Gohan had also made astonishing progress, able to transform into a Super Saiyan at an impressive pace, leaving Goku in awe. Goku, in his full power state, sensed that he could further ascend to Super Saiyan 2, yet he required more time and could not break through in the immediate future. Meanwhile, in the Supreme Kai's realm, Raditz had completed his training in the hyperbolic time chamber long ago. His energy was now markedly transformed. Raditz's aura crackled with a hint of electricity, and his gaze sharpened. This was the full power state, and Raditz had entered Super Saiyan full power even before Goku. Upon achieving this state, Raditz felt he was but a step away from Super Saiyan 2. Eager to continue his ascent, he struggled to break through, finding himself perpetually on the cusp of full power, reflecting on the memories of how to transform into Super Saiyan 2. Anger is indeed a powerful emotion. Yet before leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, Raditz made numerous attempts to amplify his fury. However, despite his efforts, he could not attain the profound state of rage necessary to transform into a Super Saiyan 2. Having explored various avenues without success, Raditz resolved to step outside and engage in physical training. Thus, he exited the chamber. Outside, he practiced diligently, communing with the energies of the earth to enhance his mental prowess. As Raditz honed his spiritual energy to a certain level, he felt an increasing range of capabilities at his disposal. He had progressed to the point where he could manipulate sizable objects using his mental force, and, akin to the Supreme Kai, observe the earth through his spiritual energy. However, his mental power was still insufficient to encompass the entirety of the planet, limiting him to a small portion of it. Within this confined area, Raditz could exert control beyond mere points. During this time, he observed the training of other warriors, including Vegeta. Apart from Raditz, Goku and Vegeta had reached their full power, while the other Saiyans lagged slightly behind. As time passed, the emergence of the androids drew near. The presence of Cell in this world, distinct from the Cell of Trunks' timeline, signified a shift in circumstances. Raditz contemplated the dual threat posed by two Cells in the future, despite the fact that this version of Cell had a considerable maturation period ahead. While Raditz cultivated his mental energy, he transmitted his thoughts to the Supreme Kai, alerting him to the existence of not only androids 17 and 18, but also 16, 19, and 20, with particular emphasis on the formidable Cell. The Supreme Kai, taken aback by the multitude of androids, listened intently. Raditz conveyed that Cell's power surpassed that of the androids, posing a greater threat to them all. Cell's strength could even eclipse their combined might, and he had the capability to consume the energy of Earth's inhabitants. The Supreme Kai needed to be vigilant in monitoring the situation on the ground. Upon hearing Raditz's warning, the Supreme Kai exhibited signs of anxiety, realizing the terrifying potential of these androids to devour humanity. Raditz proceeded to describe the appearance and attire of these androids, instructing the Supreme Kai to immediately inform him of any unusual occurrences on Earth. With thorough preparations in place, Raditz awaited the appearance of the androids, ready for battle. Chapter 57. The emergence of the androids' morning dawned, with vibrant sunlight illuminating the Earth, heralding a new day for its inhabitants. In a bustling metropolis, early risers were diligently working towards a brighter future, as the streets buzzed with the activity of commuters. Everything appeared orderly, marking yet another ordinary day. Amidst the city, an elderly man with a head of white hair accompanied a plump figure, whose pallid complexion resembled that of a corpse. In the hidden corners of this city, a sense of hatred enveloped the surroundings. The two beings in question, androids 19 and 20, were indeed ahead of the timeline suggested by Trunks. The sheer number of humans on Earth was overwhelming. If Android 19 did not take action, the deity would remain oblivious to their presence. Little did Raditz anticipate that the base of the androids lay nestled within the city itself. Observing the bustling streets filled with laughter and joy for Android 19, it was a source of torment. 20, he remarked, as I gaze upon these humans, all I desire is to rend them to shreds. 19, responded the other, with our combined strength, we are more than capable of initiating our vengeance. Let the retribution commence. Without hesitation, Android 19 stepped into the thoroughfare, casting a cold, disdainful glance over the crowd. The two gathered formidable waves of energy in their hands and unleashed them upon the unsuspecting humans and surrounding structures. Boom! The explosive reverberations echoed, sending a wave of chaos through the streets as many fell victim to the destruction, while buildings crumbled under the assault. The surviving humans, upon witnessing the androids, fled in terror, their panicked screams filling the air. As civilians continued to collapse, the androids, aided by their computer systems, delivered each strike with lethal precision. Yet, their energy blasts intentionally spared the humans' lives, aiming instead to prolong their suffering. Android 19 reveled in the carnage, savoring the thrill of destruction. The humans, quick to react, soon summoned their military forces. Armored tanks and firearms unleashed a barrage of fire upon the androids, but Android 19 merely smiled, showing no inclination to evade. A cloud of smoke enveloped the area, and when it dissipated, Android 19 stood unscathed. Android 20 unleashed a powerful energy beam from his eyes, obliterating everything in its path, reducing the human forces and structures to ashes. The once thriving city was now a desolate wasteland, with only a handful of humans hiding in the depths below, clinging to survival. Android 19's motives for such devastation were twofold. not only to exact revenge on humanity, but also to lure out the one man he despised above all, Son Goku, the very being who had shattered his existence. At that moment, within the Divine Palace, the deity sensed the assault by the androids and promptly alerted Raditz. Raditz, the androids have appeared and are attacking the city. Upon receiving the news of their arrival, Raditz transmitted the coordinates of those training nearby. He then instantaneously teleported to the vicinity of the closest surviving humans. There, he found a group of terrified individuals huddled within a building, some so frightened that they had lost control of themselves. As Raditz emerged from the structure, the androids detected his presence immediately. They had been aware of Raditz ever since his arrival on Earth. The machine automatically tracks Raditz, Son Goku, and others, gathering information. Due to its diminutive size and lack of presence, Raditz and Son Goku remain oblivious to its existence. Raditz, you have arrived. Where is Son Goku? You shall all perish. A voice filled with overwhelming hatred exclaims, yearning to obliterate everyone present. Dr. Gero, in his quest to create artificial beings, designs several types of androids. Among them, Android 19 stands out as his most obedient and satisfactory creation, a being capable of absorption. However, as Dr. Gero progresses in his endeavors, he realizes that his lifespan is insufficient to witness the culmination of his revenge. In a desperate act, he transforms himself into Android 20. Post-modification. Android 20 shares a similar nature with Android 19. Furthermore, Dr. Gero implants explosives within each android, ensuring their compliance. He programs them with a directive to exterminate all humans and Saiyans, with Son Goku being the primary target. This precaution is taken to safeguard his vengeance, allowing it to persist even should he meet his demise at the hands of his creations. Before Raditz can respond, Son Goku, Vegeta, and the warriors arrive. Upon seeing Son Goku, Dr. Gero's hatred surges as all his machinations have led to this moment. At last you have come, Son Goku. Upon hearing Android 20 utter its name, Son Goku appears puzzled, seemingly having forgotten about Android 20. However, recognition dawns upon him as he notices the crimson insignia of the Red Ribbon Army adorning Android 20, recalling that it is the very mastermind he had previously vanquished. Dr. Gero, so you still live? Before Android 20 can respond, all eyes turn to Bulma, who cradles an infant in her arms. The warriors initially assume the child is Lepin's, but he quickly denies it. After some clarification, they learn that Bulma has long since parted ways with Lepin and is now with Vegeta. The revelation that the child is named Trunks and that Vegeta is his father astonishes them all, leaving Lepin in a state of embarrassment. Raditz, Son Goku, Piccolo, and the others already comprehend the unfolding events and choose not to delve deeper. Observing these so-called androids, they sense no significant energy from them, rendering their strength a mystery. Meanwhile, Android 20 gazes upon Son Goku and the others with a growing loathing, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Only future Trunks remains vigilant, acutely aware of the android's potential threat, noting that these two are unlike any he has encountered before. Notably, the animosity emanating from Android 20 far surpasses that of Androids 17 and 18 from his timeline. As Trunks notices the absence of Android 17 and 18, he directly inquires of Android 20, where is Android 17? The mention of this name causes Dr. Gero to flinch, startled by future Trunks' question. To my astonishment, Trunks is aware of Android 1718, despite the latter's superior strength. However, due to 1718's obstinate nature, the modifications did not proceed smoothly, and she even contemplated rebellion, leading Dr. Gero to seal her away. It is inconceivable that you could know of 1718, nonetheless. It matters not, for we require no such failed android. Android 19 is more than capable of vanquishing you. With that, Android 20 signaled for Android 19 to take the lead and defeat this group. As Android 19 stepped forward, Raditz intended to intervene and impart some wisdom to the android, but was obstructed. Raditz, let's take our turn first. Chapter 58, Battle with Android 19. Upon closer inspection, Raditz recognized Piccolo, Tin, Krillin, Yamcha, Gohan, and others. Piccolo noticed Gohan's eagerness to step in and promptly halted him. Gohan, stand back. We shall go first. But, Gohan, you have more pressing matters to attend to. Hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan ultimately conceded, allowing the warriors to take the forefront. Raditz sensed the warriors' energy had significantly strengthened after years of training. By sensing their ki, he estimated that Piccolo's combat power must exceed 100 million, while the others approached a power level of 100. Despite Tin, Krillin, and Yamcha's relative weakness in combat, They could indeed inflict damage upon the androids if their teamwork was executed properly. However, the androids were enhanced based on the data of Goku and others, and it was likely that these androids were even stronger. Piccolo understood the might of the androids and knew that a reckless advance would spell disaster. Nevertheless, throughout the years of intense training, the team had developed a synchronized attack strategy. Even against opponents stronger than themselves, they held confidence in their ability to inflict considerable damage. Spread out and assume formation. Upon hearing Piccolo's command, the warriors quickly dispersed to adopt an offensive stance. Tien positioned himself closest to the android, unleashing a solar flare that radiated brilliant light. Android 19 made no attempt to evade. The combat techniques and special skills were all stored within their system. The blinding light momentarily incapacitated Android 19, preventing him from opening his eyes. Piccolo gathered energy for his special beam cannon, while Krillin prepared his energy sphere, and Yamcha readied a larger version of his spirit ball. The trio launched their combined energy towards Android 19, just as the effects of the solar flare began to fade. Android 19, observing the incoming energy, remained utterly unfazed. Calmly, he extended his hands, and a mechanical ring opened within his palms. In an instant, a powerful suction drew in Piccolo's, Krillin's, and Yamcha's attacks into his being. Once absorbed, Android 19 felt his energy surge, emanating a more fearsome aura. The warriors were astounded to witness the android's ability to absorb energy. At that moment, Raditz quickly alerted his comrades. Be cautious. Android 19 can absorb energy. Be wary in close combat. In the midst of the fierce confrontation, Tianjin Fan, Lepin, and the formidable strength of Android 19 were unable to engage in close combat, relying instead on their superior abilities. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from Piccolo as he unleashed a powerful punch directed at Android 19. Unfazed by the assault, Android 19 effortlessly caught the strike with a single hand, rendering Piccolo's efforts futile. Even when Piccolo attempted to retaliate with his other hand, it too was ensnared by 19. A sly grin crept across 19's rotund visage as he activated his energy absorption mechanism once more. Piccolo felt his own energy being relentlessly siphoned away, leaving him increasingly weakened. Despite summoning all his remaining strength, he found himself incapable of breaking free, realizing that this artificial being possessed a combat power exceeding 1.5 billion, rendering him utterly defenseless. As Piccolo's energy dwindled, he found himself in a dire situation. Drawing upon his last reserves, he concentrated energy into a wave, severing his own hands in a desperate bid to retreat swiftly. Thanks to his unique physiology, the severed limbs began to mend themselves. Piccolo understood that the might of this android was beyond his capacity to confront. Raditz, too, sensed the formidable power of these androids, which far surpassed his recollections from the comics. Android 19 seemed manageable, yet 17 and 18 promised to reach terrifying levels of strength. Observing the unfolding battle, Vegeta's pride flared as he declared, I expected the androids to be formidable, yet they are nothing of the sort. Enraged by Vegeta's arrogance, Android 20 retorted, Do not underestimate us. Android 19 was specifically designed to combat your kind. In a flash, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan, his golden aura radiating intensely. In an instant, he closed the distance between himself and 19, delivering a crushing blow to the android's face. 19 was caught off guard, sent flying, while Vegeta pursued relentlessly, landing a series of devastating punches. The android collapsed, mechanical parts scattering, his forehead mangled and blood seeping forth. From his elevated position, Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed, I had assumed your kind bled oil. It appears you possess some human essence after all. This taunt seemed to infuriate Android 19. Seizing the moment when Vegeta was distracted, he lunged forward, grasping Vegeta's hands and initiating energy absorption. Vegeta, your demise is imminent. I will show you the folly of your arrogance, 19 snarled. His expression twisted with malice, convinced of his impending victory. Clutching Vegeta's hands without yielding, he sensed no resistance from the Saiyan. However, Vegeta merely smiled, fully aware of the situation's intricacies. You think you can absorb my energy and defeat me? You underestimate my power. In an instant, Vegeta erupted with even greater energy, his golden aura intensifying dramatically. In a state of full power, Vegeta's combat prowess was several times that of Android 19, effortlessly breaking free from his grasp. Without hesitation, Vegeta exerted his strength, directly twisting off 19's mechanical arms. With a resounding crash, He discarded the dismembered limbs and unleashed an energy wave that struck Android 19 squarely in the chest. In an instant, 19 was propelled away, reduced to a heap of scrap metal, silence forever. Observing this, future Trunks, noticing 19's motionless state, fired several energy blasts that obliterated 19 into mere ashes. Vegeta, watching future Trunks' actions, scoffed, finding them unnecessary. His gaze shifted to Android 20, eagerly anticipating his next move. Android 20, taken aback by how easily Vegeta had dispatched 19, felt a jolt of disbelief. He had always perceived the Saiyans as not being this formidable. He himself was only marginally stronger than 20 and knew he could not withstand such power. After much contemplation, Android 20 resolved to summon Androids 17 and 18. With careful precision, he retrieved a remote control from behind his back and pressed a button. I have summoned 17 and 18. You Saiyans have forced my hand, compelling me to unleash them. Raditz, anticipating that 20 would activate 17 and 18 as per his memory, prepared to strike, ready to eliminate 20 in an instant. Albeit aware this might displease Vegeta. However, Raditz was determined not to be as reckless as Vegeta. With a thunderous roar, upon completing his command, 2 incubation pods emerged from the ground. Within them lay a male and a female, none other than androids 17 and 18. As the protective shields of the pods gradually opened, the 2 awakened and leaped out, surveying their surroundings. They beheld the ruins of what once were buildings and the battered remains of Android 19. Ahead of them, Raditz and the others regarded the androids with keen interest, poised to act at any moment. In an instant, Android 17 grasped that Android 20 had commenced his plan, but had released them only because he was unable to contend with Vegeta. Android 18, however, found the entire situation dull. She was indifferent and simply wished to depart. Raditz observed all of 17 and 18's movements, remaining particularly cautious due to uncertainty about their capabilities. His gaze was drawn to Android 18, whose striking blonde hair, blue eyes, and statuesque figure presented an image of a stunning beauty. Compared to the Android 18 from Trunks' timeline, this version appeared less ruthless, imbued with a touch of tenderness. Noticing Raditz's scrutiny, Android 18 became intrigued by his long hair, casting him several curious glances. Raditz, realizing that 17 and 18 had emerged without Android 16, deduced that in this world, Dr. Gero had not created 16. As he continued to observe, he found his gaze locked with that of Android 18. Number 18 gazed at herself for an extended period, pondering whether it was possible that number 17 had developed feelings for her. Meanwhile, number 17 looked at the elderly man controlling the machinery that awakened them with profound disdain. Number 17 and 18 were once ordinary humans residing on Earth. But one fateful day, they were captured by Dr. Gero and forcibly transformed into artificial beings. Yet, through sheer tenacity, they persevered, their minds untouched by the modifications. Old man, you have finally deemed us worthy of release, but do not harbor illusions that we will heed your commands, number 17 declared resolutely. Upon realizing their freedom, number 18 intended to leave immediately. However, number 20 swiftly grasped the remote control aimed at number 17. You should know that I've planted bombs within you. Eliminate this group swiftly, or I shall detonate them, he threatened, his grip on the remote unwavering, ready to press the button at any moment. Number 17 sighed in resignation, taken aback by number 20's cunning in ensnaring them with explosives. Just as number 20 focused intently on number 17, diverting attention from Raditz and the others, Raditz seized the opportunity. He unleashed his full power and entered a state of heightened awareness, channeling part of his energy to assault number 20. The mental attack caught number 20 off guard for a few precious seconds. In the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Raditz swiftly closed the distance to number 20. With a powerful kick, he sent number 20's head flying, which thudded heavily to the ground, while the body collapsed, devoid of control. Raditz swiftly seized the remote, asserting dominance over the situation. With number 20 reduced to a mere head, its eyes continued to dart about in frantic disbelief. Cursed, foiled at the last moment. You Saiyans shall meet your demise. I still have my final form of the android to complete. You will all perish. Raditz had no desire to engage further in conversation with number 20. He was well aware of the existence of Cell. Krillin, go fetch some tape to seal number 20's mouth, he instructed. Understood, Raditz, Krillin replied, reassured by Raditz's control over the situation. Raditz chose not to eliminate number 20 at that moment, recognizing his potential utility. After the matter with numbers 17 and 18 was resolved, He would deal with number 20 in due time, as the location of Cell's laboratory in this world remained unknown. Number 17 and 18 exchanged expressions devoid of emotion as they observed Raditz with the remote. Ever since being transformed into artificial beings by Dr. Gero, the siblings had lost all hope for a meaningful existence. Perhaps death would serve as a release for them, as there was no hint of fear upon their faces. Number 18 regarded Raditz, contemplating the irony of potentially meeting her end at the hands of this peculiar man, viewing it as a form of liberation. In that moment of shared gaze, Raditz felt a twinge of softness in his heart. Unlike the future version of number 18, the present version bore a gentler demeanor, and in Raditz's eyes, she appeared significantly more beautiful. Before long, Raditz found himself in a state of agitation, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. Upon noticing this, Piccolo, drawing from his understanding of the Saiyans, exclaimed in alarm, "Raditz, have you softened? Snap out of it." Raditz, however, comforted himself with the thought that the android 1718 of this world might not be as malevolent as their comic counterparts. In a moment of defiance, he crushed the remote control before the astonished gazes of those around him. Android 1718 was equally taken aback, never expecting Raditz to shatter the device. The act of destroying the remote symbolized their newfound freedom, liberating them from constraints. They exchanged knowing smiles, and 18 seemed to ponder something. Her interest in Raditz piqued. She whispered something to 17, who then displayed a peculiar smile. With graceful strides, 18 approached Raditz. As she drew nearer, Raditz instinctively took a few steps back, a thought lingering in his mind. Just as he was about to voice his concern, he felt a sudden chill against his lips, accompanied by a soft sensation. A gentle female voice whispered in his ear, causing his heart to flutter. "Thank you, Raditz, for helping us." In the midst of everyone's astonishment, 18 captured Raditz in a passionate kiss, a smile gracing her lips that radiated allure. Although Android 20 had perished, future Trunks remained apprehensive, having witnessed the malevolence of 1718 from his own timeline. 1718, do you not wish to eliminate us and all of humanity? 17 inquired, addressing future Trunks. Although we are programmed to kill you, we have no desire to follow that directive. We simply wish to live our lives, 17 declared. Taken aback by this revelation, future Trunks pondered whether the 1718 of this world differed from those he had encountered. After speaking, 17 waved a casual farewell, and together with 18, they soared away. Meanwhile, Raditz found himself entranced, his thoughts consumed by 18's enchanting demeanor. "Raditz, focus. Do not let a woman distract you." Piccolo's voice cut through Raditz's reverie, rousing him from the daze induced by 18's kiss. With that, the group continued their pursuit of 1718, determined to eradicate the threat. Unfettered by the chaos, Raditz, still under the spell of 18's charm, followed suit. Chapter 60, The Mutation. At this moment, Android 20 lay unattended, as Raditz and the others presumed that Krillin would handle the situation upon his return. Now, aside from searching for Krillin, who was in search of tape, the others ventured forth to locate the androids 1718. "Do not leave. There will come a day when I shall bring about your demise. Do not think to escape my words." The head of number 20 lies upon the ground, incessantly uttering curses directed at Sun Wukong, Raditz, and others. After the crowd departed, number 20 gradually ceased his tirades, leaving behind an eerie silence. Unbeknownst to Raditz, a pair of grotesque, dark eyes had observed the entire scene from the shadows. Behind a building lurked a terrifying creature with 4 limbs. This was the first form of Cell, who was greatly astonished by the battle he had witnessed involving Raditz and his companions. After a moment of contemplation, Cell seemed to devise a plan, displaying a dreadful smile. Once he sensed the warriors had vacated the area, confirming his safety, he emerged from his dark enclave and swiftly approached number 20. The sudden appearance of Cell elicited a look of astonishment from number 20, followed by a hearty laugh. "Ah, it is you, Cell. How have you managed to escape from the incubation chamber so soon?" "Dr. Gero, I am Cell from another timeline." Upon hearing this, number 20 immediately comprehended. "Take me to your laboratory. My objective aligns with yours. I seek to eliminate Sun Wukong." "Very well, Cell. I shall assist you in perfecting your abilities. Once we achieve this, that fate is sealed. Ha ha ha." With that, Dr. Gero whispered something in Cell's ear. At that moment, Krillin had returned and was struck with fear upon seeing the monstrous Cell. He was about to erupt in anger to alert his companions of the creature's presence. However, Cell, despite Krillin's weaknesses, wished to avoid attracting Raditz's attention. He hastily collected Dr. Gero's body and head, vanishing into the depths of the city. Realizing Cell had disappeared in an instant, Krillin sensed that trouble was afoot, now left alone. He quickly attuned himself to the energy signatures of his comrades, pinpointing their locations and hastening to inform them of the grave situation. Meanwhile, Raditz and his companions, in pursuit of the trail of androids 17 and 18, had arrived in a desolate suburb. The blazing sun beat down on the barren landscape, devoid of any life. Not even a human soul would dwell here. As they followed Android 17, they observed that the androids posed no threat to humans, merely indulging in leisure activities. Yet, Vegeta could no longer restrain himself. He stepped forward to confront 17, insisting on engaging in battle with the androids. Enough. We need not follow them any longer. After all, I have trained tirelessly to defeat the androids, and I shall not forego this opportunity. Do not flee. I care not whether you are good or evil. Today must yield results. Future Trunks and the assembled warriors stood by, attempting to dissuade Vegeta. Vegeta, if the androids harbor no malice, we should observe their actions before resorting to violence. Enough. Even if they bear no ill intent, I must engage them in combat. With that, Vegeta unleashed his fury, transforming into his Super Saiyan form, his speed surging as he approached androids 17 and 18. Come on, let us engage in a contest. Upon hearing Vegeta's proclamation, Number 17 offered a faint smile. Despite having been programmed with directives to eliminate Goku and his companions, they could still act according to their own volition. Nevertheless, Vegeta, determined to thwart their plans, would show no mercy. If Vegeta sought to challenge them, then so be it. Just as the two factions were poised to clash, Krillin suddenly appeared, his expression fraught with anxiety as he addressed Raditz. Raditz, a four-legged creature, has taken away the head and body of Number 20. Krillin's revelation left Raditz and the others astounded at the mention of the monstrous being. Raditz could only deduce one possibility. The future Cell from another timeline had emerged. Without delay, he established mental contact with the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, Number 20 has gone missing. Could it be that Cell has appeared? The Supreme Kai, observing everything from above, was acutely aware of the events transpiring on the ground, including what transpired after Raditz and the others departed. I witnessed a four-legged reptilian creature speak to Number 20 before abducting him. The mention of the four-legged creature led Raditz to speculate that it might be Cell's first form. This initial form of Cell was the weakest. Thus, eliminating it swiftly would be ideal. Raditz pressed further. Supreme Kai, where has this monster taken Number 20? Raditz expressed regret. The creature's speed was astonishing, and it vanished before I could ascertain its destination. Realizing that now was not the time for Vegeta to engage in combat with numbers 17 and 18, Raditz remained focused. Meanwhile, Vegeta, unable to contain his impatience, had already engaged number 17 in battle. Surprisingly, even at full power, Vegeta found himself evenly matched, with number 17 seemingly holding the upper hand. Vegeta, incensed by the fact that he was being overpowered by a mere android, was filled with rage. Raditz was equally astonished to witness number 17's advantage. He had not anticipated that the strength of the androids in this world could rival that of a fully powered Super Saiyan. The intensity of their confrontation escalated, unleashing waves of energy that reverberated across the desolate landscape. The ferocity of their combat left onlookers unable to intervene. After an arduous skirmish, Vegeta began to tire, while number 17 remained invigorated, displaying no signs of fatigue. Even in his full power state, Vegeta realized he was contending against an opponent of comparable strength with boundless energy. With a resounding crash, Vegeta was forcefully slammed to the ground, sustaining minor injuries. The arrogance that once adorned his face was replaced with sheer astonishment. He was taken aback that he could not best the android after such a prolonged struggle. At that moment, Nappa and future Trunks transformed into their Super Saiyan forms and approached Vegeta, ready to prevent number 17 from continuing his assault. However, number 17 refrained from striking further, simply observing Vegeta. "That's enough, Vegeta. You are clearly outmatched. I have no desire to kill you, but do not push me." Upon hearing the words of Android 17, Vegeta's fury erupted once more, and he contemplated rising to continue the battle. "Vegeta, calm yourself," urged future Trunks and Goku, who intervened. They understood that the androids possessed considerable strength, and that 17 and 18 had no intention of engaging in combat. Forcing a confrontation would serve no purpose. Raditz communicated telepathically with everyone, including androids 17 and 18, warning Vegeta to cease fighting as Cell had appeared and taken away Android 20. "Cell? He has appeared already?" The mention of Cell startled future Trunks, who was the only one present fully aware of Cell's formidable power. The warriors around him remained oblivious to the extent of Cell's strength, their attention still fixated on the androids. In Chapter 61, the need to persuade the androids became evident. Noticing their ignorance, Raditz directly conveyed to them that if Cell reached his perfect form, he would be tremendously powerful. Cell could sense the energy within them and could even manipulate it. Raditz elaborated further, explaining that Cell could absorb androids 17 and 18 to attain his perfect state. Upon hearing this, Android 18 was taken aback, astonished that Dr. Gero had created such a monster. Vegeta, upon learning that Cell was stronger than the androids, was infuriated and baffled by Raditz's intentions. He felt thwarted at every turn, and this time, his anger reached new heights. Goku and the other warriors urged Vegeta to abandon his combative thoughts and engage in a discussion regarding Cell. Vegeta, however, flatly rejected their counsel, dismissing both Cell and the androids as inconsequential. Even Bulma, cradling Trunks and attempting to persuade him, was ignored. In a fit of rage, he departed, taking Bulma with him. As he soared away to resume training in the gravity chamber, observing Vegeta's departure, Nappa and future Trunks apologized to the others, expressing concern for Vegeta as he left. Addressing androids 17 and 18, Raditz proclaimed, "Let us unite against Cell. Once this matter is resolved, you're free to go where you wish." "Raditz, you seem overly confident." Android 18 replied with a flirtatious smile. "While you are amusing, why should we heed your words?" 18, this is no time for jest. Cell is exceedingly powerful. Realizing that 18 was not heeding his warning, Raditz understood that he would need to demonstrate his strength to convince them. However, he could not afford to delay addressing the threat posed by Cell. He could not disregard the androids. Should the Cell from another timeline absorb the 17 and 18 of this timeline, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of a Super Saiyan 2, reaching a truly terrifying level. Contemplating this, Raditz promptly addressed the warriors Kakarot, Gohan, Piccolo, Tin, Krillin, and Yamcha. "You must seek out Cell's whereabouts. If you encounter him, unleash your energy. I will remain here to persuade androids 17 and 18. Having spoken, the warrior departed to various locales in search of the possible whereabouts of Cell. However, many of the warriors possessed insufficient strength to contend with Cell, prompting Raditz to take precautionary measures. Simultaneously, Raditz mentally communicated with the Supreme Kai, entrusting him to monitor the warriors and inform him of any developments. Once these matters were settled, Raditz turned his attention to androids 17 and 18. "Come now. After our victory, you shall heed my commands." Upon witnessing Raditz's eagerness to engage them in battle, Android 18 expressed her intrigue. "Raditz, it seems the outcome will hinge upon your prowess." Raditz understood that to triumph over androids 17 and 18, he must not allow himself to be distracted by 18's allure. With a determined grin, Raditz unleashed his full power at Super Saiyan Level 1, an immense aura erupting that shook the very planet. A golden energy swirled around him, conjuring fierce winds that howled with intensity. This golden aura, tinged with a faint electric current, swiftly dissipated. In that moment, Raditz's strength far surpassed that of Vegeta, teetering on the cusp of Super Saiyan Level 2. Observing Raditz's formidable transformation, Android 18's eyes sparkled with newfound admiration, captivated by his might. "Come on." With that, Raditz launched the first attack, rapidly engaging in a flurry of combat with androids 17 and 18, their figures intertwining like strands of energy in midair, colliding incessantly. The relentless clashes of energy darkened the skies and summoned tumultuous storms. Despite their best efforts, androids 17 and 18 found themselves at a disadvantage, circling Raditz from different angles to unleash an assault. Raditz evaded their attacks with astonishing agility, countering with a punch aimed directly at 18's face. As the fist approached, 18 raised her hands to block, but in that fleeting moment, Raditz deftly redirected his strike toward android 17. The resounding impact of Raditz's powerful punch landed squarely on 17's face, sending him hurtling away until the force finally dissipated. Although Raditz's blow was formidable, it was not enough to send 17 flying so far. A peculiar smile crept across 17's face, suggesting that he had intentionally allowed himself to be struck so far away. Android 18, witnessing the punch that was meant for her redirected toward 17, remarked in disbelief, "Raditz, I never knew you possessed such chivalry." Before 18 could react further, Raditz seized the opportunity, grasping her hands. Though she attempted to retaliate, Raditz swiftly caught her wrists, twisting her arms behind her back. In an instant, 18 felt a mix of embarrassment and fury, exerting all her strength to free herself, yet to no avail. Raditz shifted his grip to a single hand, gently lifting her chin. As he drew closer, 18 instinctively closed her eyes, lost in the moment. Raditz, is it not you? Number 18 felt her lips obstructed by something weighty, rendering her speechless. Upon opening her eyes, she found Raditz's face alarmingly close, even perceiving the warmth of his breath. In the distance, Number 17 had already grasped the situation, yet he merely observed with a smirk, watching the interaction between Raditz and Number 18. After an extended moment, lost in a kiss with Number 18, Raditz reluctantly pulled away, realizing that prolonging the embrace would hinder their mission. Number 18's mind was blank for a while before she comprehended the event that had transpired. She had been forcefully kissed by Raditz. Her previously icy demeanor now bore a hint of tenderness, her gaze softening as she looked at him. How infuriating, Raditz! How dare you kiss me? Enraged, Number 18 unleashed a surge of power to break free from Raditz's grasp. She swiftly turned and unleashed a barrage of energy waves, striking Raditz. Yet, these waves posed no significant threat to him. Raditz chuckled, addressing Number 18, "You initiated the kiss. I merely returned the favor from our last encounter." Meanwhile, Number 17 floated closer, clapping and chuckling. "I thought you two would kiss until sunset." This remark ignited Number 18's fury as she felt betrayed. Number 17, who could have assisted her, merely stood by. In a fit of rage, she delivered a heavy punch to Number 17's chest, leaving him gasping in pain, unable to respond for a moment. Chapter 62, Perfect Form Cell. Are you two still going to fight, 17 and 18? Given the circumstances, both had lost their desire to battle and could no longer continue. Number 18 contemplated the futility of fighting, fearing another forceful kiss from Raditz. Anger surged within her as she glared at Raditz, declaring, "I will eventually kill you, but I will let this slide for now." Raditz, understanding her words as an implicit agreement to pursue Cell first, replied, "I await your vengeance, but for now, let us seek out Cell together." Raditz deactivated his Super Saiyan form and ascended into the sky in search of Cell. Number 17, observing Raditz's departure, inquired of Number 18, "Are we truly following Raditz?" Although hesitant for a moment, Number 18 chose to place her trust in him and took to the skies in his wake. Noticing her silence and her decision to follow Raditz, Number 17 sighed and followed suit. Meanwhile, the future Cell, having taken away the body and head of Number 20, arrived at the meticulously concealed laboratory of Number 20. Upon entering, he was greeted by an array of vials and containers, alongside a massive incubation chamber where the embryonic form of Cell glowed softly as it thrived. In the future, the being known as Future Cell gazed intently at his juvenile form, a flicker of yearning evident in his eyes, yet this longing was fleeting. This young Cell represented the very essence of Future Cell's desires. Outside, the formidable 17-18, along with the likes of Goku and Raditz, posed an insurmountable challenge. Future Cell surmised that he stood no chance against them, who were vastly superior to anyone from his timeline. Thus, he placed all his hopes on devouring the juvenile form and relying on Dr. Gero to enhance his strength. However, with Android 20 still present and not yet assisting him, and with the uncertainty of whether the juvenile would acquiesce, Future Cell found himself in a precarious position. Being a biological entity, he possessed energy within him, and any attempt to unleash it would inevitably attract the attention of Raditz, Goku, and others. Observing the progress of the juvenile Cell, Future Cell noted that the evolution appeared to be ahead of Android 20's expectations, and the juvenile's power was significantly greater. The small machine continued to collect data on the flying insects, feeding information into the juvenile Cell, who was growing stronger by the second. Subsequently, Future Cell placed Android 20 onto the workbench, and the machine automatically began the process of connecting 20's head to his body. After a period of operation, once the connection was complete, 20 slowly rose, stretched his limbs, and addressed Future Cell. "Cell, you have done remarkably well. Have you managed to eliminate Goku in the future world?" Android 20, in that future, Goku succumbed to heart disease long ago. However, it appears that this world is not afflicted in the same manner. "Then how did you arrive in this world?" Future Cell recounted his memories, explaining how Goku's heart condition led to his demise in his timeline, while 17-18 had virtually dominated the world. However, Trunks discovered an alternate method to vanquish 17-18, which prevented Future Cell from ascending to his second and third forms. Following this, he attempted to ambush Trunks from his world, ultimately leading him to this place. Android 20 suddenly understood, realizing that Trunks, who was allied with Vegeta, hailed from another dimension. How infuriating! No wonder they have become so powerful. Nevertheless, with you by my side, you are the culmination of my research. As 20 examined Future Cell's initial form, his internal systems calculated that defeating Goku, Raditz, and others was an unavoidable challenge. Contemplating the juvenile Cell within the cultivation chamber, 20 seemed to arrive at a resolution, bursting into laughter. Cell, I shall enhance you. Thereafter, you shall no longer require the core of 1718. Upon hearing that the core would not be necessary, Future Cell welcomed the prospect of eliminating a significant complication. He reclined on the mechanical bed, and Android 20 commenced the transformation. 20 implanted a core of infinite energy into Future Cell and proceeded with further upgrades, specifically designed to exploit the weaknesses of Saiyans, such as Vegeta, Goku, and Raditz. After a considerable time, the transformation concluded and Future Cell surveyed his body, discovering that he remained in his initial state. Although I can sense that I have grown significantly stronger, I still feel that I can transcend to the first stage. Dr. Gero, why am I still at the first stage and not yet a complete being? The 20th had long formulated a plan, gazing at the incubation chamber housing the larval form of Cell. Cell, this larval form possesses a wealth of essence and energy. By consuming it, you shall transform into your complete form. With that, Cell regarded the larva with no trace of emotion and shattered the glass enclosure with a swift kick. Extending the needle from his tail, the tiny appendage expanded several fold in an instant, lunging towards the larval cell to devour it. The larval cell, as if aware, struggled momentarily before falling still, completely consumed. Cell felt a tremendous surge of energy flooding into his being, amplifying his strength beyond measure. The energy coursed through his skin, muscles, and bones. His form began to undergo a radical transformation, gradually taking on a humanoid shape. Wings sprouted from his back, and his grotesque tail retracted into them. His massive jaws shrank, and his eyes, face, and entire physique became increasingly human-like. Clearing his throat, his voice adopted a more human quality. Observing his own body, he reveled in the exquisite curves and the overwhelming aura that dwarfed that of any other. So this is the complete form. Quite remarkable. The 20th gazed upon his ultimate creation with fervent admiration. Satisfied with Cell's transformation, he grew proud. Cell, you must heed my commands from now on. I am the one who brought you into existence, akin to your father. Father? Obey your commands? As Cell attained his complete form, his human persona became more refined, intertwining traits from Frieza, Goku, and Piccolo. Upon hearing the 20th proclaim him as a son, Cell merely smiled. The 20th, brimming with arrogance, naively believed that with Cell at his side, he could act with impunity. In an instant, Cell struck, shattering the body that the 20th had repaired. He slowly lifted the 20th. Now, just ahead, his expression grotesquely reminiscent of Frieza. No one can command me, not even a father. Apologies, Dr. Gero. The 20th's face bore no expression, seemingly resigned to despair, as he uttered a faint request. You must kill Goku. Upon hearing the 20th's final words, Cell clenched his fist slightly, crushing the 20th's head to a pulp. He unleashed several small energy waves, obliterating the laboratory entirely. At that moment, Cell no longer concealed his aura, which erupted forth with overwhelming force. Raditz, Goku, come forth. Chapter 63. The Fierce Battle with Cell. Raditz, who was searching for Cell outside, immediately sensed the commotion alongside 1718. A potent aura, infused with the essences of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, Frieza, and various warriors, converged in the atmosphere. Simultaneously, Vegeta and Sun Wukong immediately sensed the nefarious energy emanating from Cell, which was tainted by the presence of many yet distinctly malevolent forces, compelling them all to converge toward this ominous source. This aura filled Raditz with profound revulsion, as it intertwined numerous negative elements. In Raditz's memory, only Cell's essence could possibly amalgamate the energies of all the warriors, for Cell's very being was a composite of their cells. I can sense Cell's presence, Raditz announced. 1718. You should first regroup with Sun Wukong and the others. I shall proceed alone. With that, Raditz attuned himself to Cell's energy and executed instant transmission, arriving before Cell in an instant. Raditz? I never expected you to be the first to arrive. Nevertheless, it is fitting that a creature destined for death meets his end prematurely, Cell taunted. observing the fully realized form of Cell. Alongside the shattered remnants of Android 20 and the broken incubation chamber, Raditz was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that Cell had ascended to his perfect form. The overwhelming power radiating from Cell was palpable, even surpassing his own. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us engage in battle, Raditz declared, transforming into his Super Saiyan form and launching the first attack. He teleported directly behind Cell, delivering a devastating punch. The impact resonated with a tremendous sound as Cell was violently slammed into the ground, his expression contorting in pain. Rising from the earth, Cell unleashed his Super Saiyan form, a golden aura erupting skyward, exuding a terrifying might. Instantly, the two combatants exchanged blows, their fierce struggles spilling from the confines of the laboratory into the open air. Throughout this tumultuous engagement, the sounds of their battle echoed, fists tearing through the atmosphere with each strike, creating a cacophony of destruction. With every exchange, the skies seemed to tremble, as if the heavens themselves were being shattered by their might. The sheer magnitude of their energies sent shivers down the spines of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions, who were racing toward the fray. Even from a distance, Android 18 could perceive the thunderous clashes in the sky, a sense of dread creeping into her heart for Raditz's safety. She and Android 18 hastened their pace, urgency propelling them forward. Raditz roared, unleashing his full power, his strength and speed surging exponentially. His assaults on Cell became increasingly ferocious, overwhelming him as Cell struggled to defend himself. Each punch Raditz delivered landed with remarkable force, leaving Cell unable to evade or retaliate, forced into a position of passive defense. As Raditz continued his relentless barrage, he penetrated Cell's torso, green blood gushing forth. However, Cell possessed the regenerative traits of Piccolo, coupled with boundless energy, allowing his body to rapidly amend itself. Seizing the moment while Cell was still recovering, Raditz pressed on with his offensive. Raditz understood that by annihilating Cell's core, he could bring about the creature's demise. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped Raditz as he executed a close-range energy blade, aimed squarely at what he suspected might be Cell's core. The attack struck with a resounding impact, cleaving through Cell's form, yet the core was absent. How could this be? Raditz, you're searching for my core, are you not? Allow me to enlighten you. It is capable of movement, Cell taunted. Raditz was taken aback. His only recourse now was to unleash a tremendous surge of energy to obliterate Cell entirely, for no other option remained viable. Throughout the skirmish, Raditz had expended a considerable amount of his own energy. Solar Flare. Seizing an opportunity, Cell unleashed a solar flare, momentarily disorienting Raditz despite his preparedness. In that fleeting moment, Cell launched an energy wave at Raditz and swiftly distanced himself. Raditz retaliated with an energy wave of his own, resulting in a violent explosion that reverberated through the air. As the battle wore on, Raditz found himself increasingly beleaguered, his injuries multiplying in the face of Cell's formidable resilience. He promptly consumed another Senza bean to restore his condition, while Cell continued to gather energy, exuding confidence in his impending victory. Is this all you've got, Raditz? It is now my turn, Cell proclaimed, his energy swelling ominously. Reaching maximum capacity, Raditz had assumed that Cell could not surpass this state, but to his astonishment, Cell's power continued to escalate, dark clouds gathering overhead as thunder crackled ominously. Cell's gaze sharpened, his golden aura crackling with electric energy. A colossal bolt of lightning descended, and Cell transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Raditz was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the fully realized Cell could attain such a form so swiftly. Observing the shattered incubation pod, Raditz surmised that this future version of Cell had consumed the larval form. The larval cell had absorbed the energies of Raditz, Goku, and others, rendering him exponentially more powerful than the cell of Raditz's memories. Behold, Raditz, this is Super Saiyan 2, an achievement I have surpassed before you, Cell declared. Raditz's expression turned grave. Facing Super Saiyan 2 Cell, his chances of victory seemed bleak. Cell chuckled coldly, fully aware that even if everyone joined forces, they would stand no chance against him. Kamehameha. Cell unleashed Goku's signature technique, a tremendous wave of energy hurtling towards Raditz. Raditz could only evade with all his might, as Cell appeared to toy with him. Energy Blade. Solar Flare, Special Beam Cannon. Cell effortlessly employed the warrior's techniques, leaving Raditz with no option but to dodge, unable to mount any form of counterattack. Each of Cell's assaults bore cataclysmic power, far exceeding the might of the warriors when wielded by their own hands. The speed of Cell was astonishing, appearing before Raditz in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch. The immense force of his fist struck Raditz, eliciting a horrific scream as blood spurted forth. Raditz could feel the overwhelming strength behind the blow, one that was intolerable, sending him hurtling away. Collapsing to the ground, Raditz consumed a Senza bean to mend his injuries. Cell advanced swiftly, his form resembling that of a ghost, rendering Raditz barely able to perceive his movements. Suddenly, Cell materialized right before Raditz, launching another punch that Raditz could only block with both hands. Cell's fist descended like a meteor, crashing heavily against Raditz's arms. The earth trembled at the impact, and in that instant, Raditz's bones shattered under the tremendous force. With his arms broken, he was unable to even grasp the Senza beans. Cell was far too powerful, plunging Raditz into a state of despair. Farewell, Raditz. Chapter 64. The Fierce Battle with Cell, 2. With that, Cell unleashed a punch aimed directly at Raditz's forehead. Should Raditz absorb this blow, it would surely mean his demise. A thunderous sound erupted as several massive energy waves struck Cell's corporeal form. Following a violent explosion, Cell was propelled back several dozen meters, revealing that several Saions had activated their Super Saiyan forms beside Raditz. In this critical moment, Goku, Vegeta, Nappa, Trunks, Gohan, and the androids of 17 and 18 arrived on the scene. Raditz, are you alright? Quickly consume a Senza bean. Android 18 expressed her concern for Raditz's injuries, realizing that without their timely arrival, he might have already been consigned to the depths of hell. With that, Android 18 retrieved a Senza bean from Raditz and fed it to him. In an instant, Raditz's shattered arms and injuries were miraculously healed. Thank you, 18. And everyone for being here, Raditz exclaimed. Cell hovered in the air, observing Raditz and his companions below, his gaze fixated on the one man he yearned to eliminate. Goku, you have finally arrived. Cell, a product of the Red Ribbon Army era, declared, I shall once again vanquish you. With that, Cell sensed Goku's energy, mimicking Raditz's earlier move. Placing 2 fingers on his forehead. Instant transmission. The group gasped in astonishment. Cell had indeed mastered the technique of instant transmission. Raditz surmised that during their fierce battle, Cell had healed himself by assimilating Raditz's cells, thus learning the ability. With a sinister smile, Cell suddenly appeared before Goku, delivering a fierce punch to him. Goku was taken aback, unprepared for Cell's instant transmission, and in an instant, he was sent flying away by the overwhelming force. The two engaged in combat midair, their colossal energies clashing continuously, the terrifying power akin to the collision of planets. As the two collided, Raditz could sense that Cell was not yet exerting his full strength, holding back somewhat, while it was only a matter of time before Goku, having exhausted all his energy, would be unable to keep up. In a short while, Goku plummeted from the sky, gravely injured, and immediately consumed a Senza bean to restore his condition. Cell hovered in the air, gazing down at the gathered fighters, his face adorned with a pride reminiscent of the Saiyans. You are all too weak, unworthy of my direct involvement. Allow you to contend with my little cells. With that, Cell raised his tail high and unleashed 7 diminutive blue clones resembling himself. Though smaller in stature, these mini-cells exuded an immense aura, almost rivaling the full power state of a Saiyan. Their expressions mirrored Cell's arrogance, their combined energy emanating an exceptionally malevolent vibe. Go forth, annihilate these beings, and exterminate the humans entirely. Upon receiving Cell's command, the mini-cells charged forth towards the group. Their formidable strength plunged the fighters into chaos. Only the full-powered Saiyans, Vegeta, Goku, and Raditz, could contend against them. The others found themselves in dire straits, particularly the weaker fighters like Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha, who were toyed with mercilessly. As Krillin and his companions faced imminent death, Raditz could not stand idly by. He made a desperate gamble, activating the Kaioken technique at its first stage. Triple Kaioken. A surge of crimson energy enveloped him, overshadowing his golden aura, as Raditz's battle power surged once more. Even Cell cast a sideways glance. Although Raditz's triple Kaioken did not reach the level of Super Saiyan 2, his newfound strength was more than sufficient to handle the mini-cells. With blinding speed, Raditz delivered a punch that shattered the mini-cell before him. In an instant, he teleported to the warrior's side, swiftly dispatching the remaining mini-cells one by one. Krillin, Tien, and the others, who were moments away from being slain by Cell, gazed at Raditz with gratitude. Raditz, thank you. Raditz spoke little, gathering his energy into a rapid energy sphere. With Super Saiyan and Kaioken combined, the speed of the energy sphere was astonishing. The mini-cells could not even perceive it. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining mini-cells were obliterated by Raditz's energy sphere, falling in a straight line through the air. After vanquishing the mini-cells, Raditz's body could no longer withstand the strain. He collapsed to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth. He immediately deactivated the Kaioken and Super Saiyan forms, consuming a Senzu bean to recuperate. Raditz understood that if he continued to use Kaioken in his Super Saiyan state, even with Senzu beans, his body would inevitably succumb to collapse. Android 18 approached Raditz's side, helping him up with earnest concern. Raditz, take a moment to rest and refrain from further combat. Even with the Senzu beans, your body cannot withstand infinite consumption. Yet at this moment, Raditz conceived an idea and directly addressed Android 18. All right, Android 18. Once we eliminate Cell, shall we go on a date? Upon hearing Raditz's words, a blush rose on Android 18's cheeks. Let us discuss that after we deal with Cell. Raditz then utilized instant transmission to ascend into the sky, engaging in fierce battle with Cell. Alone, Raditz was no match for Cell, prompting Goku, Vegeta, and others to join the fray. This resulted in a scenario of many against one. Yet Cell's power was overwhelmingly strong, and he grew more formidable with each clash. Gohan and Trunks, who had not attained full Super Saiyan power, were the first to withdraw from the fight, increasingly feeling like burdens. Raditz, along with androids 17 and 18, communicated telepathically, urging them not to continue fighting for fear of Cell absorbing them and becoming even more powerful. In the sky, only Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta remained locked in combat with Cell. Even with all three at full power, they merely succeeded in depleting some of Cell's energy. Cyberman, the game must come to an end. A surge of energy erupted from Cell, his golden aura expanding, growing several times stronger than before. Initially, Raditz and his companions could hold their own against Cell in a 3-on-1 situation, but now that Cell had unleashed his full strength, the tide had decisively turned. With blinding speed, Cell moved as if he were lightning, appearing behind Vegeta to deliver a crushing blow, then attacking Goku and Raditz in rapid succession. The group could barely catch glimpses of Cell's form, struggling to mount any defense. Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta were now gasping for breath, resorting to consuming Senzu beans just to keep fighting. As the battle wore on, Raditz's once abundant supply of Senzu beans began to dwindle. Meanwhile, Cell continued his relentless assault, increasing his speed. Chapter 65. The Intense Battle with Cell 3. As the situation progressed, it became evident that prolonging the fight was futile. They would eventually perish at Cell's hands. Raditz recalled a moment from the manga where 6 Super Saiyans with hearts of justice could channel their energy to transform into Super Saiyan God. Although this presented a potential solution, Raditz, Goku, and Vegeta had never attempted it and were unaware of how long it might take. Moreover, whether Vegeta and Nappa possessed hearts of justice was uncertain, and Cell would undoubtedly not allow them the time to transform. After much contemplation, Raditz resolved to employ his final strategy, the Spirit Bomb. He hoped that this large-scale technique could obliterate Cell. If the Spirit Bomb failed, despair awaited Raditz and his companions. With his mind made up, Raditz conveyed his thoughts to the others. Everyone, help me buy some time. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and others are aware that the current battle is merely a ploy to delay, as Cell seeks to further enhance his strength. Upon hearing Raditz's words, they quickly comprehend that Raditz has a plan, and their hopes now rest solely on him. With that, Vegeta and Sun Wukong unleash a power greater than ever before. Engaging in fierce combat with Cell, Raditz seizes the opportunity to instantly teleport to a distant location, raising his hands to gather energy. Raditz first enters a meditative state, connecting with the essence of all life on Earth, requesting their strength. At this moment, humanity, faced with the invasion of the androids, has already reacted before Raditz and the others. The military forces humanity could muster are effortlessly obliterated by the androids. Any technological weaponry possessed by mankind is akin to mere toys in the presence of the androids and Cell. The people of Earth watch the televised broadcasts of the chaos unfolding in the skies above their cities, where sounds of destruction echo as if heralding the end of days. Amidst this turmoil, a man with an explosive hairstyle and a powerful physique steps forward. With a single punch, he knocks down a thief looting at the roadside. Recognizing someone maintaining order, many realize that this is Mr. Satan, the champion of the martial arts tournament. Mr. Satan leaps atop a vehicle and declares to the crowd, "They are merely androids. I, the strongest on Earth, will vanquish these androids and save our planet." Upon hearing his proclamation, the crowd erupts in thunderous cheers. At that moment, Raditz, seeking the strength of the masses, calls out, "Please lend me your power to help me defeat Cell and the androids." The throngs of people, believing it is Mr. Satan's strength they are channeling, raise their hands in unison. "Mr. Satan, we lend you our strength. Please eradicate these androids." The atmosphere becomes electric as the crowd surges, fervently raising their hands. Mr. Satan, initially unaware of the situation, is bolstered by the multitude chanting his name. His confidence swells, and the androids no longer seem a formidable threat in his eyes. "Rest assured, lend me your strength. I shall set forth to destroy the androids." In this moment of triumph, Mr. Satan basks in the adulation, convinced he has already defeated Cell, as the crowd continues to chant his name. "Satan, Satan, Satan." Thus, the strength of countless Earthlings, through the serendipitous assistance of Mr. Satan, converges into radiant orbs of energy flowing towards Raditz. With the vast population of Earth, the spirit bomb gathers immense power, and as the collective will of the people coalesces, Raditz senses the crowd calling for Satan. Raditz, upon reflection, realized that it was indeed the devil making his entrance. Surviving this ordeal, he felt a profound gratitude towards Satan. As Cell engaged in battle with Goku and Vegeta, he too took note of Raditz's ever-increasing energy. Cell recognized the impending danger as a colossal spirit bomb began to coalesce. "Get away from me." Despite the desperate attempts of Goku and others to restrain him, Cell unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, dispersing them. He intended to employ instant transmission to reach Raditz, thereby preventing him from gathering the spirit bomb. At the very moment Cell utilized instant transmission, Raditz also executed the technique, appearing beside Goku. "Kakarot, catch the spirit bomb. I know you can wield it. Help me gather enough power to eradicate Cell. I shall thwart his movements." With that, Raditz hurled the spirit bomb to Goku, who accepted it and closed his eyes, concentrating intensely to amplify its size. Raditz communicated telepathically with Vegeta. "Vegeta, protect Kakarot. I can face Cell alone." Vegeta, displaying an expression of displeasure, retorted, "Be cautious, Raditz. Do not underestimate Cell. He is not an adversary you can confront alone." Though reluctant, Vegeta, now a family man after years on Earth, understood that the only means to potentially vanquish Cell was through the spirit bomb. With arrangements set, Raditz activated Super Saiyan 1 mode, coupled with a threefold Kaioken. The moment he transformed, golden and crimson waves of energy surged forth, and Raditz felt as if his very muscles might dissolve. Summoning his willpower, he steadied his body to avoid disintegration. Observing from the ground, Android 18 gasped at Raditz's transformation into Super Saiyan 1 with Kaioken. "Raditz, are you out of your mind? Don't forget about our date." Raditz transmitted reassuringly to 18, "I will definitely come. Have no fear." Raditz's overwhelming energy surged forth, signaling his full strength. "Cell, let us engage." In the face of Raditz's eruption of power, Cell's expression darkened, revealing a sinister demeanor. Having endured numerous battles, Cell's energy had waned from its peak, while Raditz's fighting spirit barely allowed him to contend with Cell. The two locked eyes, and time seemed to freeze as they launched simultaneous assaults, leaving trails of afterimages in the sky. Fists and feet collided as Raditz bore the pain, engaging in a fierce aerial combat with Cell. Raditz extended his hand, seizing Cell by the two horns atop his head, and with a forceful tug, he snapped them off. Cell's eyes widened in shock, emitting a thunderous roar. The severing of his horns inflicted immense pain upon Cell, yet he endured it, relentlessly pummeling Raditz's chest with his fists. "You will pay for this, Raditz." Chapter 66, Fierce Battle with Cell 4. Cell aimed to swiftly eliminate Raditz before proceeding to disrupt Goku's gathering of energy for the spirit bomb. However, the immense pain from his broken horn plunged Cell into a state of rage. With relentless fury, he pounded Raditz's chest, causing torrents of blood to erupt from him. Witnessing Raditz's dire state, Android 18 was poised to rush to his aid. 18, remain calm. If we fall to Cell, we shall be consumed, and none will escape, cautioned Android 17, gripping her tightly to prevent her impulsive advance. At that moment, taking advantage of Cell's momentary lapse in reason, Raditz seized Cell's tail, swiftly generating an energy blade to sever it into several segments. Following this, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending Cell crashing into the ground. Raditz, however, was nearing his limits. Continuing the fight might render him incapable of even throwing a punch. Meanwhile, Cell had regained his composure, the severed tail and broken horn rapidly undergoing self-repair. Thanks to the cells of beings like Piccolo and Frisia that he possessed, Cell quickly deduced that the paramount objective was to thwart the spirit bomb. Raditz, if you intend to allay me, you must prove your worth. The two warriors decided to resolve their conflict with a single strike. In an instant, Cell and Raditz transformed into beams of energy, colliding with tremendous force. Amidst the clash, Cell let out a maniacal laugh, his visage grotesque with madness. Raditz, too, chuckled, aware that he must hold Cell back, even at the cost of his own life. It was uncertain whether Raditz's strength and enjoyment of battle stemmed from his resilience or from an underlying fear. The two colossal energies clashed violently. A thunderous explosion erupted in the sky, its brilliance visible from great distances. The shockwave from the energy blast forcefully separated Cell and Raditz. Raditz plummeted to the ground, and those present could feel his energy waning severely. Ignoring 17's attempts to restrain her, Android 18 rushed forward, embracing the fallen Raditz as they descended slowly. Tears glistened in her eyes as she hurriedly retrieved a senza bean for him. At that moment, Raditz was barely clinging to life, devoid of the strength to rise. Though the senza bean would mend his visible wounds, the burden of the Kaioken technique weighed heavily on his body, necessitating a long period of rest before he could move again. As the brilliance faded, Cell was left severely battered, his energy diminished significantly. Yet his body continued to mend itself rapidly. Observing 18 supporting Raditz, Cell contemplated that although he had reached his perfect form, consuming Android 17 and 18 might enhance his power further, or, at the very least, replenish his strength. Yet, he failed to grasp the urgency of not wasting time. He needed to defeat and absorb them without delay. At present, the most crucial element is the enormous spirit bomb in Sun Wukong's possession. The sacred radiance of the spirit bomb instilled a sense of dread in Cell, who realized that should he attempt to confront the spirit bomb head-on, he might meet his demise. Thus, he dared not take the risk. In an instant, Cell teleported beside Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Naturally, Vegeta would not allow this, as Cell sought to disrupt the time Sun Wukong required to concentrate. With a resounding boom, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, forcing Cell to teleport once more to evade the attack. At this juncture, although Cell had vanquished Raditz, his energy had waned slightly, while his body could regenerate. It would cost him precious energy. Cell aimed to bypass Vegeta and directly unleash an energy wave upon Sun Wukong to neutralize the spirit bomb. Aware of his limitations, Vegeta knew he could not overpower Cell, but he resolved to exert his utmost effort. A flurry of energy waves erupted around Cell, as Vegeta employed his princely combat tactics, attempting to impede Cell's advance through sheer volume. However, the elementary energy waves could only stall Cell momentarily, and he did not evade. Instead, he gathered energy in his hands and directed it towards Sun Wukong. At that moment, Vegeta found himself unable to intercept Cell. It was too late. A magnificent flash of light erupted, and Cell regained his composure, astonished to see that the colossal spirit bomb remained intact. Impossible. How could this be? He exclaimed. Sun Wukong stood beside Vegeta, one hand cradling the spirit bomb while the other rested on his forehead, grinning slyly at Cell. Ha! Did you not expect that I could teleport too? Previously, during his leisure, Raditz had transmitted his thoughts to Sun Wukong, enabling him to learn this technique. Even Raditz had not anticipated that Sun Wukong would master it so swiftly. At that moment, the spirit bomb was fully charged and ready for release. Cell's demise was unequivocal. Sun Wukong teleported directly to Cell's side, hurling the spirit bomb at him from close range. Sensing impending doom, Cell attempted to teleport away to safety. Where do you think you're going? Raditz appeared behind Cell, tightly embracing him. Despite Raditz's lesser strength compared to Cell, he employed his mental prowess to invade Cell's body, managing to delay him momentarily. Cell's energy became chaotic, and even as he endeavored to teleport, he found himself thwarted. Damn it, teleport! Teleport! The immense spirit bomb struck Cell directly, causing his flesh to begin melting away. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Cell's core shot forth rapidly from his repairing tail, leaving behind a mere shell of a body. Raditz, holding on to Cell, assured him, "You will not be harmed, for you possess a heart of justice." As the light dissipated, a cloud of ashes enveloped the scene, and the spectators believed Cell to be utterly vanquished, their expressions relaxing in relief. "Did you think I was dead?" The voice startled the crowd, sending shock waves of disbelief through them. "This is the voice of Cell. How could he possibly still be alive?" Cell re-emerged among the crowd. his golden aura still crackling with sparks of lightning, even more formidable than before. The spirit bomb could not vanquish Cell, and a sense of numbness settled over the hearts of the onlookers as despair surged within them. Cell gathered an immense reservoir of energy, preparing to unleash a strike that would obliterate all the warriors. Yet, they would not falter. They would continue to fight. Raditz provided the sins of beans, and everyone, alongside Android 18, focused their energy to brace for the final assault. With a resounding crash, Cell's colossal energy surged forth, and all the warriors retaliated with their own energy blasts. The two powerful forces collided, and it was unequivocally evident that Cell's energy was far superior. As the waves of energy approached, many warriors, engulfed by despair, shut their eyes, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. Raditz, however, glanced back at Android 18, seemingly conveying a message, though she could not discern his words. "Farewell, Android 18.